Synopsis. A year ago, he honorably became the Livian son-in-law to save a wealthy heiress suffering from leukemia. 1 year later, now that the heiress has recovered, she cast him out of her home. Determined to become an even more distinguished Livian son-in-law, he sets out to teach the heiress a lesson, demonstrating to her just what it means to be unattainable. Chapter 1. The Disregard for Life. On the bed in the intensive care unit, Yichen spent a full half-hour coming to a single realization. He, the illustrious North Sea, immortal emperor from the celestial realm, had been reborn into the body of a worthless Livian son-in-law who shared his name. Upon merging with the memories of this boat's former owner, Yichen couldn't help but force a bitter smile. The original Yi Chun was born into an ordinary family. During his university days, he harbored an unrequited love for the class beauty, Zhang Qianting. He became a relentless admirer, confessing countless times only to be rejected repeatedly until 1 year ago, when he finally married Zhang Qianting. Indeed, he had become her Livian husband. A year ago, after Zhang Qianting was diagnosed with leukemia, Yichen volunteered to donate his bone marrow. Miraculously, his marrow was a perfect match for her. Faced with the prospect of survival, Zhang Qianting agreed to marry him for the sake of her life. Following the successful transplant and a year of rehabilitation, Zhang Qianting recovered, and that was when Yi Chen's nightmares began. 3 days prior, she had announced her desire to divorce him, a blow that Yi Chen could hardly bear, prompting him to ingest a large quantity of sleeping pills, leading to his hospitalization. Half an hour ago, he had technically died, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to borrow this body for rebirth. Don't worry, brother. From now on, I will live to new heights on your behalf, ensuring your name resonates across the earth. A smile tugged at Yi Chen's lips. His immortal spirit remained, and though the body was weak, he was confident he could transform it into an unparalleled vessel of power. He resolved to return to the celestial realm and exact revenge on those who had caused his calamity. Creak! At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open, and a stunningly voluptuous woman entered, accompanied by a tall man in a suit. "Oh, I thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to be so resilient, managing to wake from that." Zhang Qianting expressed faux surprise. She had intended to take advantage of Yi Chen's condition to press his handprint on the divorce papers, avoiding the stigma of having caused her husband's demise, but he had inexplicably regained consciousness. She quickly pulled out the divorce papers from her LV bag, approached the bedside, and said, "Just sign here. After that, I won't care what happens to you. I can't have your crazy mother coming over, crying and wailing. People might think I killed you. You owe your life to me, and you can treat me this way?" Yi Chen asked, curious about the depths of her heartlessness. Zhang Qianting scoffed, "As if anyone would die without you. Let me be frank. Xiaojia spent huge sums in the United States to find a compatible bone marrow donor for me as soon as he learned I had leukemia. Even if you hadn't donated, I wouldn't have died. I'd still be here, alive and well. 2 months is more than enough time for your cancer cells to spread throughout your body. Even with a successful transplant, missing the best treatment window still carries the risk of recurrence. In the end, your survival is still due to me," Yi Chen retorted. Beside them, Lu Xiaojia seethed with anger, shouting, "Don't think of yourself as a savior. I have plenty of money. Even without Qianting, she could have lived just fine. And you ugly frog dreaming of eating swan meteors so pathetic that even ordinary families wouldn't accept you. Hurry and press your handprint on the divorce papers, or I swear it'll kill you." "Exactly. If it weren't for your marrow donation, my parents would have beaten me to death for marrying a loser like you. Do you have any idea how disgusted they are by you? You're nothing but poor trash who isn't even worthy to carry Shaoji's shoes. Yet you think you can sponge off our family. Now hurry and sign, or I'll lose my mind." Zhang Qianting's face twisted with malice. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. "I see you for who you truly are. Before long, you will regret the decision you made today." With that, Yi Chen pressed his hand to the divorce papers and threw them at Zhang Qianting. "Phew! Finally free from this burden. I can't tell you how ecstatic I am." Zhang Qianting clutched the divorce papers, visibly relieved. "Get out of my sight," Yi Chen replied curtly. If he weren't so weak and powerless at the moment, he would have slapped her across the face for her vile behavior. "Why should I go? Who do you think you are?" Zhang Qianting sneered. "To be blunt, I'm marrying Xiaoji on the 15th of next month. You must be heartbroken, especially sad, right? If so, don't even think about dying on our wedding day, or you'll bring us bad luck." With that, She took Lu Shaoji's arm and cooed, Xiaojia, I feel so awkward having to marry you after that loser. We need to have an unforgettable wedding next month. Don't worry, darling. I'll book the #1 mansion for a grand, luxurious, and sensational wedding like Jiangzhou has never seen. You promised. You'd better keep your word. Of course, what's the big deal? At most, I'll spend 100 million, that's pocket change for my family. Yes, I'm going to be so happy. You'll be even happier on our wedding night. Stop it, you. The two flirted right in front of Yi Chun, seemingly intent on driving him to despair, before leaving with triumphant smiles, oblivious to his resentful gaze. Damn you, adulterers, Yi Chun spat after they departed. One day, it'll turn your wedding into a laughingstock for all of Jiangzhou. There were more than 20 days left until the 15th of next month. Ample time for Yi Chun to grow powerful enough to indulge in a more desirable lifestyle. Drawing from what he had learned in his previous life, he remembered that the Qin family was one of the 4 prominent families in Jiangzhou. Known for its matrilineal dominance, most of his contemporaries were female. Though one boy existed, he was infamous and not fit for duty. The Qin family currently needed a Livian son-in-law to carry on the family name. Their eldest daughter, Qin Luoxue, was a beauty, coveted by countless young aristocrats in Jiangzhou. Should he marry Qin Luoxue on the 15th, who in Jiangzhou's upper crust would care about Lu Xiaojia and Zhang Kaiting's wedding? Moreover, this would deliver a staggering blow to the faces of those two traitors. Qin Luoxue it is. Yi Chun resolved, committed to savoring this ideal lifestyle. What if I'm poor? Zhang Qining doesn't want me, but the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou, Qin Luoxue, desires me. What if I'm poor? Lu Xiaojia may have money, but he'll only marry a divorced woman, while a divorced poor man can marry a rich and powerful woman from Jiangzhou. That would drive those two morons mad. Just then, a nurse walked into the room, and upon seeing Yi Chun awake, her face lit up with surprise. Wow, Yi Chun, you're awake. What a miracle. The nurse, named Lin Kiki, was not just his classmate from medical school, but also his neighbor. When they were children, they had even compared notes on why they didn't wear the same type of pants. After graduating, Lin Kiki took a position as a nurse at Jiangzhou's top hospital. Upon hearing that Yi Chun was hospitalized, she requested to care for him. It's you, Kiki. Recognizing her, Yi Chun chuckled awkwardly. After all, attempted suicide was hardly a noble act. Not mad, did you think it was Zhang Qining? Lin Kiki rolled her eyes playfully as she conducted her examination, then continued, I just saw Zhang Qining with a divorce agreement in hand, and a man by her side. Did you happen to sign it? She pre-signed it with my forgery. I just pressed my handprint on it, Yi Chun explained candidly. Zhang Qining is beyond belief. You saved her life, and now that she's recovered, she can't wait to cut ties with you. Not even reflecting on what you've done for her, Lin Kiki fumed. And you're such a fool. There were plenty of girls in our class who liked you in college, and you chose to cling to her. Now you regret it, don't you? As she spoke, she finished her examination. People need to experience to grow, don't you think? Yi Chun smiled, as he couldn't very well confess he had been blind. Excuses. To put it plainly, you were blind. Lin Kiki shot him an exasperated glare before suddenly remembering something. By the way, hurry and come meet your dad one last time. I doubt he'll make it much longer. What's wrong with my dad? Yi Chun frowned. Isn't it obvious? Your father has heart disease. Upon hearing you tried to end your life, he lost it and collapsed from shock, just like you, falling into a coma for 3 days. You're awake now, but he may never wake again. At her words, Yi Chun sprang from the hospital bed, grabbing Lin Kiki's arm as they rushed out of the room. Yao Hua Wakeu, please, you have to wake up. Yi Chun entered another intensive care room, where he saw his mother, Yang Shuqing, shaking his father, Yi Yao Hua, with tears streaming down her face. She then looked at a group of doctors and cried, please, I beg you, save my husband. I'll kneel before you. Yang Shuqing sank to her knees before several white-coat doctors. Mrs. Yang, please don't do this. We've done everything we can. Your husband's heart has stopped. We're just waiting for the brain cells to die before we can issue a death certificate. Please settle the medical fees and prepare for his funeral, an elderly doctor said. Bullshit. At that moment, Yi Chun supported his mother and turned to the doctors. You incompetent quacks. My dad is still salvageable. Yet you're talking about preparing for a funeral? Don't you realize your actions show a blatant disregard for life? Do you have the competency to be doctors calling yourselves specialists here? This is utterly ridiculous. Get me some silver needles if you lack the skill to save my father. I'll do it myself. As his words echoed through the room, several doctors erupted in outrage. Chapter 2. Remember to say please. Young man, you are exceedingly audacious that Wu Lao is the most authoritative expert in cardiology in Nanjing province, since you dare to call him a quack and unworthy of being an expert. Are you courting death? Damn it. I truly wish to rip that brat's mouth apart. It is one thing for him to insult us, but to also slander Wu Lao is utterly intolerable. A few doctors felt a strong impulse to pummel Yi Chun. Wu Jinxiong's eyes twitched as he coldly stated, "Brat, if you do not provide me with an explanation today, do not think you can leave this hospital. Bring me the silver needles, and I'll give you an explanation." Replied Yi Chun that go fetch the silver needles. Wu Jinxiong shouted angrily, eager to see what this young man could possibly offer as an explanation. "Mom, do not worry, Dad will be fine." Yi Chun comforted his mother. In his memory, his parents had always indulged him. Although they were not particularly wealthy, they did everything they could to satisfy his desires and had never scolded him. Soon, a doctor entered with silver needles in hand. "Here are the silver needles. I want to see what explanation you can provide," Wu Jinxiong said, handing the needles to Yi Chun. Yi Chun took the needles and declared, "I will save my father and prove your incompetence." "Yi Chun, have you taken too many sleeping pills and gone mad?" Lin Kiki rushed over, anxious that Wu Lao is the most authoritative cardiologist in our province. His declaration of no hope is tantamount to a death sentence. You are merely a medical graduate without any hospital experience. What do you have to save your father, and what qualifications do you have to prove Wu Lao incompetent? She suddenly recalled that this was the young man who had been rushed to the hospital 3 days ago for an overdose of sleeping pills. "Oh, I remember now. This brat is the son-in-law of physician Zhang from the Tianbao Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall in Jiangzhou that I heard his wife wanted a divorce, and in a moment of despair, he attempted suicide with sleeping pills. Ridiculous! A waste like him thinks he can save a dying man. If he had such ability, physician Zhang would have cherished him like treasure and would not agree to his daughter's divorce." Several doctors began to ridicule him. Upon hearing about Yi Chun's past, Wu Jinxiong laughed, "Brat, if you can save your father, I will waive his medical fees of 100,000 and give you another 100,000. But if you fail, you must kneel and apologize, slapping yourself 10 times. Then you better prepare to pay me 100,000. Yi Chun replied, pulling out a 20-centimeter long silver needle and decisively stabbing it into Yi Yaohua's heart. "Murder. This is outright murder." The doctors present felt their scalps tingle at Yi Chun's violent actions. Next, he swiftly pulled out 3 more 10-centimeter long silver needles, thrusting them all into Yi Yaohua's chest with a single punch. "Stop. Even a corpse deserves not to be treated so roughly." A doctor, unable to bear the sight, rushed to pull Yi Chun away. "Wait." Wu Jinxiong suddenly stopped the doctor. Although Yi Chun's technique was crude and violent, there was no hesitation as he precisely targeted the vital acupuncture points. Even seasoned practitioners with decades of experience would struggle to locate the points so quickly that Yi Chun had clearly reached an extraordinary level of acupuncture skill. Whether he could save Yi Yaohua would be determined later. That if he succeeded, it would be a sensational event in the international medical community, as even the most advanced Western medical techniques would be unable to save someone in such a condition. However, he did not hold high hopes for Yi Chun's success. He was merely curious about how such a young man could possess such refined technique. Before long, Yi Chun had inserted a total of 20 silver needles of varying lengths. Pay attention. The moment of witnessing a miracle is upon us. Yi Chun pulled out another 20-centimeter silver needle and, under the gaze of many eyes, forcefully stabbed it into the position of Yi Yaohua's atrium. After this needle was inserted, Yi Yaohua, who had been as still as a corpse, suddenly sat up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Yi Chun dodged in time, or he would have been splattered. "Yaohua, what has happened to you?" Yang Shuqing exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to wipe the blood from the corner of Yi Yaohua's mouth with a tissue. "I feel much better now," Yi Yaohua said as he breathed heavily. "A miracle! Truly a miracle!" Seeing Yi Yaohua awaken, with color returning to his face and the ability to speak, Wu Jinxiong exclaimed excitedly, "How is this possible?" The other doctors and Lin Kiki were all dumbfounded. "He actually saved a dying man. Dad, how do you feel?" Yi Chun asked, stepping closer. "Xiao Chun." Yi Yaohua's eyes brightened suddenly, and he began to weep with joy. "I thought I would never see you again. Now that you're fine, I can rest easy. My breathing is smooth, and it feels as though my heart condition has improved. That's good to hear." Yi Chun smiled lightly, withdrawing the 21 silver needles from Yi Yaohua's body. "What? Xiao Chen saved me. Yi Yaohua was astonished, then expressed his relief. It seems I was right to let Xiao Chen study medicine. He was able to save my life at a critical moment. Yes, it is all your credit, Yang Shuqing added. The elderly couple basked in the joy of their family being safe and sound. This moment, Yi Chen turned to the doctors present and said, "You all were indignant when I called you quacks. What do you have to say now? Are you still upset?" The doctors and experts were rendered speechless, much like students chastised by a teacher. Suddenly, Wu Jinxiong knelt before Yi Chen, his eyes filled with fervor. "Master Yi, please accept me as your disciple and impart your needle techniques to me that I promise to spread your techniques far and wide, ensuring your name resonates throughout the international medical community, making you a revered figure in the field. Get lost. With your disposition, you are unworthy of being my disciple and could never learn my skills." Yi Chen replied disdainfully, knowing that his medical knowledge was not something just anyone could master. One must possess innate talent, which Wu Jinxiong clearly lacked. By the way, my industrial and commercial bank card number is 6,212,875. Transfer me 100,000. All right, I will transfer it right now. Wu Jinxiong stood up and busied himself with his phone. In no time, a notification pinged, and Yi Chen received a message indicating the 100,000 had been transferred, leaving him with a balance of 102,502.50 yuan. Over the past 2 years of living with the Zhang family, he had only consumed their resources without receiving a single penny from them. He was left with nothing but the 2,500 yuan his parents had given him as pocket money. "Mom and Dad, let us check out of the hospital that I'll treat you to a lavish meal for lunch," Yi Chen said. All right. Yi Yaohua and his wife were overjoyed, not merely because Yi Chen had earned 100,000, but because he had changed, becoming positive and optimistic. Originally, Yang Shuqing had worried that even if Yi Chen woke up, he would still be devastated by Zhang Qianting's intention to divorce him. But now, it seemed her concerns were unwarranted. It appeared that after flirting with death, her son had begun to cherish life and its vibrant possibilities. Thus, the family of 3 left the hospital in high spirits. "Old Wu, Master Jean is furious and wants you to go see him immediately." Upon hearing Master Jean, Wu Jinxiong's expression instantly soured. He knew trouble was brewing. Nevertheless, he steeled himself to meet Master J. as expected. Upon entering an opulent hospital room, he was met with a barrage of scathing rebukes. "Wu Jinxiong, you are utterly useless. Ever since my mother suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, she has been in a state of confusion. You said she would recover, yet 2 months have passed, and she still does not recognize me." Wu Jinxiong timidly approached a middle-aged man with a brutish demeanor and said, "Master Jean, our hospital's experts have done their utmost. Even the specialists from the capital are helpless. The blockage in the old lady's blood vessels is too severe that if we were to operate." Hearing this, Wu Jinxiong broke into a cold sweat. He had no doubt about Master Jin's words. After all, Master Jin's influence was immense, wielding power across political and business realms, and few dared to defy him in Jiangzhou. Oh, Wu Jinxiong suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Master Jin, perhaps there is someone who can save the old lady." "Oh, his name is Yi Chen. His acupuncture skills are exceptionally refined. Just now he revived his father, whose heart had already stopped. I believe he can also save the old lady." "Then hurry and bring him here. Ahu, go with him to gather the information. We must have Yi Chen here before dark. Remember, it is an invitation." "Yes, Master Jin." Chapter 3 Is this a big shot? It was lunchtime, and after leaving the hospital, Yi Chen took his parents to the most upscale seafood restaurant in Jiangzhou. Here, seafood from around the world was available, making it renowned throughout the region. "Mom and Dad, feel free to order whatever seafood you like," Yi Chen said generously. "On Earth, one need not fear a lack of money to earn. One should fear a lack of ability." Thus he did not regard money as significant, spending 100,000 without a hint of regret. Yet Yi Yaohua and his wife trembled at the prices. "Xiao Chun, let us go somewhere else. The seafood here is too expensive." "Did you see the prices? The cheapest crabs are 800 yuan per jean, and a fist-sized abalone is 5,000 yuan. We can't afford this." Yi Yaohua wiped his cold sweat. "Yes, Xiao Chun, you and your father have spent all our savings on hospital bills these past few years. Let us just go to a fast food place. Keep that 100,000 for when you get married," Yang Shuqing advised, having learned on the way that Yi Chen was getting divorced from Zhang Qianing. Yi Chen waved his hand and chuckled. "Mom and Dad, your son has no need to marry a wife. When the time comes, I'll just find a wealthy family to marry into." There will be plenty of money to spend. That day will arrive soon. After all, you two have scrimped and saved for half your lives for me, so today, let go and indulge yourselves. Money is not an issue. Yaohua and his wife were at a loss for words. It seemed this young man still intended to live off others. Wasn't Zhang Qinting's lesson profound enough? Xiao Chun, perhaps we should just grab some fast food, Yaohua suggested, worried about the exorbitant prices here. Fearing a heart attack from the cost, oh come on dad, if you don't order, I will, Yichen replied helplessly. Just then a waitress approached with a disdainful expression, exclaiming, shoo shoo shoo. Who do you think you are, a bunch of country bumpkins daring to dine at the Golden Coast Seafood Restaurant? I fear your yearly income wouldn't even cover a single lavish meal. Yi Chun was instantly displeased and retorted, Miss, how dare you speak like that? Are you discriminating against country folk? Let me remind you, the ancestors of the richest man in Huaxia were also from the countryside. Just because you work as a waitress, does that mean your ancestors have all lived in the city? Exactly. What is wrong with being from the countryside? I was once a country boy myself, working in the city. Now I earn 10 million a year. Can you match that? Yichen continued, his frustration boiling over. With such an attitude, you don't deserve to be a waitress. If you don't rectify this, I swear I'll never come here to spend my money again. Nearby, several well-to-do men dining on seafood overheard the waitress's sharp words and expressed their dissatisfaction. What is going on? A woman in managerial attire approached, her high heels clicking on the floor. Yi Chun pointed at the waitress and said, she just insulted my parents and told us to leave. Is this how your staff treats customers? I apologize, sir. The female manager immediately bowed to Yi Chun and looked coldly at the waitress, saying, is this how you treat customers? Do you still want to keep your job? The waitress panicked. Manager, I didn't mean it that way. I heard them say the food here is expensive and suggested they go out for fast food. I didn't mean to discriminate against anyone from the countryside. Yichen interjected, is it a crime to find it expensive? Just because someone eats fast food doesn't mean they can't afford a meal. I brought my parents here today to enjoy a lavish feast. Planning to spend around 100,000, but if you don't fire her, I want to spend a dime. 100,000. If you can spend that much, I'll quit right now. The waitress scoffed. Her attire barely worth 200. Do you really think you could spend that much? You're just boasting. Then prepare to leave. Yichen retorted that he turned to the manager and said, bring the POS machine. I'll swipe 100,000 first. The manager, skeptical, fetched the POS machine. Watch closely, Yichen said to the waitress before successfully charging 100,000 under the astonished gazes of many onlookers. How is this possible? The waitress stood in shock, unable to believe the receipt printing from the POS machine. He must be a nouveau riche. The crowd gasped in awe. With that, Yichen began ordering seafood. What a wise saying, many spectators remarked. Soon he ordered several expensive seafood dishes, trimming the total to just 100,000, before being respectfully ushered into a lavish private room. My goodness, what kind of crab is this? It's bigger than a basin. And what about this abalone? It's the size of a rice bowl. This shrimp must be as thick as my arm. Seeing the enormous seafood spread, Yi Yaohua and Yang Shuqing were wide-eyed. Dad, Mom, don't just gawk. Dig in. Yichen exclaimed, grabbing a massive steamed abalone to devour. Though he had cultivated a tiny bit of true essence during the ride to the seafood restaurant, it felt trivial compared to his lack of cultivation. And his body hadn't eaten in 3 days, making him ravenous. Xiao Chun, spending 100,000 on this feast, did is it worth it? Yang Shuqing asked, did it's worth it? Yichen interrupted, it's just 100,000. Earlier, that fellow surnamed Wu begged me to take him as a disciple, that if I had agreed, he would have gladly offered me 1 million, even 10 million as a gesture of respect. So Mom and Dad, don't worry about the money. Worst case, I'll teach that Wu a few tricks, which would be enough to buy a large villa. Exactly. Hearing Yichen's words, Yang Shuqing, who had been feeling the pinch, suddenly felt relieved. Her son was capable of earning money, so why should they hold back on his kindness? Yaohua, eat freely, don't let it go to waste. Yang Shuqing immediately placed a large abalone in front of Yi Yaohua. All right. After hearing Yichen's words, Yi Yaohua no longer hesitated, savoring the abalone. The three of them, like prisoners released from their chains, feasted without decorum, their mouths glistening with grease, joy radiating around them. That moment, the door to the private room swung open. What the? A curse escaped. Yichen's family turned to see several young men and women standing at the entrance, their expressions filled with disdain. Are these three possibly the reincarnated spirits of starving ghosts? The leader, a young man, stepped into the room, bemused. Who are you? We aren't familiar, so what are you doing in my private room? Can't you see my family is dining? Yi Chen said irritably. The group burst into laughter. Who am I? The leader pointed to his chest and declared, Listen closely, I'm Qin Luoyun, the young master of the Qin family from Jiangzhou. With that, he placed his hands on his hips, puffing out his chest in a show of arrogance. The Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. I thought it was some blind fool. Turns out you're my future brother-in-law. Come, take a seat. Big sister-in-law will treat you to a shrimp. Everyone except Qin Luoyun burst into laughter. Who the hell are you? Qin Luoyun, perplexed, asked, When did I get a brother-in-law? Your future brother-in-law, Yi Chen. He grinned mischievously. Qin Luoyun almost choked with anger, shouting, Your entire outfit doesn't even cost 500. How can my sister possibly fancy someone like you? Didn't I say I'm your future brother-in-law? Why are you getting so worked up? My sister will definitely look at me. Yi Chen proclaimed confidently. Qin Luoyun was infuriated. How did I end up encountering such an audacious fool today? Just wait until I tell you my sister would look at you. You'll be the one to gouge your eyes out. Yi Chen teased. Qin Luoyun was done talking. He sensed that this guy had just escaped from a mental institution. He shouted, Get this madman and his family out of here. Clear the space for me to eat. As soon as he said this, the previous female manager walked in, bowing to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize. This private room is reserved for young Master Qin. I assumed he wouldn't be coming today, and since you spent so much, I allowed you to dine here. I didn't expect young Master Qin to bring friends, so I hope you can accommodate us. I'll arrange another room for you. Yi Chen, feeling slightly displeased, replied, Considering your attitude, I'll spare you my ire, otherwise I would have drenched you in scorn. Then he turned to Qin Luoyun, saying, Calling you my little brother-in-law is out of respect. Don't get cocky. If you don't acknowledge me as your brother-in-law, who do you think you are? Get out of here. If you keep bothering my family while we eat, just wait until I knock you out cold. Silence ensued. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that he was a low-key big shot? Yi Chen's domineering words sent chills down Qin Luoyun's spine. His instincts told him this person was definitely someone of significance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so fearless upon learning that he was the young master of the Qin family, still daring to speak to him like that. Who on earth is he? Qin Luoyun asked. Cupping his fists in respect, Yi Chen's expression turned cold as he slammed his chopsticks onto the table, bellowing, Can't you understand what I just said? With that, Qin Luoyun and his entourage vanished from the private room like the wind. What a heavy aura of dominance. He is definitely someone formidable. Outside the room, Qin Luoyun patted his chest, still feeling shaken. They had encountered many figures in Jiangzhou's upper class but had never met this person before. Nor had they heard of anyone named Yi Chen. Wait, I just snapped a photo of him. I'll send it along with his name to my social media and WeChat groups. I want to be long before we get some answers. A young man said, Great job, Linhua. You're quite clever. Hurry up and check out if this Yi Chen turns out to be a big shot. We'll back off if he is just a poser. I'll make sure to strip him of his pride. Qin Luoyun leaned in, eager for the result. About 5 minutes later, a message of considerable value appeared in the comments. I know this person. He is just a penniless loser with no background, but if you must say he has connections. He was the former son-in-law of the Zhang family from Tianbao Chinese Medicine Hall, who recently committed suicide after his wife, Zhang Qianting, sought a divorce. According to reliable sources, Zhang Qianting has already divorced him. I'm puzzled. Linhua, why are you looking into this waste of space? Linhua read the comment aloud, and a chorus of laughter erupted among the group. I am utterly astounded by myself for being intimidated by such a worthless individual, mistakenly believing him to be a figure of significance, only to discover he is nothing more than a preposterous braggart. Qin Luoyun is on the verge of laughter. I must commend this fool's acting skills. He has portrayed the image of a powerful figure with remarkable finesse. Had I not uncovered his background, I might have genuinely believed him to be an esteemed individual. At this moment in the private room, Lin Huadao remarked, Xiao Chun, your performance was outstanding. Just now, even my mother thought you were a big shot in the underworld. Yang Shuqing chimed in, giving Yi Chen a thumbs up. Indeed, Xiao Chen's portrayal was so vivid that it scared off the young master of the Qin family. Truly impressive. The Oscars owe Xiao Chen an award for Best Actor. Lin Yaohua also nodded in agreement. Yi Chen sighed, Mom, Dad, I truly did not act. Suddenly, the door of the private room was kicked open with a loud bang. You didn't act. How dare you claim you didn't act? Don't think I'm unaware that you're merely a worthless son-in-law who has been cast out, trying to play the part of a big shot. Watch me overturn your table and flay you alive." Qin Luoyin stormed in, easily flipping the 2-meter-wide round table with a single motion. Crash! Plates, bowls, and dishes shattered across the floor. The Wai Yaohua and Yang Shuqing trembled, their faces instantly paling. "Don't be afraid, Mom and Dad." Yi Chen pulled his parents behind him, then stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, advancing towards Qin Luoyin. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the Qin family. You pest, you dare still put on airs? Watch me end your life." Qin Luoyin hurled a chair at Yi Chen. "Xiao Chen, be careful." His parents shouted in alarm. In that instant, Yi Chen delivered a powerful kick, shattering the chair aimed at him before landing a strike to Qin Luoyin's chest. Bang! Qin Luoyin felt as if struck by a vehicle, his body flying back to crash against the wall of the private room, blood spewing from his mouth upon landing. Young Master Qin, his friends stood in shock. "Everyone, attack! Beat him to death!" Lin Hua shouted, as 5 or 6 young men charged at Yi Chen. Bang, bang, bang. With the slightest bit of true energy he had cultivated, coupled with his centuries of battle experience. Even in such a weakened state, defeating hundreds of ordinary individuals was a trivial task. That moment, Yi Yaohua and his wife were left bewildered. When did Yi Chen become so formidable? Stay back. As Qin Luoyin saw Yi Chen approaching, he retreated in fear until he found himself cornered. Yi Chen squatted down before him. "Call me brother-in-law. Call your mother, slap." Yi Chen delivered a resounding slap across Qin Luoyin's face. "Will you call or not?" "I want tea, slap." "Will you call or not?" "I want tea, slap." "Brother-in-law, please stop, sob sob." Qin Luoyin cried, his cheeks swollen like buns, his mouth filled with blood, making him unrecognizable to anyone familiar with him. "Had you spoken earlier, you wouldn't have suffered this torment." Yi Chen stood up with a smile. "How was I to know you were so ruthless? If you truly were my brother-in-law, treating me this way would get you killed by my sister." Qin Luoyin seethed with anger. That moment, a group of men burst into the private room. Young Master Qin, the leading middle-aged man, rushed over to help Qin Luoyin up upon seeing his battered state. "Zhou Bing, are you a turtle? Only now do you come after I've been beaten to a pulp? Do you still plan to keep this seafood restaurant open?" Qin Luoyin roared at the restaurant owner. "I'm sorry, young Master Qin. I'm sorry." Zhou Bing repeatedly apologized. "Apologies mean nothing. Kill him for me." Qin Luoyin pointed at Yi Chen. "Understood." Zhou Bing nodded vigorously before bellowing, "Attack! Beat this kid to death." As the words left his mouth, a dozen security guards rushed at Yi Chen. Seeing them move, Qin Luoyin gleefully thought he would soon witness Yi Chen's demise. However, the next second, he was left dumbfounded. Everyone stood in shock. What the hell? This is a martial artist. Just then, a group of formidable men surged into the seafood restaurant. Soon, a waiter rushed into the private room to inform Zhou Bing. "Director Zhou, Brother Tiger has arrived." "Which Brother Tiger?" Zhou Bing furrowed his brow. "The fierce warrior Thunder Tiger, who was beside Lord Jin." Zhou Bing immediately shuddered and bolted out of the private room like the wind. And oh wonder this seafood restaurant suddenly sparkles with brilliance. It turns out Brother Tiger has arrived, bringing honor to the place. Zhou Bing greeted him with a face full of smiles, like a servant before his master. "Help me find a young man named Yi Chen." "Where is he?" Thunder Tiger asked, handing a photograph to Zhou Bing. Upon seeing it, Zhou Bing immediately grinned, realizing that the person Thunder Tiger saw was none other than the one who had beaten up young Master Qin. "I know where he is, Brother Tiger. Please follow me." Zhou Bing promptly led Thunder Tiger and his entourage to Yi Chen's private room. "Xiao Chen, run." Thunder Tiger is a ruthless character. If the owner calls him here, you're finished. Yang Shuqing urged Yi Chen in a panic upon learning of Thunder Tiger's arrival. "Yes, Xiao Chen, hurry and flee. Don't worry about your mother and me. It will be too late if you hesitate." Yi Yaohua echoed, equally alarmed. "Haha, now you know fear, but it's too late. You're doomed." Qin Luoyin was ecstatic that he understood Thunder Tiger well, an important figure beside Lord Jin, a skilled martial artist, and one of the few in Jiangzhou who could match him. He was confident that Thunder Tiger could easily crush Yi Chen with a single punch. That's so? Yi Chen scoffed. "You're getting ahead of yourself." Growing up in Jiangzhou, he had certainly heard of Thunder Tiger. Although he lacked the strength to contend with him at that moment, he was confident that he could repel him given a day's time to cultivate, but he wouldn't even blink at Thunder Tiger or his boss. Lord Jin. Then let us wait and see who is too proud too early, shall we? Qin Luoyan declared, convinced that he was not overestimating his situation. Brother Tiger is here. Just then, Zhou Bing led Thunder Tiger into the private room. Thunder Tiger, you're here. Wonderful. Qin Luoyan exclaimed excitedly as he approached Thunder Tiger. Who the hell are you? Do I know you? Thunder Tiger brusquely shoved Qin Luoyan aside. That I am Qin Luoyan. Young Master Qin? Thunder Tiger frowned. How did you end up in such a state? Mentioning this made Qin Luoyan furious, pointing at Yi Chun and yelling, It was this bastard who did this to me. Thunder Tiger. You must avenge me. Thunder Tiger glanced at Yi Chun and was momentarily taken aback. Isn't this the person Lord Jin asked me to invite? Brother Tiger, this guy is insufferable. Not only did he beat up young Master Qin, but he also injured over 10 of my security guards. You must stand up for young Master Qin and me. Go to hell. Thunder Tiger slapped Zhou Bing across the face. Why should I stand up for you? You're just a mere seafood restaurant owner. What right do you have to demand my assistance? Do you think you are me? Qin Luoyan rebuked Zhou Bing before addressing Thunder Tiger. Right, Brother Tiger? Thunder Tiger sneered, deciding to let Qin Luoyan off for the sake of the Qin family's reputation. He then strode toward Yi Chun. Seeing Thunder Tiger approach Yi Chun, Qin Luoyan exclaimed in excitement. You're done now, Yi. However, he hadn't even finished speaking when Thunder Tiger bent down beside Yi Chun, gesturing respectfully. Mr. Yi, my Lord Jin requests your presence for an urgent matter. The room fell in a stunned silence. Since Lord Jin has sent you to invite me, I shall certainly oblige. However, I spent 100,000 on this meal, only to have my table overturned and my parents frightened that I can't just leave like this. Yi Chun sat down in a chair, adopting a demeanor that suggested he wouldn't leave until the matter was resolved. Thunder Tiger, adept at reading the room, understood Yi Chun's intent and scanned the area, asking, Who overturned the table? I did, Qin Luoyan boldly declared. Unafraid of Thunder Tiger, he felt confident that, backed by the Qin family, Thunder Tiger wouldn't dare take action against him for the sake of a worthless son-in-law. Compensate him 100,000, Thunder Tiger asserted, not daring to confront Qin Luoyan, but willing to make him pay. Why should I compensate? Qin Luoyan retorted arrogantly, even if I overturned his table or burned down his house. Who would dare make me pay? It seems I must continue to teach you a lesson on behalf of your sister. This. Yi Chun stood and walked towards Qin Luoyan. What are you doing? Don't come any closer, Qin Luoyan gasped, retreating in terror. Thunder Tiger, help me! Come save me! Thunder Tiger remained indifferent. Despair washed over Qin Luoyan. That I'll pay, damn it. He truly feared another slap from Yi Chun would ruin his handsome face entirely. Thus, Yi Chun had his mother provide the card number, and soon, he received a notification of 100,000 yuan being credited. Yang Shuqing was overjoyed. This was equivalent to having a meal for free while enjoying a lavish feast. Yi Chun then added, The meal has been compensated. What about the mental distress caused to my parents? Thunder Tiger grew impatient and turned to Zhou Bing, coldly ordering, Transfer 1 million as compensation for Mr. Yi's parents immediately. Yes. Zhou Bing dared not hesitate, quickly obtaining Yang Shuqing's card number and transferring the money. Finally satisfied, Yi Chun left with his parents alongside Thunder Tiger. Damn it, I will not let this matter rest. Qin Luoyan fumed, pounding his chest in rage, feeling as though his lungs might explode. Over half an hour later, at Jiangzhou First Hospital, in a luxurious ward. Mother, what is wrong? Please do not frighten me, doctor. Summon a physician immediately. Lord Jin had been conversing with his delirious elderly mother when, all of a sudden, she collapsed, her face contorted in agony, unresponsive to his frantic calls, sending him into a panic. Before Wu Jinxiong could finish his words, Lord Jin kicked him to the ground, his fury erupting. You useless fools! If anything happens to my mother, I will have every one of you ground to pieces and fed to the dogs. The doctors of the expert team trembled in fear. Only an elderly gentleman nearing 70, having lowered his mask, spoke. This is not a place for your reckless bravado. I present you with two choices. First, wait for your mother to pass away, or second, consent to an immediate craniotomy. Faced with this elder, Lord Jin tempered his wrath. This man was Li Jishur, a top neurosurgeon summoned from the capital to save the old lady. Renowned for his expertise in neurology, he was also well-versed in other fields, even in traditional Chinese medicine, earning the reputation of a living fossil of the integration of Eastern and Western medical cultures. A doctor of unparalleled renown across the nation. What is the success rate of the craniotomy? Lord Jean inquired. 0.1%, Li Jishu replied. You have squandered the optimal window for treatment that if you do not make a decision soon, that 1% will vanish. Li Jishu's expression turned serious. Regret washed over Lord Jean. When the success rate was 10%, he deemed it too low, fearing the surgery might fail and result in the permanent loss of his mother. Days wasted had reduced the success rate to a mere 1%. Mother, it is I who have brought you harm. He lamented, tears streaming down his face. Though notorious for his cunning and decisiveness in matters of life and death, he was, without question, a rare paragon of filial piety, always appearing as a dutiful son in the eyes of his mother. Lord Jean, I have brought the person you requested. Just as Lord Jean was about to resolve to proceed with the craniotomy, Lei Hu entered the room with Yi Chun. Instantly, Lord Jin's spirits lifted, and he turned to Yi Chun urgently. Mr. Yi, save my mother, please. Very well. Why Yi Chun had intended to negotiate terms, but upon seeing the tears on Lord Jin's face, he recognized the urgency of the situation and decided against bargaining. He only sought 1 million, believing that Lord Jean would not hesitate to part with such a sum. Wait, Li Jishu suddenly interrupted Yi Chun. Addressing Lord Jean, your mother's condition cannot be delayed any longer if he fails to treat her, and you then wish for me to perform the craniotomy. I can only tell you this. The mortuary will reserve a bed for your mother. How dare you obstruct my path to wealth? Yi Chun thought to himself, feeling somewhat displeased. Just then, Wu Jinxiong spoke up. Old Li, Mr. Ye's acupuncture skills are extraordinary. Perhaps we should let him try first? Li Jishu's face hardened. If acupuncture were effective, then why did the great physician Hua Tu not use it when Cao Cao suffered from headaches? Why did he risk his life to propose a craniotomy? Wu Jinxiong was left speechless. Initially, Lord Jean had been contemplating who should save his mother first, but upon hearing Li Jishu's words, he made up his mind. Quickly, proceed with the surgery. Prepare for the operation. All non-essential personnel, please exit. Li Jishu commanded, donning his mask as he commenced preparations. Why Yi Chun felt helpless. Lord Jean had already made his decision. What could he say? He could only leave that Mr. Yi wait. Outside the ward, Lord Jean stopped Yi Chun from departing, saying, now that you have chosen surgery, why do you block my way? For your own safety, you should wait a moment. In the event of a surgical failure, seek my assistance afterward, that if you succeed, I will grant you 1 million. If you fail, I will give you 10 million. Just for that promise of 1 million, even in failure, Yi Chun decided to stay. In truth, it was not solely for monetary gain. Otherwise, he could have pushed Li Jishu aside and quickly revived the old lady with a few swift acupuncture needles, easily securing the million. That he chose to remain because Lord Jin's filial piety touched him deeply. After all, he himself was a devoted son. Lord Jean, it is dire. In less than 3 minutes on the bench outside the operating room, the door swung open abruptly, and Wu Jinxiong rushed out, panic-stricken. Lord Jin's heart plummeted, an ominous premonition enveloping him. Speak. Just as the surgery was about to commence, the old lady, the sheet mother. Lord Jean could surmise Wu Jinxiong's unspoken words. And like the wind, he dashed into the operating room. Mother, please wake up. I had no chance to honor my father. I had hoped you would enjoy my filial piety on his behalf. That if you leave now, I shall bear the guilt for a lifetime. The 50-something Lord Jean shook his mother's body, weeping like a child. Nonsense. With that, Yi Chun pulled the obstructive Li Jishu aside. You, Li Jishu was incensed, having been granted the title of the capital's foremost divine physician. He could not fathom being labeled a quack. That if you can save this patient, I, Li Jishu, will kneel before you. Then watch closely, Yi Chun replied, drawing 3 silver needles. The To rescue a patient who appeared lifeless yet still clung to a breath. One must first seal the 3 souls. That he pierced a needle into the old lady's forehead and both shoulders, sealing the 7 spirits. Afterward, he inserted 7 additional needles into her body. Then he began to clear the cerebral blood vessels and release the stagnant blood. After several more needles, blood began to flow from the old lady's 7 orifices. Incredible, truly remarkable. Li Jishu, initially skeptical of Yi Chun's theatrics, could not contain his astonishment upon witnessing the old lady's blood flow. The other doctors present gaped in disbelief. Finally, he released the seals on the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Once the blood had drained, Yi Chun first removed the numerous needles used for bloodletting, followed by the 10 needles that sealed the 3 souls and 7 spirits. The old lady's eyes shot open as if awakening from the dead. Mother, you have finally awakened. Lord Jean exclaimed, filled with unrestrained joy as he rushed to her side. Dia, is that you, my Dia? The old lady trembled, her dry lips parting. Yes, mother, it is I, Dia. I am Dia, Lord Jean exclaimed joyfully, cradling his mother in his arms, the atmosphere in the operating room suffused with happiness. Divine Physician Yi, please allow me, Li Jishu, to pay my respects. Without Yi Chen needing to speak, Li Jishu, thoroughly convinced, knelt before him, acknowledging his superiority in the realm of medicine, regardless of his age. Divine Physician Yi, please accept my gratitude from Jean Tianhao. I am eternally indebted to you for saving my mother. Lord Jean bowed deeply in appreciation that a man's knees are worth gold, but for my mother, it is worth it. Divine Physician Yi, the old lady, eager to express her gratitude to Yi Chun for granting her the chance to see her son again, attempted to rise, only to be gently halted by Yi Chun. There is no need for such formalities, dear elder, that he then continued. Let us all rise. Thank you, Divine Physician Yi, they both said as they stood. Dadahu, retrieve Divine Physician Ye's bank account details. Instruct the Tianhao Group's finance department to transfer him 10 million. No, 20 million. Understood, Lord Jean. Lei Hu quickly procured Yi Chen's account number and relayed the information to the finance department. At this moment, Yi Chen turned to Li Jishu and inquired, could you arrange for me to obtain a medical license? Certainly, that is entirely feasible. When can it be processed? We can initiate the process now, and it will be ready by tomorrow morning. Very well, let us proceed. That a gentleman may wait 10 years for revenge. But Yi Chun could not afford to delay even a day. Once he acquired his medical license, he intended to confront Zhang Qianting's father. That bottle of sleeping pills had been given to him by that old man, and it was that very act that had compelled Yi Chun to take them. Those who commit wrongdoing will ultimately meet their end. It was time for that old man to face the consequences of his actions. Qin Zhengqing spoke as he entered an opulent villa alongside Qin Luoxue. You are Luo Yun. In the grand hall of the villa, Qin Luoxue gazed in disbelief at a youth with a pig-like visage slumped on the sofa. Sister, it hurts, woo-woo. Qin Luoyun cried out in distress, his face swollen and bruised, far more than it had been when he was first struck. Who did this? Qin Luoxue inquired, taking a deep breath. That it was a scoundrel named Yi Chun. He insisted that I call him brother-in-law. When I refused, he kept slapping me, and only when I finally relented did he stop. Otherwise, he would have beaten me to death. Qin Luoyun vented in one breath. Despicable. Abominable. Qin Luoxue fumed, her fists clenched tightly, her chest heaving in anger. To brother-in-law. Does that mean he thinks he can tarnish my name? He shall not go unpunished. Have you found out where he resides? I will confront him. Qin Luoxue had declared furiously. What good would that do? Enough of this. Qin Zhengqing interjected. Grandfather, are we to let this pass? Qin Luoxue protested, feeling a sense of injustice, for both her brother and herself, and felt compelled to seek retribution. Qin Zhengqing sighed heavily and replied that Yi Chun is affiliated with Jean Tianhao. Lei Hu, knowing that Luo Yun was assaulted by Yi Chun, stood idly by. You should comprehend the implications of this. Qin Luoxue was taken aback. Grandfather, are you implying that Jean Tianhao has allied with 3 other families to isolate the Qin family? Qin Zhengqing nodded solemnly. The Qin family is a substantial prize. They are all aware that my time is limited, and they eagerly await to distance themselves from us. Once I am gone, they will divide this fortune among themselves, and the century-old foundation of the Qin family will crumble. The family is in decline. I have failed our ancestors. That he coughed violently, blood spilling forth. Father, grandfather, old man, the entire Qin family was thrown into a state of alarm. Grandfather, I shall take you to the hospital, Qin Luoxue said, her eyes reddening as she attempted to lift her grandfather from the sofa. But he halted her, gripping her hand. Qin Zhengqing spoke earnestly. Your father's generation was ineffectual and could not bear the weight of responsibility. That I in your generation, there is but one male heir, and you know well what sort he is. This illness of mine is beyond remedy. I may last a year or 2 at most, or perhaps only months. That I had hoped Luo Yun would succeed and inherit the Qin family, allowing you to marry into a prominent family in the capital, thus securing our legacy. But he has disappointed me gravely. Now, I must make a decision. To do not resent me, for the burden of the Qin family will fall upon your shoulders. Therefore, I must seek a worthy suitor to marry into our family and help preserve our heritage. Within these next few days, I will release your suitor information to the capital and Huhai to see if any young masters from these great cities are interested in marrying into the Qin family. If there are, and if the numbers are sufficient, I will gather them to select the most suitable one for you at that time. Regardless of who I choose, I hope you will not refuse. For the sake of the Qin family, I must sacrifice your happiness. Qin Luoxue fell silent. What girl does not wish to marry for love? Yet in the end, she nodded. For her grandfather, for the Qin family. She must sacrifice her own happiness. Fate is impartial. A girl from a poor family may lack wealth, but possesses the right to love freely, while a girl from a wealthy family may have riches but loses that freedom. Every gain comes with its loss. This is an immutable truth. The following morning, as dawn broke, Yichen abruptly awoke, two beams of brilliance shooting from his eyes and striking the river surface, sending sprays of water soaring high. Should anyone witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly deem him a marvel, who could possess eyes that unleash energy akin to that of a bomb. Indeed, in just one night, my cultivation has reached great accomplishment. It seems that even on Earth, my progress in cultivation can be remarkably swift, Yichen mused with satisfaction. The stages of cultivation are ninefold: Qi refinement, spirit connection, divine sea, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, union, celestial mysteries, and tribulation. Each stage is further divided into entry, minor achievement, major achievement, pinnacle, and perfection. Yichen had once been a fully realized tribulation-level cultivator, mastering numerous techniques, thus accelerating his progress. As it was still early, he decided against confronting that old fool and instead caught a few palm-sized fish to roast over a fire. Just as the fish neared readiness, a voice suddenly called out to him. "I thought someone was grilling fish. Turns out it's you, Divine Dr. Yi." Turning towards the voice, Yichen saw Jin Tianhao, clad in training attire, sauntering over with Lei, who did ah. "Is that you, old Jin? Come, everyone shares in the spoils. Do try my grilled fish." Yichen greeted with a smile that, of course, I must give the Divine Doctor face. Jin Tianhao replied. Soon, Lei Hu moved 2 large stones, and the trio gathered around the fire. "Did I have grilled 3 skewers? Just enough for each of us," Yichen said as he distributed the fish and began to eat. In truth, Jin Tianhao found the fish unappetizing, dark and charred, but out of respect for Yichen, he tore off a piece and tasted it. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, "My heavens! This is delicious, truly exquisite." Without hesitation, he devoured more. Lei Hu raised an eyebrow, wondering if it was truly that good, and upon tasting a piece himself, he found his reaction even more pronounced. "Divine Dr. Yi, how did you prepare this fish? It's exceptionally delectable. Even the bones are crispy," Jin Tianhao exclaimed, gnawing on the fish bones. "Indeed, this is the best fish I have ever eaten," Lei Hu added, finishing his portion and licking the skewer clean. Yichen merely smiled in silence, thinking it unwise to disclose that he had used urine as salt. Otherwise, they would be retching. By the way, old Jin, I hear you are a practitioner of inner strength. Show me a bit of your skill, Yichen suggested, having heard of martial arts but never witnessed it firsthand, eager to compare his Qi refinement accomplishment to Jin Tianhao's mastery of inner strength. "Since you insist, I shall demonstrate for the Divine Doctor," Jin Tianhao replied, picking up a pebble and crushing it effortlessly in his palm. "How about that, Divine Dr. Yi?" he boasted. "Impressive. Can you reduce it to powder?" Yichen inquired. "Only the pinnacle of inner strength can achieve that," Jin Tianhao replied. "Ditto. Then you are indeed formidable." Yichen chuckled, refraining from asserting that the man was merely a dog chasing after a bone. "Of course, if I were not impressive, could I have carved out a domain for myself in the underworld of Jiangzhou?" Lei Hu bragged. "That I admire your skills," Yichen replied, indulging their vanity. Jin Tianhao laughed heartily, stating, "Divine Dr. Yi, in this era, one must solidify their position through strength. That I do not wish to deceive you, but it won't be long before I can defeat Qin Jingqin, the head of the Qin family, allowing my Jin family to take their place among Jiangzhou's 4 great families." The Wei Chen's brows furrowed momentarily, but he quickly forced a smile, asserting, "The Qin family standing in Jiangzhou cannot be usurped by anyone." "Why not?" Jin Tianhao inquired, puzzled. "Because Qin Luoxue is to be my future wife. I will protect the Qin family, and no one can shake their status in Jiangzhou," Yichen declared. The moment those words left his lips, the expressions of Jin Tianhao and Lei Hu darkened. This fellow truly believed himself important enough to thwart the Jin family's rise. He could not be allowed to remain. Chapter 7. No matter how high one's martial arts. One fears the butcher's knife. Jin Tianhao had to concede that Yi Chen's medical skills were indeed extraordinary. Once he gained a reputation, the influential from across the nation would seek his services, weaving an expansive network of connections, and he might even be summoned to the palace as a royal physician. At that point, with Yi Chen shielding the Qin family, they would undoubtedly thrive, making it impossible to dislodge them. Thus, Jin Tianhao believed this was the opportune moment to eliminate Yi Chen before he fully spread his wings, for he would not tolerate anyone hindering the Jin family's ascent. He exchanged a glance with Lei Hu. After all, Yi Chen had saved his mother, and he found it difficult to act against such a benefactor. Lei Hu understood Jin Tianhao's intent immediately, smirking coldly at Yi Chen as he said, "Divine Dr. Yi, I must admit your medical skills are remarkable, possessing the potential to ensure the Qin family's continued prosperity or even greater heights. However, you must understand that no matter how high your medical skills are, before martial might, you are but a soft persimmon, easily crushed." With that, he raised his fist, cracking his knuckles ominously, as if to warn Yi Chen not to obstruct the Jin family's rise, lest he lose his life in the process. Heh, Yi Chen scoffed dismissively. No matter how skilled one is, one still fears the butcher's knife. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, and in an instant, a 2-meter-long blade of cold light manifested in his grip, the surrounding air plummeting in temperature. Witnessing this, Jin Tianhao and Lei Hu trembled, their faces instantly reflecting sheer terror. Gathering qi into a blade. This is the work of a martial arts master, Yi Chen taunted, his gaze turning icy. Thud, thud. Jin Tianhao and Lei Hu immediately knelt before him. "I pay my respects to Master Yi." Jin Tianhao exclaimed, "I am blind to my own ignorance, having offended Master Yi. I beseech your forgiveness." Lei Hu trembled, cold sweat pouring down his face. "I wonder what would happen if I were to strike you too with this blade?" Yi Chen mused. No. That would be fatal. Master Yi." Jin Tianhao and Lei Hu were utterly terrified, their hearts gripped by fear as if they had lost their closest kin. "Master Yi, if you must strike, then let it be upon me," Lei Hu declared, his chest puffed out defiantly. "Very well," Yi Chen replied with a nod. In the next instant, a swift, chilling flash descended, cleaving towards Lei Hu's shoulder, crashing into the ground, and creating a deep fissure that extended towards the nearby river, severing its flow. An awe-inspiring display of power. Gulp. Witnessing this spectacle, both Jin Tianhao and Lei Hu swallowed hard, as if their tongues might vanish down their throats, their expressions reflecting sheer horror, that a single stroke to cut the water flow. This must be the pinnacle of transformation. It was only then that Lei Hu felt a piercing pain as he realized his left arm had been severed. "Brother Lei," Jin Tianhao exclaimed in alarm. "Oh, but it's fine," Lei Hu gritted his teeth, cold sweat cascading down his brow like grapes, his complexion as pale as a ghost. That moment, Yi Chen picked up the severed limb, reattaching it with a surge of vital energy that instantaneously healed the wound. All done. Thank you, Divine Physician Yi. Thank you." Lei Hu expressed his gratitude with fervent bows. Rising, Yi Chen remarked, "I can save you, yet I can also take your life. Me, you two are but insignificant insects. Tread carefully." With that, Yi Chen departed, well aware that this lesson would instill a newfound reverence in the hearts of the two men. Indeed, once Yi Chen was gone, Jin Tianhao swiftly dialed the finance department, instructing, "The first thing you must do when you reach the company is to transfer another 20 million to the account that received the previous 2 million. No, make it 50 million. Remember, 50 million. Around 9 in the morning, the streets of Jiangzhou's traditional medicine alley were abuzz with activity. A banner was raised high at the entrance of the Tianbao Herbal Hall, adorned with a couplet, on horseback, with arrows stabilizing the chaos of the world. Guanyin seated upon a lotus, delivering suffering souls. The horizontal inscription read, "Hanging the pot to aid the world." Beneath the banner stood a young man, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, it was Yi Chen, poised to humiliate Zhang Tianbao's son. "Look, this appears to be the former son-in-law of physician Zhang, raising the banner of hanging the pot to aid the world outside the Tianbao Herbal Hall. Is he seeking revenge on the Zhang family?" shouted a man named Wang Chong, a hired instigator arranged by Yi Chen's ally, Li Jishir, to stir the crowd and amplify the humiliation of Zhang Tianbao. Come witness the former son-in-law's vendetta against his ex-father-in-law. With Wang Chang's loud proclamation, a throng quickly gathered. This guy is incredibly talented. His two exhilarating moves are executed flawlessly. I've seen him before. He is indeed Zhang's former son-in-law. I heard that just days ago, Zhang's daughter was to divorce him, leading him to take sleeping pills in despair. Now he stands here at the entrance of the herbal hall, raising the banner of hanging the pot to aid the world, seemingly intent on challenging Tianbao herbal hall. I've also heard of him. A year ago, Zhang's daughter suffered from leukemia, and he donated bone marrow to save her. After her recovery, she divorced him. Truly a tragic tale that it seems he has suffered severe emotional trauma. If he had the means to tarnish Tianbao herbal hall's reputation, would he have been cast out by the Zhang family? As the crowd's murmurs grew louder, within Tianbao herbal hall, a portly man in his 50s, clad in traditional attire and seated in a grand chair as he took a patient's pulse, suddenly furrowed his brow. Old Zhu, go outside and see what all the commotion is about. It's disrupting my consultation. This man was Zhang Tianbao, the owner of Tianbao herbal hall. Yes, master, replied the elderly Zhu as he stepped outside. Master, it's terrible. Something has happened. What has occurred? Zhang Tianbao inquired. Your former son-in-law has raised the banner of hanging the pot to aid the world to challenge us. What? Zhang Tianbao exclaimed, leaping from his chair in disbelief. That good-for-nothing dares to raise such a banner to confront Tianbao herbal hall. Indeed, master, a large crowd has gathered outside. Old Zhu reported. Damn it. That worthless fool isn't challenging us. He's coming to exact revenge on me, disrupting my business. Zhang Tianbao fumed, his beer belly quivering with rage. What is wrong, father? At that moment, Zhang Qining approached. That good-for-nothing has raised the hanging the pot to aid the world banner to stir trouble here. Zhang Tianbao explained. Zhang Qining burst into laughter. That worthless fellow, raising the banner of hanging the pot to aid the world? Has he lost his mind? Come, let us go see, she urged. Very well. Meanwhile, outside Tianbao herbal hall, Wang Chang shouted, listen up. Zhang Tianbao's skills are lacking. Yet he boasts grandly, crafting a strongest traditional Chinese medicine sign to rake in ill-gotten gains. For ailments like back pain and leg cramps, he prescribes 10 prescriptions when 1 or 2 would suffice. Despite using artificially cultivated ginseng, he insists on selling it as wild ginseng, charging exorbitantly. Every night, he counts his ill-gotten gains, laughing maniacally. Today, I am here to unmask his hypocritical facade. Silence, you beast. Zhang Tianbao stormed out, livid. Someone silence this madman. Tear out his tongue. He felt as though his lungs might explode from fury. This scoundrel knew too much. Oh, the old man has come out. Yi Chun grinned at Zhang Tao. You Zhang Tianbao stammered, speechless with anger. Tear out his tongue. Zhang Qining commanded, pointing at Yi Chun. Stop. Wang Chang interjected. I say, if Zhang Tianbao and his daughter are innocent, why are they so eager to silence him? Are they afraid of even worse accusations being revealed? Indeed, could it be that Tianbao herbal hall truly sells counterfeit medicine? If so, I shall never purchase traditional medicine from Tianbao again. The crowd echoed. Seeing the situation turn against them, Zhang Qining quickly countered. That's not true. Absolutely not. This is merely a fabrication by this good-for-nothing. Everyone knows he was once my family's son-in-law. Since I divorced him yesterday, he harbors resentment and has come here to cause trouble. I, Zhang Qining, guarantee with my integrity that Tianbao herbal hall never sells counterfeit medicine. We conduct our business with a clear conscience. Well said, a clear conscience indeed. Yi Chen commended Zhang Qining, raising his thumb. Then he scanned the crowd and asked, who among you would like to go to Tianbao herbal hall to purchase some deer antler and cordyceps? I will expose their hypocritical facade of selling counterfeit medicine. I'll go buy some. Wang Chang, the hired instigator, rushed into the herbal hall. Oh no. The faces of Zhang Tianbao and his daughter paled, and they turned to rush inside the hall. Stop them. Do not let them in to switch the goods. Yi Chen shouted, and the crowd immediately surrounded Zhang Tianbao and his daughter. An ominous feeling enveloped the duo. Chapter 8. Witness how I slap faces you, Yi Chen. How could you repay kindness with malice? Zhang Qining suddenly exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at Yi Chen. Indeed, you saved my life by donating bone marrow, but during the year you were part of the Zhang family. How did I treat you? I often gave you money, took you shopping for designer clothes, treated you sincerely, and even gave you a substantial sum to buy a house for your parents. Yet, how did you repay me? indulging in vices, constantly asking me for money, and even squandering the money I provided for your parents' house. At times, when intoxicated, you even laid your hands on me. I am human, not a saint. It is beyond my capacity to remain compassionate towards you indefinitely. Your actions left me deeply disappointed, leading to our divorce. And yet, instead of reflecting on your behavior, you come here to disrupt my family's herbal hall business. Are you even human? As she spoke, tears streamed down Zhang Qianting's face. Her expression one of utter victimization as she turned to the crowd. What do you all think? Should I, Zhang Qianting, divorce such a man? Is his retaliation against my family not the act of a beast? A beast! This is truly the behavior of a beast. This man is utterly inhumane. Ms. Zhang showed him gratitude and kindness, yet he failed to cherish it that he deserves to be divorced and now runs to stir trouble outside their shop. He is worse than a pig or dog. Such a man deserves to be cast out. Instantly, the crowd's ire was directed towards Yi Chen. Seeing this, Zhang Tianbao's heart swelled with joy. His daughter's emotional appeal was executed flawlessly. Human emotions are easily swayed. With this tactic, they could effectively thwart Yi Chen's attempts to expose their counterfeit medicine sales. Thus, he feigned indignation, addressing the crowd that my daughter is indeed unfortunate. Ever since this heartless beast entered our family a year ago, I have often heard her weeping, times. I have seen her bruised and battered, that I have repeatedly urged her to divorce this beast, yet she insisted on enduring for the sake of that past kindness. As a result of my daughter's boundless tolerance, what she received in return was the escalating cruelty of that beast that he often threatened her with suicide if she did not provide him with money. Ultimately, my daughter could no longer endure it and resolved to cease her financial support, which led to the beast's suicide attempt a few days at this point. Zhang Tianbao became overwhelmed with emotion, to the point of tears. Meanwhile, the onlookers were seething with rage, declaring that such a creature deserved death. Ms. Zhang should have let him perish rather than sending him to the hospital. Individuals in the crowd were furious, their fists clenched tightly, brimming with the impulse to strike Yi Chen down. When it came to theatrics, I must concede that this father-daughter duo was unparalleled. Unable to bear it any longer, Yi Chen addressed the crowd. Do you all believe I am a scoundrel? Do you wish to champion this father-daughter pair? If so, I urge you to temper your outrage and witness how I will expose their deceit. He then turned to Zhang Qianting and inquired. You claim to have sent me money regularly. How much have you actually transferred to me over the past year? I can't recall the exact amount, but I assume you have a rough idea. It must be no less than 3 to 5 million. Immediately, someone took the bank statement from Yi Chen's hands to scrutinize it. The expressions on Zhang Qianting and her daughter turned grim upon seeing the statement. They both understood well whether they had sent money to Yi Chen, but they were taken aback by his preparedness, having printed the statements in advance. The transaction history was shockingly sparse. Indeed, the China Construction Bank card showed almost no activity. And while there were transactions on the Industrial and Commercial Bank card, the largest single transaction barely reached 3,000 yuan, with total inflows and outflows for the entire year not exceeding 20,000 yuan. Where was the substantial sum for purchasing a home? Those who reviewed the statement expressed their astonishment. Zhang Qianting and her daughter exchanged glances, as if their lives had been laid bare, leaving them feeling utterly humiliated, their faces burning with shame. Miss Zhang, did you not claim to have sent him money regularly, even a significant sum for a home? Why do I not see this reflected in the statement? Someone questioned immediately. I gave it in cash. Zhang Qianting replied, her own disbelief evident in her voice. Just moments ago, you spoke of transfers, and now you mention cash. Your arguments are inconsistent, and your face must be stinging from the blows of your own words. Yi Chen retorted with glee. You. Zhang Qianting attempted to counter, only to find herself devoid of any arguments, regretting her earlier bravado, as she had indeed never sent Yi Chen a single cent at this juncture. Yi Chen addressed the onlookers. Zhang Qianting and I were university classmates, and I do not deny that I pursued her relentlessly, as everyone has the right to seek affection. Moreover, I was mindful of my approach, ensuring I did not disrupt her life. A year ago, Zhang Qianting was diagnosed with leukemia. Due to her rare blood type, a suitable bone marrow donor could not be found. When I visited her, she was in a state of despair, so I took the chance to see if my bone marrow would be compatible. By sheer coincidence, the results indicated a perfect match, and I shared this joyous news with her. At that moment, she was ecstatic, yet fearful that I might refuse to donate my marrow. Knowing of my feelings for her, she insisted we obtain a marriage certificate that I end the days following our marriage. Her family treated me well, but after the bone marrow transplant, they ceased to regard me as human, even excluding me from meals. Why was this? Because I hail from a poor family. Nonsense. You are speaking nonsense. My family has always treated you well. Zhang Qianning yelled, attempting to interrupt Yi Chun and prevent him from continuing. However, Yi Chun ignored her and continued. Their disregard for me was understandable, considering the Zhang family's wealth exceeds several hundred million, while my family still resides in a slum. Yet out of respect for this unfortunate marriage, I tolerated all forms of injustice, cooking, washing dishes, mopping floors, and even helping with the pharmacy's inventory, often arriving at dawn on my electric bike to assist with unloading. For the past year, I have risen earlier than the roosters and retired later than the dogs. That I did all this to integrate into their family, but I was tragically mistaken. All my efforts culminated in a bottle of sleeping pills intended for my demise. As he spoke, Yi Chen's demeanor turned frigid, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Qianting and her daughter, his voice seething with anger. For days ago, Zhang Qianting, in her desperation to survive, sought to divorce me to reconcile with her wealthy ex-boyfriend. When I refused, she subjected me to a torrent of insults and physical assault. Even more despicable was Zhang Tianbao, who, after degrading me, threw a bottle of sleeping pills at me, urging me to end my life. That I, in a moment of despair, I ingested them. You are spewing absolute nonsense. When did I ever give you sleeping pills? Zhang Tianbao roared, furious, turning to the crowd of thousands that had gathered. He is slandering me. Do not believe his lies, that I am a physician dedicated to healing. How could I commit such a heinous act? The crowd was divided, unsure whom to believe. He is not lying. Just then, a sudden voice pierced through the commotion. An old man, somewhat hunched, stepped forward and stood beside Yi Chun. Isn't that old Jew from Tianbao Pharmacy? Someone recognized him immediately. Old Zhu. Zhang Tianbao looked at old Zhu in disbelief, fearing he would publicly testify against him. As expected, old Zhu clasped his hands in greeting to the crowd and stated, every word Yi Chun has spoken is true. He is not engaged in the vices that Ms. Zhang accused him of. On the contrary, he is industrious and diligent, often arriving at the pharmacy at 3 or 4 in the morning to assist with unloading. That I can also confirm that the sleeping pills Yi Chun ingested were indeed provided by manager Zhang, as it was he who instructed me to procure them. What? The crowd erupted in shock, followed by an uproar. It turned out that Zhang Tianbao's heart was so black. Is this what humanity has come to? How utterly inhumane. I have finally seen through the vile nature of the Tianbao Pharmacy's owner. I will never patronize that establishment again. Upon learning the truth, the crowd was incensed. Old Zhu, that you, Zhang Tianbao stammered, pointing at old Zhu, nearly fainting from rage, unable to fathom that his most trusted ally had betrayed him. What he did not realize was that old Zhu had been bribed by Yi Chun through Li Jishir the day before. Here they are, deer antlers and cordyceps. At that moment, Wang Chong rushed out from Tianbao Pharmacy, clutching 2 bags of medicinal materials as he pushed through the crowd. Excellent. Yi Chun took the 2 bags of materials and called out to the gathering. Where are the reporters? Here. Where are the camera crews? Here soon. Several reporters and camera operators squeezed into the throng. Once the reinforcements had arrived, Yi Chun declared, having just exposed the vile nature of Zhang Tianbao and his daughter. I am now prepared to unveil their unscrupulous deeds. Be sure to pixelate my face when this hits the news. No problem. Upon witnessing this unfolding scene, Zhang Tianbao felt as if all hope had been lost. This scoundrel is intent on ruining my reputation. Chapter 9. You are truly shameless. That I never anticipated that Yi Chun would summon reporters and television crews. That it seems he truly has significant dirt to expose. Should he reveal that Tianbao Pharmacy is peddling counterfeit medicines, their reputation would be irreparably tarnished, their business would plummet, and they might even face closure for inspection. The onlookers murmured among themselves, and the crowd continued to swell. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianbao and Zhang Qianning were in a state of frantic disarray, akin to ants on a hot pan, utterly at a loss for what to do to this juncture. Yi Chun opened the bag of deer antlers, presenting it before the camera, addressing the reporters. Deer antler is a highly nutritious medicinal material, commanding a steep price. Consequently, many unscrupulous merchants counterfeit deer antler, making it difficult for the untrained eye to discern the genuine article. However, industry insiders can easily identify the authentic from the fake. Zhang Tianbao has ingeniously blended real and counterfeit deer antler in a specific ratio. While the efficacy may diminish, it still provides some benefits without raising suspicion. For instance, this piece of deer antler displays a uniformly honeycombed cross-section and dense tissue, indicating its authenticity. In contrast, this piece, while also exhibiting a honeycomb structure, lacks uniformity. Some areas possess it while others do not, and the tissue structure is poor, clearly indicating it is a counterfeit. This one is genuine, and this one is fake. Yi Chen meticulously sorted through the genuine and counterfeit deer antler. Zhang Tianbao was drenched in cold sweat, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed. This is indeed a dark affair. The beautiful reporter nodded in agreement. You are spouting nonsense. Zhang Tianbao could no longer contain his anger, exclaiming, all the deer antler sold at Tianbao Pharmacy is genuine. I do not mix fakes with the real deal. You are fabricating lies. Yi Chen shook his head with a smile. You still dare to be obstinate? Then I shall render you speechless. With that, Yi Chen produced a portable induction cooker, a pot, and a bucket of water from a bag, declaring, Who will fetch a power strip? I will, Wang Chong, the accomplice, promptly replied, soon returning with a power strip from a nearby convenience store. Yi Chen then heated the water with the induction cooker, and once it boiled, he said, Fake deer antler will disintegrate when boiled for 10 minutes, turning the water murky. Genuine deer antler remains intact and does not cloud the water. Let us test it. With that, he placed the counterfeit deer antler into the pot and covered it. Gurgle. Zhang Tianbao swallowed hard, realizing that this scoundrel was far too knowledgeable. Moreover, it is evident that they were well prepared. After 10 minutes, Yi Chen lifted the lid, revealing a pot of murky boiling water filled with numerous impurities. Consequently, he discarded the water and deer antler from the pot onto the ground, refilled it with fresh water, and placed the genuine deer antler inside to boil. Having completed these tasks, he turned to the beautiful reporter and said, Pick up a few slices and see if they disintegrate with a slight rub. The beautiful reporter crouched down, picked up a few slices of deer antler, and indeed, they crumbled effortlessly. Many onlookers approached to try as well, and the results were the same. With just a rub, the slices fell apart. However, neither the reporter nor the spectators voiced any comments. They were all waiting for the comparison results after the so-called genuine deer antler was finished cooking. 10 minutes later, Yi Chen lifted the lid again, and the boiling water was now crystal clear, devoid of any impurities. Similarly, he poured the contents onto the ground, and after cooling he said, Now, pick up a few slices and give them a rub. The female reporter, following her earlier method, was taken aback, exclaiming, Hey, these truly do not crumble. Many onlookers also picked up slices to test, and indeed, they remained intact despite their efforts that I applied considerable force. Yet they refused to disintegrate. There is no doubt that what we had earlier was counterfeit. Zhang Tianbao was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his complexion darkening. Zhang Qianting glared at Yi Chen with a venomous gaze. That moment, Yi Chen opened a packet of cordyceps and remarked, Distinguishing the authenticity of cordyceps is quite simple. If the worms and the grass separate upon boiling, they are fake. If they remain joined, they are genuine. Before the gathered crowd, Yi Chen poured a packet of cordyceps into the boiling water. In less than 10 minutes, over 70% of the cordyceps had separated, leaving less than 30% still connected. What a scam! Zhang Tianbao, you are utterly unscrupulous. I never imagined that the most renowned Tianbao pharmacy in Jiangzhou would stoop to such depths. It is simply unconscionable. Zhang Tianbao, I ask you, with your exorbitant prices and the severity of the adulteration, do you not fear that the ill-gotten gains will lead to your downfall? The crowd erupted in outrage. Instantly, all cameras turned to Zhang Tianbao, and the beautiful reporter approached him, inquiring, Boss Zhang, may I interview you? Are your medicinal materials at Tianbao Pharmacy this heavily adulterated? Get lost. I refuse to entertain your interview. Zhang Tianbao was beside himself with rage, swinging his fist at the beautiful reporter, who recoiled in fear. You son of a... Zhang Tianbao wished he could strike down the beautiful reporter, but he was restrained by Zhang Qianing. Zhang Tianbao wore a confident demeanor, having just been reassured by Zhang Qianing that her fiancé, Liu Xiaojia, would suppress the matter. With Liu Xiaojia's family possessing over 5 billion in assets and significant influence in Jiangzhou, with connections in both legal and illicit circles, Zhang Tianbao felt invulnerable. However, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, he could not help but scoff. I have encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. You claim to be Jiangzhou's greatest traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. May I ask which esteemed individual granted you that title? Zhang Tianbao. I suppose I conferred it upon myself? Yi Chen smirked. Humph. Zhang Tianbao retorted, what of it if I did? I pose the question to you, in Jiangzhou's traditional medicine community, who possesses skills superior to mine that could dismantle my reputation? No one has that capability. Otherwise, how could I have maintained this title for 5 years? Ha ha. Zhang Tianbao not only remained unperturbed, but burst into a raucous laugh. You, a mere wastrel, dare to challenge my medical prowess and seek to tarnish my reputation. Are you out of your mind, unaware of your own insignificance? Zhang Qianding glanced at the couplet hanging above and could not suppress her laughter, clutching her abdomen in mockery. If you intend to challenge me, could you not present a more respectable sign? You come with a lewd poem, claiming to uphold the noble cause of healing, and dare to challenge. It is utterly ludicrous. Why Yi Chen rolled his eyes. What is so lewd about my couplet? Perhaps it is your mind that is impure, unable to grasp its true meaning, that I end my past life. While traversing the universe in the immortal realm, this very sign would resonate across every planet I visited. To this day, any mention of it would evoke the legacy of the world's foremost immortal physician, Baiming Izan. Of course, Yi Chen would not divulge such details. Instead, he proclaimed, today, I shall use this very sign to shatter yours, making it resonate throughout Jiangzhou, then across Huagua, and eventually to the world. Ha, such grandiose claims. Are you not afraid of collapsing under your own bravado? Zhang Tianbao nearly doubled over with laughter. Even the surrounding crowd shook their heads in disbelief. Although Zhang Tianbao's title as Jiangzhou's greatest traditional medicine practitioner was somewhat inflated, he had decades of experience and skill to back it up. No one dared to assert they were superior. Yet, what of Yi Chen? He had no reputation and resided in a slum. If he possessed Zhang Tianbao's abilities, would he still be impoverished and expelled from the Zhang family? At that critical moment, Wang Chong, the stooge, stepped forward addressing Zhang Tianbao. Dr. Zhang, regardless of whether Yi Chen is boasting, are you not willing to accept the challenge? Preposterous. Why would I fear a mere wastrel? Zhang Tianbao retorted indignantly. Very well, Wang Chong replied, turning to the assembled crowd. To be candid, I have a congenital condition that has plagued me for 30 years, rendering me incapable of any physical response that I have visited countless hospitals without remedy. But I am unwilling to accept this fate. They say Dr. Zhang possesses exceptional skills, so I came to test them. Since someone wishes to challenge Dr. Zhang, I will serve as a mediator. Whoever can restore my condition shall be deemed the greatest practitioner. Indeed, he was afflicted, and yesterday, he had been invited by Wu Jinxiong to play the role of a stooge, claiming that only Yi Chen could possibly cure him. What a splendid proposal. I wholeheartedly endorse it. You two shall compete in medical skills, the crowd clamored. Agreed. Zhang Tianbao immediately concurred, casting a sneer at Yi Chen. I wonder if you dare to accept. Should you dare to accept? What would prevent me? Yi Chen responded. Very well, let us compete. Whoever can revive him and maintain it for an extended period shall emerge victorious, Zhang Tianbao suggested. Agreed. Yi Chen nodded. The onlookers sharpened their focus, eager to witness who possessed the skill to revive a man who had suffered for 30 years. Shall you go first, or shall I? Zhang Tianbao inquired, noticing Yi Chen's agreement. You may proceed, Yi Chen replied, wary that if he went first, Zhang Tianbao would have no opportunity to showcase his skills by healing Wang Chong. Fine, I shall go first. After all, I am Jiangzhou's greatest traditional medicine practitioner, Zhang Tianbao said, adopting a demeanor of indifference towards the wastrel, as he approached Wang Chong and took his pulse. You shameless charlatan, Yi Chen could not help but mutter under his breath. Unhappy? Then prove your superiority, Zhang Tianbao boasted. Yet after barely 10 seconds of pulse-taking, his brow furrowed, and his expression darkened, ultimately shifting to one of despair. What troubles you, Dr. Zhang? Wang Chong inquired, his face falling. Could it be that I am to remain in this state? Does that mean you cannot restore him? Yi Chen pressed. Who said I cannot restore him? Zhang Tianbao, devoid of certainty, feared that if Yi Chen were to succeed, he would lose. Thus, he resolved to give it a try. However, this task was to be delegated to Zhang Qianding. If he attempted it himself, the chances of success would be even slimmer, if not impossible. Thus, Zhang Tianbao summoned Zhang Qianding under the pretense of preparing medicine. And after approximately half an hour, The father-daughter duo emerged with silver needles and a bowl of medicinal concoction. "Drink the medicine," Zhang Qianting instructed. "All right," Wang Chang complied, reclining on a chaise lounge. 15 minutes later, Zhang Qianting announced, "I shall now commence the acupuncture." Reluctantly, she bent down, realizing that if she wished for Tianbao Pharmacy to secure victory, she had no choice but to comply with her father's unreasonable demands. If it were a handsome man, it might have been bearable, but Wang Chang was exceedingly unattractive that as she bent over. Wang Chang's vision suffered a significant shock, instantly invigorating him. One by one, she began to insert the needles. Wang Chang felt no pain, but rather an overwhelming sense of comfort, appearing to relish the experience. After an indeterminate period, Wang Chang suddenly exclaimed, "It has risen! It has finally risen! Ha ha ha!" Zhang Qianting exhaled a sigh of relief, turned, and shot a glare at Zhang Tianbao, tossing the silver needles at him, her eyes filled with resentment. The crowd erupted in excitement, praising Zhang Qianting's acupuncture skills. Yet soon, Wang Chang sighed, "Alas, it has fallen again within a minute." Zhang Tianbao, grinning, reassured him, "No worries. The hope for recovery remains, does it not?" "Indeed, indeed," Wang Chang nodded with a smile. "Impressive. The Zhang family's medical expertise is indeed remarkable." The onlookers expressed their admiration, listening to the overwhelming praise. Zhang Tianbao beamed, turning to Yi Chun with a smug demeanor. "Did you see that? You wish to tarnish my reputation. Let us see if you can also revive him. I can only assert that it was Qianting's skills and her efforts that played a pivotal role. And you had little to do with it," Yi Chun replied casually, pulling a silver needle from his pocket. "Too bad you lack the means. I wonder how you intend to revive him," Zhang Tianbao retorted, unperturbed, confident that Yi Chun lacked the capability to restore Wang Chang. Tio merely secure a victory in a single match against Yi Chun. He would not have permitted his daughter to engage in such endeavors. Otherwise, achieving a draw with Yi Chun would tarnish the reputation of Tianbao Pharmacy. Zhang Tianbao's pupils constricted sharply. "What you are doing is not healing. It is nothing short of murder." Even the onlookers felt a shiver run down their spines. However, the subsequent words from Wang Chang left everyone in a state of shock. "It doesn't hurt at all." "What? It doesn't hurt at all? Are you out of your mind? How could something as long as a silver needle penetrate so deeply without causing pain? Are you certain it doesn't hurt?" Zhang Tianbao questioned. "It truly doesn't hurt," Wang Chang replied, shaking his head, then turned to Yi Chun and asked, "Why can I feel no pain whatsoever?" "Nonsense. You haven't even taken his pulse. How can you dismiss my diagnosis?" Zhang Tianbao retorted with dissatisfaction. Yi Chun scoffed and replied, "How can you call yourself a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner if you don't understand the principles of observation? Listening, inquiry, and palpation? Observation comes first, and palpation last. One can discern the cause of illness merely by sight. Why then would you need to take the pulse? Your medical skills are lacking, and if you cannot see it with your eyes, it is no surprise that you cannot determine the cause through palpation either. Spouting a lot of nonsense about yin deficiency and yang excess. Don't you feel embarrassed?" You. Zhang Tianbao trembled with rage, questioning how this fool could be aware of his own ignorance. Was his medical expertise truly so advanced? What right do you have to criticize my father's medical skills? Zhang Qianting pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Chun. "When you were in medical school, you couldn't even remember the points of acupuncture and failed to pass your medical licensing exam. That I seriously suspect that you were practicing medicine without a license and that your reckless use of needles could endanger the patient's life. I am calling the police right now." With that, Zhang Qianting pulled out her phone to report him. She was certain that Yi Chun lacked a medical license, and she intended to take this opportunity to have him imprisoned. Even to see him perish behind bars, without a medical license, using such violent methods with silver needles. "Get them out now. Yes, get them out right away. What if someone dies?" The crowd erupted in shouts upon learning that Yi Chun lacked a medical license. "I possess a medical license, so you need not worry about him causing any harm. The reason he has erectile dysfunction is due to an issue with his hypothalamic nerves, and this silver needle is intended to stimulate those nerves. As long as he feels pain, he will be able to regain normal function," Yi Chun explained. Just as Yi Chun finished speaking, Zhang Qianting interjected, "I have only been divorced from him for 3 days, and I can guarantee he absolutely does not have a medical license." She then urged Wang Chang, "Sir, you must make him remove the needle immediately to prevent bacteria from infecting your brain. It could very well threaten your life." That Mr. Yi. Do you truly not have a medical license? Wang Chang asked, his voice tinged with fear, uncertain whether to trust Wu Jinqiong's words or believe that Yi Chun was a miraculous healer. After all, he had not disinfected the needle before insertion, raising concerns about a bacterial infection. Yet no one knew that Yi Chun could disinfect with his true essence. That I have one, and it should be delivered to me shortly. Yi Chun replied with a smile that, oh no. At that moment, Wang Chang suddenly clutched his head in agony. Look, it must be a symptom of bacterial infection causing a headache. Zhang Tianbao cried out gleefully. However, before he could finish, Yi Chun swiftly removed the silver needle, and the look of pain vanished from Wang Chang's face. Now, look over there. Yi Chun pointed toward Zhang Qianing. Wang Chang followed Yi Chun's gesture. Gulp! The next second, he exclaimed in astonishment, it's working! Ha! It's working! Zhang Qianing immediately glanced at Wang Chang's lower abdomen. Indeed, it was functioning. Had Yi Chun truly cured this man's erectile dysfunction? This was troubling. Zhang Tianbao's expression shifted drastically as he positioned himself in front of Zhang Qianing, blocking Wang Chang's view that as long as his arousal did not last for more than 3 instances, he would not lose to Yi Chun. This lecher, seeing Wang Chang's face filled with a wicked grin. Zhang Qianing felt a surge of rage. This guy must be fantasizing about how to ravage me. Approximately a minute later, Wang Chang suddenly opened his eyes wide that I can't hold it any longer. I need to go to the restroom. It's unbearable. With that, he vanished like the wind. Zhang Qianing felt as if she might vomit blood. This lecher was lost in his fantasies, and as a result, he needed to relieve himself. Yet the next words from Yi Chun plunged Zhang Tianbao and his daughter into despair that I have already defeated Zhang Tianbao, who will retrieve the sign of Jiangzhou's strongest traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. I intend to smash it before everyone. Yi Chun declared that I'll get it. Me too. Soon, several young people rushed into Tianbao Pharmacy, having witnessed the events unfold and could confirm that Yi Chun had indeed emerged victorious. No, it cannot be taken down. That sign is my livelihood. Zhang Tianbao attempted to intervene, but the onlookers blocked his path. Before long, the plaque proclaiming Jiangzhou's strongest traditional Chinese medicine practitioner was hoisted before Yi Chun. Yi Chun, could you please, for the sake of our past relationship, refrain from destroying my means of making a living? Zhang Tianbao pleaded, his face a mask of desperation. When you gave me sleeping pills, did you ever consider that I was your son-in-law? Yi Chun coldly retorted, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! The plaque shattered into 2 pieces, the MY sign. Zhang Tianbao screamed in anguish. Zhang Qianting glared at Yi Chun with venomous eyes, her body trembling with rage as she finally shouted, You have destroyed my father's sign, and I will ensure you pay a heavy price for this. Mark my words. Yi Chun smirked coldly. This is merely the beginning of my revenge against the Zhang family. Worse is yet to come. Just as he finished speaking, the sounds of drums and gongs echoed through the street of traditional Chinese medicine. The crowd turned to see a procession adorned in celebratory attire making its way down the street. At the forefront of the procession was a plaque covered in red cloth. Zhang Tianbao's eyes brightened instantly, and he burst into laughter. You smashed my sign, and now someone is bringing me a new one. Chapter 11. A face-slapping moment approaches the group delivering the plaque, soon arrived outside Tianbao Pharmacy, and a voice filled with arrogance rang out. The crowd quickly parted to create a path, and Zhang Tianbao hurriedly stepped forward. Young Master Qin, what brings you here? He greeted with a beaming smile. Qin Luoyan laughed heartily and said, Dr. Zhang, your medical skills are indeed unmatched. After applying your medicine, my face was no longer black and swollen overnight. That I promised you yesterday that if you could help me reduce the swelling quickly, I would bring you a plaque. So I had one made early this morning, and the gold paint is still drying. Behold! Qin Luoyan exclaimed, pulling away the red cloth. The intricately carved plaque bore 6 grand characters. Jiangnan's strongest traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Upon seeing these words, Zhang Tianbao's face broke into a wide grin as he responded. Young Master Qin, you flatter me. Being recognized as Jiangzhou's strongest traditional Chinese medicine practitioner is something I can handle, but Jiangnan's strongest practitioner implies superiority across the province. I am unworthy of such a title. While he spoke humbly, his heart was filled with joy, as this meant that the prestige of this plaque far surpassed that of the previous one to Dr. Zhang is being modest. Qin Luoyan waved his hand dismissively and addressed the onlookers. Yesterday, my face was black and swollen from being struck by my grandfather. I thought I would be disfigured. Fortunately, I sought out Dr. Zhang, who administered a few silver needles and applied a medicinal paste. This morning, when I looked in the mirror, lo and behold, I was cured. Such advanced medical skills warrant the title of Jiangnan's strongest traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the strongest in the entire country. As he finished speaking, applause erupted like thunder. At this moment, Zhang Tianbao declared triumphantly, "I have just realized that the man's erectile dysfunction was cured due to the efficacy of my medicine, not because of this good-for-nothing. Have you ever seen someone cured of a decades-long ailment with just one needle?" Following Zhang Tianbao's assertion, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Indeed, how could a single needle cure an ailment? It must be the effect of Dr. Zhang's medicine at work, not merely the insertion of a needle. It seems that the destruction of Dr. Zhang's sign was indeed unjust. The onlookers began to doubt Yi Qin's medical abilities. However, Qin Luoyun, following Zhang Tianbao's line of sight, immediately fell into despair upon spotting Yi Qin. How could it be this scoundrel? "Call me grandmother now." Yi Qin chuckled at Qin Luoyun. "Call your mother." Qin Luoyun roared that I had no idea you were here, or else I wouldn't have spoken so carelessly. Just a moment ago, he had called him grandfather, and now he was calling him mother. Clearly, he was quite unwell, and perhaps he needed treatment. Yi Qin approached Qin Luoyun, saying, "Let me help you with your ailment. Stay away. You better not come any closer." Qin Luoyun shouted in fear, retreating rapidly, that he had come to deliver the plaque to Zhang Tianbao, completely unaware that Yi Qin would be present. Otherwise, he would have brought along a few formidable bodyguards. The crowd, however, was left bewildered. Why was the young master of the Qin family afraid of Yi Qin? Just then, Wang Chong rushed into the crowd. Panic etched on his face as he exclaimed, "Mr. Yi, it's bad. I can't hold it any longer. It's unbearable, and I feel like I might burst." Almost everyone believed Zhang Tianbao's words. Yet Yi Qin pointed at Zhang Tianbao and said, "Now I understand. You are not treating illness. You are recklessly endangering lives. You claim that the medication will help with erectile dysfunction, but once the effects wear off, he will be in dire straits. You're talking nonsense. I was clearly treating him. How could I be endangering lives? You, on the other hand, recklessly inserted a needle and had the audacity to proclaim that you cured his erectile dysfunction. How could a single needle cure an ailment? You are the one putting lives at risk." Zhang Tianbao shouted furiously. "You don't believe that a single needle can heal?" Yi Qin sneered, "That I don't believe a word you say. You worthless scoundrel. Very well, I shall truly strike your face now." With that, Yi Qin seized Zhang Tianbao by the collar. "What do you intend to do? What the hell do you want?" Zhang Tianbao exclaimed in terror, struggling as he spoke. "Indeed, he is already quite formidable, isn't he?" Qin Luoyun remarked. "Then I shall demonstrate how I can heal him in a minute." Upon saying this, Yi Qin began to slap Zhang Tianbao's face fiercely, alternating between left and right. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. How could he dare to lay hands on the esteemed Dr. Zhang? Zhang Qianting was equally astonished. By the time she regained her composure to intervene, Yi Qin had already ceased his assault, leaving Zhang Tianbao's face swollen like that of a pig. "You bastard, how ruthless." Zhang Tianbao struggled to speak, his face so swollen that it was difficult to form words. His eyes red and watery. Is his face swollen? Or is it the result of your previous encounter? Yi Qin inquired of Qin Luoyun. "It's swollen, indeed," Qin Luoyun replied, covering her face with her hands, her voice trembling. "Then watch closely as I reduce his swelling in just 1 minute." With that, Yi Qin produced a silver needle and swiftly pierced it into Zhang Tianbao's inflamed face, channeling a surge of true energy into him. "You bastard." Zhang Tianbao had intended to curse, but to his astonishment, he discovered that the pain had subsided, leaving a pleasant sensation instead. He found it utterly miraculous, truly miraculous. A minute later, before the gazes of the crowd, Zhang Tianbao's swollen face rapidly returned to its original state. "Holy cow, your medical skills are infinitely superior to Zhang Tianbao's," Qin Luoyun exclaimed, her tone abruptly shifting as she regarded Yi Qin. Zhang Tianbao pulled the silver needle from his face, feeling his own visage in shock. Could it truly be that he had healed in just a minute? Zhang Qianting was equally astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. Was this truly a display of medical prowess or mere sorcery? The onlookers were equally taken aback, as he truly possesses the ability to heal with a single needle. Do you still believe that his impotence was cured by Zhang Tianbao? Yi Chen pointed at Wang Chong. That I no longer believe it. Dr. Yi, what is my current situation? Wang Chong inquired that if I am not mistaken, the concoction he prepared for you earlier was an extremely potent aphrodisiac rather than a remedy. While your ailment was not cured, consuming it would have posed no risk. However, now that you are healed, the effects of that potion remain, which could lead to your demise. Hence my assertion that he is recklessly endangering lives. What? Wang Chong was taken aback. Nonsense. You're talking rubbish. Zhang Tianbao vehemently denied. The it seems your face isn't swollen enough. I shall give you another slap. Yi Chen turned toward Zhang Tianbao. Zhang Tianbao hurriedly covered his face and stepped back. Yi Chen found the situation amusing and said, "Who will go to Tianbao Pharmacy's herbal preparation room and fetch the garbage bin where the medicinal residues are disposed of?" "I will." Wang Chong volunteered, swiftly retrieving a trash bin. Zhang Tianbao and his daughter were left utterly at a loss. Yi Chen glanced at the bin, shook his head with a smile, and began to enumerate. An empty Viagra bottle, an empty 6-flavor Romania pills bottle, maca residue, deer antler residue, goji berries, ginger, and meat cistanch. Combining all these aphrodisiacs into a single concoction would exhaust even an ox, let alone a mere human. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong exploded in rage. "I'll be damned. If I die, your daughter will accompany me to the grave." Wang Chong lunged at Zhang Qianting, a murderous intent evident in his demeanor. "Ah, don't come near, Dad. Save me." Zhang Qianting cried in terror, frantically fleeing. Wang Chong, in a frenzy, quickly caught up with her and seized her with a fierce grip, causing her to yelp in pain. "Beast! Let go of my daughter!" Zhang Tianbao, towering in stature, forcefully pulled Wang Chong away and kicked him to the ground. Zhang Qianting immediately clutched her shoulders, appearing frightened, and began to sob. Yet no one felt pity for her. Rather, they deemed her deserving of her plight, given that both she and her father had administered such potent aphrodisiacs. "Dr. Yi, save me. I truly feel like I'm going to explode," Wang Chong pleaded with a mournful expression. "Very well," Yi Chen, satisfied with Wang Chong's role in slapping Zhang Tianbao and his daughter, handed him several silver needles, instructing him to expel the excess fluids. "Hey, once you expel it, you'll no longer feel the pressure," Wang Chong exclaimed excitedly. Though he remained aroused, he sensed a glimmer of hope that a private moment would suffice. "Impressive," Qin Luoyun praised, then turned to Zhang Tianbao, saying, "Dr. Zhang, I apologize, but I believe I shall have to destroy that plaque you received." "No, please don't, young Master Qin." Zhang Tianbao's protest was cut short as Qin Luoyun delivered a decisive kick. Shattering the plaque, he would rather destroy it than allow Yi Chen to have it, especially after being humiliated the previous day. Zhang Tianbao was on the verge of tears that he had just received a prestigious plaque, only for it to be shattered. "Make way! Make way!" At that moment, several police officers pushed their way through the crowd. "Officers, you've finally arrived." Zhang Tianbao and his daughter rushed towards the police, their joy palpable as though they had found salvation. "Who reported that someone was practicing medicine illegally?" The leading officer inquired. "That I did." Zhang Qianting quickly pointed at Yi Chen, gritting her teeth. "It's him practicing medicine illegally. You must arrest him." Several officers advanced towards Yi Chen. "If you have credentials, present them. If not, you'll need to accompany us." The officer in charge stated that I do have credentials. "I've already sent for them, and they should arrive shortly," Yi Chen replied. "Then we shall wait a few minutes." Zhang Qianting interjected. "Officer, he is my ex-husband. It has only been 3 days since our divorce. He does not possess a medical license. And even if he has someone send it, it is surely a forgery." "Then you will accompany us." The officer retrieved a pair of handcuffs. Officer, even if he lacks a license, his medical skills are exceptional. He healed my ailment that had cost me hundreds of thousands." "Could we not let him go?" Wang Chong interjected. "Regardless of his skills, he cannot practice without a license. However, based on your situation, we may reduce his punishment and even assist him in obtaining a medical license." As the officer spoke, he reached for Yi Chen to place him in handcuffs. Just then, a cacophony of firecrackers erupted, accompanied by the raucous sound of drums, as if it were a festive occasion. Upon hearing the commotion, many in the crowd frowned. Could it be that another plaque was being presented to Zhang Tianbao? In that moment, whether it was the onlookers, Zhang Tianbao and his daughter, or the police, they all turned in unison towards the source of the sound. They beheld a throng of people in the street, performing dragon and lion dances in exuberance that if not for the fact that the procession was carrying a plaque at the forefront, One might have mistaken it for a cultural celebration. The plaque was not concealed beneath red cloth. In fact, it was far more exquisite than the one Qin Luoyun had presented. The inscription boldly proclaimed, "Unparalleled Divine Doctor." Good heavens, Unparalleled Divine Doctor. What an impressive title. This is a divine honor. Who could possibly accept such a distinction? Could it be another esteemed figure presenting this to Dr. Zhang? The crowd buzzed with speculation. What an impressive title. Who could have bestowed this divine honor? Zhang Tianbao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shameless. Do you dare claim it? Can you truly bear the title of divine doctor? Yichen could not resist mocking him. Why wouldn't I dare? You, the wretched pauper without even a medical license, will surely be awaiting your prison sentence that do not envy my ascent to divinity. Look at this spectacle. It truly seems to be for me. For I see familiar faces in the crowd, individuals who have sought my counsel in traditional medicine. Zhang Tianbao could not help but burst into laughter. I shall ascend to divinity. After laughing, he straightened his attire. Noticing that the procession had turned towards Tianbao Pharmacy, gradually approaching that if they are not here to present the plaque to me, to whom else could it be? Zhang Tianbao thought gleefully, eagerly stepping forward. Old Wu, I mentioned this morning that the pharmacy seemed to be glowing. It turns out you've come to present me with this honor. I am truly honored. As he finished speaking, Zhang Tianbao had already reached Wu Jinxiong, shaking his hand with fervor. Look at you, making such a grand entrance, bringing so many doctors from the hospital along. You truly flatter me. I am overwhelmed. Wu Jinxiong could only chuckle awkwardly at Zhang Tianbao's enthusiasm. However, to the eyes of the onlookers, this was enough to confirm that the plaque was indeed intended for Zhang Tianbao. The plaque faced Tianbao Pharmacy, and the individual presenting it was someone Zhang Tianbao knew well. If it wasn't T for him, then who else could it be? Certainly not Yi Chun. The title of divine doctor is not easily bestowed. It is earned through years of dedication and a resounding reputation. Only then can one be deemed worthy of such a title. Although Zhang Tianbao may not have met the criteria for such an honor, if someone was intent on bestowing it upon him, he was certainly in a position to accept it. After all, in Jiangzhou, his name carried weight. Few were unfamiliar with IT, that IT was evident to Zhang Qianing that the plaque was intended for her father. And she turned to Yi Chun, gloating, Are you feeling particularly disgruntled now? Are you unable to accept it? How can my father be honored as a divine doctor while your skill surpasses? Let me be frank. Traditional Chinese medicine is vast and profound. What we learned in school is but a mere drop in the ocean, that do not presume that a superficial understanding and a stroke of luck in defeating my father grants you the right to usurp his position in Jiangzhou as medical community. Do not even dream of it. Even if given another 10 or 20 years, you could not reach my father's height. You might as well extend your hands and allow the police to take you away, lest you become distressed watching my father's ascension to divinity. Having spoken, Zhang Qianting crossed her arms defiantly over her chest and turned her head away, exuding an air of arrogance. You two, father and daughter, are undoubtedly the most shameless individuals I have ever encountered in my life. Without a doubt, that Wai Yichen shook his head, a look of helplessness etched across his face, were it not for his visit to Earth. He could scarcely imagine that amidst the vastness of the universe, teeming with trillions of beings, there existed such brazenly shameless individuals that he felt as though his eyes had been opened to a new reality. Xiao Wu, who is he? Li Jishir, on the other side of the plaque, inquired of Zhang Tianbao. He is Zhang Tianbao, the proprietor of this traditional Chinese medicine hall, Wu Jinxiong replied with an awkward smile. Oh, so he is Zhang Tianbao, Li Jishir exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, and then waved his hand, prompting the plaque-bearing procession to continue onward. Zhang Tianbao frowned, contemplating why this elderly man referred to Wu Jinxiong as Xiao Wu. Old Wu, who is this gentleman? Zhang Tianbao asked as he walked. This individual has a significant background. He's the one who commissioned this plaque, Wu Jinxiong explained. Zhang Tianbao inhaled deeply and queried, could he possibly be a prominent business magnate who received medicine from my hall and subsequently recovered, thus presenting me with this plaque? Not at all. Wu Jinxiong shook his head. He is a luminary in the realm of both Western and traditional medicine in the imperial capital, revered as Li Lao. What? Zhang Tianbao was taken aback that he is the renowned divine doctor, Li Jishir. Indeed, that is correct, Wu Jinxiong affirmed that my goodness. Zhang Tianbao exclaimed, his shock palpable as he hurried to Li Jishir's side, bowing respectfully to Li Lao. I have long heard of your esteemed name. You are a venerable figure. What brings you to Jiangzhou to present a plaque to a junior like me? I am unworthy of such honor. I see you seem quite deserving, Li Jishu replied with a forced smile, his tone tinged with resignation. Yet, Zhang Tianbao remained oblivious to Li Jishu's displeasure, instead grinning and stroking his nearly bald head, saying, "Then I can only express my gratitude. It is truly an honor to ask the plaque procession approach the crowd of onlookers." Zhang Qianting, brimming with joy, shouted, "Make way! Make way! Clear a path! Do not obstruct my father's welcoming of the divine plaque." The crowd promptly parted, leaving a clear path, with only Yi Chun and a few officers standing in the midst. "Officers, quickly remove this worthless individual. He is blocking the way," Zhang Qianting hastily called out. "Worthless fool, get out of the way," Zhang Tianbao echoed, directing his ire at Yi Chun. However, just as his words left his mouth, he witnessed Li Jishu and Wu Jinxiong stride purposefully towards Yi Chun, both bending at the waist in the most respectful tone, exclaiming, "Divine Dr. Yi." Following suit were the accompanying physicians and colleagues from Jiangzhou's traditional medicine community, all bowing in reverence, chanting, "Divine Dr. Yi, Divine Dr. Yi, Divine Dr. Yi." The thunderous applause resonated throughout the area. Zhang Tianbao and his daughter were left thunderstruck, while the onlookers were equally astonished. "Thank you, Divine Dr. Yi." The eminent figures of the medical community dared to stand upright only after the chaotic applause subsided. It was at this moment that the crowd realized that the illustrious plaque was intended for Yi Chun, not Zhang Te, Li Lao Wu Lao. "Have you made a mistake that I am showing such reverence to this worthless individual?" Zhang Tianbao approached, disbelief written all over his face. Slap. Zhang Tianbao was met with a resounding slap and a sharp rebuke from Li Jishu. "I have tolerated you for quite some time. Little did I expect you to shamelessly refer to Divine Dr. Yi as worthless. Utter another word, and I assure you, your Tianbao Traditional Medicine Hall will suffer a total loss. My apologies, Li Lao." "My apologies, Li Lao." Zhang Tianbao trembled, fully aware that a figure of Li Jishu's stature indeed possessed the power to shut down his establishment. "What are you apologizing for? Direct your apologies to Divine Dr. Yi." "Very well." Zhang Tianbao nodded fervently, albeit reluctantly, stating, "Divine Dr. Yi, I apologize, step aside." Yi Chun retorted dismissively. Zhang Tianbao, unable to voice his anger, could only retreat in disgrace to that moment. Zhang Qianting stepped forward, throwing a tantrum. "Are you all out of your minds? This worthless individual graduated from the same university as I did, and was even my ex-husband. That I am well aware of his medical abilities. He couldn't even pass the medical qualification exam. Since you all refer to him as a divine doctor, are you all blind? It is you who are blind, mistaking a true dragon for a mere worm. You will live your life in regret for missing the opportunity to recognize the true dragon." Li Jishu shot a glare at Zhang Qianting, then waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Qianting and her father were left dumbfounded. "Did I ask this the high-ranking official from the Health Bureau? Could it be that Divine Dr. Yi has made a remarkable comeback?" "Thank you," Yi Chun said, accepting the certificate and handing it to the officers. The leading officer, after examining the certificate, returned it to Yi Chun, saying, "My apologies, Mr. Yi. We did not mean to intrude." With that, the officers departed promptly. "Do you too feel a sting in your cheeks?" Yi Chun inquired with a cold smile directed at Zhang Tianbao and his daughter. Zhang Tianbao was rendered speechless, while Zhang Qianting retorted, "What kind of connections have you established to orchestrate such a spectacular performance?" She was certain that the series of events that transpired that morning had been meticulously planned, with Yi Chun merely playing the lead role. "What?" The crowd erupted in shock. Qin Luoyun felt a flicker of inspiration. "Perhaps I should invite him to see if he can save my grandfather." No, he is affiliated with Jin Tianhao and would likely not assist my grandfather. He might even cause harm. To be safe, it is better not to let him intervene, lest he inadvertently endanger my grandfather's life and steal my sister away, leaving me without anyone to support me for the rest of my life. Do not rejoice too soon. Do not think that this little trick of yours can bring down the Zhang family." Zhang Qianting declared defiantly, "It is you who should not rejoice too soon. You shall find the Zhang family weeping in the future." Yi Chun replied, glancing at Li Jieshi, that Li Jishu understood the implication and turned to shout across the street, "Open the doors." Instantly, two roll-up doors on the opposite side of the street were flung open, revealing two storefronts that had been merged together, bustling with various renovation workers. Zhang Tianbao's pupils constricted, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Can it be completed according to my specifications in a few days? Yi Chen inquired. Certainly. You may come to my medicine hall and serve as a resident physician. I will teach you the art of medicine, Zhang Tianbao affirmed. Thank you, Divine Dr. Yi. Thank you, Divine Dr. Yi. Li Jishir, Wu Jinxiong, and the others were ecstatic. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianbao found himself collapsing to the ground in despair, realizing that this wretched individual was opening a medicine hall directly across from his, recruiting numerous renowned physicians as resident practitioners. This was an attempt to usurp his livelihood, leaving him with no means to support himself. Indeed, Yi Chen looked toward Zhang Tianbao and remarked, "Ah Bao, it seems we are to be neighbors now. With business being conducted face-to-face, you may need to lower your prices. Otherwise, do not blame me for stealing your customers." With that, Yi Chen handed the flag he was holding to Li Jishir and departed with an air of nonchalance. Just as Yi Chen left, a swarm of personnel from the Drug Administration Bureau surged into Tianbao Traditional Medicine Hall. Zhang Tianbao, overwhelmed by anger, spewed a mouthful of blood. How could this wretched individual possess such a vengeful heart? Chapter 13. Electric scooter chasing a supercar. Old Li, could you give me some cigarettes? Yi Chen called out jovially to the elderly man sitting outside the store. He had addressed him as Old Li for over a decade. The old man revealed a set of yellowed teeth, walking into the store while imparting a heartfelt reminder. I've heard about your situation. Fortunately, you managed to keep your life that I in the future, no matter the circumstances. You must avoid reckless actions that don't let me die before you do. Indeed, one must live life without compromising oneself. Yi Chen replied that it seems you have gained quite a bit from your brush with death. Old Li remarked as he placed some Hongta Mountain cigarettes down and prepared to fetch a pack of Jiaowu. Just then, a young man with dyed yellow hair entered, pushing Yi Chen aside and exclaiming, Old Li, I have a big deal for you. Give me a pack of Furongwang. What the hell, Ergo? What is your problem? Yi Chen said, irritated by the young man's rudeness. The yellow-haired youth turned to Yi Chen, his eyes lighting up that, oh, it's you, leaf insert door. I thought it was someone else that I heard you were divorced and even attempted suicide by overdose. Is that true? Ever since Yi Chen married into the Zhang family, he had become a well-known figure in the civilian district, referred to as leaf insert door. What business is it of yours? Do you think being able to buy a pack of Furongwang makes you special? Have you forgotten that I am still Brother Chen? Yi Chen retorted that in the past, this young man had followed him around like a shadow, always asking for cigarettes and calling him Brother Chen. While he was still smoking Hongta Mountain, Yi Chen had already switched to Furongwang, that you're no longer my Brother Chen. You should call me Dog Brother now. Ergo bragged at why Yi Chen rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed. Hurry up and call me Dog Brother. I might just treat you to a Furongwang. Seeing Yi Chen remain silent, Ergo continued to boast. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was blinded by the sight of 2 gold bricks. What the hell? Old Li, are you trying to kill me? I asked for a pack of Furongwang, and you give me 2 packs of Jiaowu? Ergo exclaimed in shock. Old Li chuckled. Those aren't for you. They are for your Brother Chen. What? Ergo turned to Yi Chen in disbelief. He watched as Yi Chen pulled out a wad of cash, easily numbering in the thousands, counting none of it, and handed it all to Old Li, taking the 2 gold bricks before walking away. Ergo was left dumbfounded. In the next moment, he bolted after Yi Chen. Brother Chen, did your ex-wife give you a hefty divorce settlement? Can you lend me 3,000 to 5,000 to tide me over? Scram! Yi Chen snapped, shoving Ergo aside. Come on, Brother Chen. Ergo persisted, sticking close. That aren't you in a soft living now? I have information about a high-class soft living opportunity. I can sell it to you for 3,000. Tell me about it. If it's valuable, I'll give you 5,000. If not, get lost, Yi Chen replied. All right. Ergo was elated, confident that this news held undeniable value for Yi Chen. He remarked, this morning at the venue, I overheard several affluent bosses from Huhai discussing a game of chance. They mentioned that the matrimonial advertisement for our Jiangzhou's most beautiful woman, Qin Luoxue, has already permeated every prominent family in Huhai. It appears that Elder Qin is eager to find a son-in-law for Qin Luoxue and is willing to welcome a wealthy suitor into the Qin family. In 5 days, the Qin family will gather. And Elder Qin will select the most suitable candidate among them. I pondered, with all those elite scions in attendance. Could it be that a mere commoner like you might just strike luck? Yi Chen turned his gaze towards Ergo, inquiring about the veracity of the information. Absolutely true. I swear on my family's life, Ergo declared, thumping his chest. Moreover, I heard those wealthy magnates mention that Elder Qin seems to be afflicted with malaria and may not have long to live. In his haste to ensure the Qin family's continued glory, he seeks a son-in-law for Qin Luoxue urgently. Upon hearing this, Yichen couldn't help but smile that he had a premonition that once news broke of his ruckus at the Tianqianbei Hall today. The Qin family would undoubtedly send someone to seek his assistance in treating Elder Q, that was merely a matter of days. That unfilial descendant, Qin Luoyun, was present this morning and didn't even think to invite me to examine his grandfather. Just wait until I become his brother-in-law. I'll show him how to behave. Yichen mused indignantly. What's up, Chingo? Are you considering giving it a try? Ergu inquired. Pa dog can't change its nature. What do you think you, a mere pauper, could possibly do to compete with those elite scions? Do you really see yourself as a contender? Yichen retorted, walking away. Ergu spat quietly, turning away with a sense of smugness. However, just as he turned, an angry voice called out from behind. Ergu, don't think I can't hear you. I'll break your legs. Brother Qin, I was wrong. Don't chase after me. Ah, the girl was none other than Lin Kiki, the daughter of the neighbor Lin Xiangjian. What's this? Skipping work to chat with my mom? Aren't you afraid your dad will come with a spatula to chase you away? Yichen joked, recalling how Lin Xiangjian had once discovered their innocent curiosity regarding the differences in pants during their childhood, leading him to forbid Lin Kiki from associating with Yichen thereafter. Lin Kiki rolled her eyes and replied, It's lunchtime rush hour. My dad is swamped at the fast food restaurant. He wouldn't even notice I'm gone. By the way, I heard you cured old Jin's illness that I called you last night. But your phone was off. Yichen's eyes darted, and he replied, Oh, old Jin thanked me for saving his mother and invited me out for drinks that I got a bit tipsy, and my phone ran out of battery. So it was off. Surely you're not going to say you turn it off to avoid disturbances while cultivating? Lin Kiki teased that it seems like after narrowly escaping death, you're rising to prominence. You've even made connections with the renowned Jin Yi. Lin Kiki expressed her astonishment, realizing that a person from the common district could forge ties with a figure like Jin Yi. Surviving a catastrophe surely brings fortune. I must rise and indulge in even more luxurious living, putting the Zhang family's pride in their place, Yichen declared, prompting Lin Kiki and Yang Shuqing to be speechless. Still planning to live off others? Haven't you suffered enough? By the way, Mom, after curing old Jin's mother, he rewarded me a sum of money that I'm transferring 2 million to you now. From now on, you and Dad can sit at home counting money. I'll earn for you, so you don't need to run that noodle shop anymore. After saying this, Yichen took out his phone to initiate the transfer. Having already received 50 million from Jin Tianhao, he knew that it was an apology from Jin Tianhao, and he intended to spend it without hesitation. However, he was not in a rush to buy a house for his parents. He was confident that he would soon be marrying into the Qin family. When the bride price came in, it would surely include a luxurious villa, allowing his parents to move in at that time. His parents were overjoyed. Truly, surviving a calamity must indeed bring blessings in just a day. This kid has earned 3 million, which is enough for him to buy a house and marry, that we must dissuade him from continuing to rely on others. After lunch at his parents' urging, Yi Chun and Lin Kiki set out, riding on his trusty Yachty electric scooter towards Wanda Plaza. Yi Chun understood that his parents hoped to match him with Lin Kiki. Although they had often explored childhood curiosities together, Yi Chun had always viewed Lin Kiki as a sister. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pursued Zhang Qianing and ended up hurt. People change through experiences, Yi Chun offered vaguely, not wanting to admit that the previous Yi Chun had died and that the current one was a reborn cultivator. Lin Kiki fell silent. While experiences do indeed alter one's character, the notion that his medical skills had also improved dramatically was rather absurd. Could he have been hiding his talents all along? Do you really intend to keep living off others? Lin Kiki asked again. Eating a good meal could save decades of hard work. Why not indulge? Yi Chun replied with a cheeky grin, showing no shame. Lin Kiki was taken aback. Just then, a Lamborghini approached and suddenly slowed down. Hey, beautiful! Where are you headed? Want a ride? Experience the thrill of speed. A young man in the passenger seat beckoned that a limited edition Lamborghini worth over 10 million. Don't you want to try it? Of course I do, but I fear your intentions that I think I'll pass. Lin Kiki turned her head away. The young man then turned to another in the driver's seat, saying, Wei Xiao, that girl said she is afraid we have ulterior motives. So she wants to get in. Damn it. How dare she turn us down? Shanji, throw something at her. Wei Zifei commanded. Shanji grabbed a bottle of Red Bull and tossed it out the window. Hey beauty, my young master says, leave this poor loser and hop in our car for a wild ride. and we'll gift you an LV bag. How about it? Go to hell. Lin Kiki retorted angrily. Do you think I'm some kind of chicken? Just then, a golden light suddenly struck her forehead. Ouch! Lin Kiki yelped, instinctively reaching for her forehead only to find it swollen, causing her to erupt in anger. You idiot! Are you insane? Goodbye. Shanji waved with a mischievous grin as the Lamborghini roared away. Lin Kiki felt utterly wronged, tears welling in her beautiful eyes. What did I do to deserve this? Hold tight. I'll take care of this, Yichen declared, immediately employing a wind technique. Seconds later, the Yachty electric scooter shot forward like a missile. Lin Kiki gasped, clutching Yichen from behind. Are you crazy? Drive so fast. She buried her head into Yichen's back, her eyes barely open from the speed. That I told you. I'll avenge you, Yichen assured with determination. Have you lost your mind? An electric scooter chasing a supercar? Don't mess with me, Lin Kiki exclaimed, though she firmly believed that no matter how fast an electric scooter went, it could never catch up to a supercar that I'm not just going to chase. I'm going to run over that guy, Yichen proclaimed, intensifying his wind technique. The scooter zipped through the wide road, astonishing countless onlookers, even baffling traffic police. Who on earth is this reckless person, driving an electric scooter at such speed? Meanwhile, Shanji was humming a tune, basking in his own pride. Suddenly, he glanced in the rearview mirror, his expression shifting drastically. Wei Xiao, the Yachty is catching up, stop joking. I'm going 100. What can a Yachty do to catch me? Wei Zifei scoffed, but when he looked in the rearview mirror, he was stunned. Holy crap, it's really catching up, seeing the Yachty electric scooter closing in within 50 meters. Wei Zifei panicked and slammed on the accelerator. Wei Xiao, you're speeding, Shanji exclaimed, watching the speedometer soar. 120, 140, 160. What can I do about it? Wei Zifei was now frantic, realizing the Yachty was still gaining on them. Albeit slowly. Damn it. Shanji, what kind of battery does that poor loseress Yachty have? I have no idea, Wei Xiao. As far as I know, no electric scooter battery can outperform a car engine. Shanji was equally bewildered, having never seen an electric scooter reach such speeds. Damn it. This is insane. Wei Zifei spat out the window and glared at the rearview mirror, sneering. No matter how fast an electric scooter runs, it can't outpace a supercar. I can easily leave you in the dust. All right, Wei Xiao. With a roar, the Lamborghini unleashed its full power, showcasing a myriad of racing techniques. Wei Xiao, you've already run through 18 red lights. As the Lamborghini cruised onto a sparsely trafficked boulevard, Shanji offered a reminder, simultaneously exhaling in relief, for he could no longer see the Yachty in his line of sight. 18 red lights? What does that matter? My family employs tens of thousands. Do we lack a few driving licenses to spare? He continued, our family reigns supreme in Jiangzhou, so what if we run a red light? What's there to fear? Wei Zifei maintained an air of arrogance, viewing the situation as trivial. After all, the Wei family boasted assets exceeding 100 billion, ranking among Jiangzhou's for prominent families that if they could not handle such a minor issue, how could they possibly maintain their standing in Jiangzhou? At that moment, Yichen had also brought his electric scooter onto the same boulevard. Hold on tight. Yichen cautioned Lin Kiki as he maximized the power of the Yufeng-Ju. He couldn't help but notice that Lin Kiki was quite remarkable, at least a 36D, with a pleasantly soft backside. Whoosh! In an instant, the electric scooter surged forth with a speed rivaling lightning, reaching at least 250 kilometers per hour. Lin Kiki struggled to maintain her balance, clinging desperately to Yi Chun, exclaiming, I appreciate your intentions, but could you please stop the vehicle? I'm about to be sick. Absolutely not. If you feel nauseous, then let it out. I don't mind if you vomit on me. I must ensure that scoundrel pays a steep price. Yi Chun declared resolutely, embodying a vengeful spirit. However, Lin Kiki felt despair wash over her. Having never experienced motion sickness before, she could no longer contain herself and violently retched onto Yi Chen's back. How could he drive the electric scooter at such an outrageous speed? It was utterly unscientific. Lin Kiki felt her very worldview being overturned. On your heart, I soar freely. The exhilarating high-speed ride filled Shanji with unrestrained joy, and he couldn't help but burst into song, causing Wei Zifei to feel a shiver run down his spine. Yet, just as he began to belt out a few notes, his eyes widened in shock. My God! Wei Xiao! They're gaining on us! They're right behind us! Impossible! Wei Zifei hesitated, incredulous that they could still be caught at a speed of 180. But the next moment, as he glanced into the rearview mirror, his pupils constricted in horror, his throat constricting as his face turned ashen. The Yachty was now less than 300 meters behind the Lamborghini, threatening to collide at any moment. Damn it. I'm going all in, Wei Zifei resolved, pressing the accelerator to the floor. The speedometer skyrocketed .00. 2040. This isn't a racetrack. You can't accelerate further, Wei Xiao. Shanji was in a state of panic, feeling as though death was looming, ready to whisk him away at any moment. Of course, Wei Zifei understood the peril of additional acceleration. Although this limited edition Lamborghini could reach a top speed of 350 kilometers per hour, the road simply did not permit it. Any further speed would certainly lead to disaster. Despite pushing the speed to 240 kilometers per hour, the Yachty remained dangerously close, the distance narrowing .200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. Madman. The person driving that Yachty is absolutely insane. I'm about to lose it. Wei Zifei was at a loss. Panic etched across his features. Wei Xiao, let him crash if he wants to die. You can just spend a bit to repair your car, that don't risk your life to compete with him. Shanji wept, tears streaming down his face. Damn it, it seems there's no other choice. Wei Zifei resolved not to accelerate any further. The worst-case scenario would be a rear-end collision that he would see whether the Yachty or his Lamborghini was more resilient at that moment. The Yachty was less than 5 meters from the Lamborghini. Suddenly, Yi Chun jerked the handlebars, propelling the electric scooter into the air, soaring over the Lamborghini's body to no. Shanji turned to look, his mouth agape, eyes bulging in disbelief. In the next instant, whoosh, the Yachty's wheels rolled directly over Shanji's head. Bang! Shanji was knocked senseless, blood streaming from his injuries. Wei Zifei, stunned by the sight, trembled, causing the Lamborghini to veer wildly, crashing into the guardrails for hundreds of meters. In a moment of desperation, Wei Zifei slammed on the brakes. The screeching sound pierced the air as the Lamborghini came to a sudden halt. The front end crumpled, airbags deploying, sending Wei Zifei and Shanji crashing into the cushions. Just then, another screech echoed as Yi Chun turned the Yachty's head, parking it in front of the severely damaged Lamborghini, a crescent-shaped smile forming on his lips as he watched the dazed pair with amusement. Lin Kiki was in shock, forgetting to release her death grip on Yi Chun, staring blankly at the wrecked Lamborghini, her stomach churning with disbelief. Had they truly caught up? Even with the reality before her, she found it hard to believe that in that moment, Lin Kiki's worldview was completely shattered. But soon, she exited the vehicle, rushing to a nearby greenbelt, clutching a tree as she violently retched, feeling as though her stomach might turn inside out at this juncture. Wei Zifei and Shanji gradually emerged from the airbags. Run! Why aren't you running? Seeing the two glance over, Yi Chun taunted, you bastard. Wei Zifei and Shanji were at a loss, feeling as if their bones were about to shatter. Had their bodies not felt so broken, they would have loved to skin Yi Chun alive. But then a sudden spark of inspiration struck Wei Zifei, and he turned to Yi Chun, saying, Buddy, would you consider selling me your electric scooter? What? Wei Xiao. You can't be dead out of your mind, can you? Shanji looked on in confusion. Wasn't this the moment to call someone to deal with him? Shut it. Wei Zifei shot Shanji a glare, then turned back to Yi Chun, grinning. I'll offer you 1 million for this Yachty. What do you say? Surely, he couldn't be serious. Yet, refusing to turn down easy money was foolish, and Yi Chun immediately raised a finger, saying one price. 10 million. Not a penny less. Shanji rolled his eyes. Damn. A broken electric scooter for 10 million? Why not just rob a bank? To Shanji's astonishment, Wei Zifei agreed without hesitation, his face alight with excitement. He quickly urged Yi Chun, give me your bank account number. I'll transfer the funds immediately. Yi Chun relayed his account information, and roughly 2 minutes later, he received a notification of 10 million arriving in his account. All right, the scooter is yours. Yi Chun exited the vehicle, hailing a taxi to whisk the still retching Lin Kiki away, unable to contain his laughter any longer. What a fool with more money than sense. However, Wei Zifei was elated, laboriously extricating himself from the Lamborghini and caressing the electric scooter as if it were a priceless treasure. Wei Xiao, I really don't understand. Why would you spend 10 million on this broken scooter? Shanji asked, perplexed. Indeed, Wei Xiao, you truly are brilliant, Shanji affirmed, offering a thumbs up to Wei Zifei. Of course. If I weren't clever, would I have been born into a wealthy family? Wei Zifei boasted before adding, Shanji, take a seat in the back. I'm going to show you the exhilarating experience of racing on the yachty. All right, just don't go too fast. Let's keep it to around 100. Shanji climbed into the back, wrapping his arms around Wei Zifei's waist. Okay, Wei Zifei nodded, revving the yachty and pushing the accelerator to the max, but soon, Wei Zifei's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it. I've floored the accelerator. Yet why is it still moving at a snail's pace? Wei Xiao, maybe there's another way to accelerate. None. This is the only acceleration option, and I've pushed it to the limit. Why is this happening? Shanji, tell me, why is this happening? Wei Xiao, could it be low on battery? Chapter 15. $1 million gamble. Yi Chun and Lin Kiki went to Wanda Plaza, spending a few thousand on 2 outfits, then began to stroll around the mall together. When they reached the entrance of a jadeite store, Yi Chun sensed a rich aura inside, and, using the pretext of buying jewelry for his mother, led Lin Kiki inside. Ditto. Isn't that Yi Chun and Kiki? As soon as they entered the jadeite store, a young woman with slightly wavy, golden hair spotted them and approached, arm in arm with a young man clad in designer attire. The young woman's name was Lu Yuhan, a classmate of Yi Chun and Lin Kiki from university, while the young man, Li Fan, was a finance major from the same institution, boasting a family fortune of around 100 million, that he had been Lu Yuhan's boyfriend during their college years and had frequently visited her class. Hence they were all acquainted. Reuniting with old classmates inevitably led to some light banter, and of course, some teasing aimed at Yi Chun. Are you two here to buy jadeite? Lu Yuhan inquired after poking fun at Yi Chun. Just browsing, Lin Kiki replied. Browsing? I thought Yi Chun was going to buy you jadeite jewelry, Lu Yuhan said with a hint of sarcasm. It's known that jadeite jewelry can easily cost tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, and even someone as affluent as Li Fan found himself in a bind when he spotted a ring with a mere hint of green, priced over 300,000, leaving him shivering in fear as he awaited his friend to get him a discount before he could make a purchase. How dare Yi Chun and Lin Kiki, from their humble background, even step foot in such a place? However, to Lu Yuhan's surprise, Yi Chun stated, I indeed have that intention. Why don't you help Kiki find a piece of jewelry that suits her? I'll handle the payment. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuhan was momentarily taken aback, while Li Fan burst into laughter. Yeching, please ensure she doesn't catch sight of it. Her discerning taste terrifies me. Just moments ago, she fixated on a ring priced at 360,000, compelling me to scramble for funds to purchase it. That if she were to select something for you, you would have to sell your blood, kidney, or essence to amass that sum. Lu Yuhan teased playfully, covering her mouth with a smile. Her taste is rather mediocre, isn't it? How could it possibly be high? She added, casting a scornful glance at Yeching, as if to say, do you really think you can afford what I choose? Yet, Yeching's subsequent remark left both of them momentarily speechless. Indeed, it is quite ordinary, not impressive at all. I shan't trouble you further. With that, Yeching began to peruse the items displayed behind the glass case alongside Lin Kiki. Ordinary. Not impressive. Li Fan contemplated the urge to slap Yeching. Doesn't this impoverished wretch fear the lightning for boasting like that? If you have the means, why not buy a 360,000 ring and show me? He raged inwardly, questioning what kind of rubbish this fellow would choose for Kiki. With a discontented demeanor, Li Fan took Lu Yuhan's hand and followed closely behind Yeching and Lin Kiki. Yeching, don't just stroll aimlessly. If you find something appealing, ask the attendant to fetch it for you. After trailing behind Yeching for quite some time, seeing him merely gaze through the glass as if he were an elderly man meandering through a supermarket, Lu Yuhan couldn't help but comment, thinking, if you can't afford it, just say so. No need to pretend. Will you use the excuse of not finding anything suitable to leave? Li Fan shook his head in bitter amusement. If you can't afford it, then don't even enter. No one will mock you for it. But once you're in, to act like this is just absurd if you leave without buying anything. I shall have my fun mocking you. Even the attendants behind the counter scoffed at him. They had encountered many like him. Those who merely gazed through the glass without purchasing anything. 99 out of 100 would never buy. After trailing Yeching for quite some time, Li Fan finally spoke up. Yeching, we are all aware of your circumstances. You can't possibly afford jade, and if you must give Kiki something, why not consider a pair of stockings or some intimate wear? They are inexpensive yet thoughtful, perfectly suited for someone of your financial standing. Li Fan, you are so wicked. Lu Yuhan chuckled, covering her mouth. The attendants, overhearing the couple's banter, completely disregarded Yeching and Lin Kiki, treating them as if they were invisible. Lin Kiki turned to give them a disdainful glare. I asked there truly such disdain for others. Of course, I understand Yeching is purchasing jewelry for my mother. Otherwise, I would have long since dragged him away. At that moment, Yeching unexpectedly pointed to a fully green jade pendant beneath the glass case, declaring, "Attendant, please wrap this jade for me. I wish to purchase it." The attendants feigned ignorance, not a single one approaching Yeching. Pfft. Lu Yuhan burst into laughter upon seeing the price of the pendant. "Yeching, are you out of your mind? That costs 2,280,000, not just 280, she exclaimed, knowing that. "You still ask the attendant to wrap it up. Do you honestly believe you can afford it?" Li Fan chimed in, his face flushed with laughter. Yeching, uninterested in further banter, reiterated, "Wrap this jade. I shall pay by card. 2,280,000. Are you certain you aren't jesting?" A female attendant regarded Yeching with a condescending smirk. She had served Li Fan when he purchased the ring, which had been adorned with Gucci and Cartier, while Lu Yuhan flaunted Chanel and LV bags. Such an affluent couple struggled to buy a 30-some thousand ring. What could this shabby fellow possibly offer for a pendant worth over 200,000? Moreover, since Li Fan and Lu Yuhan were acquainted with him, calling him poor, what if he took the pendant and fled? Forget it. This service attitude leaves much to be desired. The attitude of the female attendant extinguished Yeching's desire to purchase, and he turned to leave with Lin Kiki. "Ha! I knew he would concoct an excuse to leave." Li Fan laughed at Yeching's retreating figure, finding his prediction fulfilled. Lu Yuhan couldn't help but join in the laughter. "Sir, please wait." At that moment, a middle-aged woman in a business outfit, striding in high heels, rushed toward Yeching, smiling as she said, "Sir, I am the owner of this store. Did I ask there's something about our service that has displeased you?" She had just been attending to a regular customer when she overheard Yeching's remark about the service attitude and hurried over. "Your attendants are rather condescending. I could just as easily spend several million elsewhere." Yeching replied, sidestepping the owner and walking out of the jade store, then entering a similarly high-end jade shop across the street that a few million. The owner was taken aback, although she deemed Yeching's attire unsuitable for such a large expenditure. What if he were merely a low-key scion of a wealthy family? If he could indeed afford a pendant worth over 200,000, she thought, "Just wait until I deal with you." The owner shot a venomous glare at the attendants before rushing to the opposite store to observe. Several customers, hearing Yeching's words, followed suit to see the spectacle. Alas, the owner had been blinded by her greed, hoping that such a person would spend over 200,000, that if he produces 20,000, "I'll take his surname," thought one attendant disdainfully, that a pauper in thrift store attire. "I wouldn't dare show him something so expensive," fearing he might run off with it. Once the owner left, a few attendants exchanged snide remarks that "I'm at a loss for words regarding this impoverished wretch. If you have no money, why enter such places? If you do, at least don't pretend. And if you must, why go to such lengths? He couldn't possibly gather that much money even if he sold all his organs." Li Fan was nearly laughing himself to tears. "Exactly," Lu Yuhan scoffed. "Shall we head over to watch him continue his charade? After all, Wu Fei still hasn't transferred the money to you. That fool is quite entertaining. I shall join you in watching him." The attendant serving Li Fan and Lu Yuhan remarked before heading to the opposite store. "Meanwhile, in the other jade shop, Mr. Yi, your taste is impeccable. This platinum necklace adorned with a full diamond jade pendant would be the perfect gift for your girlfriend. When she wears it, she will undoubtedly appear even more elegant." Li Fan and Lu Yuhan had just arrived when they observed a female attendant beaming at Yeching, who was holding a pendant far superior to the previous one. "This pendant is stunning," Lu Yuhan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as if she were a lovesick maiden encountering a handsome suitor. "Yet even if it's beautiful, he cannot afford it. I wager he will soon say he wishes to look at other stores and leave." Li Fan asserted confidently, "Absolutely. He cannot possibly have more money than I do. Indeed, my monthly allowance alone could sustain him for several years," Lu Yuhan added. However, just as Li Fan finished speaking, Yeching announced, "Please bring the POS machine. I wish to pay by card." Quickly, the female attendant summoned the cashier with the POS machine. "Is he truly going to pay?" As Yeching swiped his card, Lu Yuhan's expression shifted dramatically. "Just wait. I bet he has insufficient funds." Li Fan chuckled. "He cannot possibly have more than I do. Of course not. My allowance far surpasses what he could earn in years." But in the very next moment, payment successful. "Mr. Yi, Please sign here, the cashier declared, tearing off the receipt and respectfully handing it to Yecheng. The room erupted in astonishment. My goodness! He actually completed the transaction. What a big spender! It was a living testament to the saying, "Do not judge by appearances." Who could have guessed this was a discreet millionaire? The attendants from the previous store were now faced with their folly, having mistaken such a wealthy individual for a pauper. The onlookers buzzed with excitement. Li Fan and Lu Yuhan stood frozen in disbelief. The owner of the previous store and the female attendant were left dumbfounded, their expressions a mix of shock, horror, and regret. And oh way, this is utterly impossible. How could he afford such expensive jewelry? Li Fan suddenly dashed forward, snatching the receipt from the cashier's hand. Transaction amount: 2,980,000 renminbi cardholder. Yecheng, when Li Fan read the 2 lines, his eyes nearly popped out. His expression contorted in disbelief, as if he had just tasted something foul. Lu Yuhan snatched the receipt from Li Fan, and upon reading it, she too was left in a state of shock. Heavens! This is a full 70,000 more than the previous one. Yet he had successfully completed the transaction. But then, Yecheng's next words struck them like a thunderbolt, leaving Li Fan, Lu Yuhan, and the others utterly speechless. The service here is commendable. I have decided to make another purchase. Chapter 16. All right, let's not buy anything. Another purchase? Li Fan and Lu Yuhan were rendered speechless. The owner of the previous store had a grim expression, already contemplating dismissing her attendants. Meanwhile, the attendant who had served Li Fan and Lu Yuhan glared at them with venomous eyes. You two just called him a pauper. Yet here he is, wealthier than both of you. If you hadn't been so vocal, would we have looked down on him? At that moment, Yecheng pointed towards a fully green jade bracelet beneath the glass case, stating, I would like that bracelet. Please charge it to my card. The price tag of this bracelet was a staggering RMB 5,200,000.00. That as soon as these words were uttered, the entire store was engulfed in shock. That my goodness, 520 million. What a wealthy individual. Is he attempting to slap the face of the original store? This is the consequence of offending the affluent. It's all about consumption, driving you to envy. Sir, your card has been successfully charged, the excited beauty at the counter exclaimed as she handed the receipt to Yecheng. Before proceeding to package the jade bracelet for him, Li Fan and Lu Yuhan were momentarily stunned, questioning their very existence. How could one spend over 8 million in a single go? Was this the same impoverished individual from before? This man's expenditure surpassed even that of my father. Li Fan raged internally. Although his family possessed assets exceeding 100 million, the cash flow available was merely around 18 million that his father had fretted for days after purchasing a 200 million luxury vehicle. Yet Yecheng had casually spent over 8 million without a second thought. Even his ex-wife, Zhang Qianting, could not squander money as recklessly as he did. Lin Kiki was also drenched in cold sweat. Just how much had Jin Tianhao given Yecheng to enable such carefree spending? Unbeknownst to her, Yecheng had sold his old Yachty scooter for 1 million, using that money to purchase the jewelry. Soon, Yecheng received the jade bracelet and handed a platinum diamond-inlaid jade pendant to Lin Kiki, stating, This is for you. The bracelet is for my mother. At his words, applause erupted. Everyone cast envious glances toward Lin Kiki, who was left utterly dumbfounded at a pendant worth over 2 million for me. Is this real? Isn't supposed to be living off women? Ultimately, under the myriad of jealous stares, Yecheng helped Lin Kiki put on the jade pendant, adding a dazzling green accent to her deep neckline that dazzled those who dared to gaze upon it that moment. Yecheng cast a mischievous glance at Li Fan, a smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, Li Fan, over the years, how many times has Yuhan been ridden by you? If you're a man, don't be stingy, buy her a matching pendant. With that, Yecheng took Lin Kiki's hand and strode away. Li Fan, on the verge of tears, thought, That's over 2 million. Do you expect me to sell my organs? Yet Lu Yuhan felt that Yecheng's words were entirely reasonable. She immediately clung to Li Fan's arm and playfully said, Fan, I want the same pendant that Kiki has. With a pout, she further pressed her case that Li Fan, feeling utterly helpless, finally asked, Will you behave? I've always been good, Lu Yuhan replied, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. Was Li Fan agreeing to buy it for her? However, Li Fan's next words sent her into a fit of rage. Good, obedient. Then we won tea by it. With a grin, he bolted away to Li Fan. Don't run. Stop right there. Lu Yuhan fumed, pounding her chest in frustration as she chased after him. Meanwhile, the attendant who had served them was seething with rage. You two shameless lovers, making me mistake a big spender for a pauper, and now you're running off without even purchasing a 30,000 ring? I'll get back at you. Yi Chen, thank you for the extravagant gift and for taking me out to eat. Today has been the happiest day of my life, Lin Kiki shyly exclaimed as Yi Chen escorted her to her doorstep, her heart racing. She felt this marked a brand new beginning for her, and Yi Chen, it's no big deal. Look at how happy you are that I'll take you out again another day. Yi Chen replied. Just as his words settled, an angry voice shattered the moment. There won't be another day. Today, I'll break your legs. A middle-aged man emerged, brandishing a wooden stick meant for securing the door. Crap! Yi Chen cursed as he turned to flee. Dad? Are you insane? Lin Kiki exclaimed in shock. That we'll settle this later. Lin Xiangjin shot a fierce glare at his daughter as he pursued Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you better not run. I'm going to break your legs today so that my daughter is not harmed by you. Lin Xiangjin, are you out of your mind? Why would I harm your daughter? Yi Chen shouted as he dashed away. Stop talking nonsense. You disregard Keek's reputation, and I still have mine. You've ruined my chances of a luxurious lifestyle, and I'll smash your fast food joint. You dare threaten me. Stop right there. I'm going to kill you. As the moon waned and the sun rose, Yi Chen's cultivation barely reached the peak of qi refining. The higher the cultivation, the slower the progress became. Just as Yi Chen rose to leave, two familiar figures approached him, Jin Tianhao and Lei, who we pay our respects to Master Yi. They bowed respectfully. Both often trained in this vicinity and, not wanting to disturb him while he meditated, had refrained from approaching until now. Given Yi Chen's status as both a divine doctor and a master, they found it fitting to refer to him as master. Ah, it's old Jin and little who. I received the 50 million yesterday. Well done, Yi Chen remarked with a smile. Hearing this, Jin Tianhao and Lei, who rejoiced internally, realizing that Yi Chen had forgiven them for their previous disrespect. Master Yi, are you planning to marry Qin Luoxue? Jin Tianhao inquired. Not marry, but rather move in with her family to live off her. Yi Chen grinned. Jin Tianhao was taken aback. Such an impressive figure is going to live off a woman? Why do you ask? Yi Chen replied, "It's like this." Jin Tianhao said respectfully. Reliable sources suggest that the Qin family has been spreading advertisements for suitors in the upper echelons of both the capital and Huhai. I'm aware. No one can take the woman I desire from me. Yi Chen interrupted. Of course, Jin Tianhao stammered, then chuckled. Given Yi Chen's prowess, as long as he wasn't tee up against the top-tier families of the capital and Huhai, few could rival him. However, the sons of those elite families would never deign to marry into the Qin family, a second-rate clan, making Yi Chen's opponents rather insignificant. Nevertheless, Master Yi, I must advise you to pay attention to Qin Luoxue's safety. Jin Tianhao said earnestly. Yi Chen furrowed his brow and asked, What do you mean by that? If I'm not mistaken, the other three major families are undoubtedly plotting to eliminate Qin Luoxue. If she dies, the Qin family will struggle to attract a powerful son-in-law, and upon Qin Jingqing's demise, the Qin family will surely perish. Upon hearing Jin Tianhao's words, Yi Chen found them quite reasonable. This was something he hadn't considered. Then send someone to discreetly protect Qin Luoxue for me. If I'm correct, the Qin family will soon send someone to ask me to save Qin Jingqing. Yi Chen instructed that I've already dispatched people to keep watch. Jin Tianhao replied, Well done, old Jin. You certainly know how to handle matters. Today, the Jiangzhou Morning News, along with Jiangzhou's early news report, covered the incident involving Yi Chen's uproar at the Tianbao pharmacy, creating a tremendous stir. Once the news broke, Zhang Tianbao was infuriated, smashing the enormous LCD television on his living room wall into smithereens. I'm furious. That waste of space Yi Chen has completely tarnished my reputation. The Tianbao pharmacy has been ordered by the Drug Administration to suspend operations for 3 days for rectification, confiscating all tainted medicinal materials and imposing a fine of 5 million. I've endured that. He opened a pharmacy in opposition to me, and I've tolerated it. But now, with the news out, the entire Jiangzhou knows, leaving me to face the wind. Qianting, didn't you say Xiaojie would use his connections to prevent the news from getting out? Why is it all over the headlines? Zhang Tianbao barked. Zhang Qianting, feeling the brunt of his fury, timidly replied, I've already called Xiaojie. He said he'd be here shortly. What good is that now that the report is out? I feel like I'm about to explode. Zhang Tianbao raged, smashing more objects in the living room before pointing an accusing finger at Zhang Qianting. How could you not see that he was a true dragon in disguise? If you had recognized it earlier, would I have treated him as insignificant, given him sleeping pills, and allowed you to divorce him? Now look, after his retaliation, all the hard-earned reputation I built over 20 years is gone. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. Chapter 17. Is my future wife arriving? You and Mom failed to see it too. Why blame me? Who knew that waste was so deeply hidden? But what does it matter? He doesn't even deserve to carry Liu Xiaojia's shoes. The Liu family has assets exceeding 5 billion, and it will eventually all belong to Xiaojia. That waste, being dirt poor, even if he possesses exceptional medical skills, could never earn that much in his lifetime. Zhang Qianting retorted, unable to remain silent under the barrage of insults. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianbao's anger subsided somewhat. It was indeed a valid point. The Liu family was doing exceedingly well, generating net income of over 5 to 6 billion annually, and it would surely increase in the future, certainly not something that could be rivaled by medical practice. Yet the implications of the news report still left him feeling anxious and irate. Uncle Zhang, what happened here? Liu Xiaojia entered the Zhang residence and was taken aback by the disarray. Zhang Qianting rushed over to Liu Xiaojia, asking, "Didn't you say you could use connections to prevent the news from getting out? Why is it still published?" Liu Xiaojia sighed and replied, "It's the waste's fault for making such a big scene. It has become widely known. You can't hide a fire under paper." Zhang Tianbao's face instantly fell into a mournful expression as he lamented. That good-for-nothing is utterly infuriating. With such a ruckus, your Uncle Zhang, have suffered tremendous losses. Just thinking about the impending financial repercussions makes my liver ache with rage. Liu Xiaojia quickly offered words of comfort. Uncle Zhang, do not let your anger consume you. He is merely a buffoon that I can help you exact your vengeance and provide you with some financial compensation to cover your losses. Zhang Tianbao's spirits soared at the prospect. Finally, his grievances seemed to bear fruit. How shall we proceed? He inquired eagerly. Liu Xiaojia immediately made a slashing gesture across his throat. Eliminate him? Zhang Tianbao gasped, taken aback. Liu Xiaojia nodded. His retaliation against my future father-in-law can only culminate in his disappearance. A person of his lowly stature can be dealt with by spending a mere 1 or 200,000 on Thunder Tiger's henchmen, and he will vanish without a trace. What a splendid plan. Truly ingenious. Zhang Tianbao exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Xiaojia, you are a genius. I adore you. Zhang Qianting playfully nestled her head into Liu Xiaojia's embrace. Liu Xiaojia affectionately stroked her hair and replied, I have secured the one mansion for our wedding. The invitations will be sent out shortly, so prepare yourself for an unforgettable ceremony. Really? I can hardly wait for that day to arrive. Dr. Yi, is his medical expertise truly remarkable? He has even received accolades from the esteemed physician Li Jishir in the capital, who has offered him a plaque and invited him to serve as the chief physician at his pharmacy. Qin Luoxue furrowed her delicate brows as she held the newspaper. She was well aware of Li Jishir, as her grandfather had sought treatment in the capital, where he had diagnosed her grandfather's ailment. Though he had not cured him, he had prescribed medication that effectively managed her grandfather's condition, without which he might not have survived. Thus, she held Li Jishir's medical prowess in high regard. The fact that such a venerable physician would willingly kneel to present the plaque of peerless healer to Dr. Yi clearly indicated that Ye's skills surpassed those of Li Jishir. Why not invite him to our home to examine my grandfather? With this thought, she promptly picked up the office phone and dialed a series of numbers that go to the newspaper and television station to investigate. By lunchtime, I must have the information on the obscure Dr. Yi sent to me. Although she held little hope that Dr. Yi could cure her grandfather, extending his life by another 2 or 3 years would be a blessing. Around 11 in the morning, Qin Luoxue received all the information about Dr. Yi. Name: Yi Chen. Age: 24. Education: graduate of Jiangzhou University Medical School. Marital status: divorced. Address: Farmer South Road, Jiangzhou Urban Area. Parents: individual business owners. Address: Farmer North Road, Jiangzhou Urban Area. Noteworthy events: after graduating from university, he worked as a courier. 1 year ago, he married into the Zhang family, and just a few days ago, due to his wife Zhang Qianting's request for divorce, he ingested a large quantity of sleeping pills in a suicide attempt. After emergency treatment, he was out of danger and officially divorced Zhang Qianting 2 days ago, but he is currently unemployed. Qin Luoxue was taken aback. Could there be a mistake? This individual, if one were to put it bluntly, is akin to a worm crawling at the bottom of society. How could he be associated with the revered Dr. Yi, whom even Li Jishe venerates? Is this a case of mistaken identity, or is the world truly mad? A rags to riches tale, perhaps. However, she soon relaxed her furrowed brows. According to the newspaper, he had evidently targeted the Tianbao pharmacy for retribution. Thus, the likelihood of Dr. Yi being this Yi Chun was quite high. With this thought in mind, she left her office and drove her Bentley with a license plate consisting of 5 6s to Farmer Road. She would spare no effort to seize any opportunity that might lead to a cure for her grandfather, no matter how minuscule that hope might be. Indeed, upon arriving at North Farmer Street, she found that her family's noodle shop had opened, attracting a considerable crowd. These were not customers. Rather, the majority were neighbors from nearby. Old Yi, do tell us, did Yi Chun receive a divorce settlement after being kicked out of the Zhang family? If so, how much was it? Is it enough to buy a house in the city? He most certainly did not receive a settlement that Yi Chun lived off the Zhang family for a year without providing anything in return. Why would they give him a divorce payout? Moreover, I've heard that Dr. Zhang is notoriously stingy. Would he part with any money? Be content. Yi Chun has already enjoyed a year of luxury living. How dare he ask for a divorce settlement? Listening to the mocking and derisive comments from the neighbors, Yi Yaohua and his wife felt both angered and helpless. When Yi Chun had married into the Zhang family, these neighbors had gathered at the noodle shop, proclaiming that the Yi family would face extinction, yet their words had dripped with envy and jealousy. Now that Yi Chun had been expelled from the Zhang family, the neighbors flooded in again, this time dripping with glee as they mocked him to AS neighbors. What could the couple say? They would inevitably run into each other, so they could not resort to violence. Thus, they could only force smiles and endure, waiting for the storm to pass, hoping that tranquility would eventually return. Oh look, isn't that Yi Chun? Suddenly, a plump woman called out, and everyone turned to see Yi Chun walking in with his hands in his pockets. A nonchalant smile gracing his face. Why, Yi Chun? Why are you so downcast? It's just a shattered rice bowl. What is the big deal? Look at you, contemplating suicide over it. How utterly pathetic. Why, Yi Chun? Share with us your insights from a year of living off others. Which is tastier, soft rice, or our humble fare? The neighbors immediately directed their scorn toward Yi Chun, each question laced with malice. Yet Yi Chun did not take offense. Instead, he boldly declared, of course, soft rice is tastier. I am currently preparing to enjoy an even finer bowl of soft rice. Once I do, I'll invite you all to my wedding feast. Laughter erupted, filling the room with mirth. You should contemplate your own worth before dreaming of soft rice. You might just end up with a broken tooth, unable to even eat porridge. Indeed, I see you are tempting fate. Be careful not to choke. Loving soft rice, it seems the Yi family is truly facing extinction. Yi Yaohua and his wife were fuming, their frustration towards Yi Chun palpable as they shot him a glare, wondering why he was fixated on such a notion. Just then, an angry shout broke through the air. Yi Chun, you bastard. You made me chase you 3 streets last night, and today I've finally caught up with you. A middle-aged man in an apron burst into the noodle shop, brandishing a spatula and swinging it toward Yi Chun. Yi Chun effortlessly dodged and retorted, Are you done yet? If you keep parading around, I won't spare your fast food joint. I assure you, you dare threaten me. Lin Xiangjin seethed with rage, but was restrained by the neighbors. What has got you so riled up, Xiangjin? Do tell us, is it that Yi Chun has once again been exploring the differences in urination locations with Cuckoo? The neighbors chimed in. The childhood antics of Yi Chun and Lin Cuckoo had become the talk of Farmer Road, with Lin Xiangjin taking it far too seriously, leading to widespread ridicule. The neighbors understood and scolded Yi Chun for daring to aspire beyond his station. After all, what did it matter if he earned hundreds of thousands or millions a year? Besides, I still want to continue enjoying soft rice. Don't let this trivial matter spread like wildfire, or I might just burn down your house and take Cuckoo to live in a villa, leaving you on the streets. Yi Chun protested, his irritation evident. You. Lin Xiangjin was so furious he felt his insides boiling, his expression one of anguish. Why, Yi Chun? I'm not looking down on you, but with your lack of ability, who would want to marry a divorced man like you? I would never allow my daughter to marry such a man. That I think the silly granddaughter of that old Wang, who collects scrap on Farmer Road, would be perfect for you. Hearing the neighbor's sharp and caustic remarks, Yi Yaohua and his wife trembled with anger, on the verge of exploding. Just then, a Bentley with a license plate of 5 6s pulled up in front of the noodle shop. Look, what brand is that car with the emblem? It looks so upscale, someone exclaimed. The crowd turned to gaze, all struck by the impressive vehicle. That emblem is AB. It can't possibly be a BYD, right? Lin Xiangjian ventured weakly. That makes sense. It must be a high-end BYD, probably worth over 100,000. A plump woman chimed in. The crowd nodded in agreement, murmuring amongst themselves. Only Yi Chun found it all amusing. This is a Bentley, worth over 1 million. How could it be a BYD? However, the sheer opulence of the vehicle raised questions as to why it had ventured in a farmer road, and moreover, why it had parked outside his family's noodle shop. Could it be that my future wife has arrived? Chapter 18. The shock of the urban area earlier that morning. Yi Chun had watched the news on Jiangzhou television via his phone, that he had to admit that Li Jishir wielded significant influence, as he had managed to devote 10 minutes of a half-hour segment to lambasting Tianbao Pharmacy, leaving Zhang Tianbao thoroughly humiliated. That while Yi Chun himself had been well protected, his identity obscured by pixelation to the point that even his parents would not recognize him, as he was referred to only as M.R.Y.E. throughout the broadcast. Just over 4 hours have passed since the news report, when a Bentley gracefully parked in front of the noodle shop. If this is indeed a member of the Qin family, one must concede that they wield considerable influence in Jiangzhou to have made such swift contact. He had instructed Li Jishir to ensure his whereabouts remained undisclosed. Otherwise, those with ailments would flock to him, and before the pharmacy had even opened, he could be overwhelmed. While profit is one thing, it must not encroach upon his private life. That moment, a gasp erupted like a bombshell. The driver's door of the Bentley swung open, releasing a fragrant aura, and an astonishingly beautiful figure stepped into view. Standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, her soft, wavy brown hair framed a flawlessly delicate oval face. Her complexion akin to fine mutton fat jade, lightly adorned with makeup. She wore a chic white blazer paired with a low-cut black top, subtly revealing a hint of cleavage accentuated by a striking emerald green, dazzling under the sunlight. Her lower half was clad in white shorts, and her long, slender legs were encased in nude stockings, creating a powerful visual impact. Adorned with a watch on her left wrist and a platinum diamond bracelet on her right, she exuded an aura of grace and sophistication, embodying both nobility and elegance. Gulp! The appearance of this enchanting beauty rendered Lin Xiangjian and the other men present utterly speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. Even the women, including Yang Shuqing, gazed at her with burning admiration. Even Yi Chun, who had seen countless beauties in the celestial realm, couldn't help but be slightly moved. This must be the object of my affections. Qin Luoxue. Truly, she deserves the title of the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. From her beauty and her attire, Yi Chun immediately deduced that the captivating woman before him was undoubtedly Qin Luoxue. Few women in Jiangzhou could afford such an extravagant ensemble worth tens of millions. That moment, Qin Luoxue glanced at the noodle shop sign, then elegantly strode towards it in her high heels. The neighbors blocking the entrance swiftly parted to create a path. Did I ask this beauty here for noodles? Surely not. She appears far too affluent to indulge in a simple bowl of clear soup noodles costing 3 yuan. Could she be lost and seeking directions? The onlookers inside the shop began to murmur among themselves. Just then, Lin Xiangjian had a flash of inspiration and approached with a beaming smile, asking Miss Beauty, "Are you looking for someone or seeking directions? I'm a local expert on this area. There is no one I don't know, and no path I can't guide you on." Qin Luoxue smiled faintly and politely inquired, "Is M.R.Y. Chun inside the noodle shop?" "What?" Lin Xiangjian's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. "This beauty is here to see Yi Chun?" The neighbors present were equally stunned, turning their gazes toward Yi Chun, who remained composed. "May I ask, Miss Beauty, what business do you have with Yi Chun? Does he owe you money, or has he scratched your car?" Lin Xiangjian probed, convinced that such a stunning woman was here to stir up trouble rather than forge a friendship. "What right does Yi Chun have to know such a beautiful lady? He doesn't owe me money, nor has he scratched my car. I'm here for a blind date with him," Qin Luoxue replied with a charming smile that could captivate any heart. "What?" The neighbors collectively dropped their jaws in shock. Such a breathtaking beauty has come to seek a date with the divorced Yi Chun. Am I hearing things? The most astonished was Lin Xiangjian, who had previously discouraged his daughter Kiki from associating with Yi Chun. Yet here was this stunning woman actively seeking him out. Am I blind? Or is this beauty blind? It's evident that her looks, figure, and grace far surpassed those of my daughter Kiki that I in that moment. Lin Xiangjin felt the world had gone mad. Meanwhile, Yi Yaohua and his wife were in a state of ecstatic delight that if they had such a beautiful daughter-in-law, how respectable, how honorable, how proud they would feel. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Miss Qin Luoxue, Yi Chen said as he stepped out of the noodle shop, approaching her. Qin Luoxue paused for a moment, then quickly broke into a smile, saying, I am Qin Luoxue. You must be M.Y. Yi Chen. Indeed. Yi Chen nodded. Then please hop in. I'll treat you to a meal, Qin Luoxue said, opening the back door of the car. No, Yi Chen replied. How could I let Miss Luoxue bear the expense? If you don't mind, I would like to treat you to a bowl of clear soup noodles at my mother's shop instead. At this statement, the onlookers could hardly contain themselves that why Yi Chen must be out of his mind to invite such a stunning beauty to a bowl of clear soup noodles. How stingy. If I can win her over, I swear I'll change my surname to his. I admire Yi Chen's audacity. After all, she came specifically for a blind date, and yet he offers her a 3-yuan bowl of noodles? This date is undoubtedly doomed. Yang Shuqing, equally astonished, rushed out of the shop and whispered urgently to Yi Chen, quickly take Miss Qin to the seafood restaurant from the other day. I'll transfer you the money. No need, Auntie. Before Yi Chen could respond, Qin Luoxue interjected, I'd like to sample your culinary skills. With that, she closed the car door and walked toward Yi Chen, extending her long, jade-like hand, which he took as they entered the noodle shop. The spectacle was enough to capture everyone's attention. How swift is this development? Yi Chen's parents were overjoyed, bustling about, washing hands and utensils, determined to prepare the 2 best bowls of clear soup noodles without bringing shame upon their son. Lin Xiangjin, your fast food shop is bursting at the seams. Why are you still standing here and not helping your wife? Yi Chen asked, noticing Lin Xiangjin watching with envy. Qin Luoxue stifled a laugh. What a peculiar name. I'll just observe quietly while you all converse. Lin Xiangjin chuckled, believing that money is inexhaustible, and such beauty is a rare sight that if Yi Chen could win her favor, there might be more chances to see her. But if this opportunity slipped away, he might not encounter such beauty again in his lifetime. There were even whispers among them, speculating whether Yi Chen's previous expulsion from the Zhang family was due to him being caught in a heated conversation with this beauty. Soon, 2 bowls of clear soup noodles were served, with Yi Yaohua even adding 2 poached eggs for good fortune. Delicious. Qin Luoxue took a bite and smiled at Yi Yaohua and his wife, saying, This is the best clear soup noodles I've ever had in truth. This was her first experience with clear soup noodles, having been born with a silver spoon and a family fortune exceeding 500 billion. She had never ventured to eat such fare from a street-side shop. Yet, she found it genuinely delightful. Perhaps it was the novelty that made it taste even better that why Yaohua and his wife beamed with joy, knowing that not only was their culinary skill recognized, but it also implied that if Yi Chen could win Qin Luoxue's heart, she would be easy to please, at least not picky about food. The neighbors watching were filled with envy and admiration. Why couldn't their sons find such a beautiful and exceptional girlfriend? Before long, Yi Chen and Qin Luoxue finished their bowls of noodles and stood up. Uncle, Auntie, I'm taking Yi Chen out for a stroll. We'll meet again, Qin Luoxue said courteously. Absolutely, do come often. Yi Yaohua and his wife nodded vigorously, seeing them off as they exited the noodle shop. This BYD is truly stunning. I wonder how much it cost. If it's around 20,000, I might just get one too, Lin Xiangjin mused as Yi Chen and Qin Luoxue stepped out. As they left the shop, Lin Xiangjin found himself bent over the front of the Bentley, examining it as if it were a beautiful woman in the nude. The Yi Chen shook his head in amusement. And even Qin Luoxue found it amusing, thinking how refreshingly simple the uncle from the common district was. Seeing Yi Chen and Qin Luoxue emerge, Lin Xiangjin rushed over and asked, Yi Chen's girlfriend, may I ask how much you purchased this BYD for? I'd like to buy one too. It's quite fuel-consuming. Lin Xiangjin blinked in surprise, but quickly added, no worries, I drive less, I can afford the fuel. The main thing is, having one parked in front of the fast food shop would look quite impressive to Yi Chen. But Qin Luoxue chuckled, though she refrained from teasing the straightforward uncle. Before long, Lin Xiangjin was pulled aside by a young man coming from the fast food shop, giving Yi Chen and Qin Luoxue a chance to take their seats in the car, which then drove away from the scene. Xiaoming, do you know how much this BYD costs? Lin Xiangjin asked the young man. Xiaoming rolled his eyes, nearly in tears as he replied, Uncle Xiangjin, I'm not trying to scare you, But even if you run a fast food shop for another 10 years, selling all your assets, you still couldn't afford this car that you're lying to me. Can there be such an expensive BYD? Xiao Ming was speechless and nearly shouted, "This is not a BYD. It's a Bentley. The base price is $13 million. This entire setup, including the license plate, is nearly $20 million. What do you think you could use to buy it?" Thud. Lin Xiangjin dropped to the ground, dumbfounded that Yichen's girlfriend is no ordinary person. Just the necklace, watch, and bracelet alone are worth at least $30 million. Not to mention her luxury car, that if I'm not mistaken, her family's wealth could be in the tens of billions. An undeniable heiress. As this revelation sank in, a stunned silence fell over the crowd. How on earth did Yichen manage to attract such a wealthy heiress? Soon, the news spread, sending shockwaves through the entire common district. Chapter 19. A life-and-death encounter. You certainly know how to act. You are an exceptional performer. Since you seek my assistance, I must help you save face, if only to counter the previous mockery directed at your family. Qin Luoxue, her focus unwavering as she drove, spoke with an impassive demeanor that starkly contrasted with her former self, revealing the true essence of her being. "It seems you were quite astute. By investigating my background, you've deduced that a crowd gathered at my family's establishment is mocking us," Yichen remarked. "You too possess keen perception, recognizing me as Qin Luoxue at a glance without inquiring why I sought you or my intentions. It appears that Dr. Yi is well aware," Qin Luoxue responded. "Indeed, you surpass my expectations. I relish engaging with intelligent individuals," Yichen replied, casting a subtle smile in her direction. "That I too prefer the company of the astute. Hence you must exert every effort to heal my grandfather. Should you prove to be a quack, just for having held my hand, I shall sever that hand," Qin Luoxue warned, her gaze directed at Yichen, filled with an unmistakable threat. "Ha! How amusing," Yichen chuckled. "What if your grandfather's ailment is beyond remedy? To lose a hand for merely holding yours would be a grave misfortune. I ought to savor this moment fully." With that, he boldly grasped Qin Luoxue's thigh. "So tender, so smooth, so warm." "You cad!" Qin Luoxue exclaimed, her complexion paling as she instinctively withdrew her leg, only to find her thigh ensnared by Yichen's wrist. This sudden movement inadvertently pulled him closer, his face landing against her bosom. Overcome by an intoxicating fragrance, Yichen felt as if he might suffocate. "Remove your filthy hand at once. Otherwise, I shall choke you," Qin Luoxue nearly shouted, clinging to a faint hope that he could extend her grandfather's life by a year or two. Otherwise, she would indeed kill him. "You won't choke me, and I shan't remove my hand. A moment of enjoyment is worth the risk, for if you were to sever my hand, I would be at a loss," Yichen replied with an expression that could infuriate anyone. True enough, Qin Luoxue's anger was palpable, her chest heaving, on the brink of losing control. Had she not witnessed this disgraceful display firsthand, she would scarcely believe such a brazen doctor existed. Her worldview had certainly expanded. "You've hurt me," she managed to utter through clenched teeth. "Oh, I shall ease my grip," Yichen replied, loosening his hold slightly. In the next moment, Qin Luoxue seized his wrist, yanking his hand away from her thigh, resolutely holding onto his wrist to prevent any further impropriety. "Driving with one hand is perilous," Yichen remarked with a smile, instinctively glancing in the rearview mirror, only to furrow his brow. "You leave me no choice," Qin Luoxue stated coldly, showing no intention of releasing her grip. Yichen sighed. "Focus on the road. Otherwise, you may soon find yourself in grave peril." "What do you mean?" Qin Luoxue instinctively glanced at Yichen, questioning whether he intended to seize the steering wheel. Yichen shrugged. "Just take a look in the rearview mirror." Skeptical, she turned to the mirror, her heart nearly stopping at the sight that a Hummer H2 barreled toward them, closing the distance to less than a meter from the Bentley, clearly intent on colliding with them. Without a moment to lose, Qin Luoxue disregarded the speed limit, releasing Yichen's hand and flooring the accelerator, quickly distancing herself from the Hummer. "This is attempted murder," she thought, realizing the gravity of the situation. As the Hummer accelerated to match her speed, she gritted her teeth, muttering, "It seems my grandfather's concerns were not unfounded. There are indeed those who wish for my demise. Rest assured, with me here, you shall not traverse the underworld alone," Yichen reassured her. "You will perish, and so shall I if I die, when the day comes that my grandfather falls. The Qin family's century-old legacy will be irrevocably lost," she retorted. "Meanwhile, In the Hummer, a man with a crew cut addressed his companion. "Boss, it seems we've been discovered. They're speeding, and our Hummer can't keep pace with the Bentley. What should we do?" "It appears we must initiate Plan B," came the response from the bald man in the passenger seat, who quickly dialed a number on his phone. "Initiate Plan B. Eliminate the target." Boom! As the call ended, the spacious road erupted with a cacophony of roaring engines. Soon, a red Ferrari shot forward like a missile. "Boss, look, a Faye and the others are preparing to strike. If we eliminate the target, the $20 million will allow us to enjoy a lavish getaway in Hawaii," the driver exclaimed, thrilled to see the approaching Ferrari in the rearview mirror. "Now let's focus on evading the authorities before celebrating." The boss replied, "Indeed, but it's a pity about these two luxury cars, worth millions. Once the target is gone, these vehicles will be rendered useless, that I wonder who our benefactor is for providing such extravagant vehicles for this hit." The driver lamented, "Don't speak of what shouldn't be spoken. Let's focus on executing the task at hand. Otherwise, we'll all be in grave danger," the boss warned, prompting the driver to seal his lips. "Your grandfather has already cautioned you. Why didn't you bring bodyguards?" Yi-Chen inquired. "The deal, you think I didn't want to? I came alone to avoid bringing trouble to your family. Otherwise, if I arrived with a convoy, it would only draw unwanted attention to you," Qin Luoxue explained. "How considerate of you," Yi-Chen responded, feeling grateful that his future wife possessed such good intentions. However, he quickly fell into a bitter smile. "You've underestimated the mastermind behind this. Have you seen that speeding Ferrari? Your Reaper is approaching." Qin Luoxue furrowed her brow, glancing into the rearview mirror to confirm that a Ferrari was indeed barreling toward them at an alarming speed. "You think a Ferrari can intimidate me? If a Hummer couldn't, then a Ferrari certainly won't. Even if it were to collide with me, it wouldn't be my end. You think too simply. Let me ask you, how is your car's bulletproof capability?" Yi-Chen questioned, convinced that their adversaries wouldn't be foolish enough to crash a Ferrari into a Bentley unless their driving skills were extraordinary, or they were courting death that it's decent. Handguns generally can't penetrate. Qin Luoxue replied, her expression shifting dramatically. "Are you suggesting they intend to use firearms? Take a look at the windows. A hail of bullets is imminent," Yi-Chen warned, an invisible energy emanating from him. Enveloping the windows, the as Qin Luoxue glanced at the windows. Her pupils dilated in horror. "Get down," she shouted, and no sooner had she spoken than a barrage of bullets began to pummel the windows from the Ferrari. 3 armed men stood, unleashing a storm of gunfire at the Bentley's windows, which turned cloudy but held firm against the onslaught. "The FCK. What incredible bulletproofing," one of the assailants exclaimed. "Continue firing. We must eliminate the target," commanded an Asian man in the driver's seat. "Yes," came the chorus as they resumed their relentless assault. "Ha! The target is done for," cheered the driver in the Hummer, while the boss wore a satisfied grin. "What are we going to do? The windows are about to shatter," Qin Luoxue exclaimed in a panic, realizing that no matter how she maneuvered, the Ferrari remained on their tail. Despair washed over her as she bitterly laughed. Acknowledging that he was merely a doctor, it was a miracle he hadn't lost control in such a dire situation. What could he possibly do to extricate her from this peril? Just as she finished her thought, Yi-Chen declared, "You have 2 choices. 1. Heed my instructions, and we both survive. 2. Disregard my advice, and you perish while I escape. What should I do?" Qin Luoxue asked without hesitation, having exhausted all options and willing to consider Yi-Chen's guidance. Despite dismissing his notion of "you perish while I escape" as nonsense, that if I die, the car will crash. "How can you survive?" Yi-Chen noted, seeing her resolve to follow his lead. "Reduce your speed from 180 to 160. Quickly, slow down, shouldn't we accelerate?" Qin Luoxue protested. "Can you outrun a Ferrari?" Yi-Chen retorted. "Fine. Quickly turn the car around, floor the accelerator, and graze the Ferrari's side. Knock it over," Yi-Chen instructed, seizing the opportunity. "What? Crash into the Ferrari?" Qin Luoxue exclaimed in alarm. At such a speed, a collision could be deadly. "Hurry, we cannot miss this chance," Yi-Chen urged, recognizing it as the perfect moment to strike, for their adversaries were unprepared to react. "But I can't guarantee a successful collision while ensuring our safety," Qin Luoxue stammered, her hands trembling, indecision evident in her demeanor. "That you're driving me crazy," Yi-Chen lamented, realizing that the Ferrari was already slowing down, and bullets would soon rain down upon them. The energy he had summoned was waning, unable to shield the windows against further gunfire. If they endured another barrage, Qin Luoxue would surely be shot. In a sudden burst of desperation, Yichen seized the steering wheel, pressing down on Qin Luoxue's foot to slam the accelerator to the floor. Da-da! Qin Luoxue gasped, taken aback by Yichen's audacity. They were on a collision course with the Ferrari, and she screamed in despair. Chapter 20. Wait for me to marry you. Watch as I shatter the Bentley's front end. That a black man in the back seat of the Ferrari grinned menacingly, revealing a set of white teeth as he suddenly turned around. In the next moment, his AK-47 slipped from his grasp. The Bentley surged forward, accelerating like a rocket, careening toward the Ferrari. That FCK. Heads up! Get out of the way! He screamed in terror as the Bentley barreled toward them. The Asian man driving the Ferrari momentarily froze, instinctively glancing at the rearview mirror, only to have his eyes widen in disbelief. By a dog! No! Before their astonished exclamations could fade, the Bentley executed a flawless C-shaped drift, skimming past the right tail light of the Ferrari. In an instant, the speeding Ferrari lost its balance, colliding with the guardrail and rolling into the vegetable patch below. Qin Luoxue was left in shock, staring incredulously at Yichun, who was nearly sitting on her lap. Did he really just make the Ferrari vanish? Yet, remarkably, they were both unharmed. Goodness! His driving skills are simply astonishing, Yichun remarked as he decelerated. With a mischievous grin, he relished the moment, lounging comfortably on Qin Luoxue's soft thigh, his eyes narrowing like a sly fox. Qin Luoxue, that given my current state, I am certainly not fit to drive. But at least pull over so I can sit in the passenger seat. This is rather uncomfortable. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, Yichen's next comment left her pale with dread. Watch as I give the Hummer another close call. That you've lost your mind. That Hummer is massive. Crashing into it would be like throwing an egg against a rock. Qin Luoxue exclaimed that if one has skill, even a wall can be breached. How hard can it be to avoid a Hummer? She was at a loss for words again. The two situations were entirely unrelated. Digging in a wall poses no danger. But crashing into a Hummer is both terrifying and perilous. That I disagree, she said through gritted teeth. Right now, we need not face the risk of gunfire. If you accelerate and evade the Hummer, we'll be safe. Yichun, bemused, replied, Can I say you are large-breasted yet lacking in brains? What do you mean by that? Qin Luoxue retorted, giving him a light punch on the back. How am I lacking in brains? It's you who lacks both. Clearly, the Bentley is faster than the Hummer. As long as we leave it far behind, we will be safe. That it's not just foolish, it's courting death to attempt a collision. Yichun seemed to have heard Qin Luoxue's thoughts, smiling wryly as he said, Though this road isn't heavily trafficked, it's not devoid of vehicles. Have you not noticed that no cars are approaching us? He continued, and if you look in the rearview mirror, aside from that Hummer, aren't there no other vehicles? Do you know what that implies? Qin Luoxue furrowed her brow. Are you saying the roads ahead and behind are blocked? Yes, Yichun nodded that if I'm not mistaken, as soon as we entered this road, some unseen hand orchestrated a traffic accident, blocking both ends. That if our car gets stuck at the accident site and the Hummer crashes into us from behind, well, you can expect to be airborne, and I won't be able to save you. Qin Luoxue's eyes widened in realization. Your analysis makes sense, but if we get trapped, we can exit the vehicle, and the Hummer would crash into empty space. Yichun rolled his eyes, smacking her thigh in frustration. These are professional assassins. If you can think of it, they surely can too. I can assure you, if you exit the vehicle at the blocked point ahead, you will definitely be shot in the head. Qin Luoxue fell silent. She couldn't help but admit Yichun's reasoning was sound. But how did he know so much, and why was he not afraid? Who exactly are you? She couldn't help but ask. That I'm just a doctor, Yichun replied. However, I'm not like other doctors. Besides healing, I possess various other skills for saving lives. That he added, Remove your high heels. I need to prepare for the collision with the Hummer. It's difficult to maneuver in heels. With that, he stood on his toes. Qin Luoxue obediently pulled her heels away from beneath him, saying, My life is in your hands. I hope you don't disappoint me. Rest assured, I wouldn't want to lose a beauty like you, Yichun replied shamelessly, before executing a series of swift maneuvers. Qin Luoxue. Does this guy even have a heart? How can he be laughing at a time like this? Meanwhile, inside the Hummer, seeing the Bentley gradually slow down, the blond man exclaimed, Boss, the Bentley can't be out of fuel. Can it? It's slowing down. Divine intervention. Ram it hard, and avenge our black brothers. Boss gritted his teeth, recalling the lives of forsworn brothers. Got it, boss. Watch me. As they approached within 20 meters of the Bentley, the blond man focused intently, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. 10 meters, 0.5 meters, 0.2 meters. Suddenly, the Bentley executed a stunning U-turn, veering into the right lane. Damn. How could this happen? The blond man swore. Boss, look out. The Bentley is charging at us, he shouted. What do we have to fear from a Bentley? Let it come and die. Boss laughed triumphantly, reveling in the impending collision. However, within the Bentley, Chin Luoxue let out another piercing scream, immediately covering her eyes. In the next moment, the Bentley drifted beautifully, gliding past the front of the Hummer at an angle. A loud crash echoed, and the Bentley slammed on the brakes. The Hummer, unable to stop in time, was struck perfectly, flipping over and rolling dozens of meters away. Ouch! In the Bentley, a sudden stop caused Chin Luoxue to crash into Yi Chen's back. Rubbing her forehead in discomfort, I didn't even cry out in pain. And you did. Yi Chen turned his head, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Upon hearing this, Chin Luoxue halted her complaints and scrutinized Yi Chen, asking, Are you all right? I'm fine that I was prepared and didn't get hurt. It's just that you knocked into me a bit hard, Yi Chen replied, a smile playing on his lips. Chin Luoxue found herself captivated by his sunny smile. However, she quickly composed herself and said, I'm glad you're okay. Now do you understand why I was sitting on your lap? Yi Chen said, pushing the car door open and stepping out. Chin Luoxue was taken aback, realizing why he had prevented her from switching seats, that if she had been in the passenger seat, she would have undoubtedly sustained serious injuries. What are you going to do? She called out, regaining her senses as she saw Yi Chen stepping away from the car. Then I'm going to check if the people in the Hummer are dead. If they aren't, I'll ask who is behind this, Yi Chen declared, striding toward the Hummer. Chin Luoxue found his reasoning sound and quickly followed suit, despite her legs feeling numb and trembling. After all, she was the one most eager to uncover the mastermind behind it all. Boss, you said we had nothing to fear, right? How did we end up flipped over? The blond man lamented, bloodied and in pain, his hair stained red. How the hell should I know? The target's driving skills are absurd. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken this job, Boss replied weakly, feeling his life hanging by a thread. What do we do now, boss? I can't move. I'm not faring much better. Don't panic. I'll make a call and activate the third plan that will be saved then, Boss said, fumbling for his phone, dialing a number. The assassination attempt failed. Activate the third plan. Launch a bulldozer-style assault on the target and rescue me. As his words faded, a hand reached through the open window, seizing his collar. Speak. Who is behind you? Otherwise, I will end you, Yi Chen demanded coldly. Boss grinned through bloodied teeth, sneering. You want to kill me? Then I'll take you down with me. With that, he reached for his waist, and a whiff of gunpowder filled the air. Damn. Run. Yi Chen's expression shifted drastically as he yanked Chin Luoxue away, sprinting for safety. Seconds later, boom, a thunderous explosion erupted as the Hummer transformed into a fiery inferno. Terrifying to behold. Fortunately, Yi Chen and Chin Luoxue had already distanced themselves, escaping the blast unscathed. Damn it, they even have explosives. Yi Chen couldn't help but grumble, relieved he had noticed in time. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would have been gravely injured, if not killed. Chin Luoxue, however, was utterly terrified, her face pale, trembling like a leaf, cold sweat pouring down her brow. Yi Chen, feeling a pang of sympathy, wrapped his arms around her, providing some comfort, and said, A third storm is about to strike. In your current state, you can no longer weather it with me. That I'll find a place for you to hide while I face the storm on your behalf. Both had heard Boss mention activating the third plan, leading them to conclude that another, more ferocious storm was imminent. Soon, Yi Chen led the still trembling Chin Luoxue to the roadside, pointing to a gentle slope below. You should hide there for a moment and call for help that I'll distract the enemies. With that, he released Chin Luoxue and turned back toward the Bentley. Wait, Chin Luoxue suddenly called out. However, Yi Chen did not stop. He understood what she wanted to say, and didn't he wish to make it seem like a farewell? Yet, as she watched his retreating figure, an overwhelming urge to cry surged within her. He was risking everything to save her, displaying a resolve as if he were prepared to face death. They had only just met today. Initially, she had thought him a lecher, but at this crucial moment, he was the one willing to sacrifice everything for her. That a flutter of her heart prompted her to cry out tearfully. Chapter 21. A shot that reaches the sky. It is essential to recognize that these ruthless assassins, driven by their malevolence, would not hesitate to sacrifice their own lives to eliminate her. Equipped with grenades and other weaponry, One can only imagine the ensuing onslaught would be utterly terrifying. Thus, she offered Yichen a glimmer of hope, urging him to cling to that thought as he fought for his survival. She could not bear the thought of him perishing so easily. Firstly, her grandfather awaited his visit to see if he could be rescued. Secondly, he had genuinely touched her heart. Only after the Bentley vanished from sight did Qin Luoxu wipe away her tears, retreating beneath a gentle slope. Trembling, she fetched her phone, first sending her grandfather a location via WeChat before dialing his number for help. Shortly thereafter, a luxurious convoy sped out of the Qin residence. She believed that those inside the Hummer were armed with grenades, and surely the occupants of the Ferrari were as well. Consequently, she jumped into the vegetable patch below, searching the four bodies. Indeed, aside from the driver, the other three bore grenades at their waists. What was the meaning of this? Were they intimidated? At that moment, the sound of approaching vehicles grew louder. Qin Luoxu was instantly stricken with horror. The road could accommodate only 4 vehicles side by side. Yet now, for trucks were lined up in both directions, poised to ambush Yichen, it was over. Her heart sank. Even if Yichen abandoned the car and fled, the occupants of the 8 trucks would pursue him on foot, armed and ready. Regardless of how fast he ran, he would surely be gunned down. This meant that, whether he drove or fled on foot, he could not escape the deadly grasp of his enemies. Were they attempting to turn him into a sandwich? Yichen could not help but find the situation amusing. That I have prepared grenades for you. Come at me. He felt a surge of excitement as he revved the engine and sped forward. Upon witnessing this, the assassins in the 8 trucks erupted in laughter. The target appears bewildered and is too frightened to accelerate, fearing the impact might be fatal. This was precisely what they wanted. Once they surrounded the target, they could drag him out and dispose of him as they pleased. Rumor had it that he was a stunning beauty. It would be a shame to kill him outright, but now they could keep him alive for some fun before finishing him off. That moment, a man of Asian descent leaned out of the passenger seat of one truck, brandishing a megaphone, and shouted, "Listen up, target! You are surrounded. Do we hear you are a great beauty, that if you stop your car, we'll each give you a taste of heaven, that if you remain stubborn, we will crush you into a bloody pulp," which would be quite tragic. Think carefully about how you'd like to die. Shameless. Qin Luoxu gritted her teeth in fury and pounded her fist on the slope, then cautiously peeked out to gauge the situation. However, Yichen merely chuckled, bringing the Bentley to a halt at a safe distance from Qin Luoxu. "Let us see who gets to experience heaven," that he sat there with an exhilarating expression, waiting to be surrounded. Seeing the Bentley stop, the Asian man gleefully exclaimed, "Target, I know you don't want to die a horrible death. You want to pass on in ecstasy, then don't worry. We have representatives from all backgrounds, white, black, and yellow, guaranteeing you won't be disappointed." Qin Luoxu thought to herself, this guy's imitation of a woman's voice is excessively seductive. But those assassins discovering he is a man would surely spell his doom. The other assassins in the trucks burst into laughter, slowing their speed to encircle the Bentley completely. What should I do? How can I save him? Qin Luoxu felt utterly lost. She could not bear the thought of exposing herself to be ravaged by the assassins. And even if she did, she could not ensure Yichen's safety. It would only lead to her own demise. Before long, the 8 trucks formed a tight circle around the Bentley. "Little beauty, get out of the car," the Asian man urged eagerly, leaping down from the truck, AK in hand, tauntingly addressing the Bentley. "You can experience heaven now," Yichen shouted, pulling the pins from 3 grenades, forcefully flinging open the car door, and leaping onto the hood of a truck before disappearing in a flash. "What the hell?" The Asian man stared in disbelief, unable to shoot before a shadow darted out from the Bentley, vanishing like a wraith. "Head, it seems to be a person." He jumped down to the road below. One black man shouted, "Take a few people to check it out." Just then, there was a tremendous explosion. The Bentley erupted violently, sending a terrifying shockwave that obliterated half of the assassins. Some of the assassins screamed in agony. The flames quickly spread to the 8 trucks, and then, boom, boom, boom. The 8 trucks detonated in unison, sending flames soaring into the sky, an awe-inspiring sight. The entire world fell silent, save for the crackling of flames. Below the slope, Qin Luoxu was rendered speechless by the explosions that he had gone down in a blaze of glory with the enemy. She instinctively covered her mouth, collapsing on the slope, weeping uncontrollably. She could not fathom why she felt such profound sorrow, such an overwhelming urge to cry, such heart-wrenching grief. Perhaps it was the realization that someone she barely knew had bravely sacrificed himself for her in her moment of peril. "It's my fault. I've doomed you," Qin Luoxua lamented, tears streaming down her face as she clutched her knees. After an indeterminate time, a voice pierced through her despair that I'm not dead yet. "So there is no need to rush to mourn for me." Qin Luoxua froze, quickly turning her head toward the voice to to her astonishment. Yichen sat beside her, unharmed, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "Yichen," she gasped, rushing toward him, that I in the next moment. He was enveloped in a fragrant embrace, and as he feigned losing his balance, he tumbled down the slope, causing her lips to inadvertently brush against his cheek. Seizing the opportunity, he wrapped his arms around her neck. Qin Luoxua's eyes widened in shock as a sensation of warmth touched her tongue, her body softening as a moment of indescribable beauty unfolded. Approximately 5 minutes later, Yichen ceased his advances, contemplating how regrettable it would be for such a stunning beauty to lose her innocence in such a manner. Only then did Qin Luoxua gather her strength to break free. Swiftly sitting up, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, radiating an intoxicating beauty that I didn't expect you to be a novice. Yichen chuckled. Upon hearing this, Qin Luoxua protested. "Who said I'm a novice? Then why do you have no experience at all? You that scoundrel." Qin Luoxua pouted, playfully landing a few light punches on Yichen. AT-24, she felt embarrassed to have her secret exposed. "Huh." Qin Luoxua paused, her face turning even redder as she stammered. That was, she could scarcely articulate an explanation. Having second thoughts, Chapter 22, do not underestimate the youth. Yichen, I am very grateful for your rescue, and I cannot deny that I am deeply moved by your actions. However, I must be honest. I cannot control my marriage. To speak candidly, my grandfather is already planning to find a suitor for me that on his birthday in a few days. He will choose a suitable husband for me. So I apologize for deceiving you," Qin Luoxua said earnestly to Yichen. As she spoke, her heart was heavy with resignation. What girl doesn't wish to find a boy she truly loves? Yet Yichen was the only one among her acquaintances who had stirred her heart in that fleeting moment. Thus, she harbored thoughts of wanting to pursue a relationship with him, but reality was harsh. Yichen smiled calmly and replied, "That's all right. I can participate in the selection of suitors. Who knows, I might have a chance to marry you." Qin Luoxua burst into laughter. "You might as well give up. You live in a commoner-esque district. My grandfather desires a scion from a prominent family, so he will not allow you to participate." Yichen, full of confidence, retorted, "Do not underestimate the youth. My medical skills can heal the heavens. Just persuade your grandfather to let me join the selection." Qin Luoxua rolled her eyes but conceded. "All right, I will persuade my grandfather to grant you a chance, but be prepared for elimination at any time." She did not want to dishearten Yichen, especially since he had saved her. After all, "Okay, I will definitely become your family's son-in-law." Yichen beamed, helping Qin Luoxua to her feet as they left the slope and stepped onto the road. Suddenly, a cacophony of police sirens blared. "The police have arrived. This is wonderful. Yichen, we are safe," Qin Luoxua exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. "Actually, we were already safe. All those assassins were blown to smithereens," Yichen stated. Qin Luoxua, "By the way, I still don't know how you managed to blow them all up." Yichen recounted the events, and Qin Luoxua immediately gave him a thumbs up, saying, "I truly didn't expect you to be so clever and brave. Have you served in the military?" "Not at all. I've just watched too many anti-Japanese dramas and picked up a few tricks for blowing up tanks," Yichen replied. Qin Luoxua was once again at a loss for words. How could that even work? Just then, a convoy led by a Rolls-Royce, accompanied by more than 20 Mercedes-Benz S350s, came to a halt beside Qin Luoxua and Yichen, grandfather, upon recognizing her grandfather's vehicle. Qin Luoxua's face lit up with joy as she rushed over. In the next instant, an elderly man quickly emerged from the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce. "Grandfather, you've finally come. I was beginning to fear I would never see you again," Qin Luoxua exclaimed, throwing herself into his embrace. "That's all right. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. That I was so worried about you," Qin Jingqing said, trembling with emotion as he lovingly patted Qin Luoxua's back. Tears of joy streaming down his face. The grandfather and grandson exchanged pleasantries. After listening to Qin Luoxua's account, Qin Jingqing realized how perilous the situation had been. Had it not been for Yichen, he would never have seen his precious granddaughter again. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for saving my Schwer, Qin Jingqing said, clasping his hands in gratitude that it was merely a trifling matter, not worth mentioning. Yichen replied, waving his hand dismissively. Subsequently, Qin Jingqing dispatched a few individuals to assist the police with their investigation, inviting Yichen into a Mercedes-Benz, and the convoy departed the scene. Useless, a bunch of inept fools. Such a meticulous plan. And they couldn't even eliminate one woman. What a waste of the tens of millions of dollars I spent to hire them. In the study of an opulent manner, a middle-aged man, furious upon learning of the failed operation, kicked his chair violently, his face contorted with rage. Master, do not be enraged that I have a strategy that may eliminate both Qin Jingqing and Qin Luoxue in one fell swoop, an elderly hunchback man suggested. What strategy? The middle-aged man inquired. That a splendid idea, he exclaimed with delight. Qin Jingqing is afflicted with an ailment, his strength greatly diminished. Sending a skilled martial artist to confront him should suffice. However, for safety's sake, it cannot be you should the plan fail. He would realize I was behind it, that we must send someone unfamiliar to him. Rest assured, I already have a candidate in mind, the old man replied with a sinister smile. Who? Understood. I shall take care of it at once. Inside a Rolls-Royce, Qin Luoxue asked grandfather. Yichen said he also wishes to participate in the suitor selection. May we allow him to join? Qin Jingqing looked astonished. What? He wants to participate in the suitor selection. Earlier that morning, he had investigated Yi Chun after hearing news reports and discovered that he was a useless son-in-law of the Zhang family, divorced and residing in a commoner district, essentially a lowly insect at the bottom of society. Did such a small fry have the qualifications to participate in the suitor selection for the jewel of the Qin family? The very thought would provoke laughter. Yes, grandfather, can't we consider letting him join because he saved my life? Qin Luoxue implored. Absolutely not. Qin Jingqing shook his head resolutely. Those who participate in the suitor selection are scions of illustrious families from the imperial capital and Huhai. If it weren't for him saving your life, I wouldn't even allow him through our doors. There is no way he can participate. Grandfather, please, don't say any more that I cannot agree to have him participate. The Qin family cannot afford such a disgrace. Qin Luoxue responded, contemplating the matter further, that it seemed that she would have to express her apologies to Yi Chun, repaying the debt of gratitude in another manner. Approximately 40 minutes later, the convoy entered a luxurious estate. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a figure had stealthily infiltrated the estate just 10 minutes prior. Heaven has not forsaken the Qin family. Sister, you scare me to death. I thought I would never see you again. Qin Luoyun exclaimed joyfully as he rushed toward Qin Luoxue. Suddenly, his gaze swept over to Yi Chun, and his expression soured instantly to we meet again, Yi Chun said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Luoyun exploded. How dare you show up here? Someone, break his legs. Though Qin Luoyun could not contend with Yi Chun outside, within the Qin family, where masters abounded, it was the perfect opportunity to exact revenge. Yet, no one moved against Yi Chun. What are you all doing? Attack him! Qin Luoyun shouted in frustration. Qin Luoxue, visibly displeased, retorted, he saved my life. If you cannot express gratitude, at least do not call for his harm. How can I have such a foolish brother? Watch me teach you a lesson. Without further ado, she disregarded her refined demeanor and began to pummel Qin Luoyun, who fled in a panic, covering his head. That Yi Chun, I apologize. My brother is simply too deserving of a beating. Qin Luoxue said, her expression filled with regret. That no worries, no worries. Yi Chun responded with a smile. Thus, Qin Luoxue invited him into the living room. Grandfather, even elderly wants to present Yi Chun with an award, which shows that his medical skills surpass those of elderly. Why not let him take your pulse and see if he can help with your ailment? Qin Luoxue suggested. Very well, Qin Jingqing said, rolling up his sleeve, that I spoke with elderly this morning, and he also mentioned that Dr. Ye's skills far exceed his own. Although he indicated that there is little hope of curing my condition, it is worth a try. Since Schwer has invited Dr. Yi to our home, I shall give it a go. With that, he placed his hand on the table. Grandfather. No. Just then, Qin Luoyun burst into the room. Luoyun, are you trying to get yourself killed? Qin Luoxue shot him an annoyed glance. Qin Luoyun huffed. That day, my face was swollen, because of him. I do not deny his medical skills are impressive. But he is affiliated with Jin Tianhao, who would be delighted to see grandfather dead. Allowing him to treat grandfather is akin to pushing him into the crematorium. What? Both Qin Jingqing and Qin Luoxue were taken aback. Are you certain? Qin Luoxue asked. How could I possibly mistake the one who caused my face to swell? Qin Luoyun asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Qin Luoxue's expression turned icy. So, the one who forced my brother to call him brother-in-law was him. Qin Jingqing's eyes twitched, his gaze growing cold. The atmosphere became tense, a palpable sense of hostility filling the air. Indeed, it was I who caused his face to swell, Yichen declared fearlessly, standing up. That day, I earned my first pot of gold and took my parents, who raised me for over 20 years, out for a celebratory dinner. We were enjoying a lovely time when he barged in, overturned the table, and frightened my parents to the point of paling. Do you think he deserved to be struck? This, Qin Luoxue was momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had it coming that I offered to switch rooms, but he refused, flaunting his arrogance. Was it wrong for me to upend his table? Qin Luoyun defended himself loudly, pointing at Yichun. This is how the Qin family's reputation is tarnished. Qin Luoxue's chest heaved with anger as she kicked Qin Luoyun. Are you even my brother? Qin Luoyun was on the verge of tears, shouting, when he struck me and forced me to call him brother-in-law. Did you intervene or not? Only then did Qin Luoxue recall the incident, coldly asking Yichun, why did you force my brother to call you brother-in-law? Yichun chuckled and replied, you, Qin Luoxue, are a beauty beyond compare, renowned throughout Jiangzhou. Since ancient times, no hero has ever failed to love a beautiful woman. I aspire to marry you. Sooner or later, he must call me brother-in-law. Thus, I took the opportunity to make him change his address while teaching him a lesson. You did you. Qin Luoxue's face flushed with anger. The heroic image she once held of Yi Chun crumbled in an instant. Impudent. Qin Jingqing suddenly slammed his hand on the table, erupting in fury. My Schwer possesses remarkable talent, but she is not someone of your lowly caliber who should covet her. Out of respect for you saving Schwer, I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I would have your tongue cut out and fed to the dogs. Get out. Leave at once. One more minute, and you shall surely die. Yet, Yichun not only remained unafraid, but instead chuckled coldly. I merely wish to prevent Luoxue from coming to harm. Otherwise, the moment I depart, all of you will meet your demise. Qin Luoxue was stunned. How dare he speak such words? You dare threaten my grandfather. Do not think that with Jin Tianhao backing you, the Qin family will not dare to act against you. Qin Luoyun seized the opportunity to incite the flames against Yichun. Indeed, upon hearing Jin Tianhao's name, Qin Jingqing's eyes turned icy. That he was still alive. How could he allow the Qin family to be intimidated by Jin Tianhao? It seemed he would have to make an example today. With that, Qin Jingqing stood up abruptly, his fists clenched tightly. Qin Luoxue, her heart racing with fear, quickly stepped in front of Yichun, pleading with her grandfather. While Yichun may speak without thinking, I assure you he is not affiliated with Jin Tianhao. At most, they are merely acquaintances. Otherwise, he would have no reason to save me today. As she spoke, she turned to Yichun, urging, please leave now. If you delay any longer, I truly cannot save you. Yichun's lips curled into a smile as he replied, I am increasingly impressed by you. Not only are you beautiful, but your heart is also kind. Therefore, I must save you. Qin Luoxue. That my sister is perfectly fine. Does she need your saving? Qin Luoyun retorted, displeased. Humph, Yichun scoffed, raising his hand to point at a cabinet beneath a redwood display case, saying, I can assure you that a great danger lies hidden within. It could claim the lives of all of you at any moment. What? Everyone present was taken aback, their expressions filled with confusion as they gazed at the cabinet. Did I ask there truly a great danger concealed within? Yet soon after, Qin Luoyun shouted, stop spouting nonsense. This is where my grandfather keeps his calligraphy and paintings. What danger could there possibly be? Do not try to play tricks on me. If you do not believe me, open it and see for yourself that if there is no great danger, I shall see to it that you are dealt with. Qin Luoyun declared with disbelief, striding toward the cabinet. Grandfather, what are you afraid of? I shall open it for you. As he spoke, Qin Luoyun yanked open the cabinet. The moment he did, he stood frozen in shock. His mouth agape, able to fit an apple inside. Qin Jingqing, Qin Luoxue, the butler Lin Qinghai, and several bodyguards all stared wide-eyed at the sight of an old man sitting cross-legged inside the cabinet. Oh my goodness! Qin Luoyun finally regained his senses and turned to flee. Just then, a bony hand reached out to no. Qin Jingqing screamed. Bang! A solid palm struck Qin Luoyun's back. Puff! Qin Luoyun spat out a mist of blood. his entire being propelled through the air, sweeping past Yi Chun, who swiftly grasped his foot, causing him to crash to the ground, violently coughing up fresh blood. Luo Yun, Qin Jingqing, and Qin Luoshu rushed over immediately to assist him. Luo Yun, are you all right? Don't scare your sister like that. Upon witnessing Qin Luyun's frantic coughing of blood and his dazed expression, Qin Luoshu felt tears welling up in her eyes. Sister, I think that I might die. Cough, cough, that I told you there was great danger, but you foolishly refused to believe me. Are you enjoying this now? Yi Chun laughed with a hint of schadenfreude at Yi Chun. Please save my brother. I beg you to save him. Suddenly recalling that Yi Chun was a renowned healer, Qin Luoshu looked at him with desperate eyes. Take care of yourself first. Look, the old man has shut the door. It seems he intends to close it on the hounds. Quickly, hide behind me. Yi Chun appeared disinterested in saving Qin Luoyun, reasoning that he wouldn't die immediately and could endure a bit more suffering. That as Qin Luoxue and the others glanced over, they realized that the old man had quietly eliminated several bodyguards while they were distracted, closing the main door tightly, and was now approaching with hands clasped behind his back, moving with the swiftness of the wind. Who are you? Qin Jingqing inquired, narrowing his eyes. Lingnan Lu Taizhou, here on behalf of someone to collect your lives. What? The mention of Lu Taizhou from Lingnan made both Qin Jingqing and the butler Lin Qinghai's faces turn ashen. Grandfather, is Lu Taizhou formidable? Qin Luoxue asked, her face pale, that the pinnacle of internal strength, with blood on his hands numbering in the thousands, a top national wanted criminal that I never expected he would. Qin Jingqing struggled to maintain his composure. If not for his injuries, with his perfected internal strength, he could easily take Lu Tieshou's life within 10 moves. However, in his current state, it seemed Lu Taizhou could claim his life within 10 moves instead. Lu Taizhou sneered ominously, stating, would you prefer to kneel and die comfortably, or resist and be torn apart? The crowd fell silent. Old master, you and the young lady should escape quickly. I will buy you some time. The butler Lin Qinghai urged. Yes, in an instant, Lin Qinghai and 5 or 6 bodyguards charged towards Lu Taizhou that a swarm of ants. Lu Taizhou dismissed them contemptuously. The next moment, he stepped forward, creating a 10-centimeter deep footprint in the ground, causing spiderweb-like cracks to spread around. Qin Jingqing and Qin Luoxue, who was cradling Qin Luoyun, froze in their tracks, their faces as pale as paper. I, Lu Taizhou, have never failed a job. Do you still think you can escape under my very eyes? Lu Taizhou coldly mocked Qin Jingqing. Clenching his fists, Qin Jingqing suddenly launched himself, kicking off the ground and throwing a punch at Lu Taizhou with the force of a cannon. He was ready to fight to the death. Overestimating yourself, Lu Taizhou scoffed, meeting the punch with his own. The two fists collided in midair with a thunderous boom, shaking the void. Qin Jingqing was sent staggering back a dozen steps, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. While Lu Taizhou barely retreated a single step, grandfather, Qin Luoxue rushed to his side, her face etched with concern. Are you all right? Not much, Lu Taizhou replied, shaking his head that my task is to ensure the deaths of you two. So I shall spare neither of you. With that, he advanced towards Qin Jingqing, leaving him in despair. Heaven seeks to destroy the Qin family. Qin Jingqing closed his eyes in resignation. Just then, an unexpected voice rang out. If you agree to let me participate in the suitor selection, I will save your Qin family. Chapter 24. A Needle to the Heart. Who? Lu Taizhou abruptly halted. Turning towards the voice, he saw a young man in his 20s, casually reclining with one leg crossed over the other. A playful smile adorning his lips as he regarded Lu Taizhou. Are you that eager to die? Lu Taizhou replied coldly, that I wasn't speaking to you. So why are you so agitated? Yi Chun shot Lu Taizhou a glare, then turned to Qin Jingqing. That do you agree? If not, I will take Luoxue and leave, regardless of your fate. That I agree. I agree. If you can kill him, I will allow you to participate in the suitor selection. In that moment, Qin Jingqing had no choice but to clutch at straws, albeit without hope. Qin Luoxue gazed at Yi Chun in disbelief, her heart swelling with emotion, her eyes misting over. He was once again risking everything for her. If liking someone could be measured on a scale of 100, her affection for Yi Chun surged from 30 to 50 in an instant. Lu Taizhou suddenly erupted into laughter, as if hearing the greatest joke of his life. Did this young upstart truly believe he could save someone from his grasp? Since you are so eager to show off, I shall grant you the opportunity to kill me. Come on, I want to lift a finger. If you can get close to me, I will concede defeat. Lu Taizhou mocked, sensing no martial aura from Yi Chun, clearly perceiving him as an ordinary mortal. But who was Lu Taizhou? He was the Iron Hand of Lingnan. Feared by many, you are quite the braggart. Let us see if your flesh is tougher or my silver needle sharper. The White Yi Chun rose with a smile, retrieving a 20-centimeter-long silver needle from his waist. Advancing step by step towards Lu Taizhou, even with a silver needle, you think you can harm me? If you can't pierce me, I won't hesitate to smash your head. Lu Taizhou laughed again. All right. As he spoke, Yi Chun stood before Lu Taizhou at Yi Chun Yu. Qin Luoshua's heart raced. She feared he would fail, leading to his demise. The Dio not worry. I will be fine that I still intend to marry you, Yi Chun assured her with a gentle smile. Qin Luoshua instinctively covered her mouth, wishing to cry. Come on, kid, if you don't make your move soon, I will have to smash your head. Lu Taizhou impatiently urged that don't be hasty, I'm coming. With that, Yi Chun slowly thrust the silver needle towards Lu Tieshou's brow. That a futile attempt. You overestimate yourself. Lu Taizhou sneered. Whoosh, the silver needle penetrated Lu Tieshou's brow, as if piercing through tofu. Lu Taizhou let out a pained scream. Feeling as though his head would explode, rolling on the ground in agony, Qin Luoshua and the others stood frozen in shock. Heavens, he actually pierced him. This defies all logic. You little brat. What have you done to me? Why is my consciousness fading? Lu Taizhou cried out in agony. The White Yi Chun chuckled. You may not know, but I am a physician. I can save lives, and I can also take them. Prepare for cerebral death. Why didn't you say so sooner? Lu Taizhou was filled with regret and despair. Had he known Yi Chun was a master of medicine, he would have simply killed him without pretense, rather than risking his life in front of him. Dr. Yi, in an instant, Qin Jingqing and the others bowed deeply to Yi Chun, utterly awed by his miraculous medical skills. No need to bow to me. Yi Chun replied, focusing solely on straightening Qin Luoshua, a charming smile gracing his lips. Qin Luoshua's heart fluttered, a blush blooming on her cheeks. How captivating was his smile. Qin Jingqing witnessed this scene, but what could he say? He had no grounds for anger. After all, he had saved the Qin family. Logically, such a benefactor deserved to marry Qin Luoshua. However, with Qin Luoyan being so inept, the Qin family needed a son-in-law with a strong background. And it was evident that Yi Chun did not fit that bill. You want to go back on your word, will you? Yi Chun asked Qin Jingqing. No, Qin Jingqing shook his head, stating in 4 days. It will be the suitor selection day, and I will send someone to invite you. Very well. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction, turning to Qin Luoshua. I will certainly stand out and marry you, Qin Luoshua once again lowered her head shyly. It's bad, old master. Lu Taizhou has committed suicide by biting his tongue. Lin Qinghai suddenly exclaimed that he had intended to inquire about the mastermind behind the scenes, but was taken aback by Lu Taizhou's sudden demise. Observing Lu Taizhou lifeless, Qin Jingqing sighed, knowing they would have to handle the body. Dr. Yi, save me. I am in so much pain. Qin Luoyun, who had been laid on a grandmaster chair by Qin Luoshua, suddenly cried out, Call me brother-in-law, and I will save you. Otherwise, you are too annoying, and I don't want to help, Yi Chun replied. Qin Luoshua, Qin Jingqing, the brother-in-law, save me. Qin Luoyan was unconcerned about anything else. His life was at stake. Now that it's more like it, Yi Chun approached him with satisfaction to heal his wounds. After a considerable effort, Qin Luoyan finally felt much better. Subsequently, at Qin Luoshua's insistence, Yi Chun took Qin Jingqing's pulse. What do you think, Yi Chun? Can my grandfather's illness be cured? It must be cured, he affirmed. Really? Yi Chun nodded, taking out the silver needle to puncture Qin Jingqing's back and chest with several needles. Approximately 10 minutes later. Wow. Qin Jingqing coughed up several black blood clots. Grandfather, how are you feeling? Qin Luoshua inquired anxiously. I'm good. Much better. No more wheezing or coughing. Incredible. Dr. Yi, you are truly remarkable. Qin Jingqing exclaimed excitedly. Is it true, grandfather? Qin Luoshua was overjoyed, expressing her gratitude to Yi Chun profusely. Yi Chun smiled and waved his hand, saying, Your grandfather attempted a forced breakthrough in his cultivation but failed, resulting in severe damage to his internal organs. I used acupuncture to clear the stagnant blood within his 5 viscera, that to achieve a full recovery. He must take the vitality pill to restore the functionality of his damaged organs. Vitality pill? Where can I purchase it? There is none available for sale, Yi Chen replied. Add me on WeChat, transfer 1,000 yuan to me, and I will procure the ingredients to refine the vitality pill for your grandfather. Is cash acceptable? Qin Luoxue inquired. That won't do. My WeChat account is low on funds that I'll add you on WeChat and transfer 10,000. Qin Luoyan offered eagerly. Get lost, Yi Chen shot back, giving him a disdainful glance. Qin Luoxue thought to herself, this guy is just pretending to need money. He genuinely wants my WeChat. Yi Chen seemed to perceive Qin Luoxue's thoughts and chuckled, seizing the opportunity to cultivate their relationship, planning for when the time would be right on their wedding night. Half an hour later, within a lavish estate, that I'm sorry, master. My junior brother's mission failed, and he is dead. The elder bowed his head in shame. The middle-aged man felt a sharp pang in his heart, weakly stating, he was at the peak of his internal strength. How could he fail? The elder frowned. It is possible that Qin Jingqing has recovered from his injuries. The middle-aged man fell silent. Heaven does not forsake the Qin family. Temporarily halt all actions against the Qin family and observe the situation. With that, the middle-aged man exited the study, needing some fresh air to alleviate his heavy mood. Upon leaving the villa, he was met with a troubling sight. Two young men were riding a dilapidated electric scooter, shouting in frustration. Shanji, damn it. Am I being scammed? I've charged it all day, yet this yachty moves at a turtle's pace. Wei Zifei exclaimed in annoyance that I don't know Wei Xiao, but that guy was definitely able to drive it fast yesterday. Shanji replied, equally bewildered. Exactly. Why is it so slow in my hands? Could it be that there's a function we haven't discovered, preventing it from going faster? Wei Zifei halted the scooter. Just as he prepared to conduct a thorough inspection, the middle-aged man approached and viciously kicked the scooter to the ground. Dad, what are you doing? Wei Zifei yelled in exasperation. Wei Tai was nearly beside himself with rage, cursing, how could I have given birth to such a dimwit? Spending $1 million on this piece of junk. Have you lost your mind? But Dad, that guy was definitely faster than my Lamborghini yesterday, Wei Zifei protested. Wei Tai slapped him across the face, angrily retorting, have you crashed your brain? How can an electric scooter outrun a sports car? Get rid of this piece of junk. Just looking at it makes me want to strangle you. Oh, Wei Zifei covered his face, looking utterly aggrieved. Before Shanji could speak, Wei Tai, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, you have no shame. I still care about my reputation. Spending $1 million on an electric scooter and then seeking a refund. If this gets out, I'll be the laughingstock. Smash the damn thing and pretend this never happened. With that, Wei Tai stormed off, leaving Wei Zifei paralyzed with shock. However, this incident could not simply be brushed aside. Chapter 25, The Difficulty of Marriage Ding. Suddenly, he received a WeChat message. Qin Luoxue. Are you home? Yi Chen. I'm home, paired with a winking emoji. Qin Luoxue. Blushing emoji. Indeed, adding her on WeChat was not in vain. Suddenly, a group of over a dozen men armed with wooden sticks surrounded him. Then, the panicked cries of his parents echoed. Xiao Chun, run! They want to kill you. He saw his parents bound to chairs, their faces filled with terror. Upon witnessing this, Yi Chen's expression turned ominously cold, did I say. Zhu Chong, what do you mean by this? Who paid you to come after me? Yi Chen's voice was icy. Zhu Chong was the leader of a gang in the lower district, commanding over 100 underlings. Notorious for his ruthlessness, no household in the area was unafraid of him. How dare you call our brother Chong by name? Are you looking to die? A yellow-haired thug glared at Yi Chen. Yi Chen scoffed, addressing Zhu Chong. Tell me who sent you, and I may spare your miserable life. Otherwise, even your boss, Lei Hu, cannot save you. Zhu Chong, who was affiliated with Lei Hu, was well known in the lower district. Ha ha! Are you out of your mind? Who do you think you are? I could easily kill you. There's no need to involve Brother Hu. Zhu Chong laughed uproariously. Lei Hu would kneel before me. You dare to bind my parents? You will surely die today. Yi Chen responded coldly. Zhu Chong laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. Padilla, you take me for a fool. You think you can scare me with that nonsense? You really believe I would be intimidated? Zhu Chong had heard of Yi Chen's reputation in the lower district. Everyone knew he was a freeloader who had been rejected by his wife. Would Lei Hu really kneel before him? He probably hadn't even seen Lei Hu's face. Men, knock this little punk out and bag him up. We won't let the 50,000 we paid go to waste. Zhu Chong commanded. Yes, Brother Chong. Immediately, a yellow-haired thug approached Yi Chen, grinning as he hefted his wooden stick to Yi Chen. Be a good person in your next life. Stop being a freeloader. As he spoke, the thug swung the stick toward Yi Chen's head. Who do you think you are? Yi Chen retaliated with a swift kick. Bang! The yellow-haired thug crashed against the wall, foaming at the mouth. The rest of the thugs were left dumbfounded. Brother Chong, this kid is a martial artist. The yellow-haired thug managed to gasp. Zhu Chong was taken aback, hastily backing away. Everyone attack him together. Beat him to death. Instantly, over a dozen thugs charged at Yi Chen. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of muffled thuds aside from Zhu Chong, all the thugs lay on the ground, howling in agony. Zhu Chong was stunned. By the time he regained his senses, Yi Chen had already kicked him down. Bang! Ah! Zhu Chong lay on the ground, a look of anguish on his face. Glaring at Yi Chen in fury, "You better wait for me. I'll call Brother Hu and have him kill you." With that, Zhu Chong clutched his stomach and fled to why Yi Chen ignored him, calling Lei Hu would be for the best. Saving him the trouble of getting his hands dirty, but he then untied his parents. "Xiao Chun, Zhu Chong is going to call Lei Hu. We must flee." Yang Shuqing urged anxiously, but Wai Yi Chun smiled wryly and whispered, "Did you forget why Lei Hu invited me that day?" Upon hearing this, Yang Shuqing and her husband recalled that Yi Chun had been invited by Lei Hu to save old Jin's mother and had received a substantial reward from old Jin. If Lei Hu came, would he turn against Yi Chen? Certainly not. He might even punish Zhu Chong severely. The couple immediately felt at ease. That be by the way, Xiao Chun, you spent the whole day with Miss Qin today. How did it go? Yang Shuqing suddenly asked. Very well. We even added each other on WeChat. That IT won't be long before you and Dad have a wedding to attend. Yi Chen replied with a smile. Really? The couple was overjoyed. Did I ask it a marriage or a bride price? Yi Yanhua asked. Bride price. Why is it always a bride price? The couple nearly burst into tears at why Yi Chen hurriedly comforted them. Upon further reflection, the couple realized that Qin Luoxue was vastly superior to Zhang Qianting. When they visited the Zhang family, they had never seen Zhang Qianting smile at them, completely ignoring them. But Qin Luoxue was different. It was evident she was well-educated and polite with a sweet tongue. Comparing the two, the couple had nothing more to say. Before long, a group of people barged into Yi Chen's home. Brother Hu, this bastard injured me and my brothers, claiming that you would kneel before him. Zhu Chong pointed at Yi Chen, seething with indignation. That why Yi Chen turned to face him. Lei Hu, initially filled with rage, froze upon seeing Yi Chen's face, his body trembling as cold sweat broke out. He approached Yi Chen cautiously, taking 2 steps forward to TO his surprise. Before he could finish speaking, Lei Hu knelt down on one knee before Yi Chen, bowing respectfully. Mr. Yi. The room fell silent in astonishment. Brother Hu actually knelt before Yi Chen? To hell with this. Lei Hu slapped Zhu Chong hard across the face, sending him reeling and losing several teeth. Mr. Yi. How would you like to deal with this scoundrel? Lei Hu inquired. Ask him who sent him to come after me. Yi Chen instructed. Understood. Lei Hu nodded and turned to Zhu Chong, demanding, who sent you? Brother Hu, it was Lu Xiaojie. He paid 50,000 to take Mr. Ye's life. I swear I didn't know you knew him, or I would never have dared to accept this job. Upon hearing this, Lei Hu exploded with rage. Yes, before long, Zhu Chong and his gang were dragged out by Lei Hu's men, leaving Yi Chen's home finally peaceful. Mr. Yi, the Lu family wields considerable power in Jiangzhou. Lu Xiaojie's mother is a cousin of Wei Tai, the head of the Wei family, one of the 4 great families in Jiangzhou. However, with your word, I am willing to risk everything to eliminate that scoundrel. Outside the door, Lei Hu stated. Very well. I will ensure this matter is handled thoroughly. By the way, is the number 1 mansion owned by old Jin? Yi Chen asked. Yes, it belongs to old Jin. Lu Xiaojie is hosting his wedding at the number 1 mansion on the 15th of this month. He has likely reserved the venue for that day. Have old Jin cancel his reservation. I will be marrying there on the 15th. Understood. I will contact old Jin right away. At the Zhang family, I'm enjoying the mountain view from the city tower. Listening to the chaos outside, Zhang Tenbao drummed his fingers on the table, smugly humming a tune from Empty City Stratagem. He awaited news of Yi Chen's downfall. Dad, stop singing. Both Xiaojie and I are about to vomit. Zhang Qianting rolled her eyes and remarked. Zhang Tianbao laughed heartily and said, Dad, aren't you pleased? With that useless wretch dead, there will be no one to oppose me. Once the dust settles, I shall remain the most formidable traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in Jiangzhou. Lu Xiaojie chuckled. Uncle Zhang, rest assured, that good-for-nothing is bound to die. I suspect Zhu Chong is already dealing with his corpse. Why not give him a call? If that useless fellow is indeed dead, We should make our departure swiftly, or else I'll be sickened by my father's incessant nagging, Zhang Qianning urged. Thus, he dialed Zhu Chong's number. Xiao Chong, has that useless fellow been dealt with? It's Zhu Chong who has been dealt with. I'm currently collecting his body, came the response. What? Beep beep. Hello? Hello, damn it. What is happening, Xiaojie? Zhang Qianning frowned. Lu Xiaojie, deflated, replied that useless wretch is still alive. Instead, it is Zhu Chong who has been taken out. What? Zhang Tianbao's demeanor instantly darkened. How can we fail to eliminate even a useless wretch? Uncle Zhang, do not fret. He is but a worthless fellow. I shall ensure his demise sooner or later, Lu Xiaojie consoled. Zhang Tianbao was at a loss, unable to express his fury in front of Lu Xiaojie. Otherwise, he would have shattered some cups and bottles in frustration, that he was acutely aware that the useless wretch's shop would open the day after tomorrow. And Tianbao Pharmacy was also set to resume operations then. At that moment, Lu Xiaojie's phone rang. It was from mansion number 1. Likely inquiring about the arrangements for my wedding on the 15th. Quickly answer it, and say we want the most romantic setup. Zhang Qianting exclaimed excitedly. All right, Lu Xiaojie answered the call. The next second, his expression darkened. What? My reservation has been cancelled. Are you kidding me? I've already sent out the invitations. A mysterious individual is hosting a wedding? Who could it be? Hello, don't hang up. Beep beep, that a mysterious individual is holding a wedding at mansion number 1 on the 15th, and our reservation has been cancelled, Lu Xiaojie said helplessly upon hearing this. Zhang Qianting went into a frenzy. Why on earth? Our invitation states the wedding is on the 15th at mansion number 1, and the invitations have already been sent out. How can they simply cancel? What are we supposed to do? We can't just invalidate the invitations. Lu Xiaojie lamented. It was Lord Jean who ordered the cancellation. I have no way around it. Why is it so torturous and difficult to get married? Chapter 26. Could it be that she has arrived? The world claims that immortals live a good life, yet only Yi Chun understands the tedium and monotony of such existence. After cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years, his days were filled with battles and training, growing increasingly tedious. It wasn't until he arrived on Earth and experienced life as a mortal for a few days that he realized those previous hundreds of thousands of years had been a waste. Life on Earth was remarkably vibrant. However, he also comprehended that without wealth and skill, one would live a dismal existence, much like the previous owner of this body. Hence, he understood that regardless of the place, to live well, one must first possess ability. Only on Earth can one's skills lead to a more exhilarating and entertaining life. Moreover, Earth is filled with shameless individuals, and striking back at them can be quite satisfying. On the following day, he chatted with Qin Luoxue on WeChat, taught Li Jishir and others some medical skills, and spent quality time with his parents, enjoying a leisurely life. Early the next morning, he donned a traditional Tang suit, hailed a taxi, and headed to Traditional Medicine Street. Today marked the grand opening of his pharmacy, and he intended to slap Zhang Tianbao's face, causing that old fool to bleed profusely. For despicable individuals, slow torment is far more rewarding than a swift death. To swear, my pharmacy opens today. Do come and have some fun. He sent a voice message to Qin Luoxue, having grown so close over their day of conversation that he directly called her Shuer. I will definitely be there. At approximately 8 in the morning, Traditional Medicine Street was bustling with people. Opposite Tianbao Pharmacy, the newly opened pharmacy was named Jishir Tang. The entrance was adorned with flower baskets, dragon and lion dances, and the sound of drums and gongs filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. With the prowess of archery and horsemanship, one can stabilize the chaos of the world. With Guanyin seated upon a lotus, suffering beings are saved. What a splendid poem! I have no respect for anyone except the owner of this establishment. The onlookers praised the couplets displayed on either side of the pharmacy. Dad, don't be too pessimistic. Our compatriots love a spectacle. Once the opening ceremony concludes, our business will pick up. Zhang Qianning reassured. Li Jishir and Wu Jinxiong are both there acting as resident physicians. Our business will not flourish, Zhang Tianbao said, looking despondent. But both of them are titans in the medical field. Would they be willing to work for that useless wretch indefinitely? I believe they are merely lending him some facade and will withdraw in a few days, Zhang Qianting replied. Zhang Tianbao found her reasoning sound, and disregarding Wu Jinxiong, who specialized in Western medicine and posed no threat to him. He feared Li Jishir due to his high expertise in both traditional and Western medicine. However, since Li Jishir was from the imperial capital and had substantial assets there, He certainly would not remain for long, perhaps just 10 days or half a month, or even leave in 3 to 5 days. With this thought, Zhang Tianbao felt considerably more at ease that Emir Yi Chun was still beneath his notice. Besides, his son-in-law had guaranteed that he would ensure the useless wretch's disappearance at that moment. Yi Chun, dressed in a Tang suit and sporting a stylish 3-7 hairstyle, appeared at the entrance of Jishir Tang. "Dr. Yi, we have been waiting for you to cut the ribbon." Li Jishir approached with a smile. He then introduced Yi Chun to the onlookers. "This is our Jishir Tang's owner, Dr. Yi." "Wow. I didn't expect the owner of Jishir Tang to be so young and handsome. I thought it would be an old man. But instead, it's a young, fresh face that is his medical skill truly extraordinary. What a young, stylish, and charismatic owner. If his skills are as impressive as they say, I will definitely come here for my medical needs in the future." After Li Jishir's introduction, the crowd erupted in excitement, particularly among the younger women, who were cheering in delight, and even some older ladies were fervently enthusiastic that it was astonishing how the once useless wretch, with a little grooming, had transformed into someone 100 times more attractive than before. Zhang Qianting gazed on, her eyes gleaming that as the saying goes, a person is judged by their attire, just as a horse is judged by its saddle. Originally, Yi Chen's height, physique, and appearance were already above average, and with the enhancements from his cultivation, his skin and bones had become increasingly perfect, and his aura more pronounced that he now appeared capable of overshadowing all young stars. "Are you regretting divorcing him?" Zhang Tianbao scoffed from the side. Not at all. He wouldn't even be worthy to carry Xiaojie's shoes." Zhang Qianting regained her composure and replied that, of course, she valued Lu Xiaojie's wealth. Otherwise, even if Yi Chun had become so handsome, her lack of regret would be disingenuous. In terms of appearance, Lu Xiaojie had already been eclipsed by Yi Chun. Yet, mature women understand that looks cannot be eaten. Only wealth and power reign supreme. Otherwise, some beautiful women would not become mistresses for older men. Soon, the ribbon-cutting ceremony commenced. "Abeo, would you like to come over and stick a big red flower on your pharmacy door?" Yi Chun shouted to Zhang Tianbao across the way. "Come on, partake in the joy, otherwise your pharmacy will surely cool down." "Ting, how about you? Get lost. Ha ha." Yi Chun laughed heartily and, amidst the crackling of firecrackers, cut the ribbon. After the ceremony, Yi Chun took the microphone and offered some polite remarks to the onlookers before asking, "How much do you usually pay for a good pound of ginseng at Tianbao Pharmacy?" "So expensive." Yi Chun feigned shock and continued, "At Jishir Tang, we charge 8,888 or 68.88. A pound of quality ginseng is only 48.88, and you can take it home." The crowd erupted in commotion. "That's a full 4,000 cheaper than Tianbao Pharmacy." Zhang Tianbao burst out of the pharmacy, yelling at Yi Chun in a fit of rage, "Useless! Is this how you conduct business? This is practically a clearance sale." "Shut your mouth about clearance sales," Yi Chun retorted. "Selling for 4,888 still leaves me with a decent profit. You are simply too greedy, only caring about your own gain without considering how many people must sell their homes, cars, or even go bankrupt just to seek medical attention. Look at my sign, hanging the pot to benefit the world. Do you know what hanging the pot to benefit the world means? It means a physician's benevolence, using medical skills to help the masses." With that, thunderous applause erupted. Zhang Tianbao's face turned ashen with rage, clutching his chest as he coughed violently, feeling as if he could scarcely breathe. This was a direct attack on his livelihood. Yet he remained unaware that Yi Chun had no intention of profiting from this pharmacy. If he truly wished to make money, he had countless avenues. The primary purpose of opening this pharmacy was to undermine Zhang Tianbao's business. Just then, over 20 luxury cars drove in a traditional medicine street. "Dad, look, Xiaojie and his entourage have arrived," Zhang Qianting exclaimed in delight. They had anticipated that Yi Chen's pharmacy would undoubtedly compete with Tianbao Pharmacy upon its opening, and thus had made prior preparations. "Excellent. They are most welcome." Zhang Tianbao began to feel excited. The crowd of onlookers buzzed with excitement. Holy cow! Lamborghinis, Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, Maybachs, and the least among them is a Mercedes S600. Are they here to celebrate the opening of Jishir Tang? The lineup is simply terrifying. Soon, the luxury vehicles came to a stop beside Tianbao Pharmacy. Lu Xiaojie was the first to exit from the lead Lamborghini, followed by a procession of extravagantly dressed successful individuals who descended from their luxury cars, either alone or accompanied by their wives and daughters. all wearing smiles as they made their way toward Tianbao Pharmacy. Dr. Zhang, your pharmacy has finally opened. When it comes to medical care in Jiangzhou, you are truly the best. With your pharmacy closed, I find myself at a loss as to whom to turn for even the slightest ailment. Just a week ago, my daughter was bleeding profusely. A visit to the hospital proved futile. Thankfully, Dr. Zhang prescribed a remedy that halted her bleeding. Today, I specifically brought my daughter here to express our gratitude to you. Dr. Zhang, that I in Jiangzhou. When it comes to treating complex ailments, Dr. Zhang is undoubtedly the foremost expert that a cadre of wealthy patrons and their families showered him with flattery. Zhang Tianbao's face was beaming with joy as he graciously thanked his supporters. Although he had previously been blinded by greed, incorporating counterfeit medicines into his remedies, he has nonetheless cured many. Now, with a thorough overhaul, all that is sold is genuine medicine. I can assure you that under the condition of authentic remedies, coupled with Dr. Zhang's exceptional skills, the treatment of difficult conditions will yield even greater results. Thus, I implore you to trust Tianbao Pharmacy. While the medicines at Jishir Hall may be cheaper, who can guarantee their integrity, ensuring that they do not cut corners? Therefore, if you're facing a complex ailment, seek out Dr. Zhang for assistance that I will personally cover all medical expenses for the first 100 patients. As soon as this announcement was made, a multitude of individuals with ailments surged towards Tianbao Pharmacy, with at least 300 to 500 people arriving in mere minutes. Zhang Tianbao was overjoyed, quickly instructing the physicians and staff at Tianbao Pharmacy to attend to the influx of patients that he then proclaimed with pride. Starting today, all medical consultations and prescriptions at Tianbao Pharmacy will be offered at a 30% discount for 1 month. Seize this opportunity. Another wave of eager individuals rushed into Tianbao Pharmacy. You think you can compete with me? You're still quite inexperienced, Zhang Tianbao gleefully remarked to Yi Chun. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. What the hell? A Bugatti Veyron with a license plate 56789. Isn't that the beloved car of Qin Luoxue, the president of the Qin Group? Could it be that she's arrived? Chapter 27. A few melancholic tunes. What? Qin Luoxue is here. The most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou? There are only 2 Bugatti Veyrons in Jiangzhou, so it must be her. As the $2 million Bugatti Veyron gracefully approached, the crowd could no longer contain their excitement. With 99.9% of their attention drawn towards in the next moment, a throng of people surged out of Tianbao Pharmacy, and in less than 10 seconds, the place was empty. Not even a single staff member remained inside. Hey, why are you all rushing out? You need to see patients. Zhang Tianbao scolded a few seated physicians at Tianbao Pharmacy. Boss, all the patients have vanished. How can we treat anyone? One physician replied. You all can't just run out. Zhang Tianbao said, exasperated. Anyway, staying inside is pointless. It won't earn you a dime. Let us see what the first beauty of Jiangzhou looks like. Yes, if you don't allow us to see her, we might as well take the day off. Money is infinite, but the chance to see someone like Qin Luoxue is rare. I must seize this opportunity. Even if it means losing 3 days' wages, several physicians chimed in, and even the staff in charge of running errands expressed their agreement. What could Zhang Tianbao do? He could only relent, for if they went on strike, Tianbao Pharmacy would face closure once more. The convertible made it easy to see the couple inside. The driver, a young man clad in a floral shirt and sunglasses, wore a smirk that exuded arrogance. Beside him sat a woman in a baseball cap, donning a white shirt and fitted jeans, radiating a refreshing aura amidst the summer heat. How peculiar. Why are Qin Luoxue and her brother here? Lu Xiaojie furrowed his brow. Having frequented the upper echelons of Jiangzhou society, he recognized them instantly. Yes, I have seen them at various events. I am certain, Lu Xiaojie affirmed, that I don't know if the woman is Qin Luoxue. But the man is undoubtedly Qin Luoyan. Are they here to seek my medical expertise or prescriptions? Zhang Tianbao suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Previously, while Qin Luoxue had never visited, her brother often came to Tianbao Pharmacy for supplements to bolster his vitality. Father, they must be looking for you. That good-for-nothing is merely a lowly worm in society. He has no right to associate with the princes and princesses of the Qin family. If it weren't for that physician from the capital, Li Jishir, propping him up, he would be nothing, Zhang Qining disparaged. What Qining said is correct. That good-for-nothing doesn't even deserve to know me, let alone the Qin family. Thus, Qin Luoxue and her brother must be here for Uncle Zhang. Lu Xiaojie concluded confidently. The Qin family's assets are worth 5 billion, dwarfing the Lu family's wealth that he had only encountered Qin Luoxue once. lacking the qualification to know her personally, that a lowly worm like Yi Chun from the common district would have even less chance to mingle with the illustrious Qin family princess. Since they did not know him, it was impossible for them to be here to support him. Zhang Tianbao, initially uncertain if Qin Luoxue and her brother were there for him, now felt emboldened by his daughter and future son-in-law's remarks. Surely, such esteemed individuals must be seeking him out. How could they possibly be here to support someone like Yi Chun, a lowly worm from society? As he pondered this, Qin Luoxue and her brother stepped out of their vehicle. Zhang Tianbao hurriedly approached, his demeanor akin to that of a servant greeting nobility. "Miss Qin, young Master Qin, you are too kind. My Tianbao pharmacy was closed for 3 days, and we have just reopened. I am astonished that you would come to show your support. I am deeply honored. Please come inside." Qin Luoxue and her brother exchanged puzzled glances that moment. Yi Chun interjected, "Abayo, could you have a shred of dignity? Your pharmacy has been embroiled in scandal over counterfeit medicines. Who in their right mind would come to support you? Don't speak such nonsense." Zhang Tianbao retorted angrily at Yi Chun. "All my counterfeit medicines have been taken off the shelves. What I sell now is all genuine. I even published a public notice yesterday, inviting scrutiny from the public that if they're not here to support me, then surely they wouldn't come to support someone like you, a lowly commoner. Those who lack shame are doomed to perish. I must commend your audacity, Zhang Tianbao. Feel free to invite them to support you." Yi Chun chuckled, adopting a tone that suggested he doubted Zhang Tianbao's ability to persuade them. Zhang Tianbao shot Yi Chun a fierce glare, but soon plastered a smile on his face, gesturing for Qin Luoxue and her brother to enter. However, as soon as he spoke, he was met with a scathing rebuke from Qin Luoyun. "Zhang Tianbao, can you not retain a modicum of self-respect? You know perfectly well how many counterfeit medicines you sold. Do you still have the gall to invite me to your pharmacy? Aren't you afraid I might smash your store?" At a loss for words, Zhang Tianbao felt his face burn with embarrassment. "Get away from me! My sister and I have come to see the famed Ye for his esteemed medical skills. It has nothing to do with you," Qin Luoyun admonished, taking Qin Luoxue's arm as they headed towards Jishir Hall. Zhang Tianbao and his daughter, along with Lu Xiaojie, stood in stunned silence, their minds racing with disbelief. The surrounding laughter only intensified Zhang Tianbao's humiliation to Dr. Yi. "The last time I presented you with a plaque, I witnessed firsthand your medical prowess surpassing that of Zhang Tianbao. I heard that your pharmacy opened today. So I brought my sister to see for ourselves," Qin Luoyun said, approaching Yi Chun. Yesterday, Yi Chun had mentioned the opening to Qin Luoxue, who had subsequently asked her grandfather if they should accompany her to support Yi Chun. To avoid revealing that Yi Chun could treat her grandfather's illness, Qin Jingqing instructed Qin Luoxue to approach Yi Chun as a stranger, to protect him from potential danger and ensure he could obtain the vital energy pill. Qin Luoxue had indeed mentioned this to Yi Chun, who readily agreed. For now, he preferred to keep their connection discreet, waiting for the right moment to reveal it after successfully marrying Qin Luoxue on the 15th. He wished to surprise Zhang Qianting and the others at Dr. Yi. "I have long admired your reputation," Qin Luoxue said with a charming smile, her gaze assessing Yi Chun. She found that Yi Chun, clad in his traditional attire, bore an air reminiscent of a refined young master from an ancient silk shop. "How could I possibly be considered renowned? However, you, Miss Qin, carry the title of the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. Your reputation precedes you. Had I not seen you with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe that such exquisite beauty exists in this world. Truly a feast for the eyes," Yi Chun remarked with admiration. "Isn't it?" The crowd echoed, their eyes wide with awe, thoroughly captivated by the sight. Qin Luoxue was taken aback that there really no need for such excessive flattery. "Indeed, you have come to the right place. Yesterday, I had my team produce a batch of Qin Tian pills, priced at only $8 each, guaranteed to keep you upright for an hour," Yi Chun proclaimed, gesturing for them to enter. Qin Luoxue rolled her eyes. "How did I end up with such an incorrigible brother? And you, Yi Chun, how can you sell such a product? Isn't that risking his life?" She wished to conceal her connection with Yi Chun. Otherwise, she would have liked to give him a piece of her mind that Yi Chun, sensing her thoughts, flashed her a cheeky grin. Qin Luoxue pouted slightly, feigning irritation as she entered Jishir Hall. She needed to ensure that Qin Luoyun didn't purchase too many pills. Just a few to test would suffice. Buying an entire jar would be excessive. The first dandy of Jiangzhou and the most beautiful woman of Jiangzhou have both expressed their admiration for Jishitang. "What are we waiting for? Let us enter and witness the medical prowess of Jishitang. Someone shouted soon. A tide of onlookers surged into Jishitang. The shopkeeper exclaimed. More than 20 physicians hurriedly entered the pharmacy. Zhang Tunbao was on the verge of losing his mind, his voice hoarse from calling out incessantly. Yet alas, no one entered Tunbao's grand pharmacy. You damn it. Zhang Tunbao felt as though his lungs were about to explode. Clutching his chest in agony, Dai Yichen laughed heartily and remarked, In a moment, I shall arrange for some speakers to play a few soothing tunes for you. With that, Yichen stepped into the pharmacy. You little. Zhang Tianbao felt an urge to spit blood. Damn it. Lu Xiaojie clenched his fists and declared, I shall call my cousin Wei Zifei right away, instructing him to gather some friends and bring a bevy of beauties over to blind these fools. He took out his phone and dialed Wei Zifei. Chapter 28 Sister, what are you two up to? For Yi Chun, who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, the various ailments of earth were hardly diseases in his eyes. As long as the remedies were properly administered, even decades-old rheumatism could be cured with a single dose that he had imparted these skills to Li Jishir and Wu Jinxiong over the past couple of days, appointing them as the chief physicians, while the expertise of the other physicians would also be passed down by them. As the saying goes, teaching a disciple may lead to the master's downfall. Naturally, Li Jishir and Wu Jinxiong would not divulge all the abilities that Yi Chun had taught them. Why Yi Chun was indifferent to such matters, content to be a hands-off manager, intervening only when Li Jishir and Wu Jinxiong, his half-trained disciples, failed to cure a patient. The effect of the Qingtian pill truly that remarkable. Yi Shini, perhaps I should try one now. In the office, Qin Luoyan held a jar of Qingtian pills and couldn't help but smile as she inquired. If you have someone to resolve your issues with, feel free to take one. If not, I advise against it. Otherwise, you may feel discomfort for 40 to 50 minutes, and others will laugh at you. Yi Chen replied. Qin Luoxue, does that mean I should take one before working? Qin Luoyan asked. Yes, it takes effect in 5 minutes. I trust in Yi Shini's medical skills, so I shall take one before working. Qin Luoyan chuckled. By the way, how many pills are in this jar? A year's supply, 365 pills. Consider it a gift from me, no charge. Yi Chen smiled. Qin Luoyan immediately waved her hand, saying that won't do. Not only should I accept it, but I must also reward you. Here, add me on WeChat, and I will transfer you 50,000. Yi Chun promptly provided his WeChat ID. That you're not allowed to buy so many, Qin Luoxue suddenly shouted, snatching the jar of Qingtian pills away. Sister, what business is it of yours how many I buy? Give it back. Qin Luoyan retorted annoyed. You manage everything, even my private life. That's too domineering. Not giving it back. Qin Luoxue coldly stated, her disappointment palpable. That you're already depraved enough. Do you wish to sink even lower? If you had the ability to uphold the Qin family, would I have to surrender my right to pursue love and allow grandfather to choose a husband for me based on his standards? At this point, she turned to Yi Chun angrily. And you, instead of concocting beneficial medicines, you create this sort of pill. How many lives do you intend to endanger? Or do you perhaps enjoy it yourself? Producing it for sale while using it yourself. For the past couple of days, Qin Luoxue had been feeling unusually irritable, prone to anger more than during her menstrual period, and often lost in thought. Replaying the scene of her first kiss being taken by Yi Chun, as well as the upcoming matchmaking event, just thinking about it made her want to hit Qin Luoyan, who, due to his lack of ambition, had prevented her from even experiencing love. Now that she had someone she liked, she still lacked the right to pursue him, a feeling of frustration that was indescribable. Sister, I have always feared mathematics. Seeing those numbers terrifies me. Even if I quit smoking, drinking, and indulging, I still fear those numbers. Why must you control me so strictly regarding the Qin group? What benefit is it to you? Qin Luoyan said, looking distressed. Then he added, Yi Shini is a man. Of course, he thinks of men. Whether he uses this medicine or not is none of your business. Why are you so agitated? I'll kick you. Qin Luoxue delivered a swift kick to Qin Luoyan's backside. You're just a crazy woman. Qin Luoyan shouted angrily. How can you speak to your sister like that? Yi Chen shot a glare at Qin Luoyan, then, with a playful smile, turned to Qin Luoxue and said, This medicine is crafted from various nourishing herbs and is completely harmless to the body. Even if he takes 10 a day, it won't be an issue. There's no need to worry about him overexerting himself. Have you used it? Qin Luoxue bit her lip, staring intently at Yi Chen. Whether Yi Shini has used it or not is none of your concern. He is not your husband. So why are you so agitated? Qin Luoyun retorted, irritated that a woman felt the need to intervene in matters between men. I'll strangle you. Qin Luoxu entered a rage mode, grabbing Qin Luoyun by the neck and shoving him. Cough, cough. Help me. Why Ishini. Save me. Why Chun had already discerned Qin Luoxu's intentions. He chuckled and walked over, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Qin Luoxu's body trembled, and instinctively she released Qin Luoyun and turned her head. To her surprise, her delicate nose brushed against Yi Chen's prominent one, and her body stiffened, feeling her strength ebb away. The next moment, she involuntarily wrapped her arms around Yi Chen's back, feeling a warm moisture touch her tongue. And she ceased to think of anything else. To hell with worries and troubles. May they vanish far away. Let us simply relax for now. Damn. Qin Luoyun gasped in shock, unable to believe his eyes as he watched the pair embrace each other. Oblivious to the world around them, engaged in mutual longing, he felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. Sister, sister. You too. Qin Luoxu pretended not to hear. You only know how to indulge in pleasure while leaving everything for me to bear. Today, I shall indulge as well. Otherwise, I would be remiss as a woman. All right, you two carry on. I saw nothing. I'll stand guard outside. Qin Luoyun thought it hardly worth his concern. Besides, he was relieved to have a hold over Qin Luoxu now. Let us see if she dares to control him when grandfather refuses to give him money. His mindset was quite open. He didn't care about premarital conduct. In fact, he felt a twinge of sympathy for his sister. What if grandfather chose a short, stout and unattractive scion of a wealthy family as her husband? Wouldn't that mean she, a fine cabbage, was being taken by a pig? So he slipped out of the office, closed the door, and stood outside smoking, ensuring no one would interrupt their revelry. This time, compared to their first kiss, they indulged for a full 10 minutes longer, and when they finally paused, Qin Luoxu's face was flushed and a need had arisen. Yi Chun, at the matchmaking event the day after tomorrow, aside from you, there are 5 others that I've seen their photos and profiles, and none of them have sparked even a hint of interest in me. What should I do? Qin Luoxu seemed to have found a confidant, her eyes glistening with tears. Over the past couple of days, their conversations on WeChat had completely captivated her, leading her to seek comfort in him. Yi Chen cradled her smooth, tender face, wiping away the tears from her eyes, and said, Rest assured, with me here, no one has the power to take you from me. Trust me, I will not let you down. His tone was gentle yet filled with conviction. However, Qin Luoxu responded with a bitter smile that my grandfather would rather choose a hefty pig than you know? The one with the strongest family background weighs at least 220 pounds and hails from one of the top 10 wealthy families in the capital. Another, while not overweight, has a decent physique, but his face is pockmarked. I suspect he has dabbled in drugs, yet he possesses the most substantial financial backing among the 5, with nearly 100 billion. The other 3 come from families with even more formidable backgrounds than mine, and the weakest among them has assets exceeding those of the Qin family. As for you, aside from your remarkable medical skills, you possess nothing else. I cannot deny that with your talents, given 20 or 30 years, you could undoubtedly carve out a niche for yourself, even surpassing the Qin family's wealth. However, my grandfather will not grant you that time. Not even 2 days. Without financial resources and a strong background, merely having medical skills will not suffice. My grandfather would never choose you. Qin Luoxu poured out her heartfelt thoughts. What if you did? She asked. Then it would take 2 punches. If that fails, 3 punches. After all, my fists are harder than yours, Yi Chen replied. Qin Luoxu burst into laughter. You truly have a flair for boasting, making it seem as though the entire world belongs to you. This world is insignificant to me. It pales in comparison to your importance in my eyes, Yi Chen sincerely declared. Qin Luoxu was not the most beautiful woman he had encountered, but she was undoubtedly his favorite type of personality. A woman who is overly strong is of lower quality, while one who is excessively gentle is of average quality. A woman who is soft on the outside, yet tough on the inside, is of superior quality. Conversely, one who is tough on the outside yet soft on the inside is of the highest quality. Qin Luoxu belonged to the highest quality category. Coupled with her beauty, she became the CR de la CR. Since ancient times, heroes have always cherished beautiful women, and so do immortals. However, Yi Chen's words struck a chord deep within Qin Luoxu's heart. After speaking, she pushed Yi Chen toward the sofa and pressed her sensual lips against his. Yi Chen, sensing her intent, reciprocated without hesitation that a fierce battle was about to commence. Chapter 29. The office was filled with passion, while outside the pharmacy, the noise was deafening. Dozens of supercars lined up, the one at the forefront being a Bugatti Veyron. Far more extravagant than Jean Louachua's vehicle that in addition to Aston Martin, Ferrari, Lamborghini, and the like. Even the least expensive of these vehicles is valued at over $5 million, showcasing an utterly luxurious lineup that my goodness. Is this the grand assembly of the elite young gentlemen of Jiangzhou? I recognize that Bugatti Veyron. It belongs to Wei Ziping, the eldest son of the Wei family, though it seems his brother, Wei Zifei, is the one behind the wheel. And that limited edition Ferrari is the beloved car of Han Yi, the young master of the Han family, one of the four prominent clans. Today, the Chinese medicine street is undoubtedly the liveliest and most opulent it has ever been, with 3 of the 4 great families in attendance. Truly astonishing. The onlookers are utterly amazed, their excited exclamations echoing throughout. Soon, many guests inside Jishir Hall are drawn outside. "Hey cousin, young Master Han gentlemen, you've all arrived." As the vehicles come to a halt, Lu Shaoji approaches with a beaming smile, feeling an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. With a single phone call, he has managed to gather a fleet of luxury cars worth over $100 million. Who else in Jiangzhou could boast such influence? Of course, he must acknowledge that it is his cousin Wei Zifei who has given him this prestige. Otherwise, he would not have such standing that my brother-in-law needs to show face. So as his cousin, "I naturally had to come," Wei Zifei remarked, taking a drag from his cigarette. Shanji promptly lit it for him. Indeed, Lu Shaoji chuckled in agreement. Zhang Tianbao and his daughter, witnessing the spectacle, felt emboldened and approached to express their gratitude. "Cousin, have your brother-in-law put the DJ on for me," Wei Zifei commanded, exhaling a cloud of smoke that "I'll take care of it right away." Zhang Tianbao immediately turned to the staff at the pharmacy, shouting, "Play the DJ, make it the most explosive and upbeat, and turn the volume up to the max." "Understood, boss." Before long, the speakers on either side of the entrance to Tianbao Pharmacy blared with pulsating DJ tracks, reverberating throughout the entire Chinese medicine street. "Let us get moving." With the music blaring, Wei Zifei waved his hand, and a dozen alluring bikini-clad dancers began to sway wildly. Their hair whipped, waist twisted, and hips shook. The onlookers were spellbound, particularly the elderly men who had come for treatment. Their eyes burned with youthful fervor, momentarily forgetting their ailments as they instinctively gravitated towards Tianbao Pharmacy. What was once a crowded Jishir Hall now stood empty, save for the physicians, as the patients rushed outside to witness the spectacle. Observing this, Zhang Tianbao burst into hearty laughter. "Neighbors and patients who have traveled far for treatment, today Tianbao Pharmacy is treating you to a benefit. Have you seen these cars? The most expensive one costs over 40 million. Such luxury that money cannot buy. There are also those worth 20 million and 10 million. You wouldn't even see these vehicles on a regular day. And let us not forget these beauties, their figures, their looks, their attire. Tell me, are they not stunning? Enjoy the view. It won't cost you a dime, nor do I need any tips that if you find joy and comfort in this. Just remember to support my Tianbao Pharmacy. Don't go to Jishir Hall across the street. They're just selling dog meat under the guise of lamb. That Tianbao Pharmacy has been around for over a decade and is the most reliable. Is it not permissible to enjoy watching a dance? Must you prattle on endlessly?" At that moment, outside the office of Jishir Hall, after only a few steps, Wu Jinxiong hurried over. "What is happening outside?" Qin Luoyan inquired at Wu Jinxiong, puzzled, thought that for a chest ailment, a simple injection through clothing would suffice. Did it require such a tightly closed door? Hiss, he suddenly inhaled sharply. Could it be that Dr. Yi intended to take advantage of the situation? The thought made Wu Jinxiong chuckle. Young people, after all, are drawn to such things, especially when it involves Jiangzhou's most beautiful woman. Not seizing the opportunity to catch a glimpse would indeed be a loss. Soon, Qin Luoyun and Wu Jinxiong arrived outside Jishir Hall. Upon spotting Wei Zifei and Han Yi, his previous bravado evaporated instantly. Damn, why are they here? His face contorted with frustration as he realized he had spoken too boldly. And these two would certainly not show him any favor. In fact, they had been openly antagonistic towards him for the past 2 years if it isn't Qin Luoyun, the fool of the Qin family. What's this? Unable to perform, you've come to seek treatment. Wei Zifei taunted across the street. Wei Zifei, you better watch your mouth. Qin Luoyun retorted angrily. Wei Zifei grinned and raised a hand, and the music and dancing abruptly ceased. Indeed, I will speak freely. What can you do about it? Your Qin family has resorted to relying on marriage to maintain your status. From now on, when you see me, you'd better kneel, that I will forever be the insurmountable obstacle in your heart. Wei Zifei, you bastard. As long as I'm alive, don't think you can step over my body. Qin Luoyan shouted, spitting venomous words. You to you. Qin Luoyan felt blood rush to his head. Had his grandfather and sister not severed his financial support? Would he have to endure such humiliation from these former subordinates? Noticing the darkening expression on Qin Luoyan's face, Wei Zifei reveled in his triumph. Qin the fool, I won't hide it from you. Just a few days ago, I wrecked a Lamborghini worth over 10 million, and I've just ordered another one for nearly 20 million, which should arrive soon. How about I take you for a spin when it arrives? I don't need your Bugatti Veyron. That's your sister S. My brother S car can easily outclass hers, and that dilapidated Ferrari of yours worth 800 million. Do yourself a favor and don't take it out to avoid embarrassment. First, buy a car that surpasses the Lamborghini I wrecked, Wei Zifei bragged. Exactly, it's utterly shameful. My family has less than 100 billion in assets, yet I drive a Porsche 918 worth 15 million. Your family has 500 billion, yet you drive that piece of junk. Clearly, even your grandfather disdains you. Qin the fool, chimed in a wealthy friend of Wei Zifei. Qin the fool, stop embarrassing yourself here and hurry to find a woman to cuddle with in bed and cry. The group of wealthy youths joined in the mockery. You'll all pay for this. Qin Luoyan, outnumbered and humiliated, stormed back into Jishir Hall. Huh? Wei Zifei and his wealthy companions laughed uproariously. The spectators were left bewildered, finding the world of the wealthy utterly astonishing, where status is dictated by the price of sports cars, an unimaginable reality for the less fortunate. Meanwhile, the most delighted were undoubtedly Zhang Tianbao and his daughter. Feeling victorious in this battle, ISN Jishir Hall, relying on the princes and princesses of the Qin family to maintain its fade. Now that the prince has been reduced to tears, can the princess withstand the onslaught of so many wealthy youths? Zhang Tianbao thought smugly. Xiaojie, you've done remarkably well. This move has turned that fool into a turtle who won't dare show his face. Love you, Zhang Qinting exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Lu Xiaojie's waist, nearly clinging to him. Inside the office, the atmosphere was charged with vitality, a gentle melody wrapping around their souls, the Yi Chun. You'd still haven to come in. Qin Luoshu's face was flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. All right, I'm coming in. Just then, a series of heavy knocks resounded on the office door, followed by an infuriated voice. Sister, I don't care if you've finished your work. Come out this instant. Your brother is being ridden like a horse. With that shout, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been splashed upon Qin Luoshue and Yi Chun, freezing them in place. Bang! A heavy kick echoed, causing the office door to tremble violently. Damn it! Yi Chun cursed under his breath, quickly channeling energy to brace the door. How can I be stuck with such an unreliable brother-in-law? Does he not realize that kicking the door like this could leave an indelible mark on his sister? Bang! Another heavy kick followed. Sister, hurry up and come out. Coming. Qin Luoshu felt her heart racing. Hurriedly donning her attire with such speed that she could have set a Guinness World Record, managing to dress in under 30 seconds. Hurry up and get dressed. Qin Luoshu urged Yi Chun with a pale face. Fearing the humiliation, if the door were to burst open, Yi Chun flashed her a reassuring smile, unhurriedly putting on his clothes, knowing full well that unless Qin Luoyun came armed with artillery, he wouldn't be able to break the door. Damn it, what kind of door is this? It won't budge even with all this kicking. Sister, are you all right? Qin Luoyun called, his impatience evident. Please, just come out. Stop yelling. Qin Luoshu was on the verge of tears, exasperated by her brother's antics. What if she is scared stiff and can't move? Then get out already. Qin Luoyun urged. Keep it up, and I might just turn you into a pig. Yi Chun growled threateningly. Suddenly, silence fell outside. All right, no need to panic. Yi Chun quickly embraced the trembling form of Qin Luoshu, offering comfort. He could feel her drenched in cold sweat, and with the added sheen of her previous perspiration. Her shirt was completely soaked through in such circumstances. Yi Chun knew he had to provide warmth, helping her temper the fiery anxiety that had surged within her, lest it extinguish too abruptly and instill a lingering fear that would dampen her spirit in the future. This is all your fault. If you hadn't dragged your feet, we would be been done by now, Qin Luoxue lightly chastised, giving Yichen a gentle punch on the back. She initially intended to give Yichen her first time, but after a long day of effort, she ultimately failed to do so. It is my fault for underestimating your mischievous younger brother, Yichen remarked, feeling a profound sorrow in his heart. Fortunately, he did not wish for Qin Luoxue to endure pain for such an extended period. Otherwise, being disrupted by Qin Luoyun while charging into battle would truly be infuriating. As a cultivator, he knew he could not be defeated in less than a couple of hours. You don't seem to be afraid at all. Qin Luoxue inquired what's there to fear. Yichen replied dismissively. Humph. Qin Luoxue pushed Yichen away, expressing her discontent. Have you already become battle-hardened? Yichen was at a loss for words. The female mind was indeed lively. If I were truly battle-hardened, would I have left my wife, Zhang Qianting, untouched after a year of marriage? Then how come? Qin Luoxue's delicate face suddenly flushed with a rosy hue, as she intended to ask Yichen how he could possess such experience. Yichen naturally discerned her thoughts and replied, it's thanks to Japanese dramas. Based on his memories, he knew that the original owner of this body had watched quite a few, Qin Luoxue. Indeed, no man is a good thing. They all love to indulge in such entertainments. After approximately 5 minutes, Qin Luoxue ceased trembling, and the rosy blush on her face gradually faded. Yichen then straightened her collar and tidied her disheveled hair before taking her delicate hand and opening the door to the office. My goodness, after all that kicking and shouting, you two can still finish your work and come out. I am truly in awe, Qin Luoyun remarked, clasping his fists as he saw his sister and Yichen emerge. Qin Luoxue's lovely face turned cold as she kicked out, delivering a hearty beating to her mischievous younger brother, causing Qin Luoyun to flee in panic. After venting her frustrations, she finally stopped. Yet, Qin Luoyun looked at Qin Luoxue in disbelief and exclaimed, Sister, don't you feel weak in the legs? You were just scared to the point of trembling. No, I meant after you two finished your work, didn't you feel weak? Shut your mouth. Qin Luoxue threw a punch at him, stating, We hardly did anything. I believe you. I believe you. Stop hitting me. Qin Luoyun, a playboy who had been with countless women, had never seen anyone who could walk so normally after losing their virginity, and still be so lively. However, he was puzzled as to why they had been inside for so long without coming out. Could it be that they were smirked wickedly, glancing at Yichen? Seemingly understanding something. Of course, Qin Luoxue would not agree, and she even kicked him. From today onwards, you must respect your sister, and no matter what your sister is doing in the room, you are not allowed to shout or kick the door. If you can guarantee to do that, then your brother-in-law will buy you a sports car, allowing you to go out and flaunt, Yichen declared. Qin Luoxue. That a sports car is something you can't buy even with money. It requires someone exceptional to acquire it through certain channels. By the time you have the money to buy a sports car, who knows how long that will take. Moreover, even if my sister likes you, you can never be my brother-in-law. I say it can be done, Yichen insisted, wrapping an arm around Qin Luoyun's shoulder. Your brother-in-law will teach those rascals a lesson. Before long, the three of them arrived outside the pharmacy. Useless. You think you can compete with my father? You're not even in the same league. Did you not expect that your pharmacy would soon be in jeopardy right after opening? As Yichen exited, Zhang Qianting could not help but taunt him. Just after Qin Luoyun had been scolded, the spectators began to favor Tianbao Pharmacy and flocked there for treatment. After all, it had the backing of the Wei and Han families, boasting a formidable lineup of prominent young masters from Jiangzhou. Furthermore, Zhang Tianbao's son-in-law was the heir of the Liu family, worth 50 billion. But what of Jishihal? The owner was a penniless individual from the common district. Managing to open a pharmacy was already a remarkable feat, yet, without any background or support, how could they possibly compete with Tianbao Pharmacy? Thus, they believed that Jishihal would inevitably fall to Zhang Tianbao, leading them to willingly spend more money at Tianbao Pharmacy to avoid being blacklisted. Once Jishihal fell, returning to Tianbao Pharmacy could result in unwelcome treatment. Please, what can a smelly pauper like you do to compete with us? Just because of Qin Luoxue. She merely came to take a look. Will she support you? Zhang Qianting scoffed. To be realistic. Ants should do what ants should do. Don't overestimate your capabilities. What a wretched person. Qin Luoxue cursed inwardly, stepping forward to declare, You are mistaken. I will support him. And I can clearly tell you that Yichen's medical skills surpass your father's by a long shot. At that moment, Qin Luoxue finally understood why Yichen sought revenge against the Zhang family. He had saved her with his marrow. If she were to look down on him, she could have expressed it kindly for a peaceful resolution. But what did she receive? Constant insults, which even outsiders found uncomfortable. Not to mention Yi Chun, the person involved. You. Zhang Tianbao and his daughter trembled in anger, unable to retaliate to this moment. Wei Zifei stepped forward, coldly mocking Qin Luoxue. Qin Luoxue, on what basis do you claim his medical skills surpass Zhang's? Did he cure your menstrual irregularities, or your abnormal discharge, or alleviate your grandmother's swelling pain? Wei Zifei. Qin Luoxue shouted furiously, you are simply inhuman. How dare you speak about my sister? Who do you think you are? Qin Luoyan was equally enraged. Wei Zifei smugly declared, your Qin family is on the verge of decline, relying on marrying off to support itself, that if you choose a good one, perhaps you can sustain for 3 to 5 years. If you choose someone ambitious, your Qin family will soon be devoured, and Qin Luoxue will become someone else's plaything, while you, Qin Luoyan, will inevitably end up as a beggar on the streets. The Wei family had secured a spot on the marriage list through connections. Therefore, he knew that those participating were not of good character. Otherwise, why would the major families allow their offspring to marry in? It was unthinkable. Hence, he dared to look down on the Qin family. As it stood, among the 4 major families in Jiangzhou, the Han family had already formed an alliance with the Wei family, while the Qin family remained neutral. The Jin family, which had the best chance of replacing the Qin family, was also neutral. The Qin family was effectively isolated, facing inevitable division. With such a precarious situation, why would he still fear them? Once Qin Jingqing passed away, he would not hesitate to capture Qin Luoyun as his mount. While Qin Luoxue could simply be bagged and tied up, with her long, fair legs, he could play with her for a decade without growing weary. Qin Luoxue and her brother were left speechless. She had discussed this matter with her grandfather and understood that marrying off was a risky gamble. Choosing wisely could be beneficial, but if one made a poor choice, it would lead to ruin. However, the Qin family had no other options. Their decline forced them to take this gamble, or else it would accelerate their demise at that moment. Yi Chun stepped forward, smiling at Wei Zifei. Fool, we meet again. Wei Zifei was initially taken aback, then retorted, who the hell are you? Do I know you? You are the fool. Your entire family are fools. Yi Chun chuckled. Have you forgotten me so soon, fool? Yi Chun grinned. Upon hearing this, Wei Zifei scrutinized Yi Chun closely, and soon slapped his forehead that he finally remembered. This was the man who had sold him the electric bike, dressed in traditional attire and with a different hairstyle. He had almost failed to recognize him. Confirming that Yi Chun was indeed the one who sold him the electric bike, Wei Zifei laughed heartily. Fool, I was just having someone investigate you. I never expected you to be the owner of this pharmacy. Truly, you have come across me without any effort. Today, you are doomed. Give me 10 minutes to return the 1 million you owe me, or I will smash your shop and break every bone in your body so that you understand the dire consequences of deceiving me. Chapter 31. Lord Jin has arrived. What? Dr. Yi owes Wei Xiao 1 million? How could he possibly owe someone that much? Did he borrow money from Wei Xiao to open his shop? The onlookers, unaware of the situation, began to murmur among themselves. You owe him 1 million. Qin Luoxue quickly asked, concerned that if it were true, she could help Yi Chun repay it to prevent him from being beaten by Wei Zifei and his cohorts. These rascals, relying on their wealth and power, would dare to commit any misdeed. No, I do not owe him anything, Yi Chun refuted, calling out to Wei Zifei. When did I owe you 1 million? Speak clearly, don't spout nonsense. You dare to deny it. You sold me a broken electric bike for 1 million. If you don't return it, I will ensure you meet your end. Wei Zifei fumed. The moment he spoke, everyone present was left dumbfounded. 1 million for an electric bike? Was it Yi Chun's deception or Wei Xiao's excessive wealth? You all heard that right. He spent 1 million on my electric bike. It was a transaction, not a debt, Yi Chun explained. Yes, many agreed, believing it to be a fair trade. Qin Luoxue burst into laughter, exclaiming, Yi Chun, did he really spend 1 million on your electric bike? Indeed, Yi Chun nodded, raising his voice. This fool insisted on buying my electric bike for 1 million. I couldn't stop him, so I eventually sold it to him. Please, Miss Qin, help me assess if he is indeed a great fool. Based on my assessment, the likelihood of him being a great fool is as high as 99.99. Qin Luoxue nearly laughed uncontrollably. Realizing this was Yi Chun's opportunity, to retaliate against Wei Zifei. This isn't just foolishness. It's outright stupidity. Purchasing an electric vehicle for 10 million. What kind of foolishness would compel someone to undertake such an act? Amidst the cacophony of derisive laughter, Wei Zifei felt as though his lungs might burst with indignation. I am the victim here. Why do you not empathize with my plight, but instead mock my circumstances? Ha ha. Qin Luoyan seized the opportunity to ridicule further, saying, Wei Zifei, while I may be a fool, I am aware that 10 million could procure 10,000 used electric vehicles. Yet you, in your folly, have squandered it all on a single one that your intellect is so woefully inadequate that it pales in comparison to that of a pig. Calling you a fool would be an undue compliment. Wei Zifei found himself bereft of words to refute her. The only reason young Master Wei would consider spending 10 million on a vehicle would be if its speed exceeded 300 kilometers per hour. Yet, you have sold him a product without instructing him on its use, and now he demands a refund, came forth a voice from the crowd. Indeed, Wei Zifei concurred. Wei Yichen shrugged his shoulders in resignation, remarking, fools abound year after year, yet today seems particularly rife with them. May I inquire, Miss Qin Luoxue, with your vast experience, have you ever encountered an electric vehicle capable of exceeding 300 kilometers per hour? The utmost speed for electric vehicles hovers around 30 or 40 kilometers. Not a single one exists worldwide that achieves 300, unless it were crafted by extraterrestrial beings. Qin Luoxue stifled a laugh as she responded. Another wave of scorn descended upon Wei Zifei and the speaker. Silence. Wei Zifei could contain himself no longer, turning to Yi Chun in fury. This is your final warning. Will you not return my 10 million? If you return my electric vehicle in pristine condition, I shall repay you the sum. But if it bears even the slightest damage, you had best distance yourself as far as possible. Wei Yichen recognized that Wei Zifei had realized he had made a grievous mistake and would likely resort to physically assaulting the vehicle. It was impossible for it to remain unscathed. In truth, that very vehicle had been rendered nearly unusable by Wei Zifei's father's actions. So, you intend to refuse a refund. Is that it? Very well, let us go and smash this despicable contraption to pieces. And while we're at it, let us demolish your pharmacy. Wei Zifei declared, waving his hand and leading the charge forward. Instantly, for bodyguards, a dozen wealthy youths, along with Liu Xiaojie and his daughter Zhang Tianbao, followed suit. Onlookers hastily retreated, fearing repercussions. Wei Zifei advanced with a cold smile, stating, I advise you not to meddle in my affairs. My 4 bodyguards have all fought in underground boxing rings. Should you insist on intervening, and they inadvertently strike you, even if your grandfather were to intervene, I would still stand justified. Qin Luoxue's gaze swept over the 4 bodyguards, each one exhibiting a steady gait, evidently skilled fighters, not someone she could contend with. Sister, step aside. Qin Luoyan urged, quickly pulling Qin Luoxue away. Wei Yichen, fear not. They are merely a bunch of nobodies, Yichen interrupted, his demeanor nonchalant. Observing his calmness, Qin Luoxue felt a measure of reassurance. This individual remained unperturbed even in the presence of Liu Taizhou, a formidable martial artist, and ultimately, Liu Taizhou had met his demise at Yi Chen's hands. Nobodies? Zhang Qining couldn't help but laugh, retorting, you who could even resort to self-harm, dare to label us as nobodies. Have you no shame? Qin Luoxue's fists clenched tightly, overwhelmed by the impulse to strike Zhang Qining. She began to doubt Yi Chen's judgment in choosing to associate with someone so vile. Wei Yichen maintained his calm composure, saying, have your husband come and duel with me. Let us see who the true fool is. Liu Xiaojie burst into laughter. Are you certain you wish to challenge my husband? Zhang Qining scoffed. Just ask him if he dares. Why would I be afraid? Liu Xiaojie sneered. You may not know, but I am a black belt in Taekwondo. I could easily take on 4 or 5 of you. Since you dare to challenge me, I shall show you what it means to seek your own demise. With that, he strode toward Yi Chun. You may be fearful now, but it's too late. Unless you kneel before my husband, he won't hesitate to spill blood to teach you a lesson. Zhang Qining proclaimed proudly. Many spectators, aware of Yi Chen's past as Zhang Qining's ex-husband, shook their heads in disbelief. Truly, the heart of a woman can be most venomous, and Zhang Qining embodied that perfectly. Soon, Liu Xiaojie stood before Yi Chun, hands on his hips, legs apart, proclaiming, crawl through my legs. And I might let you off with a lighter injury. Are you not concerned I might suddenly lash out and crush your jewels? Yi Chun replied with a calm smile. Liu Xiaojie quickly closed his legs. feeling a rush of danger, provoking laughter from the onlookers. Thank goodness you warned me. Otherwise, I might have met a most humiliating end before my demise. Xiaojie, make sure to remember this moment. I can hardly wait to see his blood. Zhang Tianbao shouted, eager for Yi Chen's downfall. Understood, Lu Xiaojie replied. Fool, take this. With that, he leaped nearly a meter high, delivering a perfectly executed spinning kick aimed at Yi Chen. Watch out, Qin Luoxue exclaimed, rushing forward. At that precise moment, Yi Chen unleashed a kick as swift as a specter. Oh no. Lu Xiaojie's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to evade, but it was too late. Bang! Zhang Tianbao and his daughter screamed. In the next instant, Lu Xiaojie collided with them, sending all three crashing to the ground in a cacophony of pain. The onlookers were left in shock. Wei Zifei and the wealthy youths were equally astounded. Qin Luoxue gasped in disbelief, her hand covering her mouth. Good heavens! Yi Chen had kicked a taekwondo black belt several meters away. Could it be that he was not only skilled in medicine but also in martial arts? He was truly an enigma. At that moment, Qin Luoxue regarded Yi Chen with far more fervor than before. So, how does it feel, Miss Qin Luoxue? Was my kick satisfactory? Yi Chen turned to her, a crescent smile gracing his lips. Very impressive, Qin Luoxue stammered, her heart racing. Please refrain from using such smiles to entice me. You bastard! Lu Xiaojie scrambled to his feet, infuriated, shouting at Yi Chen, could you not have given me a heads up before you struck? Lu Xiaojie, I'm injured, so what is the point of that? Oh, Abayo, your pig head is bleeding, Yi Chen remarked, observing Zhang Tianbao as he touched the back of his head, discovering blood on his hand, eliciting a chuckle from Yi Chen. Damn you. Zhang Tianbao pointed at Yi Chen, trembling with rage. Ting Ting, you just divorced a useless husband, and now you've settled for an even more worthless one. Is your 24K titanium alloy eyesore rusting? Shall I polish it for you? Yi Chen teased Zhang Qining. UQ. Zhang Qining's chest heaved with fury, practically bursting with rage. Witnessing this scene, Qin Luoxue felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Such a woman deserved a good slap in the face. Cousin, avenge me. Lu Xiaojie, unable to deal with Yi Chen, turned his hopes toward Wei Zifei. Very well, cousin, Wei Zifei replied, shouting, you four seize him. I shall personally ensure his demise. Understood, second young master. The four bodyguards immediately advanced. Qin Luoxue's heart soared into her throat. Just then, a piercing horn blared. The crowd turned to see a long, extended Rolls-Royce with a license plate consisting of 5 threes approach, followed by 7 or 8 Toyota Land Cruisers. What the hell? Is that not Genie's vehicle? Could it be that Genie has arrived? Someone gasped in astonishment. Chapter 32. The astonished Qin Luoxue. What? Genie is here. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Even the 4 bodyguards, who were already before Yi Chen, stood frozen, unwilling to make a move. In Jiangzhou, aside from the names of the 4 prominent families, none held as much weight as Genie's. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with the heads of the 4 families that he was the leader of Jiangzhou's underground forces, and it was rumored he had once saved the life of the king of Huhai. Initially, the king of Huhai had intended to offer him a position in the Grand City, but he declined, choosing instead to single-handedly conquer Jiangzhou's underworld over a decade. Though he had since gone straight, his reputation remained undiminished. He was still the most formidable figure in Jiangzhou, with Jiangzhou only 100 kilometers from Huhai. Less than an hour's drive, the king of Huhai's prestige extended to him, causing any family among Jiangzhou's 4 clans to refrain from antagonizing him, lest they offend the king of Huhai. Indeed, it was Jin Tianhao's vehicle. Qin Luoxue's expression shifted dramatically. She was uncertain whether Jin Tianhao's arrival signified fortune or misfortune for Yi Chen. Sister, we should retreat, Qin Luoyan urged, quickly grabbing Qin Luoxue's arm and whispering anxiously. Qin Luoxue glanced at Yi Chen, softly asking, is he here to support you? Or is he here to back Zhang Tianbao? She knew that Yi Chen seemed to have some acquaintance with Jin Tian. How do you think Zhang Tianbao possesses that kind of influence? Yi Chen replied with a chuckle that it seems Zhang Tianbao indeed lacks the qualifications. Qin Luoxue began to comprehend which side Jin Tianhao would take. Before long, the convoy came to a halt, and a group of men in identical uniforms disembarked from the Land Cruisers, forming 2 lines beside the Rolls-Royce. Ahu and a rather surly-looking man opened the doors of the Rolls-Royce, allowing Jin Tianhao and his mother to step out of the vehicle. What in the world? Even old Lady Jean has come? Mr. Jean and Madam Jean, what brings you here? Are you here to support Tianbao Pharmacy or to bolster the FAAD of Jishir Hall? The wealthy young men and onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Cousin, did you summon Mr. Jean? Lu Xiaojie leaned closer and whispered in Wei Zifei's ear. Not at all. I could never summon him. Then what did I'll go and gauge the situation? With that, Wei Zifei promptly donned a broad smile and approached Jean Tianhao. Uncle Jean, Madam Jean, what brings you both here? Ah, it's young Master Wei, replied Jean Tianhao with a faint smile, then waved his hand and commanded, Ahu, break the legs of those 4 individuals. The command was direct and resolute. Yes, Ahu acknowledged the order and, accompanied by several men in black, rushed towards Yichun. The crowd was left bewildered. Which 4 individuals were being referred to? Were they the 4 bodyguards or the 4 standing alongside the revered Dr. Yi? Ha ha ha! Wei Zifei immediately rejoiced, triumphantly calling out to Qin Luoxue. Qin Luoxue, Mr. Jean will not allow you to successfully recruit a son-in-law. Prepare to have your legs broken and become a cripple. This way, the Jean family can replace your Qin family and ascend among the 4 prominent families. Haha. He had heard from his father that Jean Tianhao had long harbored intentions to supplant the Qin family, but had yet to find the opportune moment. Now that the Qin family was seeking a son-in-law, Jean Tianhao was certainly desperate to thwart their efforts. Upon hearing this, Qin Luoxue's expression shifted dramatically. Could Jean Tianhao truly dare to act so brazenly against her? Sister, run. I don't wish to become a cripple. Qin Luoyan was on the verge of tears, tugging at Qin Luoxue's arm in urgency. Look at you, such a coward. Wei Yichun playfully smacked Qin Luoyan's head and reassured Qin Luoxue. No one can harm you while I am here. Initially, Qin Luoxue's heart raced in her throat, but upon hearing Yi Chen's words, she felt an inexplicable sense of calm that he had saved her during her most perilous moments before. So she chose to trust him. What are you even worth? Jean Tianhao is in cahoots with the Wei family. He wouldn't spare you a moment's consideration. However, Wei Zifei did not believe that Yi Chen possessed such capability and thought he was merely delaying the siblings' escape. Yet, to his astonishment, as soon as he finished speaking, Lei Hu and his men arrived beside the 4 bodyguards, without any hesitation, and immediately took action. Crack, crack, crack! Ah, the air was pierced by blood-curdling screams akin to those of slaughtered pigs. Everyone present felt their scalps tingle in shock. This is utterly ruthless. They truly broke legs. Zhang Tianbao's face turned ashen. They incapacitated the bodyguards of young Master Wei. They were here to support that worthless Yi Chun. What? Wei Zifei was left dumbfounded. Jean Tianhao actually crippled his bodyguards in front of him. Did this mean that Yi Chen held more weight in his eyes than Wei Zifei? The crowd was engulfed in astonishment. Thud! Zhang Tianbao plopped down onto the ground. This worthless fellow saved Madame Jean, which meant he had latched onto the leg of Mr. Jean. Ha! Wei Zifei suddenly broke into a sinister grin, pointing at Jean Tianhao and mockingly saying, Are you declaring war against my Wei family? Jean Tianhao's eyes twitched, and he swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Smack! Wei Zifei spun around twice before collapsing to the ground, his mind blank. Everyone was left in disbelief. Jean Tianhao struck the heir of the Wei family? Even your father, before confirming whether I stand against him, would not dare to speak to me in such a tone. What are you? If you dare utter another word, I will have you incapacitated as well. Jean Tianhao spoke coldly. And as for you all, if you wish to support Dr. Yi's pharmacy, you are welcome. However, if any of you dare to cause trouble again, remember that Wei Zifei serves as your cautionary tale. Jean Tianhao cast a stern gaze over the wealthy young Ian that in an instant. The young men scattered like mice fleeing from a cat, hastily diving into their cars. Soon, dozens of supercars sped away in a flurry. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, all rendered awestruck by Jean Tianhao's imposing presence. Villains must be dealt with by villains. No matter how arrogant the wealthy young men were, they had to temper their arrogance in the face of a heavyweight like Jean Tianhao. Run! Lu Xiaojie hastily pulled Zhang Qianing away. Wait for me. Zhang Tianbao ordered the closing of the pharmacy and fled himself, that if Jean Tianhao dared to strike Wei Zifei for Yi Chun, if they didn't escape quickly. Once Yi Chun recounted the events, Jean Tianhao might very well kill them. Bao. Ting Ting, and that scoundrel, don't you dare run. Yi Chun called out. Zhang Tianbao and the others. Do you think we're waiting around to die? The commotion was definitively quelled following Jean Tianhao's domineering arrival. The onlookers had already come to an understanding. They all knew that from this day forth, the voice of traditional Chinese medicine street would belong solely to Dr. Yi. Tianbao Pharmacy had officially fallen from grace. Dr. Yi, I heard your pharmacy is opened. My son and I have come to show our support. Madame Jean called out with a smile towards Yi Chun. Come, come, old Jean, quickly assist the old lady inside to sit. Wai Yi Chun beckoned. Certainly, Mr. Yi. Qin Luoxue, that in all of Jiangzhou, there were scarcely 10 individuals brave enough to address Jean Tianhao as old Jean in his presence. And Yi Chun was one of them. The age gap between them was more than double. Such a relationship must be extraordinarily close for him to dare speak so. Qin Luoxue couldn't help but regard Yi Chun with newfound respect. However, she was soon taken aback again that Mr. Yi, Miss Qin. Jean Tianhao assisted his elderly mother to Yi Chen's side, first offering a slight bow, and then performing a courteous gesture towards Qin Luoxue. Qin Luoxue felt as if thunder had struck her. Her mind went blank. Jean Tianhao was actually bowing to her. What could this possibly mean? It is well known that 2 years prior, Jean Tianhao had harbored ambitions to replace the Qin family. Since then, he had imposed a ban on all goods from the Qin family at the docks and warehouses under his control, treating the Qin family as adversaries, causing them significant losses. Even after that, whenever he encountered her, he always bore an air of superiority. Yet today, he was bowing to her. It was utterly unfathomable. Could it be he was honoring Yi Chun and seeking to mend ties with my Qin family? Ha ha, Miss Qin, you are too kind. I am unworthy of such regard. Jean Tianhao chuckled heartily. Qin Luoxue, he doesn't feel worthy of bowing to Jean Tianhao. What is going on here? She couldn't help but glance at Yi Chun. Come, come, do not linger outside. Let us converse inside. Wai Yi Chun feigned mystery and gestured for Qin Luoxue and Madame Jean to enter. Qin Luoxue was utterly perplexed. This fellow seems even more enigmatic than I had anticipated. Chapter 33. Thank you, Yi Chun. Mr. Yi, I am unsure of your preferences, so please accept this card as a token of support from my mother and me, said Jean Tianhao, handing Yi Chun a bank card as they entered the office. How much is on it? Yi Chun inquired candidly. 66.66 million. It's a sign of good fortune. Jean Tianhao had plenty of money. His Tianhao group was valued at over 20 billion, with a vast income from a sprawling underworld business chain. No one truly knew the extent of his wealth, but it was certainly substantial. Qin Luoxue and her brother were left agape in shock. The entire Jishir Hall combined wouldn't be valued at 66 million, and Jean Tianhao had gifted such a sum as a grand opening present. This was simply astounding. However, the next scene left Qin Luoxue and her brother utterly flabbergasted. Here, take it. If you ever find yourself short on cash, just come to me, that if you dare bother your sister again, kick her door, and see if I don't turn you into a pig's head. Yi Chun tossed the bank card towards Qin Luoyun, issuing a warning. Qin Luoyun was initially taken aback, but quickly became ecstatic. Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you, brother-in-law, from this day forth. You are my true brother-in-law. Whether my grandfather acknowledges it or not, in my eyes, you are already my brother-in-law. He realized that his sister seemed to have feelings for Yi Chun, but that was fine. If Grandpa wouldn't allow him to be his sister as husband, she could have an affair with him, and that way, he could ask Yi Chun for money. Where could he find such a generous brother-in-law? Qin Luoxue. That only Yi Chun would allow someone to call him brother-in-law for money. See if I don't knock you out. In that moment, Qin Luoxue felt a wave of gratitude towards Yi Chun again. She knew he was looking out for her, generously giving such a large sum to her brother, which would spare her from financial disturbances for at least a year or two. If Yi Chun were chosen by Grandpa as my husband, I would certainly offer a hefty bride price and never disappoint him for his kindness, she thought to herself. However, she soon sank into despair. How could Grandpa possibly choose him to be my husband? Sister, brother-in-law, Uncle Jean, you chat. I'll take my leave first, with such a large sum of money. Qin Luoyun naturally had to head to the 4S shop to select a supercar. Why would he linger here? Luoyun, this is a gift from Uncle Jean to Yi Chun. Quickly return it to him. Qin Luoxue felt that Yi Chun, in front of Jean Tianhao, casually passing on the gift money was somewhat disrespectful. Sister, I thought Qin Luoyun wore a reluctant expression. Ha! Jean Tianhao chuckled heartily, addressing Qin Luoxue. Miss Qin, since Dr. Yi holds feelings for you, you will inevitably become his wife. Sooner or later, your brother will have to call him brother-in-law. You can rest assured to let your brother take this money. If it runs out, I can provide more. Qin Luoxue and her brother were left speechless, their mouths agape as if they could fit an apple inside. "Thank you, Uncle Jean. This is enough for now. I'll take my leave." Qin Luoyun clasped his hands together and then dashed off. Luoyun. Qin Luoshi, NT finished her sentence before Qin Luoyun had vanished without a trace. "Miss Qin, let him go. As for my relationship with Mr. Yi, what is mine is his, and what is his remains his." Jean Tianhao chuckled. Qin Luoxue, as she felt as though so many inexplicable events had transpired today. Old Jean truly knows how to speak. Yi Chen smiled and said, "In the future, if my wife encounters any business matters, please offer her more assistance that if any scoundrel dares to oppose her in business, just give him a good beating for me." With that, Yi Chen wrapped his arm around Qin Luoxue, that no problem. Jean Tianhao patted his chest confidently. Qin Luoxue was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to remove Yi Chen's hand. Was Jean Tianhao actually so obedient to Yi Chen? And who was his wife? They hadn't even begun to discuss that it was only then that she realized, hurriedly pulling Yi Chen's hand away, and with a playful pout, she said, "Who is your wife?" "You can only say that if my grandfather chooses you in the recruitment." Jean Tianhao laughed heartily again, saying, "Miss Qin, Mr. Yi will surely prevail. When the time comes, I will decorate the #1 mansion joyously to give you both an unforgettable wedding." Qin Luoxue, that she felt as if her mind had short-circuited. "Uncle Jean, you and Yi Chen." Qin Luoxue's face was full of confusion. She seemed to sense that Jean Tianhao was excessively flattering Yi Chen. Jean Tianhao noticed her thoughts and said, "Miss Qin may not be aware, but I, Jean Tianhao, lost my father at a young age, and my mother did not abandon me and my sister to remarry, but instead worked tirelessly in the fields to sustain us through hardship, that I strive to provide my mother with a comfortable life. If it weren't for Mr. Yi, my mother would have passed away days ago, and I would have lost my opportunity to repay her kindness. For this, I, Jean Tianhao, would willingly go through fire and water for Mr. Yi." Upon hearing this, Qin Luoxue's eyes turned red, finally understanding why Jean Tianhao treated Yi Chen so well. However, little did she know that Jean Tianhao was genuinely in awe of Yi Chen's prowess and regarded him with utmost reverence. "Miss Qin, from today onwards, the Qin Shui Wan Wharf and Long Wan Cargo Yard will be permanently open to the Qin Group. If you wish, I will have someone draft the contract and deliver it to your office right away," Jean Tianhao stated. "Really?" Qin Luoxue exclaimed in delight. "This could save the Qin Group at least 2 to 3 billion annually." "Of course it's true that I will call my company immediately to announce this," Jean Tianhao asserted decisively, then stepped aside to make the call. Qin Luoxue was overwhelmed with excitement. Collaborating with the Tianhao Group not only meant saving hundreds of millions annually, but also alleviated the isolation and pressure the Qin Group was facing. The Qin family would no longer be alone, which would have an immediate positive impact on the future development of the Qin Group. Yi Chen, thank you. Your influence has alleviated an immense burden from me. I don't even know how to express my gratitude." Qin Luoxue suddenly covered her mouth, her voice choked with emotion. Over the past 2 years, the Qin Group had faced various forms of isolation and oppression, plummeting from being the strongest group in Jiangzhou to 3rd place, with crises intensifying and business declining drastically. As the president of the Qin Group, she had endured pressures that were beyond what ordinary people could bear. She had lost count of the sleepless nights spent worrying, even reaching the point where she had to rely on sleeping pills to rest. "I do not require thanks. Your happiness is sufficient," Yi Chen said, embracing Qin Luoxue. She felt like a languid kitten, relishing the sense of security Yi Chen provided, feeling that in this moment, she had found a sense of belonging. What a woman desires is simply a man who cherishes her, offers her security, and provides assistance in times of difficulty, isn't it? After finishing his call, Jean Tianhao observed the affectionate embrace of the two and chuckled. Qin Luoxue suddenly realized that in her moment of emotional vulnerability, she had forgotten the esteemed guest present. She quickly withdrew from Yi Chen's arms, lowering her head with a bashful demeanor, incredibly alluring. "Miss Qin, my company is already drafting the contract, and it will be delivered to your office by noon." Jean Tianhao informed her. "Qin Luoxue, is anyone else present? Aren't you ashamed? Why not just message me tonight, and I can consider accepting my grandfather's arrangement?" "All right," Jean Tianhao replied obediently as they left the office together. "Just average, maybe the 3rd in the universe," Jean Tianhao remarked. "3rd in the universe and still average. Don't scare me. Tell me, is there something you're asking of me for 6,666,000? Yi Chen replied, his previously carefree demeanor turning serious. Jin Tianhao was taken aback. Did he see through that? Chapter 34. Participating in the final battle. Mr. Yi, it's like this, Jin Tianhao said as he sat down opposite Yi Chun, skipping the pleasantries and getting straight to the point. The king of Wuhai, Du Yuehua, is my elder brother. Recently, an overseas force has been attempting to seize his territory, and 2 docks have already fallen under their control. My brother is furious and has issued a challenge, agreeing to a decisive battle at midnight tonight by the riverside of Jiangzhou, and the opponent has accepted. Wai Yichen pondered for a few moments and asked, "What is Du Yuehua standing in Wuhai?" This, Jin Tianhao said, raising his thumb. He is the richest man in Wuhai, and even the top 2 big shots in the city must give him some respect. With millions of people in Wuhai, few dare to offend him. I understand that I will accompany you tonight. Yichen replied affirmatively. Qin Luoxue was right. Without power and money, Qin Jingqing would never choose him as a son-in-law. Although he could use his cultivation to intimidate Qin Jingqing, he did not wish to resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. Now, a perfect opportunity lay before him, and he certainly had to seize it. He may lack power, but he could use his cultivation to intimidate those in power to serve his interests, which effectively equated to possessing power. Furthermore, the 5 candidates for son-in-law were from wealthy families in Wuhai and the imperial capital. Showcasing the influence of Wuhai's king would surely intimidate the competitors from Wuhai, thus giving him an advantage. Excellent. With Mr. Ye's involvement, victory is assured, Jin Tianhao exclaimed excitedly. After chatting for a while, Yi Chun dismissed Jin Tianhao, summoning Li Jishu into the office. Do you know any heads of top families in the imperial capital who need medical treatment? Yi Chun inquired. Yes, Li Jishu nodded without hesitation. The Wang family is the foremost among the 4 great families in the imperial capital. 10 years ago, Old Man Wang failed to overcome the bottleneck of the peak of the transformation realm, resulting in severe damage to his meridians, leaving him paralyzed for nearly a decade despite countless medical consultations. That if I can cure him, will he be deeply grateful to me? Yi Chun asked with a smile. Need I even say? If Wai manages to heal him, he would owe you endless wealth and honor, as the Wang family's assets are over 300 billion. Li Jishu replied, becoming excited himself. That I don't require any money from him. I just need him to come to Jiangzhou to support me. That should be a reasonable request, right? Absolutely. I just need to call his son and tell him someone can cure his father, and he will immediately fly his father to Jiangzhou. However, given the length of Old Man Wang's illness, it might be difficult to treat. What? Do you doubt my abilities? I wouldn't dare, Li Jishu quickly replied, resembling a child caught doing something wrong. Call him tonight, asking him to come to Jiangzhou tomorrow. I will treat the old Wang's ailment then, Yi Chun instructed. All right, Li Jishu repeated thrice, then exited the office. Qin Jingqing, you look down on me. Wait until the day after tomorrow's recruitment. I will see how you beg me to be your son-in-law. Yi Chun smirked, a cunning look in his eyes. This was akin to a battle. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. That he understood Qin Jingqing's intentions, which is why he strategized in advance to secure a decisive victory. The pharmacy was arranged by Li Jishu as per Yi Chun's instructions. Equipped with an alchemy furnace, Wai Yichun then exited the office, heading straight to the pharmacy to gather the ingredients for the Yuan Qi pill, placing them into the furnace to refine over medium heat, so they would be ready by tomorrow. The Yuan Qi pill has the effect of nourishing and replenishing energy, making it particularly effective for those who have suffered backlash during breakthroughs, whether it be the old Wang from the imperial capital or Qin Jingqing. Consuming the Yuan Qi pill could heal them. This moment in the Wei family. Dad, are you out of your mind? Why are you hitting me? Wei Zifei complained, covering his face. Why am I hitting you? I should strangle you, you fool. Have you forgotten what I told you? How dare you go demand a refund? You've completely embarrassed me. Wei Tai scolded, pointing furiously at Wei Zifei. It was just a million. Learn from your mistakes. If you can't get it back, find out the details and discreetly seek it back. That if he refuses to return it, do it quietly and leave no trace. But you, in broad daylight, in front of so many people, claim you were scammed out of $1 million and even want to harm him. Just great. He's Jin Tianhao's benefactor, and once Jin Tianhao intervenes, you better know your place. Yet you fool, dare to confront him. Who do you think you are? Wei Tai was so furious that he kicked Wei Zifei hard, causing him to burst into tears. Sir, it's bad. At that moment, an elderly hunchback rushed in urgently. Wei Tai frowned and asked, What happened, old Gu? I just received news that Jean Tianhao has suddenly issued a collaboration order with the Qin group, and contracts are already being drafted, the hunchback replied. What? Wei Tai exclaimed in shock. Did I ask the news accurate? Without a doubt, our informants in Tianhao group confirmed it, Old Gu assured. Wei Tai instinctively shot a venomous glare at Wei Zifei, squeezing out a sentence through gritted teeth. You wretched beast, you have cost me dearly. Initially, he had reached an agreement with Jean Tianhao to isolate the Qin family, waiting for Qin Jingxing to die so they could jointly divide all of the Qin family's assets in Jiangzhou. Now, thanks to this foolish child, Jean Tianhao had extended a hand of friendship to the Qin family. Did I see deliberately giving me a cold shoulder? Wei Tai wondered if it was his son who had angered Jean Tianhao, prompting this intentional display as a means to compel him to take his son to apologize. Perhaps I should make a call to gauge the situation? Old Gu suggested. That it seems there is no other option. Wei Tai retrieved his phone and dialed Jean Tianhao. The call was soon connected. It seems you are aware that your son has offended me, Jean Tianhao said in a low voice. This wretch truly has the audacity. I have already given him a severe lesson. It is indeed a lesson well-deserved. Were I in your position, I would break a finger to prevent him from causing any further disaster. Wei Tai's lips twitched. Are you instructing me? Of course, he would not voice such a thought, instead managing a forced smile as he replied, if he dares to cause me such trouble again, I will not let him off lightly. He then shifted the conversation, saying, However, there is no need for you to sever our agreement over this matter. Let us reconcile with the Qin family, shall we? There was a brief pause on the other end before Jean Tianhao responded. It seems your information is quite up to date. To know so swiftly that I intend to collaborate with the Qin family. Wei Tai let out a dry laugh and said, If you are displeased, I can bring that wretch to kneel and apologize to you. There is no need to engage in actions that would harm our relationship. No, even if your son had not offended me, I would still proceed with the collaboration with the Qin family. I advise you to refrain from opposing them in the future, and certainly do not entertain thoughts of eliminating Qin Luoxue. Otherwise, when death arrives, no one will be able to save you. Beep. Hello, damn it. He actually hung up on me. Wei Tai was so furious he nearly threw his phone. Jean Tianhao was determined to sever ties with me. What are your plans, then? Old Gu inquired. Wei Tai scoffed. Since he has shown me such disrespect, then he should not blame me for collaborating with the Hongmen, transforming the underworld of Jiangzhou. Meanwhile, at the Zhang family residence. Damn it. This useless fellow has now latched onto Jean Tianhao's coattails, leaving me like an ant on a hot stove, ready to be fried. Zhang Tianbao exclaimed with a look of despair that I never expected this good-for-nothing to achieve some recognition in Jiangzhou just a few days after our divorce, even managing to ingratiate himself with both Qin Luoxue and Jean Tianhao. Truly, one must not underestimate a man after just 3 days apart. Zhang Qianting lamented with a mournful expression, then turned to Lu Xiaojie beside her. What should we do? Xiaojie, I do not wish to be trampled underfoot by him. As she spoke, she buried her head in Lu Xiaojie's embrace, feigning helplessness as she began to sob. This tactic proved effective. Lu Xiaojie comforted her and subsequently called Wei Zifei. However, he was met with a torrent of insults that in the end, Wei Zifei left him with a single remark before hanging up. What did Wei Xiao say? Zhang Qining asked eagerly. Lu Xiaojie immediately broke into a radiant smile, saying, My cousin declared that my uncle intends to eliminate Jean Tianhao as well. Really? Zhang Qianting exclaimed, overjoyed. If Jean Tianhao were to perish, without him backing that good-for-nothing, he would be nothing but a soft persimmon, easily squashed with a mere handful of money. Yes, indeed. When the time comes, I shall personally shatter his skull. Lu Xiaojie declared fiercely, as Yichen's earlier blow had become a lifelong humiliation to him. Ha! Heaven will not forsake my Tianbao pharmacy. It seems I have another chance to turn my fortunes around, so I shall endure a few more days of hardship. Zhang Tianbao laughed heartily at noon. After signing the collaboration contract with Tianhao Group, Qin Luoxue was in high spirits and had a hearty appetite, ordering several dishes to prepare for her meal. Suddenly, she couldn't help but think of Yichun, so she opened WeChat. Qin Luoxue. Have you eaten? Xiao Chincheng. Yichun. Not yet, Schwer. I had 2 large buns for breakfast, and I'm still quite full. Qin Luoxue. What kind of buns are so large? It's already past noon, and you're still full? Yichun. The ones you gave me, remember? Qin Luoxue. Yichun. The ones you fed me in the office. Boom. Qin Luoxue felt as though struck by lightning. her body temperature soaring to new heights, unbearable heat enveloping her. "You jerk, you scoundrel, pervert. I won't talk to you anymore. I am severing ties with you. Humph. You've infuriated me. How dare you toy with me? This detestable Yi Chun. How can he be so wicked?" She pouted her sensual lips and muttered to herself. Eventually, perhaps recalling the earlier scene in the office, a beautiful smile blossomed on her lips, transforming her into a captivating vision of a blissful woman. Irresistible to anyone who laid eyes on her, that evening, Yi Chun, accompanied by Jin Tianhao, set off for the Jiangzhou riverbank, over 80 kilometers away, to attend a decisive battle. Chapter 35. King of Hohe, Du Yuehua. Yi Chun and Jin Tianhao departed shortly after 8 o'clock at night. As soon as Yi Chun entered the highway, Qin Luoxue checked into a luxurious suite at the Sheridan Hotel in 2 days. It would be the day for selecting a suitor, and her time was running short. She needed to quickly surrender herself to Yi Chun, or she would not know who might take advantage instead. Had it not been for Yi Chun's appearance, she could hardly believe in the existence of love at first sight. She felt that if she did not bestow her most precious possession upon Yi Chun, she would carry the burden of regret for a lifetime, for he was the only man she had ever yearned for so deeply. After a bath, wrapped in a bathrobe, Qin Luoxue's figure was nothing short of breathtaking, akin to a flawless jade piece sculpted by a master artisan. She lay on the bed, propping herself against the headboard, and took out her phone to send Yi Chun a message. "Qin Luoxue, Sheridan Hotel. Room 1808. I am waiting for you there. Come over. Yi Chun." Several shocked expressions. "Qin Luoxue. Shy. Hurry over to Yi Chun. I just set out for Hohe." Qin Luoxue. Angry. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Yi Chun. "I had no idea you would be so impatient." Qin Luoxue. "Fine. I admit my shamelessness. I will not think of giving you my first time anymore. Never again did I kindly offer you a chance, yet you say I am impatient. It infuriates me. If I were truly shameless, would I still be a 24-year-old woman, saving my first kiss for you, keeping my first time for you? You heartless creature, taking my goodwill for granted. I shall no longer pay you any mind." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, until her eyes were red. She had bought the necessary items, booked the room, and taken a bath, yet he had left her hanging. Did he not realize how dejected she felt? Tap, tap, tap. The phone she had tossed aside incessantly chimed with incoming messages. Humph. It must be him apologizing, saying he would come find me. I shall not accept it, nor will I give him anything. She glared at the phone, seething. However, in the end, she picked it up and opened WeChat. Indeed, there were over a dozen messages of apologies and comforting words, but none mentioned coming over. Qin Luoxue initially intended to ignore them, but then wondered if Yi Chun had gone to Hohe to have fun with Jin Tianhao. Unable to resist asking for the truth as far as she knew, several senior male executives at the Qin Group with annual salaries exceeding 10 million did just that. The allure of Hohe's many beauties from various countries combined with the anonymity of their identities allowed them to indulge freely. Qin Luoxue. "What are you doing in Hohe?" Yi Chun. "I am accompanying Lao Jin to handle some matters." Qin Luoxue. "Handling matters? Playing with women, I suppose?" Yi Chun. "You have gravely wronged me. I intend to give you my first time. How could I be off playing with women?" Qin Luoxue. "Then why are you rushing off to Hohe at this hour? Give me a reasonable explanation, or I will genuinely be angry at Yi Chun. Let me put it this way. I want your grandfather to select me as your husband, so I asked Lao Jin to take me to meet a prominent figure. If I can bring him to lend some support, my chances will greatly improve." Qin Luoxue. "Really? Who is this prominent figure?" Yi Chun. "The king of Hohe, Du Yuehua." Qin Luoxue's hand trembled, causing her phone to drop onto the bed. "Goodness, Jin Tianhao is taking Yi Chun to meet the king of Hohe. Is that possible? It seems I underestimated him. He is truly going all out for me." A look of shame crossed Qin Luoxue's face as she hurriedly picked up her phone. Qin Luoxue. "I'm sorry, Yi Chun. I misjudged you. Yi Chun. Moi. I'm glad you understand." Qin Luoxue. "Now I understand. Stay safe. I await your good news. Yi Chun. All right, sleep early, and remember to bring me 2 warm buns tomorrow morning." Qin Luoxue. "Go to hell. I won't give you any. Go buy your own. This guy is truly something. I was just moved by his efforts, and now he brings up buns again. How utterly annoying." With the misunderstanding resolved, Qin Luoxue no longer felt angry. Glancing at the box of items she had set by the bed, she smiled bitterly. Tio thinks she had donned sunglasses and a mask to buy this, attracting many strange looks, only for it to go unused. I must be out of my mind. To have done something so embarrassing, I truly cannot believe myself. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, having just finished chatting with Qin Luoxue, arrived in Hoha. The decisive battle was set to take place at an old residence by the Jiangzhou riverbank. When Yi Chun, Jin Tianhao, and Lei Hu arrived at the old house, it was just past 9 o'clock. Two men were seated in the main hall, leisurely sipping tea and engaging in conversation, while a group of men stood behind them like statues. One was clad in a long gown, with short hair, appearing to be around 50, with a thin face yet sharp eyes that seemed to pierce through everything. The other wore black martial arts attire, appearing over 60, with a square face. His presence was as steady as a mountain, giving off an aura of a distinguished figure. "Brother, Tianhao has arrived." As Jin Tianhao entered the hall, he swiftly approached the man in the long gown. "Good, Tianhao, you have the courage to come. I, Du Yuehua, did not misjudge you," Du Yuehua said with a smile, his face filled with satisfaction. "Excellent, excellent, please have a seat," the Du Yuehua instructed, and then commanded. "Serve the tea." As Jin Tianhao and Yi Chun took their seats, Du Yuehua smiled and inquired, "Tianhao, how many people and how many weapons have you brought along?" However, her smile abruptly faltered. She glanced at Lei Hu and then at Yi Chun, saying, "You didn't bring some brothers armed with weapons, did you?" Jin Tianhao shook his head and pointed at Yi Chun, introducing him with a grin. "This is my brother Yi Chun, who possesses extraordinary skills. He alone can contend against 1,000 troops. With him here, we shall be well equipped." Upon hearing this, the man with the square face, who had previously disregarded Jin Tianhao's arrival, suddenly fixed his hawk-like gaze upon Yi Chun, as if a falcon had spotted its prey. Moments later, he burst into laughter, spitting out his tea. "This pretty boy, so pale and tender, can take on 1,000 troops? Don't make me laugh, or I might just throw up." "Impudent!" Jin Tianhao exclaimed, slamming the table as he rose in anger. "Mind your words. Mr. Yi is not someone you can insult." "You enough," Du Yuehua coldly interjected. "The enemy has yet to arrive, and here you are squabbling among yourselves. What do you think I summoned you for? To watch you bicker while awaiting your demise?" "I apologize, big brother." Jin Tianhao lowered his head. Luo Fulai, appearing defiant, nevertheless sat back down with composure. The Du Yuehua composed himself and addressed Jin Tianhao. "Master Luo is someone I specifically invited to oversee this decisive battle. Our lives depend on his expertise. You must show him the respect he deserves, or we may very well meet our end here." As he spoke, Du Yuehua cast a meaningful glance at Jin Tianhao, indicating that he should endure for now, and that once the battle concluded in victory, they could deal with Luo Fulai then. Jin Tianhao had saved his life and treated him with utmost respect, while Luo Fulai, in contrast, was arrogant and disrespectful. How could a man of stature tolerate such behavior? Yet, he needed something from him. Otherwise, he would have dealt with him long ago. The tactic of discarding a useless pawn was one Du Yuehua was adept at employing. Of course, this was contingent upon the pawn being a fierce one, not a docile creature, and clearly, Luo Fulai's arrogance marked him as a ferocious dog in Du Yuehua's eyes, that I understand. "Big brother," Jin Tianhao grasped Du Yuehua's intent, his mood brightening instantly. "Then hurry and apologize to Master Luo." "Forgive me, Master Luo." "Humph." Luo Fulai scoffed disdainfully, remarking, "I'm only letting this slide out of respect for Du Laoda. Otherwise, with your mere mastery of internal energy, I could pierce your skull with a single finger. This." Jin Tianhao's eye twitched, a surge of indignation rising within him, his fists clenched tightly. Yet under Du Yuehua's watchful gaze, he ultimately refrained from retaliating. Eased the tension. Du Yuehua smiled and asked, "Tianhao, what remarkable qualities does your brother possess that merits such grandiose claims?" "Du Laoda, I must confess, your brother seems unwell. Bringing a doctor to a fight is utterly pointless." Before Jin Tianhao could finish, Luo Fulai interjected. Just as Jin Tianhao was about to explode with fury, Yi Chun held him back, smiling at Luo Fulai, saying, "Old Jin means well, worried you might suffer an injury. Hence he called me to prevent you from being gravely harmed and potentially perishing without timely rescue." To these words, Luo Fulai leaped to his feet, enraged. "Do you seek death? How dare you curse me? Do you believe I pierce you with my finger?" Luo Fulai pointed accusingly at Yi Chun. Who did Luo Fulai think he was? A master at the pinnacle of internal energy. Merely a step away from becoming a true master, that in a nation of 14 billion. Only a handful surpassed him in strength. To him, A mere group of overseas clowns were no more than ants. Yet this little brat dared to suggest he might suffer grievous injuries and perish. Was that a slap in the face? If you have the gall, then try it, Yichen replied nonchalantly, fully confident in his own prowess as a grand cultivator, reborn and unshakable by the threats of a mere martial artist. Fine, I shall pierce you with a single finger. Luo Fulai, sensing Yichen's provocation, stepped forward, extending his finger. Bang! At that very moment, the sound of a gunshot rang out. Luo Fulai froze instantly. Do you still wish to fight among yourselves? If so, I can put both of you down. Du Yuehua shouted, brandishing his smoking desert eagle. His subordinates followed suit, drawing their weapons in unison. There were too many guns. If it were only 3 or 5, his martial prowess might suffice to intimidate them. However, with 2 guns firing simultaneously, he had no chance to evade Du Lauda. Please calm down. It's just that this brat is too arrogant, pushing me to my limits, Luo Fulai explained. Even so, you must endure. Once the battle concludes, if you both survive, I'll act as a referee. You may fight as you wish, even to the death, and I want to intervene. But if you continue to quarrel now, do not blame my bullets for being blind. Du Yuehua warned, then holstered his gun. Understood, Luo Fulai acquiesced, turning to Yi Chun with a cold smirk. Just wait until the battle is over. I'll make you pay. With that, he stomped his foot down. Boom. Seeing this, Du Yuehua's men swallowed hard, awestruck, feeling as though they were in the presence of a steel titan. Truly formidable. Can you imagine the consequences if that stomp were to land on you? Luo Fulai taunted Yi Chun that if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might spare your life. Otherwise, you're as good as dead. Huh. Yi Chun found it laughable and inquired, have you ever heard the saying, Dante boast, or you'll be struck by lightning? What's saying? Don't act tough, or you'll face divine retribution. Surely you've heard of it. Yi Chun chuckled. Luo Fulai, infuriated, retorted, are you implying that I'm posturing? Isn't that's so. Luo Fulai laughed heartily, declaring, what do you think you are? Do I need to posture in front of you? Besides, even if I were, do you think lightning would strike me? Indeed, you shall be struck by lightning. Yi Chun asserted. Huh. Strike me then. Where's the lightning? Luo Fulai mocked, believing he could taunt Yi Chun with impunity. That moment, Yi Chun suddenly opened his eyes. With a commanding presence, he declared, thunder, come forth. In an instant, a resounding clap of thunder reverberated through the sky. Wow! The thunderous sound startled everyone present, prompting exclamations of disbelief. Luo Fulai trembled, instinctively looking up. Crash! Just then, a bolt of lightning pierced through the roof, striking down to be caught in Yi Chun's grasp. The electric light blazed brightly, illuminating the room as Yi Chun stood like a thunder god, exuding an unearthly authority. Everyone was left in stunned silence. This ain't a mere human. This is a deity. Oh my God! Luo Fulai felt his legs weaken, stumbling to the ground as if mourning a great loss. You, Luo Fulai stammered, his face a mask of terror. Yi Chun smirked, saying, you will be the first to face divine retribution for your arrogance. With that, Yi Chun flicked his wrist, sending the lightning hurtling toward Luo Fulai's head at breakneck speed. In an instant, Luo Fulai was engulfed by the current, his body convulsing as if possessed by an electric motor. Trembling violently, Du Yuehua and Jin Tianhao stared in disbelief. Had he truly summoned lightning to strike Luo Fulai? They gulped audibly, their gazes now filled with awe as if they were beholding a deity. Approximately 10 seconds later, the electric glow faded, revealing a charred Luo Fulai, resembling a refugee from Africa, hair standing on end, his mouth agape like a chimney, emitting wisps of smoke in the dimly lit hall. It was hard to discern that a person sat on the floor. How does it feel? Yi Chun inquired with a grin. Hot, numb, exhilarating. Luo Fulai mumbled, dazed. Is it enjoyable? Yi Chun pressed yes. Do you believe that arrogance invites retribution? I do. Will you dare to provoke me again? I want to then kneel and sing a song of submission, that I feel so good being conquered by you, struck by lightning. Puffed. Laughter erupted from all around. That's what happens when you're struck silly by lightning. Master Yi! Master Yi! Master Yi! In an instant, Jin Tianhao, Du Yuehua, and the others all respectfully bowed to Yi Chun at a 90-degree angle. After all, he could summon thunder and control lightning. Was he not akin to an immortal? Just call me Mr. Yi. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively. Yes, Mr. Yi. At that moment, Du Yuehua approached Yi Chun with a smile, saying, "Mr. Yi, I apologize for my earlier disrespect, and I hope you can forgive me, that it's nothing." Yi Chun replied generously, "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Du Yuehua quickly expressed his gratitude before continuing, "There is less than an hour until midnight. When my enemies arrive, I will need your assistance in dealing with them. Once the task is accomplished, I, Du Yuehua, will generously reward you with 1 billion in gold." For Du Yuehua, a billion was but a trifling sum. His assets, both overt and covert, amounted to over 1,000 billion, with more than 80% of the nightlife venues in Huhai bearing his shares at a course. It was not merely due to his investments, but because the proprietors of these venues relied on the shares he granted them, which were no less than 20%. Just from this venture alone, he could rake in at least 200 billion annually. This clearly illustrated his immense wealth. What 1 billion? Luo Fulai instantly perked up, rising abruptly from the ground, his face a mask of indignation. "You offer me 1 billion for my help, yet grant him 10 billion? This is utterly unfair, because he is more formidable than you." Du Yuehua retorted, exasperated that no. Luo Fulai countered, "He is a mage, while I am a martial artist, that if I do not provide him the opportunity to cast his spells, he would stand no chance against me." Hearing this, Du Yuehua conceded that there was some merit to his argument. After all, Luo Fulai had boasted for at least half a minute before the first bolt of lightning struck. Meanwhile, Luo Fulai had merely stomped and created a deep pit. Without giving him time, he could indeed kick him to death. "What? Are you still unconvinced? Would you care to test it again?" Yi Chun inquired. "Let us give it a try," Luo Fulai declared fearlessly, convinced that since the lightning had failed to kill him, Yi Chun's mastery of the arcane arts was not particularly high, that if he were truly a master of magic, a single bolt would have been sufficient to obliterate him. Little did he know that Yi Chun had intentionally reduced the power of the lightning. Had he unleashed its full might, it would have turned Luo Fulai into mere ashes. No need for further tests. Du Yuehua interjected, "A collaboration between martial prowess and magic will yield greater benefits in combating our foes. Rest assured, I will not shortchange either of you afterward." "Very well." Luo Fulai felt reassured by Du Yuehua's assurance, believing that his compensation would surely increase while Yi Chun's would decrease, making the rewards more equitable in his eyes. "Just watch how I slay my enemies," he boasted as he settled back down, though his earlier bravado had faded entirely to why Yi Chun, on the other hand, was indifferent. He had not come for monetary gain, but to lend Du Yuehua an air of authority. Thus he found no need to engage with a mere buffoon. Silence reigned until the stroke of midnight, when suddenly a shrill scream pierced the air. "Master Du, look, snakes, so many snakes, and centipedes and toads. My heavens, they are everywhere. They mean to devour us." As everyone turned to look, they beheld an overwhelming swarm of venomous creatures, carpeting the ground as they poured forth from the old mansion's entrance. Their numbers incalculable. Luo Fulai's face turned pale with fear as he cried out, "This is bad. One of our enemies is a master of poison. We are in trouble. What to do, what to do?" "Master Du." As the mass of venomous creatures approached, dozens of Du Yuehua's subordinates were paralyzed with terror, their scalps prickling with dread. "Fire! Open fire!" Even Du Yuehua, accustomed to bloodshed, faltered at the sight of such a multitude of poisonous creatures. Shouting hoarsely, bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted, tearing into the swarm of snakes and centipedes, leaving a trail of carnage. Yet this could only stave off the initial onslaught. The sheer quantity of creatures soon depleted their ammunition. "We are out of bullets, Master Du. There are still so many poisonous creatures. What shall we do?" "I'm out of bullets too," Du Yuehua's subordinates lamented, their voices tinged with panic. They could envision the grim fate awaiting them, being devoured alive by the relentless tide of venomous creatures. Escape was impossible. There was no way to traverse the writhing mass of beasts. But who would dare try? Just then, Yi Chun spoke up. "Luo, didn't you boast about how you would slay your enemies? Now that they have arrived in such numbers, it is high time for you to take action, that if Master Du is bitten, you shall receive not a single coin." "But how am I supposed to kill all these poisonous creatures?" Luo Fulai lamented, his eyes brimming with despair. However, upon hearing Yi Chun's words, Du Yuehua immediately leveled his desert eagle at Luo Fulai, barking, "Why do you think I paid you handsomely? Get to it, or I'll put a bullet in you. Calm down, Master Du. Be careful not to misfire." "But I will give it a try. with a gun pointed at him, Luo Fulai had no choice but to comply. He took a few steps forward, gathering his inner strength, and stomped down forcefully. Boom! The earth trembled as a powerful wave of energy erupted, instantly obliterating a swath of the poisonous creatures. Daha! These pests cannot withstand a tremor. Luo Fulai chuckled triumphantly. Thus, he continued to stomp through the swarm, carving a bloody path. Master Du, there are simply too many of these creatures. I cannot handle this alone. Luo Fulai gasped, panting heavily. Utterly exhausted, Duhua recognized that Luo Fulai had done his best and understood that it was indeed impossible for one person to eliminate such a vast horde of venomous beings. Yet as the creatures surged closer, Duhua, feeling helpless, cried out, "Think of a way! Quick, think of something!" Suddenly, Luo Fulai's gaze landed on Yi Chun, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. That it's your turn now. I hope you won't disappoint me, that if you fail to surpass the number of creatures I've killed, your reward will certainly be less than mine. Duhua, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming urge to shoot Luo Fulai on the spot. Did he truly believe that at such a critical moment, they should still be discussing rewards? If he were to perish, who would be left to claim a reward? Tell me, how many of the creatures you killed do you think you've actually slain? Yi Chun probed. Not a single one, Luo Fulai admitted. Then that is assuredly the case. Very well, I shall make you suffer a heavy loss. With that, Yi Chun drew his sword and traced an arc in the air, conjuring a rune that appeared out of thin air. What? Luo Fulai's eyes widened in disbelief. Drawing a rune in midair, could it be that he was a true master of magic at this moment? Yi Chun flicked his finger, and the rune transformed into a flaming dragon that surged towards the mass of poisonous creatures that in the blink of an eye. A sea of flames enveloped the ground, consuming the swarm in an instant, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. As the fire subsided, a blanket of ashes replaced the once mighty horde, with not a single trace of the poisonous creatures remaining. The atmosphere was electrified with exhilaration. Only Luo Fulai stood there, dumbfounded that if Duhua had promised him 1 billion as a reward, then a fraction of that, 1,000th, would amount to 1 million, that he had initially been promised 100 million. But now, due to his gamble, his reward had dwindled to a mere 1 million. That what a devastating loss. Mr. Yi, in this critical moment, it is you who has truly come through. Duhua exclaimed excitedly to Yi Chun. Yi Chun waved dismissively, smiling. It is not that I am overly impressive. It is that Luo is rather lacking. Just remember to give him my 1,000th during the reward distribution. Absolutely. Absolutely. Duhua nodded vigorously. Luo Fulai was on the verge of tears. No, Master Du. What use is 1 million to me? At the very least, I deserve 10 million. Just then a voice rang out abruptly. Even if I were to give you 1 billion, you would have no life left to spend it. Everyone turned to see a group of individuals entering. Leading them was a man in his 40s, sporting a thick beard, flanked by a cadre of dark-skinned individuals who were unmistakably not from Huaxia, but rather from Southeast Asia. You are Zhong Chong. Duhua squinted, inquiring. Indeed, I am Zhong Chong, the bearded man proclaimed with pride. Duhua, our leader has instructed me to present you with 2 options. First, join the Hongmen. The underworld of Huhai will remain your territory, and you need only share half of your annual profits with the Hongmen. Naturally, we will provide you with goods to sell, allowing you to earn even more. Second, refuse to join, and I shall send you to the netherworld, flipping the underworld of Huhai on its head. You have 10 minutes to consider. That if you cannot provide an answer, I will be forced to take action. Simple, brutal, and straightforward. Ah! Duhua laughed grimly, his laughter tinged with desperation. You expect me to join the Hongmen? Dream on. You will not persuade me to help you sell your goods. If I do, the government will not spare me, nor will the people. Awaiting me would not only be execution, but also eternal infamy. That my descendants will forever bear the shame of my actions. So, do not harbor such delusions. I shall choose neither of your paths. My path is to annihilate you all, restoring tranquility to the underworld of Huhai. With that, Duhua bellowed, attack. However, silence ensued. Attack. Has everyone perished? Duhua called out towards the upper floors of the old mansion. Swish, swish, swish. A series of unfamiliar figures materialized within his line of sight. Clang. Duhua staggered back, collapsing into a chair, realizing that all the snipers he had hidden upstairs had been eliminated. Your path has run dry. You have 8 minutes left. Choose one of the two options presented by our leader. Zhong Chang sneered, arms crossed over his chest. Du Yuehua fell silent. Was this truly how his night would end? Just then, Jin Tianhao leaned in close to Du Yuehua's ear and whispered, "With MRYE here, it will be they who meet their demise." Upon hearing this, Du Yuehua's spirits were instantly lifted. He still had two trump cards up his sleeve, and it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. Thus, he rose and proclaimed, "Master Luo, it is time for you to vanquish the enemy. Go forth." The matter of remuneration was on Luo Fulai's mind at this moment. It was pertinent to discuss the compensation, for otherwise he had no desire to risk his life for a mere 1 million, not a penny less. Hurry up. Very well. With the motivation of such a substantial reward, Luo Fulai strode confidently towards Zhong Chang, declaring, "You reckless fools dare to trouble Big Boss Du without consulting me. Luo Fulai, you." Zhong Chang cast a disdainful glance at Luo Fulai and scoffed. "What are you even worth?" Furious, Luo Fulai retaliated with a powerful punch, exclaiming, "Seeking death." Zhong Chang's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly countered with a punch of his own. The two fists collided mid-air with a resounding boom. Their forces were evenly matched, causing both to stagger backward. "That I didn't expect you to have perfected your inner strength as well," they both exclaimed in unison, realizing their martial prowess was on Pierre in a narrow encounter. The brave triumph. Zhong Chang seized the moment and lunged forward to strike first at Luo Fulai. The two engaged in a fierce battle, the sounds of their clash echoing around them. After an indeterminate time had passed, Luo Fulai, exhausted, was struck in the chest by Zhong Chang's fist, sending him hurtling like a broken kite through the wooden wall of the hall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Master Luo." Du Yuehua's expression changed dramatically. "Cough, cough. Big Boss Du, I have exhausted too much energy. Otherwise, he would surely be dead." Luo Fulai clutched his chest. Pain etched on his face. Du Yuehua, however, was not inclined to listen to his explanations. Her gaze swiftly turned to Yi Chun, and she clasped her hands, saying, "Mr. Yi, please join the battle." "Very well." Yi Chun stood up leisurely and walked towards the center of the hall. "Big Boss Du, he is a sorcerer. He cannot possibly win." "Silence," Du Yuehua admonished sharply. Upon seeing a youthful man in his 20s stepping forward to engage, Zhong Chang could not help but burst into laughter. "Du Yuehua, it seems you are at your wit's end, sending such a pretty boy to face me. Do you take me for a wealthy matron who loses her composure at the sight of a handsome face?" "You will indeed lose your composure," the white Yi Chun smirked, slowly raising his hand. "What? Do you intend to use your charms against me?" Zhong Chang scoffed. Yet, to his astonishment, as soon as the words left his mouth, he witnessed a formidable blade suddenly manifest in Yi Chun's empty hand, its length increasing at a rate of 10 centimeters per second. A master. Zhong Chang's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his expression one of sheer terror. The gathering of energy into a blade was the hallmark of a master in the realm of transformation. Luo Fulai, equally shocked, stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape, as if an apple could fit inside. "Run!" someone shouted, and chaos ensued as people fled in all directions, leaving Zhong Chang paralyzed in place, overwhelmed by the aura of the master. Thinking to escape? Not a chance. Yi Chun's gaze turned icy as he swung the blade downwards. Slash! The blade cleaved through Zhong Chang as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, crashing down onto the ground. Instantly, a chasm opened up, extending forth and engulfing dozens who had yet to flee the door, grinding them to oblivion. Silence fell, a deathly stillness enveloping the scene. After an indeterminate period, Jin Tianhao sighed deeply. A true man ought to be like this. Even if one cannot reach it, the heart yearns for it. Chapter 38 will follow Mr. Yi. Yi Chun's strike was nothing short of astonishing, leaving all in awe and deeply intimidated. Especially in the eyes of non-combatants like Du Yuehua, Yi Chun appeared to be a celestial being. They could scarcely fathom how one could possess such terrifying power. It was known that the chasm created by his strike was over 3 meters wide, more than 3 meters deep, and its length was immeasurable, stretching beyond the horizon. This was a force that surpassed even that of a missile. He needed a powerful ally like this. He was convinced that by clinging to Yi Chun, the Hongmen would no longer pose a threat to his territory in Huhai. Mr. Yi, from this day forth, I, Jin Tianhao, pledge my loyalty to you without question. Mr. Yi, from this day forth, I, Lehu, pledge my loyalty to you. Without question, Mr. Yi, from this day forth, we all pledge our loyalty to you. Without question, everyone, save for Luo Fulai, spoke with the utmost reverence that Wei Chen nonchalantly uttered a single word. Very well. Thank you, Mr. Yi. The sound echoed like a great bell, resonating across the land. That moment, Luo Fulai, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly approached Yi Chun and bowed deeply. That I, Luo Fulai, have been blind to your greatness, and I have committed many offenses. I hope you will forgive me. In the presence of such a master, Luo Fulai, regardless of his age, could only refer to himself as a junior. Given the vast disparity in their strengths, that Wei Chen paid him no mind, turning to leave as he pondered whether Qin Luoxue was still at the hotel. If so, he could indulge in some warm buns as a late-night snack and perhaps even charge into battle once more. What a delightful thought! As he departed the riverside of Jiangzhou, Yichen sent a WeChat message to Qin Luoxue. Yichen, Schwer, are you still at the Sheridan? Yichen, what a pity, you missed such a wonderful opportunity. It's truly a case of missing the warm buns. Qin Luoxue. Furious FH, are you implying that I am the buns? Yichen, I was merely making a comparison. Why do you admit it? Qin Luoxue. Furious FH, then come over and eat my buns. Yichen, alright, I must have you tonight. Is it your home? Qin Luoxue. It depends on whether you have the courage to come. Yi Chun. Even in a den of tigers and dragons, I would dare to enter. Qin Luoxue. Don't boast. Be careful not to have your legs broken by my grandfather. By the way, how did your discussion with Du Yuehua go? Yi Chun. Very well. He agreed to help me marry you. Qin Luoxue. Really? You're not deceiving me, are you? Yi Chun. Why would I deceive you? You'll find out on the day of the recruitment. Qin Luoxue. Thank you for your hard work, moi. I'm going to sleep now. Good night, that Yi Chun. That wasn't I supposed to come over and eat? Why sleep? Yi Chun found the whims of earthly women baffling, their moods shifting faster than the transformations of the Monkey King. He did not wish to engage in reckless behavior with Qin Luoxue. It was the least he could do to respect her, especially since she was still pure. Moreover, her long, fair legs were his greatest admiration, a rarity indeed, Mr. Yi. Then I shall ensure that Brother Du supports you tomorrow night. As the car came to a stop near the Qin residence, Jin Tianhao spoke. Very well. See you tomorrow night, that Yi Chen replied as he exited the vehicle. Indeed, he was headed for Qin Luoxue's chamber. Just the thought of her daring him to come over was enough motivation for him to display his courage. Though the Qin household was heavily guarded, to him, it was akin to entering a deserted realm, and he effortlessly infiltrated the premises. Having visited the Qin residence before, he was well acquainted with the layout, and sensing Qin Luoxue's presence, he quickly scaled the walls and entered her chamber. During summer, most people slept without covers, and upon entering, Yichen nearly lost his composure. So beautiful. The girl was cuddling a plush bear as she slept. Yichen couldn't help but smile as he sat on the edge of her bed. Suddenly, he noticed a piece of paper affixed to the bear, and upon closer inspection, his heart raced, for it bore the name. Yichen, it seemed this girl genuinely harbored feelings for him, treating the bear as if it were him holding her through the night. Moved, he affectionately stroked Qin Luoxue's delicate face. Just as he prepared to leave, his gaze fell upon a familiar jar on the desk, causing him to frown. He recognized it all too well. It was the very jar that had claimed the life of the previous owner of this body. No wonder she seemed to sleep so soundly. She was relying on sleeping pills. Clearly, the pressures she bore were immense. The next morning, Qin Luoxue groggily opened her eyes and instinctively stretched. Suddenly, she felt something pressing against her inner thigh. With a frown, she instinctively reached out with her delicate hand. What is this? Her brow furrowed deeper as she turned around to investigate. The next second, a shrill scream shattered the morning tranquility. But quickly, a large hand covered her astonished mouth. That it's me. Don't scream so loud, or you'll attract your grandfather. Upon recognizing Yi Chun, Qin Luoxue's startled expression softened, and she pushed his hand away, wrapping herself in the sheets to cover her alluring figure clad in minimal clothing. How did you get in? Qin Luoxue asked, her expression one of utter astonishment. That I scaled the wall. Yi Chun replied with a sly smile. Qin Luoxue, that the Qin household was heavily guarded, with patrols around the clock. How could he have entered undetected and made it to her room, which was several meters off the ground? Heavens, is he a flower thief? No need to cover up. After all, what has seen and unseen? You already revealed to me yesterday in the office. Come here. Let me hold you. Yichen opened his arms wide. Why you? Qin Luoshua's face flushed crimson. However, it was true that he had seen her completely yesterday. You rogue, I will not let you hold me. She pouted, feigning anger. You speak sweetly of hugs, but everyone knows you just want to indulge in warm buns this early. Not a chance. Let me embrace you, he said, recalling how you held the teddy bear adorned with my name throughout the night. Dawai Chen's lips curled into a sly smile. Da-da. You to you. Qin Luoshua was taken aback. The revelation left her feeling utterly embarrassed and exposed. With no other recourse, she had resorted to using the teddy bear as a stand-in for Yichun, confiding in it her feelings of helplessness and despair. Little did she anticipate that he would unearth this secret. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Schwer, is everything all right? Came the concerned voice of Qin Jingqing. No, everything's fine, Grandpa, I just woke up from a nightmare. She stammered. Oh, so it was just a nightmare. I thought a killer had sneaked in. I rushed up 3 flights of stairs to check on you, he explained, his anxiety dissipating with her clarification. Schwer, perhaps you should take the day off from work to rest. Tomorrow is the day of the suitor selection. We want you to present your best self. All right, I'll rest a bit longer. I won't disturb you, Grandpa, she replied. Phew. Worst case, I won't go. I can survive on just 2 buns a day. Yichen grinned, pulling Qin Luoshua into his embrace. You rascal, she exclaimed, tears brimming in her eyes. Chapter 39. 1 pill. 100 million. Qin Luoshua's lips, delicate and sensual, were silenced by Yichen's kiss, rendering her momentarily speechless. Seizing the opportunity, she launched a passionate counterattack, drawing on her previous experiences. Yet, the more fervently she kissed, the more bewildered Yichen became. After a brief exchange of affection, he enveloped her in his arms. From their encounter, he sensed that Qin Luoshua was throwing caution to the wind, seeking to release the pent-up pressure she had been enduring, devoid of any genuine emotions. After all, they had only known each other for a few days. Her willingness to share everything with him was merely a means to avoid being taken advantage of by someone devoid of feelings. Reluctantly, he held back, reasoning that tomorrow would be the suitor selection, and there would be ample time for deeper connections once he became her husband. Suddenly halting, Qin Luoshua blinked in confusion, her beautiful eyes questioning Yichen's abrupt change in demeanor. What was wrong with him? Why was he not proceeding? Did he feel pity for her? I don't want your pity, she lamented, lightly pounding on his chest, as if reproaching him for stopping and not helping her relieve her burdens ahead of the suitor selection. I am not pitying you. I wish to cherish you, Yichen replied softly, holding her tighter. Cherish me? Qin Luoshua scoffed. You emerge from the commoner's district and cannot fathom the formidable competition you face. Forget the fact that the king of Huaihai, Du Yuehua, may or may not support you. My grandfather would never choose you. In his eyes, you are but a crow. No matter how high you fly, you remain black. Moreover, you lack a solid foundation that Du Yuehua might offer a fade of support due to past friendships. But once he leaves, you will be exposed for who you truly are. My grandfather's vision is astute. He will see through your little ruse. Therefore, after tomorrow, I will be someone else's wife. You will have no opportunity to cherish me, and I cannot engage with you further, for I will belong to another. If I were to do anything with you after that, my conscience would not allow it. You have 2 choices. 1, while I am still not a wife, pursue what you desire boldly. I will not resist. After today, we shall be strangers. 2, you may leave now, allowing me to become a lifelong regret for you. Choose wisely. Last night, upon learning that the king of Huaihai would lend support to Yichun, she felt elated for a moment, but upon further reflection, despair took hold. The king's power belonged to him, not Yichun. He was merely offering a courtesy to Jin Tianhao. Once the king departed, Yichun would revert to his original identity, that if she could deduce this, her astute grandfather would surely see through it as well. Thus, seeking external support was futile. It could not alter the impending reality of her becoming another's wife. I will choose neither option, Yichun declared resolutely. Then what do you intend to do? She asked. I will defeat all competitors and become your rightful husband, devoting myself entirely to adoring you, ensuring you never suffer another grievance. You. Qin Luoshua felt exasperated by Yichun's stubbornness that I have made myself abundantly clear. Why can't you comprehend? Are you lacking in common sense? You are truly a complete fool. Despite her irritation, she felt a flicker of warmth. After all, do women not have soft hearts and delight in sweet words from men? Very well. If you insist on this path, I shall not compel you to act against your will, nor will I push you away. Just hold me closely. Otherwise, you might miss the chance to feel my warmth. Yi Chen's unwavering determination left her with little choice but to cherish the present moment. All right, he wasted no time, embracing Qin Luoxue, allowing them to share the warmth of each other as presents. You are truly foolish, she thought, her heart stirred, tears spilling down her cheeks and soaking Yi Chen's shirt. That if only she could summon the resolve to abandon the Qin family, she would gladly elope with Yi Chen, wandering the world together. Even a life of hardship would be preferable to the despair she currently faced. At least it would not be painful, would it? Yet, she did not grasp the essence of life. As the saying goes, all beings suffer. She, entangled in the struggles of a wealthy family, suffered for love, while countless women from humble backgrounds suffered for money. How could she comprehend the plight of those who could not afford a home? Time slipped away until the sun reached its zenith. Reluctantly, Qin Luoxue had departed from Yi Chen's embrace, donning her attire, freshening up, and applying a light touch of makeup at her vanity. Yi Chen approached, taking a brush to shape her eyebrows, applying lipstick to her lips, and arranging her flowing hair. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, Qin Luoxue was astounded. This man possessed an astonishing talent for makeup, enhancing her beauty beyond recognition. Oomph. You claim to have no experience, yet with such skill, I wonder how many other women you have beautified? She pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Not at all. Before Zhang Qining recovered, I would serve her tea and meals. Often observing her as she applied her makeup, that I picked up a few things along the way, Yi Chen replied with a smile, which was indeed the truth. Mentioning Zhang Qining ignited Qin Luoxue's ire. She grimaced, exclaiming, "She must have been blind to consider you a waste." If she were not blind, would we be sharing this space? Yi Chen grinned. How dare you? You shine brightly with just a bit of sunlight. Watch how I flatten you, she retorted, playfully punching him with soft fists. Well, just bring me 2 buns and I'll be satisfied. You, I hope you starve. Qin Luoxue shot him a glare before departing with her Chanel bag in hand. Yi Chen glanced at the time. 2 more hours remained until the vitality pill would be ready. That he took his time, familiarizing himself with Qin Luoxue's quarters to avoid getting lost upon moving in. It was indeed vast, over 100 square meters. The house he shared with his parents paled in comparison to this space. Upon opening a wardrobe, he was taken aback that it was filled with enticing outfits, flight attendant uniforms, sailor suits, nurse costumes, and more so. This girl enjoyed dressing provocatively in the privacy of her room. Yi Chen chuckled wickedly. Yet it made sense. With such a stunning figure, especially those legs, why wouldn't she admire herself in the mirror? What woman with a beautiful physique wouldn't indulge in such vanity? As the time approached, Yi Chen quietly slipped out, unnoticed by anyone. During this time, he received a call from Du Yuehua, informing him of a 10 billion reward. Shortly after arriving at the pharmacy, the pills were ready. 81 in total. These pills smell wonderful, Dr. Yi, Li Jishir, and Wu Jinxiong remarked, nearly drooling at the scent of the pills. 1 for each of us will restore our vitality and vigor. We could climb Mount Tai without breaking a sweat. Yi Chen distributed a pill to each of them. These vitality pills were remarkably potent. They not only invigorated the body but also healed internal injuries, strengthened the physique, and enhanced beauty. The miraculous effects stemmed from their ability to replenish energy. The more energy one had, the healthier one became, resulting in more radiant skin. Of course, these were merely minor vitality pills. The larger ones could restore youth, though the ingredients for those were challenging to procure. After consuming the pills, Li Jishir and Wu Jinxiong instantly felt rejuvenated, showering Yi Chen with compliments. Not long after, Li Jishir received a call informing him that the old king from the capital had arrived in Jiangzhou. Thus, Li Jishir took Yi Chen with him to meet the old king in the presidential suite of the Sheraton Hotel. A middle-aged man approached them. Li is here. By the way, where is the esteemed Yi you mentioned? This is Dr. Yi. Yi Chen, Li Jishir said, gesturing towards Yi Chen. And this is Mr. Wang Xingwen, the youngest son of old Wang. Hello, Yi Chen greeted with a smile. Hello, Wang Xingwen responded curtly, then turned to Li Jishir, skepticism evident in his gaze. You believe he can cure my father? His disbelief was palpable. Had it not been for Li Jishir's esteemed reputation in medicine, he would have dismissed the idea outright. If even Li Jishir could not heal old Wang, it seemed no one could. Li Jishir chuckled, ready to reassure him. But before he could speak, a stuttering voice broke in. Xingwen, let him try. All right, father. Since you have spoken, what else can Wang Xingwen say? He can only let Yi Chen give it a try. Approaching the old Wang sitting in a wheelchair, Yi Chen took out a porcelain vial and poured out 5 vitality pills. Stop. Just as Yi Chen was about to administer the medicine to the old Wang Xingwen suddenly called out, "What kind of medicine is this?" He inquired. "Vitality pill? I haven't heard of it. You try one first." "Mr. Wang, rest assured this medicine is not poisonous. I just took one myself." Li Jishir understood Wang Xingwen's concern about the potential toxicity of the medicine and insisted that Yi Chen test it first. "I won't take your word for it, and I need to see with my own eyes that it's safe," Wang Xingwen replied, his face filled with suspicion, fearing that Li Jishir might have been bribed to take his father's life. Li Jishir was at a loss for words to at that moment. Yi Chen said, "All right, I can consume it in front of you, but let me be clear. The cost of the vitality pill is exorbitantly high. One pill costs 100 million. You can ask me to take as many as you want, but if it cures your father, you must reimburse me for every pill I consume." "What? One pill for 100 million? Wang Xingwen was taken aback. "Is this fellow trying to treat me like a fool?" Chapter 40. A palm that sends you flying. This pill is the size of a soybean, and you say it costs 100 million? Do you think our Wang family has money to burn? Wang Xingwen retorted angrily at Yi Chen. Even if the cost of such a tiny pill were high, it wouldn't exceed 1,000. To sell it for 100 million is utterly outrageous. Even Li Jishir was nearly thrown into a state of shock upon hearing the price, feeling that Yi Chen was pulling off an enormous scam. While Yi Chen was gathering the medicinal materials for the vitality pill, Li Jishir was watching from the side. Although the materials used were indeed extremely precious, the total cost was merely around 20 to 30,000 at most, averaging about 300 to 400 per pill. The fact that Yi Chen wanted to sell it for 100 million was simply unconscionable. However, what Li Jishir didn't know was that Yi Chen had infused the pills with his own true essence during the refining process, which was the reason behind Yi Chen's claim of the exorbitant cost. Of course, he initially intended to provide the treatment free of charge, but Wang Xingwen's attitude had irked him, hence the price of 100 million per pill for the Wang family. "Since you look down on me, I'll make you bleed a little. Whether you want it or not, the price is set at 100 million per pill. If you can afford it, I will heal you. If not, then so be it." Yi Chen nonchalantly stated, adopting a rogue demeanor. Wang Xingwen was nearly driven to the point of wanting to strangle Yi Chen. "Our Wang family has wealth, but we will not be taken advantage of like this. That I cannot accept this price." "Well then, consider my visit a non-event," Yi Chen said, making a gesture of farewell and turning to leave. The old Wang in the wheelchair appeared as if he wished to call out but couldn't. Seeing this, Wang Xingwen shouted, "Wait a moment." Wang Xingwen gritted his teeth and lowered his head, saying, "How many pills does it take to cure my father?" 8 pills. "Then you shall take 2, if there is no poison. I will allow you to treat my father, that if you can cure him, our Wang family will compensate you for the 10 billion in medical fees." Although it was indeed a hefty sum, if it meant restoring his father, 10 billion would not be too much to bear. Agreed. Yi Chen was somewhat satisfied with this response and immediately consumed 2 vitality pills. Half an hour later, seeing that Yi Chen was perfectly fine, Wang Xingwen finally lowered his guard and allowed Yi Chen to give him the 8 pills, which he then administered to his father. As the vitality pills entered the old Wang's stomach, his previously vacant eyes suddenly widened with brilliance. Immediately, he felt every pore in his body opening up, absorbing a continuous stream of power that revitalized his once withered body. The old Wang slowly stood up from the wheelchair. His bones began to crack and expand, producing a series of popping sounds. Wang Xingwen was dumbfounded. Li Jishir was stunned. Within less than 5 minutes of consuming the pills, the old Wang, who had been paralyzed for over a decade, was actually standing up. Heaven! This was nothing short of a miraculous elixir. They all sighed in disbelief. "All right, I am finally well. I, Wang Tianhua, have regained my former strength." Approximately 20 minutes later, feeling as though he had returned to his pre-paralysis state, the old Wang spread his arms wide and laughed heartily. "This is fantastic. Truly fantastic." Wang Xingwen and several of the Wang family servants were filled with overwhelming emotion, tears brimming in their eyes. This signified that the pillar of the Wang family, who had been bowed under the weight of adversity for over a decade, was once again standing tall. "Divine Doctor. Mr. Yi, you are truly a divine doctor. Thank you so much. I am at a loss for words." Wang Tianhua clasped Yi Chen's hands in excitement. Old Wang, please don't do that. I'm afraid. Yi Chen hurriedly pushed aside the old Wang's grip, as the odor from his unbrushed teeth due to paralysis made him feel nauseous, so he preferred to keep some distance. Ha! Wang Tianhua let out a hearty laugh. Pay up, 10 billion, Yi Chen said, turning to Wang Xingwen. Before Wang Xingwen could respond, Wang Tianhua interjected. 10 billion is not enough. Let us give divine doctor Yi 20 billion, that our Wang family is not short on money, and we must express our gratitude properly. Wang Xingwen. 10 billion is already a painful sum for me. You want to give him 20 billion? Your heart is truly generous. Do you not realize how much our Wang family's assets have shrunk over the past decade of your paralysis? While Wang Xingwen thought this to himself, he did not dare contradict his father's wishes. 20 billion was indeed not a significant amount for the Wang family. So he arranged to get Yi Chen's bank account details and had his older brother handle the transfer. Father, is your martial arts cultivation still intact? After arranging the payment, Wang Xingwen asked, of course. Who dares to hinder the rise of the Wang family? They must first answer to my fists. With that, Wang Tianhua threw a punch at the marble coffee table from a distance. Boom! The marble coffee table was struck by a surge of energy, instantly shattering into pieces. Impressive, old Wang. Very fierce indeed. Yi Chen couldn't help but commend, surprised that martial artists on Earth possessed the ability to strike objects from a distance, earning his admiration. Wang Tianhua chuckled. I've always wanted to keep a low profile, but my strength does not allow it. I apologize for startling him. Yi Chen laughed heartily. Old Wang. That display was quite impressive. How dare you speak like that? My father's strength is evident. Do you think he could not kill you with a mere glance? Wang Xingwen interjected, annoyed. Xingwen, how can you speak to him, like that? If it weren't for him curing your father, could your father regain his strength? Wang Tianhua shot his son a glare before smiling at Yi Chen, saying, Mr. Yi is a physician and may not understand our martial arts. A person with strength cannot help but stand out. In your terms, it may indeed seem like showing off. However, one must have the capital to show off, or else they risk being slapped in the face. It seems old Wang has a deep understanding of this matter. Yi Chen found Wang Tianhua quite amusing, possessing a certain old rascal charm, so he did not intend to burst his bubble. However, unexpectedly, Wang Tianhua took the boastful stance further, proudly declaring, It's not that I understand it deeply. I just know that in front of you, saying I am invincible and lonely is not really showing off, because I have that strength. But in front of someone even stronger than me, I must keep my mouth shut to avoid bringing trouble upon myself. I wonder if Y can understand my words? I do. Yi Chen nodded with a smile, saying, How about we test it out and see if you are truly invincible and lonely? What? You want to spar with me? Wang Tianhua nearly burst into laughter, saying, I'm not bragging, but with a single palm, I could easily dispatch 100 of you. Mr. Yi. To put it bluntly, I suspect you come from the countryside and have no idea how terrifying a master at the peak of the transformation realm is. Just my old man, within 10 meters, could kill you as easily as slaughtering a chicken, Wang Xingwen said disdainfully. Indeed, Mr. Yi, a martial artist at the transformation realm can withstand bullets, and any movement has the power of 1,000 pounds. It's simply not something we mere mortals can contend with. Li Jisher quickly advised that's so. Yi Chen grew even more curious, saying, Just last night, I instantly defeated a self-proclaimed half-step transformation realm martial artist. But I'm unsure how powerful a fully realized transformation realm master is. I want to see if I can also defeat you in an instant, so I can know whether to fight or flee when I encounter a transformation realm martial artist in the future. He had little knowledge of martial arts, and therefore was unaware of the true prowess of a master known as a martial artist, wanting to gauge the approximate strength of a transformation realm practitioner. As soon as he uttered these words, both Wang and his son were doubled over in laughter. You don't even have the aura of a martial artist, and you claim to have defeated a half-step transformation realm master? Why don't you just ascend to heaven? Wang Xingwen laughed heartily. Wang Tianhua was also shaking his head in amusement, saying, Mr. Yi, let us not even spar. I fear that a light touch might kill you. How about this? If you're curious about how powerful a transformation realm master is, I'll stand here and let you punch me. If you can move me at all, I'll concede to you. But I must warn you, don't use too much force, or you might break your fingers. With no choice but to comply with Yi Chen's request, Wang Tianhua reluctantly agreed, for he owed him that much. Come on then, steady now, old Wang. Mr. Yi, just don't break your hand. All right, With that, Yi Chen transformed the fist poised at Wang Tianhua's chest into an open palm and struck down with force. Boom! Wang Tianhua was immediately sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the wall of the presidential suite and leaving a human-shaped hole, vanishing from sight. This spectacle was enough to leave everyone wide-eyed in disbelief. They couldn't believe Yi Chen had sent the old Wang flying with a single palm. Good heavens, this is simply terrifying. Chapter 41. Chaos in Romantic Affairs. The transformation realm doesn't seem so extraordinary after all. Yi Chen clapped his hands, feigning disappointment. He had only used 50% of his strength to send Wang Tianhua flying. If he had gone all out, he could have easily killed him. You. How astonishing you are! Wang Xingwen's legs trembled uncontrollably, and he felt as though he could scarcely maintain his footing. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe that a seemingly ordinary young man possessed such terrifying strength that it was nothing short of astonishing. Was it not said that within 10 steps, one could kill me as easily as slaughtering a chicken? Yi Chen chuckled coldly. Thud! Wang Xingwen fell to his knees, terrified and weeping, exclaiming, Mr. Yi, please spare my life. That it is I who lacked insight and failed to recognize your hidden prowess. I have greatly offended you. I beseech your forgiveness. Enough that I cannot be bothered to argue with an insignificant creature like you. To go fetch your father. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Wang Xingwen felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he hurried towards the humanoid hole. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from another presidential suite, supporting Wang Tianhua, who was covered in blood. How did he sustain such injuries? Yi Chen inquired, astonished that he had only used 50% of his strength, yet he had managed to crush Wang Tianhua's chest. Cough, that Mr. Yi, I never expected you to be so formidable. I underestimated you, Wang Tianhua lamented, clutching his chest in anguish. Had I known of your might, I would not have acted so arrogantly in your presence. Isn't being invincible truly lonely? Yi Chen teased that I am utterly embarrassed. I have overstepped my bounds. It is you who embodies true invincibility, Wang Tianhua replied, humbled that Yi Chen smiled and offered him 2 vitality pills. And soon enough, Wang Tianhua's condition improved significantly. By the way, Mr. Yi, are you married? Wang Tianhua suddenly asked. What is the purpose of this inquiry? Yi Chen frowned, sensing the mischievous grin on Wang Tianhua's face, which suggested nothing good was to follow. Indeed, Mr. Yi, if you are not married, how about I betroth my granddaughter to you? She is 23, a beauty of unparalleled grace. Stop right there. Yi Chen interrupted, stating, I am a divorced man and currently have my heart set on someone else that I intend to marry into her family. So please refrain from meddling in affairs of romance. What? Marrying into someone else's family? Wang Tianhua was stunned, unable to believe his ears. That Mr. Yi, you must be mistaken. With your extraordinary prowess, you could easily establish a formidable family. And there would be numerous wealthy families eager to marry their daughters and granddaughters into your clan. Why would you choose to marry into someone else's family? It is no exaggeration to say that possessing strength equates to wealth and power, while merely possessing wealth and power does not guarantee strength. Thus, the emergence of a powerful individual attracts the attention of many affluent and influential people. Establishing a grand family could happen overnight. Just like Wang Tianhua, when his father was alive, the Wang family stood at the pinnacle of the 4 great families in the capital, attracting countless suitors. But after his father's death, those suitors turned to other families. And when Wang Tianhua became paralyzed, the Wang family's status plummeted. Therefore, the standing of a family is determined by its strength, which is synonymous with might. The stronger the fist, the greater the authority. This is why Wang Tianhua wishes to marry his granddaughter to Yi Chen. Should the Wang family have such a powerful son-in-law, who would dare to challenge them? Because of love, in that place that Yi Chen began to sing, I am impressed. Wang Tianhua responded, utterly speechless. How could someone so powerful remain indifferent to the pursuit of fame and fortune, willingly opting to marry into another family? Yi Chen chuckled and then discussed serious matters with Wang Tianhua. After listening, Wang Tianhua pounded his chest, declaring, no problem. Tomorrow night, I assure you that I will support Mr. Yi in style. However, I have one request that I hope Mr. will agree to. What request? Once you are married, could you also take my granddaughter as your wife, to serve you together? Yi Chen. Marrying into another family, and then taking a younger wife. Even in the realm of immortals, where one can have multiple wives. Such customs do not exist. Old Wang, do not jest. I cannot agree to this. Yi Chen firmly rejected, regardless of his own feelings, for Qin Luoxue would undoubtedly oppose it. Please, Mr. Yi, in this day and age, which powerful individual does not have a few concubines? Just accept my granddaughter. She is truly a beauty. If you do not believe me, I can show you her picture. Xingwen, show him or Yi Ling's photo. Of course, old man. Old Wang, you are too outrageous. I take my leave. Yi Chen hastily excused himself, appalled by the notion of an elderly man trying to force his granddaughter onto someone as a concubine. His sole focus was on winning over Qin Luoxue, with no time to concern himself with old Wang's granddaughter. Upon leaving the Sheraton Hotel, Yi Chen received a transfer of 20 billion from the Wang family, along with a 2 billion reward promised by Jin Tianhao. Within less than a day, he had earned 32 billion, and Yi Chen marveled at how easily money could be made on Earth. With sufficient strength, it was even faster than the earnings of the old horse from the Abba Group. As noon approached, Yi Chen visited the Qin family, providing Qin Jingqing with 5 vitality pills to consume. Did he catch my grandfather? Qin Luoxue looked at Yi Chen in a daze, unsure of what to say. That if her grandfather discovered that he had sneaked in last night and slept beside her, he would surely be enraged. That I came to treat your grandfather, Yi Chen said with a sly smile. Treat him? Yes, the vitality pills. Have you forgotten? Qin Luoxue. That at that moment, Qin Jingqing smiled and said, not long ago, Yi Chen sent vitality pills. After taking them, I have fully recovered, and my cultivation has returned to its peak state. Really? Qin Luoxue exclaimed, overjoyed. There were 2 reasons for her excitement. First, Yi Chen had not been caught sneaking into her room. And second, her grandfather had finally regained his health, alleviating the fear of potentially losing him. However, she was curious about how Yi Chen managed to leave her room undetected. Indeed, I feel as though I have regained 10 years of youth. Qin Jingqing stated happily. That is wonderful. Qin Luoxue exclaimed, happily linking her arm through her grandfather's, resting her head on his shoulder. Her grandfather's recovery meant that her burdens would be significantly lightened. Here are the remaining vitality pills for you. Yi Chen handed a porcelain vial to Qin Luoxue. For me? Qin Luoxue questioned, puzzled that I have no injuries. Why give them to me? Take them. They have beauty-enhancing effects, and you will become even more beautiful. Qin Luoxue hesitated before replying. No, thank you. What good is beauty if it only pleases other men? It is better not to become beautiful at all. Just then, Qin Luoyan approached, saying, Sister, brother-in-law, no, Mr. Yi, if he asks you to take it, then you should take it. If he becomes your husband, wouldn't it be better to be even more appealing to him? Get out of here. Qin Jingqing and Qin Luoxue pointed towards the door in unison, particularly Qin Jingqing, whose face darkened. How dare this rascal refer to him as a brother-in-law? The thought of Yi Chen as a husband for his granddaughter was utterly unacceptable. Luoyan is right. Take it, and remember to consume 1 each meal. Yi Chen insisted, shoving the vial into Qin Luoxue's hands before embracing Qin Luoyan and leaving. That I will take you out for some fun. All right. The 2 departed, chatting and laughing. This rascal is becoming increasingly irredeemable. Constantly seeking amusement and associating with someone of such low status, it is a disgrace to the Qin family. Qin Jingqing lamented in frustration. Grandfather, Yi Chen just healed you. How can you speak of him like that? Qin Luoxue expressed her discontent. Medical skills are one thing, but he still resides in a low-cost housing area among the common folk. His status is indeed humble. If it were not for the promise I made him to allow him to participate in the marriage selection, he would not be allowed to step foot in the Qin family again. Qin Jingqing declared, Grandfather, you are being unreasonable. Qin Luoxue's eyes reddened as she covered her mouth and turned to run upstairs. Hey, what is wrong with this girl? She has never lost her temper with me in all these years. Qin Jingqing mused, bewildered. Could it be that she has developed feelings for that boy? It seems that after the marriage selection tomorrow, he must not be allowed to remain. He would only cause trouble. Chapter 42. The day of the marriage selection arrives. The following morning, the day of the Qin family's marriage selection, the entire elite society of Jiangzhou was buzzing with excitement. Tonight is the marriage selection for the Qin family, and one wonders what kind of man the old Master Qin will choose for Jiangzhou's most beautiful woman, Qin Luoxue. Anticipation runs high, as everyone speculates about which fortunate man will become the husband of the goddess. With those stunning legs of hers, oh my, any man who wins her heart would be blissfully fortunate. If only I came from a prestigious family, I would also participate in the marriage selection. To be Qin Luoxue's husband, I would gladly sacrifice 10 years of my life. The young masters of Jiangzhou's elite society were engaged in animated discussions about this topic that I envy Qin Luoxue immensely. Not only is she beautiful, but she also hails from a noble family. Now, her grandfather is about to find her a wealthy and powerful suitor. Why must all the good fortune befall her alone? It is simply unfair. It was rumored that 5 suitors would be in attendance. 3 from the capital and 2 from Huhai, all with assets exceeding 500 billion. One of them even boasted a fortune of 1 trillion. Truly the CRME de la CRME of the wealthy young masters. Jealousy filled the air. How I wish I were Qin Luoxue. If I were her, I would surely wake up smiling from my dreams. Blessed with a wealthy family and an affluent husband. Such fortune must stem from a lifetime of good deeds. The young ladies of Jiangzhou's elite society were equally engrossed in the conversation. Chattering excitedly, in a certain villa, Zhang Qianting reclined naked against the headboard, scrolling through her WeChat moments, her petite figure undeniably captivating. Xiaojie? Xiaojie? She abruptly shook Lu Xiaojie, who was peacefully slumbering beside her. What on earth has happened? Lu Xiaojie, still groggy, opened his eyes. After an intense battle with Zhang Qianting that lasted until 3 in the morning, he was now in a daze, struggling even to lift his eyelids. His social media feed was inundated with news about Qin Jingqing's announcement tonight regarding finding a husband for Qin Luoxue. Zhang Qianting, with an air of gossip, remarked, "Goodness, you woke me up for such trivial matters. 3 times last night, for heaven's sake. I'm exhausted." Lu Xiaojie expressed his frustration that I never said I was tired. "So why are you?" Zhang Qianting retorted, pulling Lu Xiaojie up. "What are you doing?" he asked, feeling quite vexed. "Let me ask you, did you know about this beforehand?" She inquired that my cousin mentioned it yesterday. "But really, what does it have to do with you? It's not like they're finding a husband for you. It's so wrong to be curious." Zhang Qianting shot back, glaring at Lu Xiaojie. "Do you know what kind of people are participating in this husband search? 5 signs from the top aristocratic families of the capital and Huhai, I presume. Wow, are their families extraordinarily wealthy? All have assets exceeding 500 billion. Heavens. All over 500 billion. Zhang Qianting gasped, covering her mouth. Her eyes filled with envy and jealousy, that if I were Qin Luoxue and you were among those seeking a husband, I would choose you in a heartbeat. The combined assets of our families would surpass 1,000 billion. Life would be nothing short of blissful. Lu Xiaojie rolled his eyes, too weary to respond. Just like her father, she was obsessed with wealth. By the way, those 5 eligible bachelors must be quite handsome. Right? Zhang Qianting asked with a dreamy expression. Handsome? Lu Xiaojie couldn't help but chuckle. If they were as good-looking as me and their families were that wealthy, would they even consider entering a marriage of convenience? Let me put it this way. My uncle has the profiles of those 5, then my cousin has seen them and said they all look quite unappealing. One is extraordinarily overweight, weighing around 140 kilograms. 2 of them are as heavy as I am. They could squash Qin Luoxue flat. Do you think she's feeling particularly good about this? I suspect she's in some corner crying right now. With her beauty and wealth, do you think she would willingly become a wife to someone so unattractive, especially someone who could overpower her? So, you shouldn't envy her, that if you were in her shoes, I bet you'd be in tears. You should be grateful to marry someone as handsome and affluent as me. Lu Xiaojie proclaimed with a sense of pride. From your words, it seems Qin Luoxue is rather unfortunate. Zhang Qianting suddenly felt reassured, saying, Heaven should give her some kind of punishment. Otherwise, how can anyone else live if she gets everything good? It's good that you understand, Lu Xiaojie sighed, relieved that he had managed to convince her, preventing her from thinking that marrying him would be a disadvantage compared to those wealthy suitors. Yes, I may not be one of those wealthy suitors, but I am handsome and caring. The key is that I am quite exceptional. Where else would you find a man who surpasses me in every aspect? He thought to himself, feeling quite pleased that by the way, Xiaojie, how about we sneak into the Qin residence tonight and see who ends up becoming Qin Luoxue's husband? If it's that nearly 300-pound fellow, I would love to see Qin Luoxue's expression. It would probably be one of utter disbelief. Zhang Qianting giggled, her face alight with curiosity and anticipation. Lu Xiaojie, feeling frustrated, replied, I would love to see that too, but my cousin, who is quite well informed, mentioned that tonight is Qin Jingqing's 68th birthday, that he has invited certain leaders from Jiangzhou and some entrepreneurs who have connections with the Qin family. Those who came to celebrate his birthday were not granted entry, so there is no way for us to witness the spectacle. What? Zhang Qinning's face fell in disappointment. It doesn't matter if we can't go. Once the husband search concludes, my cousin will surely find out who ends up with Qin Luoxue. Lu Xiaojie reassured her. Yes, if you find out from your cousin, please tell me at once, preferably with a photo, so I can gauge Qin Luoxue's mood. All right, I will inform you as soon as I have any news. Now let us continue our rest, Lu Xiaojie said, lying back down. Just then, Zhang Qining pressed her red lips against him, her small hand gripping his leg, instantly revitalizing Lu Xiaojie. You little temptress, are you trying to wear me out? I might just do that, he thought, feeling a surge of boldness after several days of cultivation. Yi Chun had reached the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, his strength having surged dramatically. With a swift motion, he summoned a torrent of water from the river, forming a water dragon that he propelled towards a massive boulder, resulting in a spectacular explosion of debris. Mr. Yi, you truly are extraordinary. Jin Tianhao and Lei Hu, who were watching in awe, exclaimed in disbelief that it's just average. Yi Chun replied, standing up. Jin Tianhao and Lei Hu were speechless. Just average? This is beyond incredible. By the way, Mr. Yi, tonight is the husband selection and Qin Jingqing's birthday. Would you like me to prepare a grand gift for you to bring along? Jin Tianhao asked. Yi Chun pondered for a moment and replied, please buy me an edible turtle and send it to my herbal medicine hall. A turtle. Are you really sending a turtle to Qin Jingqing? Jin Tianhao nearly burst out laughing. Was he calling Qin Jingqing a turtle? Indeed, Yi Chun confirmed with a nod. All right, I'll go get that. Upon returning home, Yi Chun received a WeChat message from Qin Luoxue. It was a photo of her in an evening gown, her alluring figure and exquisite beauty akin to a finely crafted sculpture, breathtakingly captivating. Yi Chun, you look truly stunning. Qin Luoxue, do you wish to marry me? Yi Chun, I do. Qin Luoxue, then there are 3 things you must do. First, prepare a grand gift, preferably an antique, something truly precious that if you lack the funds, send me your card number, and I will transfer the money to you. My grandfather has placed me under house arrest, so I cannot accompany you to shop. Second, prepare a self-recommendation speech, highlighting your merits and what you can contribute to the Qin family as their son-in-law. It shouldn't be overly extravagant, but it mustn't be too casual either. Third, dress yourself well. The more elegant and handsome you appear, the better. These 3 points are crucial in determining whether you can become my husband, as there will be judges scoring you. Although your chances are slim, I still hope you'll do your best because I want to marry you. Yi Chun. All right, I've already asked Jin Tianhao to prepare the gift. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. Just wait for me to take your hand. Qin Luoxue. Good luck. Kisses. Yi Chun. Clap, clap, clap. Qin Luoxue. I give up. Chapter 43. A son-in-law's mother's concerns in the afternoon as dusk approached. Yi Chun finished his shower, donned a suit, styled his hair, and stood before the mirror. He had to admit, he looked quite presentable. Typically, he would not want to dazzle a throng of admirers with his ethereal beauty. But for tonight's husband selection, he was determined to make an impression. Yi Chun smiled at his reflection and left his room. Now a master of the qi refining stage, his bones and skin had undergone a remarkable transformation. Describing him as having an ethereal physique was indeed fitting. However, he preferred not to showcase this aspect of himself in daily life, as it often attracted fervent admirers. Yet tonight, for Qin Luoxue, he had no choice but to reveal his striking appearance. In terms of wealth and influence, he was temporarily at a disadvantage compared to his competitors, so he resolved to rely on his looks and prowess to outshine them, making it clear that no matter how wealthy or powerful they were, they paled in comparison to him. In the living room, Yi Yaohua, upon seeing Yi Chun, scrutinized him from head to toe and couldn't help but chuckle. Son, I must say, after your grooming, you look far more handsome than those Korean stars. That's all thanks to your and Mom's good genes. Yi Chun replied with a smile. This compliment seemed to please both Yi Yaohua and Yang Shuqing. However, Yang Shuqing's smile soon faded as she said, Xiaochun, are you really going to participate in the husband selection for that girl Qin Luoxue? Yes, Mom, don't you like her? Yi Chun sensed his mother's discontent. Yang Shuqing shook her head. I do like her. She is tall, beautiful, polite, and sensible. I would be thrilled if she became my daughter-in-law. However, I don't want you to become a son-in-law. I've heard that Qin Luoxue drives a Bentley worth over 10 million, and her jewelry alone is worth tens of millions. She must come from a very wealthy family to wear such expensive items that I fear you might be more bullied as a son-in-law there than you were in the Zhang family. So, I hope you can develop a relationship with Kiki instead, that we can offer Kiki's father 30,000 in betrothal gifts. I don't believe he would refuse to let Kiki marry you. Yichen chuckled and said, Mom, you can rest easy. Luoxue is not like Zhang Qining, that if I become a son-in-law in her family, I won't face bullying as I did with the Zhangs. Besides, you and Dad need not worry about the Yi family becoming extinct. I can always have more children with Luoxue, and if we have a son, he can carry our surname. Yang Shuqing rolled her eyes, saying, Nowadays, women are reluctant to have children, let alone more than one. Do you think you'll have any say in that once you become a son-in-law? Even if Luoxue agrees to have more children and give a son your surname. Her family won't consent. The Wai Yichen found it amusing. Was he really in danger of the Yi family becoming extinct? That was impossible. All right, Yaohua spoke up. Our son has his own plans. As parents, we should support him. Besides, Luoxue is indeed quite charming. Did you not once say how wonderful it would be if she became our daughter-in-law? Let our son pursue his own happiness. Father is right. The Wai Yichen smiled at Yaohua and said, Then I shall take my leave, and I promise to make Qin Luoxue your daughter-in-law. With that, Yichen hurriedly departed, fearing that his mother might prevent him from going. This little rascal truly does not understand his own limitations. Yang Shuqing chuckled despite her irritation. After Yichen left, Yaohua comforted her, saying, Years ago, I defied the old man's opposition to be with you, even risking being cast out of the Yi family. Yet, have we not lived happily for over 20 years? Little Chun is like me, brave enough to pursue the girl he loves, that we have been through it ourselves. So we should simply bless him. But his approach is different from yours. He wishes to join their family, and I fear he may again do something foolish as he did last time. He is my only son, and if he does this, Yang Shuqing covered her mouth and began to sob. The Wai Yaohua quickly embraced her, offering comfort. Descending the stairs, Yichen pushed his mother's motorbike out. Just then, Lin Kiki approached, exclaiming, Are you really going to participate in the Qin family's recruitment event? Indeed, I've dressed up for the occasion. Don't I look sharp? Yichen replied, tossing his hair dramatically. Lin Kiki rolled her eyes and reproached him. Your audacity is astounding. Are you unaware of your own circumstances? How dare you attend the Qin family's recruitment? Not only might you not be selected, but you would also become a laughingstock. You cannot go. Lin Kiki blocked Yichen's path with outstretched arms. The Wai Yichen sighed. Kiki, I am no longer a child. It is time for me to marry. Please do not curse me to remain single. Oomph. You are not going. If worst comes to worst, I will marry you myself. Do not even think about Qin Luoxue. Her grandfather would never allow a loser like you to become her husband. Your father would never permit me to become your family's son-in-law either. I will do my utmost to persuade. Before Yichen could finish, Lin Xiangjin emerged from the house, sneering. You have some self-awareness. I commend you. I indeed will not allow you to become my family's son-in-law. It is fortunate that you did not agree, Kiki, or else I would have to kill you. Father, be quiet, or I will break your legs. Lin Xiangjin rushed over and pulled Lin Kiki aside. Let me tell you, Lin Xiangjin, if you dare to lay a hand on Kiki, I will not hesitate to retaliate. Yichen retorted angrily that I am only going to the recruitment event. I do not wish to waste my time on you. Otherwise, I would certainly make you weep. With that, Yichen started the motorbike. How dare you threaten me? I will make you pay. Lin Xiangjin yelled furiously. However, without any weapons, he merely removed his shoe and hurled it at Yichen as he drove away. Yichen, do not let me catch you, you a country bumpkin. Think you can marry the stunning Qin Luoxue. Do you have any idea how wealthy her family is? They possess billions. Do not disgrace your parents. You are not worthy of even washing her feet. His loud voice echoed, and soon the news of Yichen attending the recruitment spread throughout the neighborhood, becoming a topic of gossip among the residents. After leaving the neighborhood, Yichen went to the pharmacy, carefully placing a pot of stewed turtle into a beautiful redwood insulated box before making his way to the Qin family estate. At that moment, the Qin family was bustling with excitement, as guests invited to celebrate Qin Jingqing's birthday and the 5 candidates for the recruitment, along with their families, had all arrived. The atmosphere was equally lively in Qin Luoxue's boudoir. Sister, you look absolutely stunning in that gown. Those popular actresses would be overshadowed by your beauty. There is a saying, when I bloom, all flowers wither. With just this outfit, even the most beautiful women would feel ashamed in your presence. I wonder which fortunate young man will be the lucky one tonight, holding your hand and sharing the joys of life. Qin Luo Shui's cousins and younger relatives all gathered in her room, chattering excitedly. Yet, Qin Luo Shui wore no expression of joy. Instead, her face bore a hint of melancholy. Standing by the window, she gazed at the drizzling rain during dusk, a wave of loneliness washing over her, compelling her to wrap her arms around herself. The phoenix tree is drenched in fine rain. As dusk falls, it drips continuously. In such a state, how can one not feel sorrow? She recited a line from Li Qingzhao's poetry, her heart already heavy with solitude. Watching the gentle rain of dusk deepened her sense of isolation. At that moment, a woman entered her boudoir, gently saying, "Shuer, the guests are nearly all here. Your grandfather wishes for you to come down." Qin Luo Shui turned, nodding slightly. "All right, mother." She then took her motherly Huijin's arm and, accompanied by over 20 cousins, left her room to head toward the banquet hall. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, riding his motorbike through the gentle rain, finally arrived at the gates of the Qin estate. "Candidates, your fiercest rival has arrived." In the Qin family banquet hall, the atmosphere was lively and bustling. "Where is the eldest daughter of the Qin family? Why has she not yet arrived? I have heard that she is the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. Seeing is believing, and I cannot wait to see her beauty. With heaven above and Jiangyang below, Jiangzhou is even more renowned than Hangzhou, which speaks volumes about the beauty of Jiangzhou. The first beauty of Jiangzhou, Qin Luo Shui, must possess a captivating appearance, whether among local entrepreneurs or the 5 candidates for recruitment. Everyone was eager to catch a glimpse of Qin Luo Shui's breathtaking beauty. "Dear guests and friends, please quiet down. My granddaughter Qin Luo Shui will be coming out shortly. Please be patient," Qin Jingqing announced, raising his hands with a beaming smile. The crowd quickly quieted down. Within moments, a wave of astonished gasps swept through the hall. "Wow!" Qin Luo Shui, adorned in a purple evening gown, glided in gracefully, exuding elegance and poise. She was dignified yet unpretentious, exuding a luxurious aura. Everyone's eyes were transfixed upon her, particularly the 5 candidates, utterly captivated by her beauty, could barely contain their drool. They began to fantasize about the bliss of being the Qin family's son-in-law, sharing a bed with such a stunning beauty each night. Stunning, absolutely breathtaking. She is indeed worthy of being called the first beauty of Jiangzhou, far surpassing those 5,000-year beauties selected in Japan, were it not for witnessing her beauty firsthand. One would scarcely believe such a captivating woman existed. As she absorbed the praise, Qin Luo Shui's thoughts drifted to Yi Chun. She had taken the medicine he provided yesterday, initially skeptical of its miraculous effects, wondering how it could heal her grandfather's wounds while enhancing her beauty. Yet after taking 2 pills, she awoke the next morning and was astonished at her reflection in the mirror. Her skin had become flawlessly fair and translucent, even her bosom appearing more pronounced than before. She was utterly stunned, hardly believing the reflection was truly her own. Though she had always been known as the first beauty of Jiangzhou, her age, now 24, made it impossible for her skin to rival that of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Yet after taking Yi Chen's medicine, her complexion surpassed that of girls half her age, exuding a youthful radiance. However, this realization only deepened her frustration. "You make me so beautiful, yet it benefits someone else. Do you not feel troubled by this? If you are not, I certainly am." As she contemplated Yi Chun, she began scanning the banquet hall, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. However, the figure she longed to see was nowhere to be found. "I should not have held any hope for you. You ultimately abandoned me out of fear. Indeed, no matter how hard you try, it is in vain. Besides, I would rather not witness you being ridiculed. Perhaps your absence will allow me to better confront this harsh reality." That a bittersweet smile, tinged with sorrow, appeared on Qin Luo Shui's face as she thought, "If there is a next life, I wish to be an ordinary person, that if we meet again, I would gladly take your hand and grow old together." To Shuer, quickly greet everyone. Noticing Qin Luo Shui's dazed expression, Qin Jingqing approached her with a gentle smile. Just as she was about to acknowledge the guests, a sudden voice rang out. "What terrible weather! I had to buy a raincoat and arrived late." Everyone turned to see a fair-skinned young man with striking features dismounting from a motorcycle. Removing his helmet and raincoat, he strode into the banquet hall with a wooden box in hand, moving with the speed of the wind. Qin Luo Shui gasped in shock, covering her mouth. "Isn't this Yi Chun? My goodness!" Dressed in a suit and tie, with a stylish hairstyle, he truly exudes the charm of a heartthrob. Is this still the carefree Yi Chen I know? Her heart raced uncontrollably. Even her cousins were captivated by his handsome appearance. So handsome. What a heartthrob. Yet, Qin Jingqing's expression darkened. You audaciously arrived on an electric scooter to participate in the matchmaking event, utterly tarnishing the reputation of the Qin family. Couldn't you at least have had Jean Tianhao's Rolls-Royce show for you here? I am simultaneously impressed and speechless. How can there exist such an inconsiderate and nonchalant individual in this world? In an instant, Qin Jingqing's impression of Yi Chun plummeted to the lowest depths. Who is this? A delivery person? Why on earth is a delivery person here at the Qin family gathering? The basket he carries clearly suggests his profession. Without a doubt, a delivery worker. Many began to murmur among themselves. Sister, I've heard that the delivery boys nowadays are quite handsome. And having seen one today, it's indeed astonishing. Sight an 18 or 19-year-old girl with a youthful appearance and ample bosom, linking her arm with Qin Luoxu. Qin Luoxu, who covered her mouth with a smile, at a loss for words that moment. Qin Luoyan stepped forward and addressed the girl. Luoxi, he is not a delivery worker, but potentially one of the candidates to become your brother-in-law. What? Qin Luoxi exclaimed, taken aback that he also a contestant in the matchmaking for Sister Shui. Indeed, his name is Yi Chun, that he cured my grandfather's long-standing illness. And not only is he handsome and skilled in medicine, but he is also quite competent. Isn't that right, sister? Qin Luoyan remarked with a mischievous grin. You. Qin Luoxu's face flushed a deep crimson, feeling an overwhelming urge to strangle Qin Luoyan. How dare you speak so casually about grandfather's health? If grandfather knew he was causing Yi Chen such trouble, I swear I would not let you off lightly. She was internally frantic, wondering how she could possibly have such a troublesome younger brother. This was infuriating. Brother, what do you mean by saying Yi Chen is competent? Qin Luoxi asked curiously, glancing at Qin Luoyan. Could it be that Sister Shui has some sort of connection with Yi Chen? At this mention, Qin Luoxi's heart raced, fearing that Qin Luoyan might reveal the incident that transpired between her and Yi Chen at the office, which would lead to a scandal of epic proportions. Just then, Qin Luoyan chuckled and said, You silly girl, do you have a hearing problem? I said Yi Chen's business is thriving, and you interpreted it as him being competent in bed? I'm truly impressed. Phew, Qin Luoxu exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he didn't say anything reckless. Otherwise, the 6 million he provided would have gone to waste. That moment, a super fat man, approximately 6 feet tall, pointed at Yi Chen and said to Qin Jingqing, Old Qin, what's this guy doing here? Qin Jingqing forced a chuckle, struggling to articulate. His name is Yi Chen, a recently emerging physician from Jiangzhou who cured my malaria that had plagued me for years. Since he has an interest in my granddaughter Shui, he insisted on participating in the matchmaking as a condition for treating me, so I had no choice but to agree. Therefore, he is one of the candidates today. Just like the other 5 that upon hearing this, local entrepreneurs from Jiangzhou buzzed with excitement. Isn't he the one? I heard he hails from the impoverished district, where his parents run a small noodle shop. Living in a modest 2-story brick house of less than 100 square meters, that it said that his pharmacy was funded by someone else, that it was confirmed that he came from a poor family. Though it was rumored that his medical skills were exceptional, and his reputation had soared recently in Jiangzhou, with his pharmacy thriving. Hearing such remarks, the overweight man burst into laughter. He then looked at Yi Chen with a mocking grin and said, Dude, you're quite amusing. You know there's a saying that goes, a toad wishing to eat swan meat? It refers to someone like you. Ha! The other 4 contestants joined in the laughter, ridiculing him. You should really assess your own worth. A stinky poor boy from the slums thinks he can compete with us. Let me tell you, my pocket money for a month could keep you living comfortably for a lifetime. Why did you have to fall for someone like Miss Qin Luoxu? She's the epitome of a rich and beautiful woman. Someone like you, riding a scooter, has no chance of even dreaming about her. I advise you to withdraw from this competition before you face utter humiliation. Crack! Listening to the scathing taunts directed at Yi Chen, Qin Luoxu gritted her teeth, her fists clenched, her beautiful eyes flashing with fury, on the verge of exploding. What right do you have to mock Yi Chen? It's infuriating. If it weren't for the Qin family, I would gladly become Yi Chen's wife and wouldn't even spare you a glance. Do you think having a bit of money gives you the right to insult someone's character and trample on their dignity? Just as Qin Luoxu was seething with rage, Yi Chen spoke up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, listen well. You 5 beasts, tonight this toad shall take a bite of swan meat to show you, making you realize that before me, you are not even worth being called dogs. As soon as he finished, A profound silence fell. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button, leaving everyone speechless. After a brief moment, the entire banquet hall erupted. Chapter 45. The matchmaking begins. Unbelievable. This guy is simply too audacious. Who does he think he is to speak to the 5 young lords in such a manner? This fellow is brazen to the extreme, daring to insult 5 prominent young men. Does he not fear for his life? Many guests present, along with some members of the Qin family, expressed their outrage. Qin Jingqing's eyes twitched violently, his fists cracking ominously. Were it not for the fact that Yi Chun had healed him in the presence of so many guests and officials, he would have ensured that Yi Chun received a well-deserved punch. You are indeed a toad, but what gives you the right to label the 5 young lords as beasts? Impressive, my future brother-in-law. Qin Luoyan looked at Yi Chun in disbelief, mentally giving him 1,000 praises. To dare to openly insult 5 young lords in front of grandfather. What audacity! Yi Chen's boldness was exhilarating, but it left Qin Luoxue in despair. Her beautiful face turned pale, her heart racing as if it would leap from her chest. This fellow has no filter. Does he not understand that sometimes silence is golden? Such recklessness could lead to his own downfall. I am truly at a loss with you today for the 5 contestants. Their faces had turned ashen, if not for the need to maintain their image, lest they leave a bad impression on Qin Luoxue. They would have relished the opportunity to rip Yi Chen's mouth apart. All right, that as the atmosphere grew tense, a middle-aged man in a white shirt and glasses spoke up. Old Qin, now that everyone is present, let us commence the banquet and begin the matchmaking. The man was named Zhou Lei, the Secretary General of the Jiangzhou government, a significant figure in the region. Indeed, Old Qin, let's hurry and start the matchmaking. I am eager to see who will be fortunate enough to become the Qin family's son-in-law. Another bespectacled man chimed in. His name was Lin Zhen, the office director in the government, also a person of considerable influence. Both were close friends of Qin Jingqing and representatives of the city attending the birthday banquet. Given that the Qin group is a major taxpayer in Jiangzhou, and as its leader, Qin Jingqing is a valuable asset to the city. Very well, let us begin. Soon enough, everyone took their seats in no time. About 50 tables were set up, nearly 20 of which were reserved for the Qin family, the main table. Apart from the evening star, Qin Luoxue set the other 7 judges for the matchmaking event. These 7 judges included Qin Jingqing, Zhou Lei, Lin Zhen, the president of the Jiangzhou Chamber of Commerce, Yang Hua, the head of the Jiangzhou Entrepreneur Association, Wu Qingyong, and 2 billionaires, Zhao Kuan and Chen Guobao. During the matchmaking, these 7 would evaluate each round, with the 3 candidates receiving the lowest scores being eliminated. Ultimately, Qin Jingqing would select one from the 3 highest scorers to become the Qin family's son-in-law. Qin Jingqing was particularly cautious about directly selecting one candidate, fearing it would offend the families of the other 4 prominent contenders. Hence, he opted for a scoring system to minimize potential grievances, ensuring that those eliminated would have no grounds for complaint, thereby reducing the chances of offending half of the elite families. They began with a meal, allowing everyone to fill their stomachs before the exciting matchmaking competition commenced. The 5 contestants, along with Yi Chun, were seated at one table, thus inevitably inviting the disdain and ridicule of the other 5. However, Yi Chun was disinterested in squabbling with these 5 insignificant insects, choosing instead to exchange glances with Qin Luoxue at the main table. This girl, with her fair skin and ample bosom, seemed to have ingested my vitality elixir, Yi Chun mused, secretly amused by his thoughts. Perhaps sensing Yi Chen's gaze, Qin Luoxue pouted her lips, tilted her nose, and placed her hand at her collar, as if to convey that if he desired her, he must strive to earn her affection. Otherwise, he would miss the opportunity to even gaze upon her. Yi Chun, understanding her implication, couldn't help but grin. However, the other 5 contestants immediately displayed their displeasure. Kid, keep your filthy eyes to yourself. The enchanting figure and stunning grace of Miss Qin are not for a wretched pauper like you to covet. Indeed, Miss Qin belongs to one of us 5, that her physique and beauty are ours to behold. You should just keep your distance. After the matchmaking, you might find yourself regretting ever laying eyes on her. Truly shameless. A lowly worm from the social bottom rungs dares to consider himself our rival. If I were you, I would rather die than sit here, let alone eat. Hearing their ridicule, Yi Chun narrowed his eyes and replied, When heaven intends to destroy a person, it first drives them to madness, then I'll let you relish your moment of triumph. But when I win the heart of the beauty, let us see how you weep." Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to engage in conflict with them. Had he mentioned that he had already kissed Qin Luoxue countless times, these individuals would surely have spewed blood. Yet, the five merely laughed heartily at Yi Chen's words. They firmly believed that Qin Jingqing would never choose Yi Chen, regardless of how handsome he might be, that if that were the case, he would simply allow him to marry into the family without the need to distribute marriage invitations everywhere. Thus, they unanimously agree that Qin Jingqing will select one among the five of them, with Yi Chen merely serving as a backdrop to highlight the true contenders. That it is laughable that he still harbors dreams of winning the heart of a beautiful woman. The six future brothers-in-law, what are you all laughing about? Please do share with me. Just then, Qin Luoyan strolled over, arm in arm with her cousin Qin Luoxi, and asked with a smile that, the future little brother-in-law, please take a seat. Aside from Yi Chen, the five contestants quickly urged Qin Luoyan to sit down. Qin Luoxi squeezed her brows and took the last available seat next to Yi Chen. Little brother-in-law. Let me correct your earlier statement. There are 5 future brothers-in-law here, as only we 5 have a chance to become your brother-in-law. He stands no chance at all. The chubby one pointed at Yi Chen and said, "Hey, don't say that I actually think quite highly of him," Qin Luoyan remarked, giving Yi Chen a playful pat on the shoulder, her expression mischievous as if to convey, "You owe me money that I love what you just said." "Little brother-in-law, I want to treat you poorly," Qin Luoyan replied, that Yi Chen playfully slapped Qin Luoyan on the back, saying, "Pfft. However, our Qin family boasts more than just my sister Schwerer as a beauty. How about me? If you withdraw from the competition, I might consider dating you. That my connection to the Qin family is insignificant. My grandfather Wen Ti refused our relationship." As she spoke, Qin Luoxi lowered her head, her face flushed. At 18 or 19, she was particularly vulnerable to the charms of a heartthrob like Yi Chen, making it easy for her to fall for him. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Qin Luoxue, who couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows. "What is that little brat up to? Trying to get a head start? Humph. Little sister-in-law, be good. Let me treat you to a piece of delicious frozen giant clam." It's exquisite. Yi Chen placed a piece of frozen giant clam in a Qin Luoxi's bowl. "Thank you. Let me give you an abalone. It's also quite delicious," Qin Luoxi beamed, placing a garlic-steamed Australian abalone into Yi Chen's bowl. The 5 contestants were taken aback. Good heavens, there's depth here. Qin Luoyan immediately rolled her eyes and scolded, "Luoxi, get away from him, you little brat. Don't you realize he might become your brother-in-law? Why are you feeding him abalone? If your sister finds out, she'll surely scold you." "Humph," Qin Luoxi retorted, "Grandfather wouldn't allow him to be my brother-in-law. What's wrong with me feeding him abalone? How does that concern you? You're seriously bothering me. Quickly, go cool off somewhere else, or I promise I'll hit you." Qin Luoyan raised her hand, pretending to strike Qin Luoxi. "You little brat, it is only reasonable for me to ask my brother-in-law for money. If he becomes my brother-in-law, how could I possibly have the face to ask him for money?" Qin Luoxi pouted, her nose scrunching up, looking as if she might cry, appearing quite pitiful to Yi Chen felt utterly speechless. What peculiar beings the Qin family produces. At that moment, a sudden voice rang out. "Everyone, please be quiet. I hereby announce that tonight, the Qin family's marriage selection event has officially commenced." Thunderous applause erupted. Soon, Yang Hua, the president of the Jiangzhou Chamber of Commerce, approached Yi Chen's table and affixed a label reading number 1 onto the hefty contestant weighing 140 kilograms, introducing him. Contestant No. 1. Zhu Yoning, hailing from one of the top 10 families in the imperial capital, the Zhu family, that he is the second son of Mr. Zhu Hongmao, the head of the Zhu family, which possesses assets exceeding 800 billion. He ranks 5th among the top 10 families in the imperial capital, making young Master Zhu the most formidable contestant in this marriage selection competition. The applause was deafening. Qin Luoxue felt despondent. If her grandfather chose him, she would be condemned to a lifetime shrouded in darkness and gloom. At this moment, Yang Hua pointed to a young man with a pockmarked face, introducing him. Contestant No. 2. Kong Jinwen, from Huhai. His father is a financial tycoon in Huhai, holding stocks worth over 1,000 billion, making him the wealthiest contestant in this marriage selection competition. Contestant number 3, Huang Wenbin, the young master of the Huang family. Ranked 6th among the top 10 families in the imperial capital, with family assets exceeding 700 billion, making him quite affluent. Contestant number 4, Liu Can, the 3rd young master of a real estate tycoon-esque family in Huhai. with family assets nearing 700 billion, and he is notably handsome and charming. Contestant number 5, Tang Yaowen, from the Tang family, ranked 9th among the top 10 families in the imperial capital, with family assets of 600 billion. Contestant number 6, Yi Chun, needs no introduction. You all should be familiar with his details. Ha! Laughter filled the room. Soon a long table was brought in, and the 6 contestants placed their prepared gifts on it. When the crowd saw the exquisitely wrapped gifts from the 5 wealthy contestants, and then glanced at Yi Chun's unwrapped offering, they erupted in laughter. I asked this guy here to entertain us, carrying a high-quality replica ancient food delivery basket. What on earth is he trying to do? Could it be that he couldn't afford antiques and instead brought a dish? Without a doubt, he is destined for elimination. If he can't even afford antique collectibles, what qualifications does he have to be a son-in-law of the Qin family? Sigh, such a despicable pauper competing. Truly a case of one rotten apple spoiling the barrel, severely impacting the atmosphere of the event. Many began to ridicule and criticize Yi Chun. Listening to these scathing remarks, Qin Luoshu felt an overwhelming urge to slam her head against a wall. Didn't I tell you to send me your bank account number if you were short on cash? Why on earth did you bring an ancient food delivery basket as a gift for my grandfather's birthday? Doesn't that imply you're just waiting to be eliminated? Qin Luoshu felt a deep sense of despair, having hoped Yi Chun would rescue her, only to be disappointed by his apparent lack of effort. It seemed he had asked Jin Tianhao to prepare the gift, but Jin Tianhao had neglected him, so he hastily put together something as a birthday present. It must be that way, Qin Luoshu thought to herself, secretly blaming Yi Chun. You shouldn't have had such high hopes for Jin Tianhao. Not only did he fail to prepare a gift for you, but he didn't even come to support you. Even the Huhai king, Du Yuehua, didn't show up that you're too young, completely unaware of how astute and cunning these bigwigs are. It seems you and I are destined to be apart. She despairingly closed her eyes. So you're really just a delivery boy? What dish did you bring? Is it sweet and sour pork or braised pork with preserved vegetables? Contestant number 2, Kong Jinwen, mocked that if you can't afford antiques, you could at least buy a fake one at the antique market and dress it up nicely. That way, you could fool some people, right? Even if it's ultimately discovered to be a fake. You could claim you spent millions or tens of millions on it. At worst, people might sigh over your poor judgment, but it wouldn't be too embarrassing, would it? It seems you're not just ordinary foolishness. Contestant number 3, Huang Wenbin laughed. Alas, such a contestant truly lowers our standards. The other contestants shook their heads in agreement, feeling quite unlucky. Sister, to know Yi Chun, you didn't really bring a dish as a gift for my grandfather. Did you? Qin Luoyun approached curiously. What do you think? Yi Chun chuckled lightly. I think you seem wealthy enough not to be reduced to the state of bringing a dish instead of an antique. Qin Luoyun replied. Why? Yi Chun smiled. You're mistaken. What I brought is indeed a dish. With a resounding declaration, everyone erupted in laughter that he really did bring a dish. Hearing this, Qin Luoshu's face instantly turned pale. Qin Luoyun, bewildered, said, Wait, you really brought a dish? You couldn't possibly be so broke that you resorted to this, could you? She believed Yi Chun had given him 66.66 million, and he hadn't even blinked, so he should be quite wealthy. Moreover, Jin Tianhao mentioned that his belongings were essentially Yi Chun's money. Yi Chun scoffed. This dish is something that money cannot buy. He deliberately raised his voice. Don't boast. What dish is worth that much? Do you think it's dragon liver and phoenix gall? Such nonsense. Contestant number 1, Zhu Yoning, looked down on him. Others joined in the mockery. All right, before Yi Chun could retort. Yang Hua, the president of the Jiangzhou Chamber of Commerce, who was hosting the marriage selection event, announced. Now, contestant number 1 will present the gifts they prepared for old Master Qin in order. Upon hearing this, many faces lit up with anticipation to this moment. Contestant number 1, Zhu Yoning, opened a beautifully crafted gift box and carefully extracted its contents. Wow! Upon seeing the gift presented by Zhu Yoning, the crowd was thrown into a frenzy, their eyes almost turning green with envy. It was a full green jade Methria Buddha statue from the Qianlong era, weighing 1 kilogram, which Zhu Yoning revealed had been purchased by his father 5 years ago at a Sotheby's auction in Hong Kong for 85 million. The current market value is around 100 million, and today, I'm offering it to old Master Qin, wishing him a life full of smiles and longevity, like Methria Buddha. With that, he presented the jade statue to the main table with both hands. Qin Zhenqing beamed with delight, his face radiating joy. Soon, several big shots from the Jiangzhou collection community came over to verify the item. After expert examination, it was confirmed to be a genuine artifact from the Qianlong era's Qing Palace workshop. Thunderous applause erupted, echoing throughout the venue. Scores of 9, 9, 9, 10, 8, 9, 8 were quickly awarded by the judging panel for Zhu Yoning's gift. This score left Qin Luoxue feeling utterly despondent that IT was too high. This meant the chances of her grandfather selecting him had significantly increased. The mere thought of him becoming her husband, of being under his control, filled Qin Luoxue with dread. Your wealth is not something you earned. What audacity you possess. Without your family backing you, even a laboring job would be beyond your reach, and you would perish on the streets. Yi Chen scoffed. You, Zhu Yoning, seething with rage, retorted with a mocking grin. Do not envy my fortune. It is not my fault I was born into affluence while you languish in a common district. Even if you weep in despair, it avails you nothing. I could squander a day without labor and still outspend you. Yi Chen chuckled derisively. Let us see how long you can maintain this facade before I leave you with a bruised ego. Laughter erupted from Zhu Yoning and several contestants. Does Zhu Xiao need to impress someone like you? Even if he did, can you match that prowess? The second contestant, Kong Jinwen, cast a disdainful glance at Yi Chun before unveiling a gift box. Wow, gasps filled the air. This is a roux kiln plate from the Song dynasty, acquired last year at Christie's in France for 15 million euros. May old Master Qin remain eternally youthful, just as this plate. Kong Jinwen presented the roux kiln plate to the main table. Upon seeing the pockmarked face of Kong Jinwen, Qin Luoxue, who suffered from a fear of clusters, felt a wave of nausea, as if a tempest churned within her. Experts quickly verified its authenticity, declaring it an irrefutable genuine article from the Song dynasty, exceedingly rare and highly collectible. Scores of 9, 10, 10, 9, 9, 9, 9 were immediately awarded by the judges. Qin Luoxue was on the verge of fainting. This fellow was even more daunting than the rotund man. Congratulations, Kong Xiao. This score is simply extraordinary. They acknowledged him as the son of a financial mogul and who high, generous in his displays. Haha, keep it up. Let us crush this pauper with our scores. So he voluntarily withdraws from the next round. Kong Jinwen laughed, casting a scornful glance at Yi Chun. I no longer have confidence that my score can surpass Zhu Xiao or Kong Xiao. But I am certain I can obliterate this destitute fool's score, remarked the third contestant, Huang Wenbin, as he made a downward gesture toward Yi Chun and then opened an elegantly crafted long gift box. This is an original work by Tang Bohu, one of the 4 talents of Jiangnan from the Ming dynasty, titled Tiger Roaring in the Mountains. 2 years ago, my father and I bought it for 40 million at a Sotheby's auction in Hong Kong. I present it to old Master Qin, wishing him vigor and longevity. Huang Wenbin placed the painting on the main table that a group of experts immediately approached with magnifying glasses for authenticity checks. 15 minutes later, they confirmed it was undeniably Tang Bohu's original work. A wave of applause erupted. Scores of 9, 9, 8, 8, 9, 8, 9 were given. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen shook his head and sighed, pointing at Huang Wenbin's nose. You are compelling me to slap your face. Since you insist, I shall strike you hard enough to leave you humiliated. With that, Yi Chen strode toward the main table, capturing everyone's attention. Huh? Did you hear that? He intends to slap my face. With his pathetic appearance, what could he possibly use to do so? Huang Wenbin laughed uproariously, while Yi Chen smiled, gesturing toward the painting. This is a modern high-quality imitation, not an original by Tang Bohu. Silence fell, and all eyes turned to Yi Chen as if he were a fool. What makes you think you can declare my tiger roaring in the mountains of forgery? Do you even know what constitutes an antique or an original? You filthy pauper from the common district? Huang Wenbin shouted angrily, moving closer to Yi Chen, fists clenched. Dr. Yi, I have heard of your medical prowess and intended to seek your expertise for my chronic condition. I have no doubts regarding your abilities in that field, but antiques are not patients. You cannot simply declare something a forgery with a glance. That IT must be substantiated, and our team of experts has thoroughly verified it as Tang Bohu's original work. An elder interjected. Rest assured, I will provide substantial evidence. Yi Chen replied confidently. What evidence? Allow me to see the painting, and you will soon learn its true nature. The elder, skeptical yet curious, handed the painting to Yi Chen. To everyone's astonishment, Yi Chen abruptly tore the painting in half. A deafening silence ensued as all present gaped at Yi Chen in disbelief. He had just destroyed a painting valued at over 40 million. Qin Luoxue nearly fainted, fully aware that Yi Chun had just committed a monumental blunder. In the next moment, Huang Wenbin exploded in outrage. "You insane fool. That was a 40 million antique. You dare to tear it? 40 million? I wouldn't take it even if it were 400. Yi Chun scoffed, extracting a thin piece of paper from the torn edges. Upon unfolding it, he burst into laughter. Reading aloud, Yi Chun presented the delicate paper to Huang Wenbin. As Huang Wenbin took it, he read out loud, "Cost 100. Whoever buys it is a fool. Please loudly declare with me, I am a fool." Laughter erupted throughout the room. Huang Wenbin, infuriated, spat a mouthful of blood. Chapter 47. The Joyful Slap to the Face, Part 2. This is hilarious. The audacity of counterfeiters is truly appalling. They even hide tricks within their forgeries, a true affront to sanity. This Yi fellow is remarkably astute, uncovering such a hidden trick. Could it be that he forged this tiger roaring in the mountains himself? Spending 40 million on a piece worth 100 is indeed foolish. No wonder the forgers can't resist mocking their victims. The banquet hall echoed with derisive laughter. Even Qin Luoshu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, that Yi Chun was indeed wicked. How did he discern that the painting was a forgery? Let alone uncover the hidden trick. He had dealt Huang Wenbin a blow that was nothing short of devastating. "Young Huang, what did you ask us to repeat earlier? I didn't quite catch it. Could you say it again?" Yi Chun teased, provoking another uproar of laughter, that if he were to repeat it, he would truly be the fool. "Repeat? You think I would?" Huang Wenbin was on the verge of another explosive fit. Yet Yi Chun, seemingly unsatisfied with Huang Wenbin's humiliation, added salt to the wound, stating, "Young Huang, who suggested that if one cannot afford an antique, one should buy a replica from the antique market and embellish it? At least it would fool some people, and even if recognized as fake, one could claim to have spent millions, garnering only a sigh of regret from the misjudged. So, you were saying this tiger roaring in the mountains was merely a cheap imitation you bought from a street vendor, cleverly dressed up as a gift for old Master Qin." Huang Wenbin was immediately incensed. "That I do not need to stoop to such levels, you pathetic beggar. The Huang family has plenty of money. Why would we engage in such acts? I may have no shame, but the Huang family still retains its dignity. Then why did you present a forgery? Could it be that you lack confidence in becoming a son-in-law to the Qin family, fearing your investment would yield no returns, thus resorting to a counterfeit to save face? Is that how it is?" Yi Chun feigned innocence. "You. Huang Wenbin trembled with rage, ultimately roaring, "I suspect you prepared that note, deliberately tearing my original and magically producing that paper to humiliate me. Your heart is truly wicked." "Nonsense," Yi Chun retorted. "Who can attest that note was within the torn painting and not something I fabricated?" "I can attest," Qin Luoshu exclaimed. Rising first, "I witnessed Yi Chun extract the note from the painting. He did not place it there." "Yes, I can also attest," several judges and experts joined in support of Yi Chun, as it was indeed the truth. "But could it not have been Tang Bohu who placed it there? The painting was certainly purchased for 40 million. Huang Wenbin was nearly in tears, desperately seeking a justification. However, as soon as he uttered those words, Yi Chun mocked him. "You are truly dim-witted. Those characters are written in simplified script with a fountain pen. Did they have such things in the Ming Dynasty? Was simplified script even a concept then? Moreover, did the term fool exist in the Ming Dynasty? Clearly, it is a post-revolution forgery. If you claim it was Tang Bohu who placed it there, I must commend your porcine intellect." The room erupted in laughter once more. Huang Wenbin was left speechless, wishing for a hole to hide in, utterly humiliated. "Does your face hurt?" Yi Chun taunted. You, I will remember this." Huang Wenbin stormed off in anger, feeling as if both his and the Huang family's reputation had been tarnished. Yet the next words from Yi Chun would further infuriate Huang Wenbin. Given that contestant Huang Wenbin presented a forgery, I propose that the judging panel reassess his original score for the sake of fairness in this competition, Yi Chun suggested. After deliberation, the judges decided to award him 3 consolation points each. Huang Wenbin could no longer contain himself and spewed a mist of blood. "That I'm withdrawing," he shouted in a fit of rage, clutching his chest and leaving the contestant area, his face contorted with pain and frustration. He knew that with such a score, any hope of advancing was lost, so he chose to withdraw, unwilling to endure further humiliation. "Yay!" Qin Luoshu clenched her small fist, her face alight with excitement, feeling that Yi Chun had performed remarkably, managing to incite a contestant to withdraw in such a manner. However, her actions did not escape Qin Jingqing's notice, who shook his head disapprovingly, thinking to himself, even if Ford choose to withdraw, I would rather select the lone remaining contestant than him. You celebrate too soon. The next two contestants, trembling with fear, successfully presented their antiques. Huang Wenbin's departure had deeply frightened them. After all, even at an auction, there are instances of counterfeit items, and they were uncertain if what they held was genuine. They were particularly apprehensive that Yi Chen might declare their antiques to be fakes. Fortunately, they were not counterfeits. Otherwise, Yi Chen would undoubtedly have them spitting blood as well. Ultimately, these two contestants received average scores of 8.5 and 8.2, respectively, and he was certain that Yi Chen could not afford antiques. If it were merely a dish, he would surely belittle Yi Chen, aiming to score lower than him, thus avenging the slight he had just suffered. Stinking pauper, learn from Huang Xiao and withdraw. Otherwise, I guarantee your next performance will be even more dismal than his. He now eagerly anticipated what this stinking pauper would present, wondering if its value would surpass Huang Xiao's $100 counterfeit. What could this stinking pauper possibly offer? If it were a dish, his average score would undoubtedly be 0. The other four contestants mocked while impatiently awaiting the reveal of Yi Chen's offering. Even Qin Luoxue felt her heart race. She desperately hoped it was not a dish if it truly were. Yi Chen would undoubtedly be eliminated. That I will bind all four of you and beat you. Just as everyone's gaze converged on Yi Chen, he suddenly dropped a remark and forcefully opened the lid of the wooden cage. In an instant, a delightful and enchanting aroma wafted through the air, intoxicating everyone present. That it smells so good. I can hardly contain my saliva. What delectable creation is this? How can it be so fragrant? I have never encountered such an exquisite aroma before. It carries a hint of medicinal fragrance, mingled with a robust sense of garlic and chili. It is simply divine. The crowd was filled with astonishment. Ha ha! At that moment, Huang Wenbin's raucous laughter shattered the peculiar atmosphere as he derisively exclaimed, I am truly impressed. This stinking pauper has not presented a rare treasure or an antique, but rather a pot of chaotic turtle soup. The other four contestants leaned in for a better look and erupted in laughter. Look! The turtle's head is still protruding, its eyes wide open. It's as if it refuses to close them even in death. How terrifying! This stinking pauper was indeed an oddity. While it was understandable that he could not afford antiques, why on earth would he present turtle soup to old Master Qin? Was he implying that old Master Qin is akin to a turtle? I am not at all surprised. I am simply amused by this stinking pauper. Knowing that old Master Qin would never choose him as a son-in-law, he seizes this opportunity to insult him with a dish. How clever. Listening to the raucous laughter of the contestants, Qin Luoxue felt an overwhelming urge to bash her head against a wall. Her greatest fear was that the wooden cage contained a dish. Yet she had persistently denied this possibility, believing that Yi Chen must have spent a fortune on a gift worth 66.66 million for Qin Luoyun, and would surely invest even more for her grandfather. She had envisioned a beautiful jade or similar treasure within the cage, only to find the dish she least wanted to see. You are deliberately trying to infuriate me, Yi Chen. Qin Luoxue, who could no longer contain her tears of frustration, disregarding the crowd as she reproached him with teary eyes that if you do not love me, just say so. Do not attend a recruitment event, and I will harbor no expectations. But since you are here, why not act more seriously? Do you have any idea how disappointing your actions are to me? I should not have held any hopes for you. No hope at all. It was my folly. Leave, I never want to see you again. Chapter 48. A Joyful Slap in the Face. Part 2. Qin Luoxue was heartbroken, covering her mouth as she turned to flee, tears streaming down her face. Indeed, she was deeply disappointed in Yi Chen and knew that his actions would anger her grandfather, leading to severe consequences. Despite her disappointment, she still wished for Yi Chen's safety. Stop right there. Qin Jingqing suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Qin Luoxue shuddered, halting in her tracks. Get out, he bellowed at Yi Chen. While he was eager to punish Yi Chen, he refrained from doing so out of consideration for Qin Luoxue and because Yi Chen had once saved him. Yet he suddenly realized that Qin Luoxue had genuinely fallen for Yi Chen to ensure that she would not stray from him after marriage. He could not allow Yi Chen to remain after the recruitment ended. If his granddaughter were to have any relations with Yi Chen post-marriage, it would not only tarnish the Qin family's reputation, but would also provoke the formidable family backing her husband. leading to disastrous consequences. Why Ichin suddenly snorted coldly, pointing at the 5 contestants. These 5 fools are jumping around, and I can't be bothered to engage with them. That I understand that Snowy was momentarily overwhelmed and lost control of her emotions. But your lack of understanding, old man, is truly disappointing. Everyone was left in shock. He dared to insult old Master Qin as an old fool. This fellow had an audacity beyond measure. Upon hearing this, Qin Luoshi nearly fainted. You're impressive. I admire your boldness, Qin Luoyan said, clasping his fists, feeling that Yichun had spoken words he had long dared not utter. His grandfather was indeed an old fool, hoarding wealth without allowing him to spend any, letting it gather dust. Ha ha, stinking pauper. You actually dared to insult old Master Qin as an old fool. Prepare to face the consequences. Huang Wenbin was overjoyed, thinking that revenge was within reach, and looked at Qin Zhengqing with glee. Old Master Qin, this stinking pauper is a troublemaker. You must punish him severely. Yes, please punish this stinking pauper, old Master Qin. The other contestants chimed in, fanning the flames. Qin Zhengqing's eye twitched violently, his fists clenched tightly, barely containing the urge to commit violence. That a bunch of fools. At this moment, Yichun shot a disdainful glance at the contestants and spoke to Qin Zhengqing with conviction. To be frank, I only prepared this dish for Snowy. Had it not been for her, I wouldn't sell it to you for 100 billion. That you have no idea of the significance behind this dish. You're outrageous, Qin Zhengqing shouted, his veins bulging as he glared in fury. What mountain delicacies have I not tasted? Why would I care about your measly dish? 100 billion. I wouldn't even glance at it for $100. All right. At that moment, the city's Secretary General, Zhou Lei, interjected, attempting to mediate the situation. That he then addressed Yi Chun. I have heard of your reputation recently. Please enlighten us about the significance of your turtle soup. Very well, allow me to explain, Yi Chun said, placing his hands behind his back and adopting the demeanor of a teacher. As the saying goes, a 1,000-year-old turtle, a 10,000-year-old tortoise, which is why the turtle is also known for its longevity. This soup is crafted from 81 medicinal herbs, along with scallions, garlic, chili, and various seasonings, with the exception of ginger. How do you know what this signifies? It signifies boundless longevity. Presenting something that embodies boundless longevity at a birthday banquet is extraordinarily meaningful, especially since this soup is a secret recipe that a single bowl can instantly make one feel 10 years younger, rendering one immune to all toxins and ailments for a lifetime. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Turtles are indeed renowned for their longevity, and the absence of ginger signifies boundlessness. Combined, they represent the idea of eternal life. How remarkable! In ancient times, emperors favored hearing the phrase boundless longevity at birthday celebrations. What a magnificent dish! A remarkable dish symbolizing boundless longevity. How clever of you to create such a meaningful dish. Over half of those present praised the dish, exclaiming, "What a dish of boundless longevity." I give it a perfect score. Secretary Zhou raised his card. Regardless of its effects, just for the phrase boundless longevity, it deserves a perfect score. Director Lin excitedly raised his card. That I too give it a perfect score. It must receive a perfect score. Soon, with the exception of Qin Zhengqing, all 6 judges awarded full marks. Moments later, Qin Zhengqing also raised a perfect scorecard. The hall erupted in cheers, with everyone agreeing that the judges' unanimous perfect scores were well-deserved. Qin Luoxue gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Her eyes blinked rapidly as she stared at Yi Chun, filled with surprise, shock, excitement, affection, regret, and disbelief. An array of complex emotions that in that moment, she realized she had misjudged Yi Chun, forgiving him for his extraordinary creativity, as he had spent the least to present her grandfather with the most meaningful gift, outscoring those who offered gifts worth over 100 million. That impressive. She thought Yi Chun was simply brilliant. Thus, Yi Chun brought the boundless longevity soup to the main table, and the judges each took a bowl to share, all praising its exquisite flavor, deeming it the finest soup that the saying goes. Some rejoice while others lament, and at that moment, the faces of Zhu Yoning and the other 5 elite contestants were the most dismal, resembling that of someone who had just consumed excrement. How could I have overlooked such a strategy? I have foolishly relinquished an antique worth over 100 million, only to be utterly vanquished by a wretched bowl of turtle soup. Truly, it feels as though I have been beset by wild dogs. Yi Chun chuckled and remarked, "What is this? Wasn't it just moments ago that you were mocking me? Weren't you boasting about the exorbitance of your gifts? Do you not feel a deep sting of embarrassment? Perhaps even a swollen face, having been defeated by a mere bowl of turtle soup that costs only around 1,000? At last, the 5 individuals were incensed by Yi Chun's taunts. You just wait and see. One of them growled, I end the next round, I shall undoubtedly defeat you. I will stomp your score into the ground. You, a wretched pauper, taking advantage and then playing coy. Mark my words. In the next round, I will ruthlessly trample you down, stripping you of all dignity. Prepare yourself for the humiliation in the next round. With your pathetic status, I shall ensure you receive a score of 0. Excluding Huang Wenbin, the other 4 participants hurled threats at Yi Chun. They were filled with an overwhelming urge to physically assault him, but they restrained themselves, mindful of their public image. How could such an arrogant pauper exist in this world? It is known that the impoverished typically bow their heads in the presence of the wealthy, yet here he stands, proudly proclaiming his poverty. Truly, he must be asking for a beating. Just then, an unexpected voice rang out. The second round of the competition is about to commence. The remaining contestants will proceed in order, and what you must do is speak freely about how you would conduct yourself as a son-in-law of the Qin family. The judges will scrutinize your every word and score accordingly. The first contestant, Zhu Yoning, immediately stepped forward, adopting a poetic recitation demeanor, stating, If I were to become the son-in-law of the Qin family, I would surely pamper my wife, Qin Luoxue, alleviating all her burdens that I would shield her from all pressures. Leveraging the strength of the Zhu family to bolster the Qin family's endeavors. She need only tend to the children and honor the elders at home. I shall shoulder all external responsibilities, ensuring she suffers not a single hardship, sheds not a single tear. Well said, came a resounding applause. Scores of 9, 8, 8, 9, 9, 8, and 8 were awarded by the judges. Next, the second contestant, Kong Jinwen, spoke. My father once promised me 100 billion in stocks upon my marriage. Should I become the son-in-law of the Qin family, I would liquidate these stocks and invest them into the Qin Group, assisting my wife, Qin Luoxue, in elevating the Qin Group to a Fortune 500 company. On the day of our success, I shall stand alongside my wife at the pinnacle of Jiangzhou, sharing in the splendor of life. Another wave of applause erupted. Scores of 9, 10, 8, 9, 8, 8, and 10 followed. The fourth and fifth contestants spoke similarly, emphasizing their familial connections to support Qin Luoxue or to help her in her endeavors. The fourth contestant received scores of 8, 8, 7, 8, 8, 9, and 9, while the fifth garnered 8, 7, 8, 9, 7, 8, and 8. And now it was Yi Chun's turn. I am eager to see what this pitiful pauper, devoid of wealth and influence, can possibly articulate. Surely, you do not intend to suggest that if you become the son-in-law of the Qin family, you will take over all household chores? If that is the case, you might as well withdraw, for your score will undoubtedly land at the bottom. Hiring a housekeeper costs merely 3 to 5,000. The Qin family would never hire someone who can only manage household tasks. Before Yi Chun could respond, the 4 contestants began their mockery. Prick up your ears and witness how I shall completely obliterate you, Yi Chun said, casting a glance at the 4 before turning to face the judges. Instantly, all ears were attuned to hear the words of this destitute individual, curious to see if he could truly outperform the 4 affluent heirs. Under the eager gazes of all present, Yi Chun finally spoke. I have no desire to prattle on like those 4 fools. Instead, I shall present a single poem for your careful contemplation. When my wife is free, I shall indulge in leisure. When she is burdened, I shall bear the weight. Upon the arrival of our child, I shall take on the care, fostering a harmonious home filled with love. Laughter erupted from all corners. What a peculiar character! I am unfazed by anyone. Yet this pauper has me in stitches. Is this not a sign of idleness? From this poem alone, it is evident that he seeks to live off the Qin family. A worthless vagabond. Who would desire such a burden? Beside him, Qin Luoyin clasped his hands and exclaimed, a splendid poem. You have indeed composed a fine piece. I am utterly impressed that he had long since abandoned hope for Yi Chun to become his brother-in-law. His grandfather had never intended for him to marry into the family. And with Yi Chun proclaiming his intentions to play while his sister took care of their child, what purpose would such a son-in-law serve? The other 4 contestants were in stitches, tears streaming down their faces from laughter. You truly are a talent. I expected you to deliver something to defeat us, yet you surprised me with this poem. Indeed, a pauper like you is only fit to care for children. How could you assist Miss Qin Luoxue in any business matters? You should have claimed you would handle chores instead. Perhaps then the judges might have awarded you a point. Now, with your words, you will undoubtedly receive a score of zeros. Kong Jinwen mocked, his gaze fixed on Yi Chun with disdain. The other two joined in the ridicule. Yet, none noticed that every member of the judging panel, including Qin Zhengqing, was moved by Yi Chen's unconventional poetry. Did he truly grasp the essence of what it means to be a son-in-law? Qin Zhengqing was a shrewd individual. While he sought a wealthy and influential son-in-law, he also preferred those who indulged in frivolities and idleness over those with ambition and dominance. Why? Because with Qin Luoxue's capabilities, she could manage the Qin group effortlessly. The purpose of a son-in-law was to provide a supportive backing for her. Someone who could assist her in times of trouble without attempting to oversee the Qin group himself, that he had to consider the future of the Qin family. Should he pass away one day, a son-in-law with significant influence could potentially conspire with his family to usurp the Qin group, leading to its downfall. The ideal son-in-law, as described in Yi Chen's poem, was the very embodiment of what he sought. A man who could enjoy leisure when all was well, yet step up to support Qin Luoxue when needed. With a child to care for, Yi Chen would allow Qin Luoxue to continue managing the Qin group, fostering a harmonious and respectful relationship between them. Only in this manner could the Qin group remain secure and prosperous. Yet he was intrigued as to how Yi Chen had discerned his thoughts so clearly, articulating the image of his perfect son-in-law through poetry. He knew that Qin Luoxue had not instructed Yi Chen, for he had never divulged his criteria for a son-in-law to her. He had merely discussed his standards with the judges privately before the banquet. And since Yi Chen's arrival, the judges had not conversed with him. Thus, he was certain that the information had not leaked from them. Nevertheless, he did not rejoice too soon, for Yi Chen lacked power and influence. Even if he understood Qin Zhengqing's thoughts, he would not select him as a son-in-law. For foolish idiots. Once the judges reveal their scores, I shall relish watching your faces, Yi Chen remarked, casting a disdainful glance at the four. Ha! The four erupted in laughter. You dare hope to surpass our scores? What a fantasy! The one who will be humiliated is undoubtedly you. Just wait and see. Kong Jinwen replied with a cold sneer. Addressing the judges, Judges, I understand your dilemma. It may be uncomfortable to award this pauper a score of 0, but there is no need to hold back that if you must, give him zeros. After all, his audacity to compete is already shameless enough. Initially, the judges were deliberating whether to award full marks, but with Kong Jinwen's provocation, Secretary General Zhou raised his card first. 10 points. Director Lin followed suit with a card, 10 points. The president of the Jiangzhou Chamber of Commerce also raised his card, 10 points. Finally, even Qin Zhengqing raised his card, 10 points. Once again, a perfect score. As the zeros were transformed into a string of sausages, Kong Jinwen stood frozen, his mouth agape, as if to accommodate an apple. Zhu Yoning and the other contestants were equally stunned. Qin Luoxue gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. Could it be that her grandfather was being considerate and wanted Yi Chen to marry her, yet was too proud to say so directly, thus prearranging with the judges? A peculiar thought surged within her. Yet, she remained unaware that all judges, including Qin Zhengqing, were strikingly fair and impartial in their scoring. Yi Chen's score was well-deserved, devoid of any deceit. Ultimately, the decision lay in Qin Zhengqing's hands. Yi Chen's advancement was, on the whole, a positive outcome, as it would eliminate at least one wealthy heir that in the end. Among the three who advanced, Qin Zhengqing would select one. Excluding Yi Chen, he would only offend one individual. Had Yi Chen not advanced, he would have angered two to fraud. This is utter corruption. How can a pauper, with neither wealth nor influence, be awarded full marks? Are you deliberately trying to humiliate us? Kong Jinwen protested vehemently. Indeed, this is sheer malpractice. We refuse to accept this, the other three contestants chimed in. Unwilling to accept. Are you? Then allow me to ensure that you do. Yi Chen proclaimed. Indeed, I may be poor and unrefined, yet in a mere 3 days, I have established a pharmacy valued at over 10 million. Since its inception, my daily net income has surpassed 300,000. I pose this question to the four of you. Do you possess such capability? You might argue that 300,000 is merely a trifle, just your daily pocket money. Very well, allow me to present a calculation that if a single store generates 300,000 a day, then with 100 chain stores, the daily revenue would amount to 3 million. culminating in over 10 billion annually. This is all money paid in cash by patients seeking treatment and purchasing medicine, no credit involved. Thus, earning 100 billion each year translates to tangible wealth. As opposed to the fictitious figures often presented in your corporate financial reports that I anticipate your retort. As a mere pauper, how could I possibly afford to open so many chain stores? Thankfully, I did not solicit your opinions, for I would have guaranteed each of you a slap for your insolence. Enough, enough, enough! Several local magnates from Jiangzhou, including the president of the Jiangzhou Chamber of Commerce, the head of the Jiangzhou Entrepreneurs Association, and Qin Luoxue, the president of the Qin Group, all raised their hands. They had heard of Yi Qin's medical prowess and were aware that Jishirtang had been perpetually bustling since its opening, with patients queuing endlessly. Given the pharmacy's overwhelming popularity, had the prices not been significantly lowered by the conscientious merchant Yi Qin, earning $1 million daily would have been easily achievable in every business. Bankruptcy is a possibility, but the medical field is utterly immune to such fate. There is no shortage of patients in this world, and with the rising standard of living, many individuals seek medical attention for minor ailments such as chest tightness and headaches. Therefore, the financial prospects in healthcare are inexhaustible. Even if someone is willing to invest in you, what does that signify? Can money truly cleanse a tarnished reputation? Kong Jinwen, still unconvinced, retorted, "To call you a fool is to elevate your status. You are simply dim-witted." Yi Chun scoffed. The judges recognize my potential to earn billions annually, possessing such wealth synonymous with lacking influence. And what of you? Are you not but curs? How dare you not award me full marks while granting them to these simpletons? Do you still dare to speak of inside information? Have you no shame? The four were rendered speechless, unable to muster a single rebuttal. This is nothing short of shamelessness. He exaggerates the impractical, yet possesses no genuine capital or strength to back it up. Anyone can boast. Although they were filled with grievances, with so many willing to invest in his chain stores, they could only remain silent. The next round commenced, and as the third round relied on appearance scores, Yi Qin naturally secured the highest points once more. With the conclusion of the 3 rounds, the 3 finalists were announced: Yi Qin, Zhu Youning, and Kong Jinwen. Subsequently, the esteemed elder Qin Jingqing, accompanied by his granddaughter Qin Luoxue, approached to select the contestant he found most satisfactory, and thus, to bestow Qin Luoxue's hand to the most fortunate of the young men, culminating in tonight's matchmaking event and paving the way for the forthcoming wedding day. Soon, Qin Jingqing, holding Qin Luoxue's hand, slowly approached the 3 finalists. All eyes were wide open in anticipation of the result. Zhu Xiao, regardless of whether the elder selects you or me, I hope that through this matchmaking event, we can become good friends and maintain frequent contact, Kong Jinwen softly remarked. Agreed, whether he selects you or me. I have no objections, for I am certain that Elder Qin would never choose this poor wretch. Zhu Youning replied, casting a glance at Yi Chun, that he own not rejoice too soon. When my trump card is revealed, you too shall be left dumbfounded. Spare me the self-comforting. What trump card could you possibly possess? You will know soon enough. With that, Yi Chun fell silent. Before long, Qin Jingqing and Qin Luoxue arrived before the 3 contenders. At this moment, Qin Luoxue turned pale, her heart heavy with despair. She knew that regardless of Yi Qin's efforts, her grandfather would not choose him. And indeed, it seemed that way. 3 minutes later, after much contemplation, Qin Jingqing was about to announce his decision when an abrupt voice interrupted. Elder, a distinguished guest has arrived. Chapter 50. The Ultimate Face-Slapping, Part 2. After careful deliberation, Qin Jingqing decided to select Zhu Youning as the son-in-law of the Qin family for 2 reasons. First, Zhu Youning appeared somewhat portly, and it is generally observed that individuals who are overweight tend to possess gentler temperaments, making it easier for Qin Luoxue to manage him and prevent him from gaining power within the Qin group. Second, the Zhu family's backing was the most formidable among the wealthy families participating in the matchmaking event. The Qin family was already quite affluent, lacking only the strength to safeguard their interests, a quality that the Zhu family possessed. However, just as he was about to announce Zhu Youning's name, the butler Lin Qinghai rushed in, proclaiming the arrival of a distinguished guest. Instantly, discontent rippled through the crowd. A distinguished guest? Could you not wait until the results are announced? Why interrupt at such a crucial moment? Zhu Youning and Kong Jinwen both cursed under their breaths, their nerves taut, on the brink of receiving an answer, only to be abruptly interrupted. leaving them in a state of profound irritation. Nevertheless, Qin Jingqing's expression turned grave. He knew that Lin Qinghai was typically composed and would not act without reason, that if he was in such a hurry to announce a guest's arrival, this individual must hold considerable significance. Thus he inquired, "Who is it?" "Jin Tianhao, accompanied by the king of Huhai, Du Yuehua, and his son, has arrived." "What?" The entire assembly was struck with astonishment that Du Yuehua's renown echoed like thunder. Even the 5 contestants from the imperial capital had heard of him and were well aware of his strength and influence, let alone the locals from Jiangzhou, I in particular, Kong Jinwen, and another contestant from Huhai. Upon hearing of the arrival of the Huhai king and his son, felt their hearts race and hurriedly adjusted their collars, as if they were lowly officials preparing for the arrival of a high-ranking dignitary. Quickly invite them in." Qin Jingqing regained his composure and urged that in no need. "Elder Qin, we have come uninvited," replied Du Yuehua, entering the banquet hall hand in hand with his son, accompanied by Jin Tianhao. "Mr. Du, what brings you to my humble abode?" "It is truly an honor," Qin Jingqing said, hastily stepping forward with a beaming smile. The Du Yuehua wielded tremendous influence in Huhai, where many of the Qin group's major clients resided. Although there was little personal connection between Qin Jingqing and Du Yuehua, he knew he had to treat him with utmost respect, lest a single displeased word from him could jeopardize the entire Qin group's clientele in Huhai. "An alarming prospect indeed, that I heard tonight is your birthday. So I brought Tianhao along to pay my respects, that a small token of my appreciation," Du Yuehua said, smiling without revealing his teeth. That as he finished speaking, his son, Du Jinhao, promptly presented a beautifully wrapped gift box. "Mr. Du, you are too kind. I am unworthy of such generosity," Qin Jingqing responded, feigning humility while inwardly feeling apprehensive. Was this weasel truly here for a good reason? "Come now, Elder Qin, do not be so polite. Just accept it," Jin Tianhao interjected with a grin. Qin Jingqing was taken aback. When had Jin Tianhao become so courteous as to refer to him as Elder Qin? What was the underlying motive? Confusion clouded his mind, but he dared not inquire further, opting instead to accept the gift and observe the unfolding situation. That moment, Qin Luoxue appeared to have an epiphany. She suddenly grasped Yi Chen's arm, excitement bubbling forth. "Yi Chen, do you think the king of Huhai has come to support you? What do you think?" Yi Chen grinned, playfully flicking Qin Luoxue's nose. "Humph, if you won't say, then I shan't pry." Qin Luoxue pouted, feigning annoyance, yet her heart raced with excitement. She was convinced that Jin Tianhao had indeed brought Du Yuehua to support Yi Chen. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the king of Huhai to attend her grandfather's birthday celebration, nor would Jin Tianhao extend such courtesy. However, upon hearing this, Kong Jinwen chuckled, addressing Qin Luoxue. "Miss Qin, are you mistaken? The esteemed king of Huhai, Du Yuehua, holds a high status. How could he possibly come to support this poor wretch?" Just as Qin Luoxue was about to respond, Yi Chen intervened, saying, "Little Kong, I advise you to address me as Master Yi from now on. To be candid, I am on friendly terms with old Du. If he hears you refer to me as a poor wretch, you may find yourself in quite a predicament." "Ha! You, a poor wretch, lack the qualifications to even carry old Du's shoes. Yet you claim to be friends with him. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child, someone you can easily intimidate?" Kong Jinwen scoffed at "To be honest, I am indeed friends with young Master Du, and I have never heard him mention having such a young friend as you. If I were to relay your earlier remarks to young Master Du, I assure you, he would ensure you bleed." That Yi Chen chuckled derisively. "Very well, go ahead and tell him that I am quite curious to see who will end up bleeding. Keep playing your little game in front of Miss Qin. Let us see how I will slap your face." Kong Jinwen sneered, turning to scan the banquet hall, and coincidentally spotted Du Jinhao, surveying the room as well. He waved vigorously at him. Moments later, Du Jinhao approached Kong Jinwen. Upon laying eyes on Qin Luoxue, he paused, astonished at so beautiful. "Young Master Du." Both Kong Jinwen and another young master from Huhai, Lu Kan, immediately bowed that Du Jinhao waved his hand, inquiring, "What do you need?" "Well, young Master Du," Kong Jinwen began, pointing at Yi Chen. "This poor wretch claims to be friends with old Du, and even dares to insolently refer to him as old, but I thought it prudent to bring you over to ascertain whether he is merely a pretentious fool." Upon hearing this, Du Jinhao immediately inhaled sharply and hurriedly stepped forward to inquire, "Are you Yi Chen?" "What? Du Shao knows this wretched pauper." Kong Jinwen's face was filled with disbelief. Yet before he could finish his sentence, He was met with a resounding slap. Smack. Kong Jinwen fell to the ground, clutching his face in disbelief as he looked at Du Jinhao, his mind swirling with questions. How dare you call my Uncle Yi a stinking pauper? Just wait until I deal with you. Du Jinhao, fueled by anger, disregarded the setting and began to kick and thrash at Kong Jinwen mercilessly. Instantly, all eyes in the vicinity were drawn to the spectacle. Uncle Yi? Liu Kan was bewildered that Du Xiao actually referred to this wretched pauper as uncle. Could it be that he is truly a friend of Du Yi? As this thought crossed his mind, Liu Kan's legs went weak, and he promptly knelt before Yi Chun. Yi. I am deeply sorry. I had no idea you were friends with Du Yi, that if I have spoken inappropriately. I hope you can forgive me. His heart raced in terror. Du Yi valued loyalty above all else, and having mocked his friend, he feared for his own limbs. That moment, everyone present was equally astonished that Yi Chun was actually friends with the king of Huhai. Du Yi, how dare you speak so brazenly? It's your turn now. Du Jinhao turned and delivered a heavy kick to Liu Kan, scolding. So you realize your words were excessive, do you? It's too late to call him Yi now. Today, I will teach you both a lesson you won't forget. After venting his anger, he began to rain down kicks on Liu Kan. The onlookers stood by, none daring to intervene. After all, he was the son of the king of Huhai and looked ferocious. Who would be bold enough to step in? Du Yuehua raised a hand, signaling for silence, and Qin Jingqing had no choice but to comply. You two kneel before Uncle Yi and bow 10 times. Du Jinhao commanded after tiring of kicking. Kong Jinwen and Liu Kan, neglecting their bleeding lips, hurriedly knelt before Yi Chun and began to bow. You were quite pleased calling him a pauper earlier. How do you feel now? Yi Chun inquired with a smile. Not pleased, both replied, shaking their heads. That I told you I had a trump card, yet you refuse to believe me. Does your face hurt now? It does, they sobbed. Had they known his trump card was the king of Huhai, they would never have provoked him. And you dare to compete for my wife? Yi Chun directed his gaze at Kong Jinwen. I no longer wish to compete. Miss Qin is all yours. I withdraw. Kong Jinwen quickly shook his head. Then go away. Yes, yes. Kong Jinwen and Liu Kan, in utter defeat, retreated to the side. Their earlier bravado completely vanished. At that moment, Qin Luoshu finally exhaled in relief, as if she could now envision a future with Yi Chun. The fact that her grandfather dared not utter a word spoke volumes about the strength of the king of Huhai. Humph. Just then, Zhu Yuning scoffed. Even if you have the king of Huhai backing you, so what? In my eyes, you remain a pauper, unworthy of being my rival as long as I'm here. You can forget about winning over Miss Qin. He hailed from the capital, and the Zhu family had a formidable background. He was unafraid of the king of Huhai. That you're looking for trouble, aren't you? Say that again, Du Jinhao roared, his anger boiling over as he pointed at Zhu Yuning. Don't act tough in front of me. Zhu Yuning of the capital is not someone you can provoke. Zhu Yuning retaliated, jabbing his finger toward Du Jinhao, nearly poking him in the forehead. Whoa! Du Jinhao jumped back in surprise, taking 2 steps back. It seemed the Zhu family from the capital was indeed not to be trifled with. The Zhu family from the capital. Quite impressive, Du Yuehua remarked as she approached with a smile, her expression enigmatic as she addressed Zhu Yuning. While my background may not be as solid as yours, I can surpass the Zhu family in wealth. What right do you have to call my brother Yi Chun a pauper? True, he hails from the common district, but he is my brother that he may lack wealth, but I have plenty that he is participating in the marriage selection, and I will cover his bride price. With that, Du Yuehua called out, Bring the items in. Chapter 51. Slapping Faces Like a Tiger, Part 1. As soon as Du Yuehua spoke, the entire hall fell silent, everyone staring incredulously at Yi Chun, their eyes filled with astonishment, confusion, and shock. This filthy pauper from the common district, who had been virtually unknown just days ago, a mere ant overlooked on the streets, had suddenly become the renowned brother of the king of Huhai? Was this a serf rising in revolt, a miraculous ascent? In an instant, the way many noble families regarded Yi Chun changed dramatically. Before Du Yuehua's arrival, they had treated him like an insect. Suddenly, they found themselves looking up to him. For he was the brother of the king of Huhai, far surpassing them in status. Even a dog that could attach itself to the king of Huhai would be the strongest dog in the Yangtze River Delta, let alone a living person whom the king regarded as a brother at that moment. Qin Luoshu felt both excitement and emotion. She had not realized that Yi Chun had indeed invited the king of Huhai. With his backing, The atmosphere had undeniably shifted, and at least no one dared to mock Yi Chen anymore, right? Surely her grandfather would reconsider the selection of a son-in-law for the Qin family. Wouldn't he? At least she had hope of being with Yi Chen, didn't she? It seemed she had underestimated him, repeatedly misjudging him. From this day forth, she vowed not to jump to conclusions about him until the outcome was clear. She thought to herself, as she took hold of Yi Chen's arm, hoping this would ease her heart. Soon, under the gaze of hundreds of curious eyes, a dozen heavy-looking boxes were carried into the banquet hall by a group of strong men. What could be inside these numerous boxes? They appeared quite heavy. Could it be gold and silver? Is this all the dowry for the Qin family? Many began to whisper among themselves, observing the large boxes tied with red fabric, adorned with double happiness symbols and red flowers. Qin Jinqing felt a complex mix of emotions that it seemed the king of Huhai was serious about this. Trouble was brewing, that he felt an internal struggle. With the king of Huhai's dowry already presented, if he were to prevent Yi Chen and Shuer from being together, it might lead to a serious offense against the king. After the boxes were set down, Du Yuehua spoke again. Read the list of gifts, as her voice fell. A seemingly refined man stood in the center of the banquet hall with a list in hand and began to read aloud. The following are the gifts prepared by Mr. Du Yuehua, chairman of Huhai Yangtze Group, to celebrate the engagement of brother Yi Chen to Miss Qin Luoxue. The list is as follows. 1 Lamborghini Veneno, with license plate Huhai 21314, valued at 52 million. For Yi and Miss Qin to enjoy during their honeymoon. Transferable to their names at any time, 1,314 pounds of gold, wishing Yi and Miss Qin a lifetime of togetherness. 1 pair of jade mandarin duck pillows, valued at 20 million, that a set of gold-plated jade tableware. Valued at 600,000, that a pair of imperial green jade bangles. Valued at 60 million, that a pair of imperial green jade earrings. Valued at 600,000. 1 diamond ring. Valued at 500,000. Following this, the gifts prepared by Jin Tianhao, chairman of Tianhao Group, for the engagement of brother Yi Chen to Miss Qin Luoxue are as follows. 999 pounds of gold. Wishing Yi and Miss Qin everlasting happiness. 100 million in cash. Wishing Yi and Miss Qin unwavering devotion. 1 piece of land in the southern city. Valued at 200 million. Suitable for building a shopping mall. Wishing Yi and Miss Qin to partner and conquer the world. Erecting grand structures from the ground up. Once the list was read, the boxes were opened one by one, revealing gleaming gold bars and stacks of red banknotes, leaving everyone present utterly speechless, frozen in a state of shock. This was undoubtedly the most extravagant dowry I have ever witnessed. Many internally roared. Even for a son's engagement, few billionaires would part with such lavish gifts for the bride's family. Yet here were the king of Huhai and the king of Jiangzhou, extravagantly generous for an unrelated brother, leaving everyone astounded, their worldviews shattered and questioning their lives. That it is known that 1 pound of gold is nearly 140,000. Thus, 1,314 pounds of gold is worth 180 million. Adding in the value of the house and car, the total dowry amounts to around 500 million. Coupled with the gifts from Jin Tianhao, the total value reaches nearly 1 billion. That this is solid gold in cash, not mere stocks or virtual currency. That if this dowry were offered to me, I would willingly give up everything. Many young unmarried women sighed enviously, their eyes filled with jealousy, all believing that Qin Luoxue had struck gold. My goodness. The king has even offered the Lamborghini Veneno he recently acquired as a dowry. He treats this brother Yi better than his own son. Kong Jinwen and Lu Kan, who hailed from Huhai, were utterly astonished. They knew well that Du Jinhao had searched high and low for connections to acquire this Veneno, taking over a year and spending at least 60 million. Yet, Du Xiao had only driven it for 2 months before his father gifted it away. However, what they didn't realize was that Du Jinhao would gladly call Yi Chen father if necessary. Grandfather, this exorbitant dowry from Du Yi and Jin Yi is truly monumental. Please allow Yi Chen to be my brother and law. That my sister is so beautiful, and Yi Chen is quite handsome. They are a perfect match. Qin Luoyan suddenly exclaimed excitedly to Qin Jinqing that he has set his sights on that Lamborghini poison. It is imperative to facilitate a union between my sister and Yi Chen. That he firmly believes that with Yi Chen's generosity, he will undoubtedly be bestowed the car to flaunt and revel in. Moreover, with Yi Chen now having a brother even wealthier than Jin Tianhao, what need is there to fear a lack of financial support in the future? However, upon hearing this, Qin Jingqing's expression turned icy, casting a fierce glare at Qin Luoyun. Were it not for the esteemed guests present, he would have certainly slapped Qin Luoyun across the face, without fully grasping the other party's intentions. What if this was a scheme to devour the Qin family's assets? If Yi Chen were to marry into the family, it would be akin to inviting a wolf into the fold, leading to the ruin of the Qin clan. So you are my Uncle Ye's little brother. Leave me your number. When you come to Huhai, give me a call, and I will show you around, allowing you to experience the beauties from all nations. Du Jinhao suddenly approached Qin Luoyun with a friendly demeanor, draping an arm around his shoulder. That sounds fantastic. I couldn't ask for more. Qin Luoyun exclaimed with delight, quickly retrieving his phone to exchange numbers with Du Jinhao, that he had heard tales of Du Jinhao's illustrious exploits. In Huhai, he was not only known as the Prince of Nightclubs, but also the Prince of Flirtation. Owning a film company and a live streaming platform, surrounded by stars and internet celebrities, with more fun than he could manage. Given his willingness to befriend him, it would be foolish not to seize the opportunity to ingratiate himself. Qin Luoxu rolled her eyes, convinced that this man was beyond redemption and would inevitably end up bedridden, perhaps even losing his life due to excessive indulgence. What kind of misfortune has my father brought upon us to produce such a creature driven by insatiable lust? She lamented, feeling the weight of familial disgrace at that moment. Zhu Yoning stepped forward with an irritable expression, boasting, after some preliminary calculations, the bride price is estimated to be around 1 billion, that this amount is hardly beyond the Zhu family's means. Whether your brother-in-law is me or him remains to be seen, so don't rush to claim familial ties. Qin Lian's demeanor soured instantly, his expression suggesting a fierce protectiveness over his financial interests, though he dared not voice it. What is the matter? Are you disputing this? Yi Chen interjected with a cold smile. Humph. Zhu Yuning scoffed, retorting, not only am I disputing it, but I am also quite displeased. Since I am here to court Miss Qin Luoxu, I must become her husband. Someone of your caliber does not merit my regard. I ask it merely 1 billion. I promise, should I become the Qin family's son-in-law, the Zhu family will gladly offer 20 billion as a bride price. His proclamation sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. Zhu Xiao was not only audacious, but also bold enough to openly challenge the king of Huhai. Who do you think Qin Laozi will choose? Yi Chun or Zhu Xiao? Qin Luoxu had initially thought that with the bride prices from Du Yuehua and Jin Tianhao already presented, her grandfather would reluctantly concede to Yi Chun as a son-in-law, even if it was against his wishes. However, she was taken aback to see Zhu Yoning, this colossal figure, refuse to back down, giving Du Yuehua a counterattack. Who would her grandfather choose now? Her heart raced anxiously. At this moment, Yi Chun, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, Little Zhu, there is an old saying in Huaxia. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. You continue to flaunt your bravado before me. Do you not fear meeting the same fate as little Kong? Ha! Zhu Yuning laughed heartily. Indeed, Kong Jinwen's family is wealth, but their backing is too weak to contend with the king of Huhai. That is why he is afraid. But I am different. The Zhu family has no fear of Du Yuehua. If he dares to lay a finger on me, we will dismantle his foundation in Huhai. His words resonated with authority, drawing astonished glances from all present. Was he openly challenging the king of Huhai? Would the king even dare to act against him? Everyone awaited Du Yuehua's response. Zhu Yoning's declaration felt like a jolt to Du Yuehua, his expression turning icy with fury, that a provocation, a blatant challenge. For over a decade, Du Yuehua had navigated the Yangtze River Delta without ever being threatened by a young upstart. Clenching his fists, the veins on his forehead bulged. His jaw clenched tightly. Yet ultimately, he released his grip. The Zhu family was formidable. He could not recklessly provoke them. Doing so would invite insurmountable trouble, potentially jeopardizing his own standing in Huhai, despite having cleaned up his reputation over the years. Too many past blemishes remained vulnerable to scrutiny from those in power. His restraint, however, was noted by many, who interpreted it as fear of Zhu Yoning, leading to Zhu Yoning's arrogant pride soaring that I in Huaxia. Only a handful dared to challenge Zhu Yoning, especially in the Delta region. Zhu Yoning boasted, in the Delta, even the king of Huhai respects me at that very moment. Yi Chen chuckled, saying, Little Zhu, your performance has been impeccable. But do you still know your place? Ha! Yi Chen continued, it's as if you believe I wouldn't dare to act against you. Remember, in my presence, you are but an ant. A mere flick of my finger could send you to your demise. but I simply find it beneath me to dirty my hands. Rest assured, someone will deal with you shortly. You claim I am pretentious, yet listen to yourself. You speak as if the entire world bows to your will. In terms of bravado, I concede no one but you, Zhu Yuning retorted, his anger turning to mockery. Many present shook their heads in disbelief at Yi Chen's audacity. Even the king of Huhai would not dare confront Zhu Yuning. How could a mere commoner emerge from the impoverished districts and threaten him? Such a notion was utterly absurd. Otherwise, would he still rely on the king of Huhai's influence? Having witnessed Yi Chen's numerous comebacks, Qin Luoxue remained optimistic, pondering if he might pull off yet another surprise. But Du Yuehua and Jin Tianhao were acutely aware that Yi Chen possessed the ability to eliminate even the entire Zhu family with a mere thought. You'll soon discover whether I am being pretentious. Just ensure you don't end up kneeling before me. Begging for mercy, Yi Chen said casually, uninterested in further banter with the corpulent Zhu Yuning. Instead, he approached Qin Luoxue, taking her slightly cold hand in his, offering warmth while casting her a gentle smile, conveying that she need not worry. She was his, and no one could take her away. Qin Luoxue seemed to grasp Yi Chen's intent, her gaze sparkling with affection. However, this scene irked Zhu Yuning to no end. You filthy pauper, remove your hands. She belongs to me, not to you. Zhu Yuning was momentarily speechless, caught off guard. How dare you? Qin Jingqing bellowed, striding over to pull Qin Luoxue away from Yi Chen. He then addressed Zhu Yuning. Young Master Zhu, please do not take offense. My granddaughter has been pampered since childhood and raised under strict supervision. She has never been in a relationship. Recently, Yi Chen saved her life, and she may have developed feelings for him. It is only natural that she does not feel a connection with you upon your first meeting. But fret not. There will be ample time for you both to cultivate your relationship. This pronouncement made it abundantly clear to all that Qin Jingqing had chosen Zhu Yuning as the Qin family's prospective son-in-law. Grandfather. Qin Luoxue, recognizing the implications, feigned tears, looking pitifully at her grandfather. Please, my sister loves Yi Chen. Let them be together. Qin Luoyan rushed over to interject. My Lamborghini poison. You old fool. Don't ruin it for me. However, the moment his words left his mouth, he received a sharp slap from Qin Jingqing, who warned, This is not your place to speak. Get out of the way, or I shall break your legs. Luo Yun. Qin Luoxue hurriedly helped her stunned brother to his feet, tenderly touching his swollen face. Her beautiful eyes glistening with tears that in that moment, she realized that despite his brashness, her brother would stand by her side when it mattered most, showing his care and concern. Everyone understood that Qin Jingqing was intent on selecting Zhu Yuning as the son-in-law, and thus he could not accept the bride price. That Du Yuehua glanced at Yi Chen, noting his calm demeanor, and chuckled, You're not planning to drive me away, are you? Not at all. Absolutely not. Qin Jingqing quickly waved his hands. Since that is not the case, I shall leave my bride price here for now. Who knows, it might still be accepted. Du Yuehua was confident that with Yi Chen's capabilities, no woman was beyond his reach. He opted for a non-confrontational approach, believing it more effective. Very well. Qin Jingqing relented. Unable to dismiss Du Yuehua, he then made an announcement. After careful consideration, I have decided to select Zhu Yuning as my Qin family's son-in-law. This declaration was anticipated by all, resulting in only mild reactions. However, Zhu Yuning was overjoyed, bouncing around with his nearly 300-pound frame, utterly thrilled that I have finally been chosen. At last, I can have Miss Qin Luoxue. Ever since I laid eyes on her photograph, she has occupied my thoughts day and night, and I have dreamed of possessing her. You can scarcely fathom the exhilaration I feel at this moment, the overwhelming joy and fervor. Yet, Qin Luoxue sat on the ground, her face ashen, utterly devoid of hope. Yi Chen helped her up and embraced her, offering words of comfort. Do not worry. A miracle will soon occur. Really? She replied that I never engage in battles without preparation. Trust me, it will indeed happen. All right, I believe you. You will not disappoint me. Just then, Zhu Yuning approached, expressing his dissatisfaction. Have you had enough of hugging? Are you done yet? She is already my wife. If you do not release her, I guarantee I will make you regret it. Who is your wife? Get away from me. Qin Luoxue exclaimed, pulling away from Yi Chen and glaring at Zhu Yuning to swear, You are being unreasonable. Qin Jingqing scolded. Grandfather, please do not be angry, Zhu Yuning said with a smile, even changing his manner of address to Qin Jingqing. Before turning to Qin Luoxue, Swear, I understand that you may not be able to accept me all at once, but that is all right. We can marry first and then fall in love. In time you will realize that although I may be a bit overweight, I am gentle, considerate, and affectionate, and I am confident you will come to love me. Qin Luoshu nearly retched at his words. Get lost. Have some dignity if you dare to prattle on in front of my woman again. Just wait and see how I deal with you, Yi Chen retorted, visibly displeased. Before Zhu Yoning could respond, Huang Wenbin and Tang Yaowen, two young heirs from the capital, strode over and began berating Yi Chen, pointing their fingers at him. What do you think you are? Did you not hear Elder Qin say that Zhu Xiao is to be the son-in-law of the Qin family? Your woman. Do not dream. Zhu Xiao's patience is limited. If you provoke him, I assure you that one call will leave you without a burial ground. Exactly. Hurry and get lost. Zhu Xiao is not someone you can mess with, Yi Chen sneered. Since you two are so fond of meddling, I might as well tie you both up and have you join in the beating. The three burst into laughter. Just then, a sudden voice pierced the air. Lin Qinghai rushed in, panting heavily. What? Everyone present was taken aback. Did I ask someone with greater influence than the king of Huhai arriving? Could it be a top dignitary from the capital? What esteemed guest? Qin Jingxing inquired. From the capital, with significant connections. What? Qin Jingxing exclaimed, hastily adding, Quick, quick, take me to welcome the esteemed guest. Ha, no need for formalities. I have urgent matters to attend to. So I came uninvited, that I hope the head of the Qin family does not mind, that a hearty laughter echoed. Following the sound, they saw a jovial septuagenarian entering with a beaming smile, that I end the next moment. A gasp erupted. Heavens! Is that not Elder Wang, who has been paralyzed for over a decade? How did he recover? Instantly, Zhu Yoning, Huang Wenbin, and Tang Yaowen, more diligent than Qin Jingqing, hurriedly approached, bowing at a 90-degree angle in unison, exclaiming, Elder Wang. Ah, it is you three rascals, Wang Tinhua chuckled. By the way, which of you is responsible for delivering these boxes of gold as a betrothal gift to the Qin family? Elder Wang, it was not any of us. It was the king of Huhai, Du Yuehua, who sent the betrothal gift for this wretched pauper, Zhu Yoning remarked, pointing in a certain direction. Wang Tianhua followed Zhu Yoning's gesture and immediately trembled, exclaiming, What did you just call him? I did not hear clearly. Please repeat that. Chapter 53. Slapping Faces as Fierce as a Tiger. Part 2. Wang Tianhua was somewhat uncertain, unsure if Zhu Yoning was mocking Yi Chen, so he wanted to confirm whether he had misheard. But Zhu Yoning assumed that Wang Tianhua was astonished to learn that the king of Huhai had sent a betrothal gift for a worthless pauper, and with a mocking smile, he said, Elder Wang, you may not know, but he is just a wretched pauper from a poor district who could not afford a betrothal gift. Shut your mouth, Wang Tianhua finally understood. This fellow was indeed mocking Yi Chen as a wretched pauper. This was intolerable. He immediately raised his hand and slapped Zhu Yoning across the face. The sound was like thunder, causing even the heavyweight Zhu Yoning to stumble and crash to the ground, spitting out blood. The entire assembly was horrified. Who is this Elder Wang, daring to brazenly strike Zhu Xiao? Could he be the head of the Wang family, once the foremost among the four great families of the capital? Now the leader of the top 10 powerful families in the capital? Good heavens! If he is indeed the head of the Wang family, then his influence is beyond measure. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Qin Jingqing's expression changed drastically. From Wang Tianhua's slap, he discerned a potent aura emanating from him, undoubtedly a formidable master. Could he truly be the head of the Wang family? Elder Wang Yu, Huang Wenbin, and Tang Yaowen trembled, bewildered as to why Elder Wang had suddenly struck someone. Did I ask you both, did you, like Zhu Yoning, refer to him as a wretched pauper? Wang Tianhua demanded, pointing at Yi Chen. No, not at all. Really? Thud. Huang Wenbin and Tang Yaowen could not withstand the pressure and knelt, their voices quivering as they pleaded. Elder Wang, we had no idea that you knew him, that if we had known, we wouldn't dare call him, that even if we had 100 lives, so you too did call him that. Wang Tianhua's expression turned icy as he grabbed the two of them like chickens, colliding them face to face before tossing them aside and striding towards Yi Chen. Everyone was dumbfounded. This old man was astonishingly powerful, treating the three young heirs as if they were mere dogs. Yet, Yi Chen knew such a formidable figure. Qin Jingqing broke into a cold sweat. He never anticipated that Yi Chen possessed such a powerful ace, decisively shattering Zhu Yoning's ambitions as easily as if striking a dog. Could it be that I truly misjudged him? Phew. At that moment, Qin Luoshu finally exhaled, realizing she would no longer have to marry Zhu Yoning. and that Yi Chun would become her husband. Just by virtue of this old man's imposing presence, it was evident he was standing up for Yi Chun. Soon, Wang Tianhua arrived before Yi Chun, clasping his fists in apology. "Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize. There was a traffic jam on the way that I hope that the girl you fancy has not been snatched away by someone else. She was nearly taken from me. But her grandfather has already chosen the fat man you just knocked down as the son-in-law." Yi Chun replied with a scoff. "What? Her grandfather chose that Zhu Fatso?" Wang Tianhua's face was filled with disbelief. Then he chuckled, showing his yellowed teeth. "Since they are blind enough not to choose you, a true dragon, but instead selected a mere insect, you should not linger here any longer. Come with me to the Wang family. I will betroth my granddaughter Ling Er to you. My Wang family is the foremost among the top 10 families in the capital, soon to be ranked among the 4 great families, far surpassing this little Qin family. By the way, my granddaughter is just as beautiful as this girl, and if you join my Wang family, I assure you that I will treat you far better than her grandfather." Upon hearing this, countless eyes widened in astonishment. This elder Wang was indeed the helmsman of the Wang family, the foremost among the top 10 families in the capital. Yet he referred to Yi Chun as a true dragon and Zhu Yoning as a mere insect, even offering to marry his granddaughter to Yi Chun. Was Yi Chun truly so remarkable that he warranted such high praise from the head of the foremost family in the capital? Just then, Qin Luoshu interjected, linking her arm with Yi Chun's and glaring at Wang Tianhua. "He is my man. You cannot take him from me, and furthermore, I do not agree to him joining your family." Qin Zhengqing, always claiming I am blind. Am I truly blind? You. Qin Luoxuo was infuriated by Wang Tianhua's words, her delicate nose crinkling in displeasure. She quickly turned to her grandfather, saying, "Grandfather, even the Wang family in the capital regards Yi Chun as a true dragon. I believe you should reconsider your choice of son-in-law." Qin Zhengqing was thoroughly perplexed. He could not grasp how Yi Chun had become a true dragon. Why did the king of Huhai and the head of the Wang family hold him in such high esteem? Could it be due to his extraordinary medical skills? With these questions swirling in his mind, he approached Wang Tianhua, timidly asking, "Elder Wang, why do you hold Yi Chun in such high regard?" "Because his medical skills are extraordinary. He effortlessly cured my disability that lasted 12 years. With such incredible medical skills, I ask you, how could one not admire him?" Qin Zhengqing. But he certainly recognized that Yi Chun's medical abilities were indeed remarkable. But what the Qin family sought was a son-in-law with power and influence. Previously, he had considered giving Yi Chun 20 or 30 years, believing he might carve out a path and forge connections with top dignitaries through his medical expertise. However, facing overwhelming odds, he could not afford to give Yi Chun that much time to establish himself, thus dismissing him as a candidate for son-in-law. Yet he never expected that in just a few short days, Yi Chun would meet Jin Tianhao, then the king of Huhai, and even the head of the Wang family. With these 3 connections, Yi Chun had already reached the standard he envisioned for an ideal son-in-law. As for whether Yi Chun possessed wealth, that became irrelevant. As long as he firmly held on to these 3 relationships, the Qin family would remain unshakable. "So, do you want him as your son-in-law? If not, I might just take him to join my Wang family as a son-in-law," Wang Tianhua proposed. "Yes, I have changed my mind. I choose him as my Qin family's son-in-law," Qin Zhengqing declared without hesitation. Qin Luoxuo was momentarily stunned at the next second. She exclaimed, "Yay!" She was overwhelmed with excitement and suddenly threw herself into Qin Zhengqing's embrace. "Grandpa, you've finally come to your senses. Shuero loves you to bits." "You little rascal, what do you mean I've finally come to my senses? It sounds as if you think your grandpa is a fool." That he chuckled lightly. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the hall was electric. This was indeed the most perfect outcome of tonight's matchmaking event. Yes, a match made in heaven, with talent and beauty complementing each other. If these two didn't end up together, it would surely be a travesty. A child from a poor neighborhood managing to befriend so many elite figures and marry the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou is truly a testament to ambitioned-up brother-in-law. Qin Luoyan excitedly rushed towards Yi Chun, exclaiming, "From today onward, I can finally call you brother-in-law without hesitation." Well said, Yi Chun nodded in approval. "Tomorrow, I'll lend you the poison that Boss Du gifted me for a day of flaunting." "Huh, just for a day? Can I borrow it for a few more days?" "It depends on your future behavior that if you treat your sister with respect, I might even gift you the poison." All right, from today on, I promise not to kick the door, not to disturb you too, and to treat my sister like a goddess." "Now that's more like it." While some rejoiced, others were dismayed that moment, Zhu Yoning felt as if he had been hit by a wild dog. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that Yi Chen approached him. Weren't you quite the hotshot? How did you end up in this state? Yi Chen sneered from above, looking down at Zhu Yoning. Zhu Yoning felt like a mute eating bitter herbs, unable to voice his grievances. I warned you not to show off, but you insisted on acting as if no one could handle you. Remember, there are always greater powers beyond you, and I am that power. If it weren't for this celebratory occasion, I would have unleashed my wrath upon you and your two companions. With that, Yi Chen turned on his heel and walked toward Qin Luoxue, leaving Zhu Yoning and his companions in stunned silence. Indeed, if Yi Chen desired his life, he could simply utter a word, and Wang Lao could extinguish him with a mere gesture, while Zhu's family wouldn't dare make a sound. Zhu Yoning muttered to himself, a wave of fear washing over him. In that moment, he resolved never to show off again. Even in the presence of a beggar, he would keep a low profile, lest he lose his life unexpectedly. Kiss, kiss, kiss. As Yi Chen approached Qin Luoxue, the young men and women in the banquet hall chanted in unison, raising the atmosphere to new heights. Yi Chen then pecked Qin Luoxue's alluring lips in front of hundreds of onlookers, causing her face to flush crimson. Oh my, the excitement soared. Qin Zhengqing felt his scalp tingle. His precious granddaughter had been kissed by a boy from a poor neighborhood. All right, everyone, quiet down, Qin Zhengqing commanded. Once silence fell, he declared the outcome of the matchmaking is in. From now on, Yi Chen will be the son-in-law of the Qin family. In the coming days, I will arrange for them to obtain their marriage certificate, followed by the customary bride price, and we will select an auspicious date for their wedding to be. By the way, Yi Chen interjected, there's no need to pick a date. Let's marry on the 15th of this month. I've already consulted someone, and it's an excellent day for a wedding. Isn't that a bit rushed with only 10 days left until the 15th? Qin Zhengqing frowned. Not at all. I've already asked old Jean to make arrangements at the No. 1 mansion. I'll ensure Schwer has an unforgettable wedding. Yi Chen replied that on the same day, he also planned to give Zhang Qining and Lu Xiaojie an unforgettable nightmare. Chapter 54. The poison is claimed. After all, it was merely a matter of days. Once the marriage certificate was obtained and the wedding concluded, there would be ample opportunities for joyous moments with Qin Luoxue, so there was no need to rush in these few days. Of course, it will be a grand affair. Even a small, wealthy family like the Zhangs wouldn't consider Yi as a potential son-in-law. How could the super-wealthy Qin family possibly entertain such a notion? That would be laughable. Listening to the neighborhood gossip, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that this group couldn't sleep at night, waiting to see if he would succeed in his endeavor. What are you all doing up at this hour? Are you planning to demolish my house or dig up my foundation? Yi Chen joked, striding over. I see you're all here to watch me make a fool of myself. Aren't you? Yi Chen smiled, fully aware of the neighborhood's penchant for drama. They loved to meddle in each other's affairs, but they meant no harm. Simply nosy to Yi. How dare you speak like that? Haven't we seen enough of your antics? Lin Chong shot Yi Chen a glare. Exactly. The neighbors chimed in agreement that Yi Yaohua and his wife had long since grown accustomed to their neighbor's enthusiasm, so they weren't angry. They approached and asked So Xiao Chun, did you get chosen? Of course I did. With your son in the mix, how could I possibly fail to win over a girl? Just wait for the bride price in the coming days. Yi Chen grinned. You really got selected? Yi Yaohua asked, disbelief evident in his voice. Yes, indeed. That's impossible. He must have been rejected. That Yi, full of pride, simply cannot handle the truth. Otherwise, would he have tried to take his own life when the Zhangs cast him aside? The neighbors murmured, believe what you want. Once the bride price arrives in a few days, watch how I prove you wrong. With that, Yi Chen wrapped an arm around each of his parents and led them inside, slamming the doors shut with a thud. Haha, he's afraid we'll mock him. So he hurriedly closed the door. Lin Chong laughed heartily. The neighbors joined in the laughter that if he were to court a girl from an ordinary family and succeed, I might believe it. But Qin's miss is so stunning and comes from such wealth. Why would she choose him as her son-in-law? Exactly. If the bride price doesn't arrive, his entire family will be left with their heads hung low. All right, disperse. In a few days, when the bride price doesn't come, we'll be sure to have a good laugh at Ye's expense. The next morning, the social elite of Jiangzhou was abuzz with questions. Who knew which wealthy heir had become the Qin family's son-in-law? It shouldn't be. After all, a night had passed, and the identity of Qin Luoxue's husband should have been revealed by now. What on earth was the Qin family up to? Were they turned down? Or had something gone awry? Due to Qin Jingqing's information lockdown, the public remained in the dark about the outcome they so desperately sought, leading to much frustration at that moment in a villa bedroom. Xiaojie, I just scrolled through my social media, and everyone's asking who has become Qin Luoxue's husband. Hurry and call your cousin. He is well informed. See if he knows anything, Zhang Qining urged as she shook the sleeping Lu Xiaojie awake. Lu Xiaojie, feeling exasperated by his gossip-loving wife, picked up his phone and dialed Wei Zifei. What is the news? Zhang Qining inquired eagerly after he hung up that my cousin doesn't know either. His father even sent someone to investigate. But there's no news. However, it's confirmed that last night, Qin Jingqing indeed selected a son-in-law. We just don't know which wealthy heir it is. Oh, Zhang Qining sighed, somewhat disappointed. Could it be that the chosen one is extraordinarily unattractive? And Qin Luoxue couldn't accept it, leading to a dispute with her grandfather, which is why they haven't announced who the son-in-law is. Lu Xiaojie nodded. That's a possibility. But as long as he's not as handsome as me. Of course, who besides me, the wealthy and handsome, could compare? Zhang Qining smirked, playfully pouncing on him. Hey, don't be like that. My cousin invited us out to party tonight. If you wear me out, I want to have the energy to drink. Then how about you help me? Just as Zhang Qining was reveling in her joy, Yichen had already exited the Civil Affairs Bureau with Qin Luoxue after obtaining their marriage certificate. How delightful! I no longer have to worry about my grandfather marrying me off to someone I don't like, which kept me up all night. Qin Luoxue exclaimed, kissing the marriage certificate, her face beaming with joy. She hadn't slept a wink the night before, eager to secure the certificate and prevent her grandfather from changing his mind to so. As soon as she awoke, she discussed it with her grandfather, then called Yi Chun to obtain the certificate to no worries. From now on, we will share a bed, and I promise you a comfortable night's sleep every evening. Yi Chun said, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. Dream on. Once you become my husband, you'd better listen to me. Otherwise, I want to let you come near me. Qin Luoxue had declared proudly, snatching the marriage certificate from Yi Chen's hands before strutting towards a luxury G-class vehicle. Yi Chen was left speechless. How did you become so domineering after we got the certificate? Is it that women are like chameleons, changing at will? Soon after, the couple went house hunting and ultimately purchased a riverside villa for 30 million. Of course, this was not their marital home, but rather a gift for Yi Chen's parents, as it was only fitting to provide a proper bride price after bringing their son into the family. Initially, Qin Luoxue had intended to invite her in-laws to live in the Qin residence, given its ample space, which would also make it easier to care for them. However, Qin Jingqing disagreed, so they settled on buying a high-end villa for Yi Chen's parents, allowing them to visit occasionally. Grandpa, look. Qin Luoxue proudly presented 2 bright red documents, her face alight with triumph. Qin Jingqing let out a dry chuckle, glancing at Yi Chun, and said nonchalantly, it was never my intention to have you marry Shuer. It was simply a matter of having no other options. Your people have offended everyone. So now that the certificates have been obtained, you must firmly maintain the connections with Du Yuehua and Wang Lao. When the Qin family requires assistance, these relationships must be of use. Otherwise, while the marriage can be entered into, it can just as easily be dissolved. Rest assured, even if the sky were to fall, I would shield Shuer. Yi Chen replied with conviction that I do not wish to hear grandiose claims. I desire results. You will see when the Qin family has need of you. Just do not let me down. After uttering this, Qin Jingqing closed his eyes, adopting an expression of blissful ignorance. Qin Luoxue was left speechless. She understood that a person who harbored no affection for another would remain indifferent, regardless of how hard the other tried or how remarkable their accomplishments. Her grandfather was precisely that kind of person. That moment, a sudden voice pierced the air. Grandfather, it's bad. It's terrible. Qin Jingqing snapped his eyes open to see his granddaughter Qin Luoxue rushing in, her chest heaving. Upon spotting Yi Chun and Qin Luoxue, her face immediately turned to one of panic. Luoxue, what has happened? Qin Luoxue inquired. Sister. Qin Luoxue struggled to find the words. Speak, Qin Jingqing commanded. Why Yi Chun and Qin Luoxue exchanged glances, thinking this little brother-in-law is truly troublesome. What a wretched creature. Qin Jingqing's fury surged, and he bellowed, Cheng-hai, prepare the car. I shall go and break that wretched creature's legs. Chapter 55. Do not force me to slap your face, Part 1. Qin Jingqing was infuriated. This wretched creature was known for his indulgent lifestyle, Partaking in all vices, that it was precisely for this reason that he sought to sever Qin Luyun's financial support. To his dismay, the creature had engaged in high-stakes gambling again, losing 50 million in one fell swoop, an amount that could sustain the Qin group for several days. Qin Luoxue thought to herself, making him work to repay it would likely result in a lifetime of debt. Grandfather, did you not dare to plead for that wretched creature? I will have people monitor your online banking, that if you assist him in repaying that 20 million, I will still break his legs, Qin Jingqing said sternly. Qin Luoxue immediately cast a pleading look towards Yi Chun. What? Are you going to leverage your connections? Qin Jingqing shook his head in disappointment, exuding a sense of frustration. Connections are a finite resource. Using them on trivial matters will only diminish your standing in the eyes of others. When you truly need assistance in the future, will they heed your call? Respect is earned, not freely given. He believed that Du Yuehua and Wang Tianhua were grateful for Yi Chen's medical expertise, which was why they had helped him the previous night. However, such connections were tenuous at best. They might assist Yi Chen a few times out of gratitude. But one ought to reserve their resources for more significant matters. That I will neither leverage connections nor spend money, Yi Chen replied. Qin Jingqing scoffed. The Chen family is currently flourishing. If you do not pay them, do you really think they will release Luoyin without leveraging connections? Your influence is limited. This was indeed a test of Yi Chen's capabilities, and he was determined not to miss the opportunity. Thus, Yi Chen and Qin Luoxue set out. In the parking lot, Qin Luoyin confronted a young man, his face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Xiaoyu, do not push me too hard. Give me a few days' grace, and I assure you I will repay the 20 million. Chen Xiaoyu chuckled awkwardly. I fear that if I grant you a few days, by then the interest will accumulate, and this car will not suffice for repayment, so you must either provide the 20 million by noon or forfeit this priceless vehicle. You bastard. Qin Luoyin was on the verge of insanity. This vehicle does not belong to me. I do not care. If I do not see the money by noon, the car is mine. You can explain it to the owner yourself. Chen Xiaoyu declared with unyielding bravado. He had set his sights on this coveted vehicle, one that was nearly impossible to acquire, and he would not pass up this chance. Even if the owner came to reclaim it, he would be in the right, wouldn't he? Qin Luoyin was nearly in tears, realizing that finding 20 million in such a short time frame was a near impossibility. Asking his grandfather was tantamount to courting death. His sister was equally out of the question, and even his brother-in-law would not help. Damn that cockfighting. It has ruined me. Qin Luoyin fumed, stamping his feet in frustration until he finally sank to the ground, his face a mask of helplessness and despair. Just days prior, Yi Chen had given him over 60 million, of which he had squandered 30 million on a supercar, leaving him with only 30 million, which he lost in gambling, but he dared not ask for more funds now, knowing his brother-in-law could be far more ruthless than his grandfather. He still vividly recalled the time he was slapped so hard his face swelled. Just 20 minutes left. If the time passes, the car is mine, Chen Xiaoyu announced, glancing at his diamond-studded watch. At that moment, the sound of a car horn blared. Everyone turned to see a Mercedes-Benz G-Class speeding into the parking lot before coming to a halt among a group of wealthy second-generation heirs. Damn, is honking necessary just to park a G-Class? Do you not realize this lot is filled with supercars worth over 6 million? Chen Xiaoyu shouted at the G-Class that I drive a Ferrari worth over 13 million. And I have never been so brazen. What is so special about your G-Class? Show some decorum. Get out and apologize, or I shall smash your G-Class. The young elites echoed in agreement, that I in their eyes. Driving a G-Class was merely a sign of mediocrity. The next moment, Yi Chen sprang out from the driver's seat. What are a few shabby supercars compared to my one priceless vehicle? His words struck the wealthy heirs like a slap in the face. No wonder he drove a G-Class with such arrogance. He was indeed the owner of a priceless vehicle. How could they have mistaken him for a nobody? What a humiliating revelation. It was common knowledge that only those with immense wealth could obtain such a car, which meant his family must be extraordinarily powerful. However, upon hearing that voice, Qin Luoyin immediately perked up. Sister, Brother Qin, what brings you here? Qin Luoyin exclaimed, springing to his feet in delight. Initially, he intended to call him brother-in-law, but recalling his grandfather's advice not to refer to Yi Chen as such before their official marriage, he changed his words. Yet before he could finish, an angry voice reached his ears. Qin Luoyin, you truly are a spendthrift. Just wait until I teach you a lesson. Qin Luoxue stormed out of the passenger seat, seizing Qin Luoyun and delivering a flurry of blows. Chen Xiaoyu and the other young elites were left dumbfounded. Isn't that Qin Luoxue? In the next moment, their gaze shifted to Yi Chen. Could he be the top-tier young master that the Qin family has taken in as a son-in-law, who has seemingly transformed Qin Luoxue into a beauty? Who are you? Chen Xiaoyu asked curiously. Do you not concern yourself with my identity? You are the one attempting to seize my priceless vehicle, are you not? Indeed, Chen Xiaoyu replied, but your claim is rather inappropriate. Qin Luoyun owes me 20 million. Since he cannot repay me, I cannot allow him to take his car. Upon hearing this, Qin Luoxue turned to Qin Luoyun, exclaiming in anger, you have already lost 30 million. Why would you continue to borrow money to gamble? I did not borrow. He said I could owe him, and then I played a few rounds, losing. Now he demands immediate payment, and since I lack the funds, he refuses to let me take my car, Qin Luoyun explained, pointing angrily at Chen Xiaoyu. Qin Luoxue and Yi Chen seemed to grasp the situation. Chen Xiaoyu was deliberately trying to swindle the priceless vehicle. Chen Xiaoyu, is it appropriate for you to trick my brother like this? Qin Luoxue demanded, her face cold with displeasure. It is only natural to repay debts. If one cannot pay, they must offer something as collateral. How is this considered trickery? Chen Xiaoyu countered. The Qin family was one of the 4 prominent families in Jiangzhou, and he harbored no fear of the Qin family. Since you are here, let us settle the account. If the debt is cleared, the vehicle is yours, that if not, no one shall drive it away, that you. Yi Chen interjected, grabbing Qin Luoxue's arm as he addressed Chen Xiaoyu. This vehicle is worth nearly 50 million. Yet he only owes you 20 million. How about this? Let us have a game that if I win, Qin Luoyun's debt is cleared. If you win, the vehicle belongs to you. Very well. I wholeheartedly agree, Chen Xiaoyu exclaimed, brimming with excitement, seeing Yi Chen as nothing more than a fool, essentially handing over the prize vehicle to him. Yi Chen, you are being reckless, Qin Luoxue immediately admonished. Chen, no wonder I found you familiar. You are Yi Chen, the ex-husband of Liu Xiaojia's wife, a mere bumpkin from the common district. Now you run a medicine shop that is doing fairly well, that I can guarantee that the priceless vehicle is not yours. It belongs to someone else. You are likely using it to impress Qin Luoxue, hoping to win her over. Since you cannot provide the funds to assist Qin Luoyun with his debt, you wish to gamble instead. It appears you are willing to risk everything for her affection. A young elite remarked. Is that true? Absolutely. I was present when his medicine shop opened. However, he is acquainted with Jin Tianhao, another chimed in. Ha! Chen Xiaoyu burst into laughter. He knows Jin Tianhao. Does that mean I do not? As he spoke, he turned to Qin Luoxue and said, if he cannot pay me, and you do not allow him to gamble, then you must provide the funds. However, I must warn you, if your grandfather learns of this, your brother will likely be finished. That I know that he has long wished to deal with your brother. You. Qin Luoxue was struck at her weakest point, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Yi Chen flashed her a reassuring smile and said, when it comes to cockfighting, I am his ancestor. I guarantee I will win. This declaration sparked a wave of laughter. I cannot believe your audacity, emerging from a common district and daring to claim that playing cockfighting is my ancestral legacy. I can comprehend your desire to pursue Qin Luoxue. After all, she is stunning, and I too harbor such aspirations. However, while it is one thing to chase after women, must you flaunt your bravado before me? Chen Xiaoyu chuckled through his tears. Whether I am showing off or not will become evident once we engage in a match. Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Did you not provoke me to strike you? Yi Chen followed closely behind. I eagerly await the opportunity to strike your face. The crux lies in your capability to do so. Chapter 56. Do not force me to strike your face. Part 2. Your grandfather forbids spending money and leveraging connections. So aside from challenging him, what other course of action do I possess? Yi Chen replied with a smile, spreading his hands. But if I lose, the poison will fall into the hands of another. Qin Luoxue expressed her concern. Yi Chen shot her a glare. What matters more, the poison or your brother? You foolish girl. Qin Luoxue. Her heart was touched by Yi Chen's words. It appeared that in the face of wealth and familial bonds, he prioritized the latter. It seemed I made the right choice in selecting him. Qin Luoxue felt a wave of relief wash over her, convinced that a man who values family over profit is the most reliable of companions. Since Yi Chen seemed so unfazed, she felt there was nothing to worry about. If they lost, they lost, and she could always compensate him in other ways. That he had a penchant for buns, after all. Letting him indulge would suffice. Isn't that the renowned beauty Qin Luoxue from Jiangzhou? Is she assisting her brother in repaying debts? Who is that man? He seems unfamiliar. Could it be that the old man Qin has arranged a husband for Qin Luoxue? Silence, silence. As the words echoed, the crowd erupted in laughter. The owner of Jishir Hall, having heard that a destitute individual from a common district was involved, smiled in derision. Although Jishir Hall was thriving, having only recently opened its doors, he doubted the man could produce 2 million. It appeared he was gambling everything to win Qin Luoxue's favor with someone else's poison. Listening to the rumors, Qin Luoxue clenched her fists in anger, yearning to publicly declare that Yi Chun was her husband, yet fearing that such a revelation would subject him to further ridicule. That moment, Yi Chun interjected, "If you want the poison, hurry up and engage in the cockfight. What is the point of all this idle chatter? I need everyone to bear witness. When the car owner comes looking for the poison, I will have a reason to refuse to return it," Chun Xiaoyu stated, surveying the crowd with a smug expression. "Did you all hear that? It was he who challenged me. When the car owner comes seeking the poison, you must testify on my behalf." With a grin, Chun Xiaoyu then grinned at Yi Chun, clapping his hands and calling out, "Let the cockfight begin." Soon after, a dozen women emerged carrying chicken cages to Yi Boss. These are freshly sourced Central Plains fighting cocks. Quite fierce. "Would you like to select first?" Chun Xiaoyu gestured invitingly, a sly grin on his face. "You may go first," Yi Chun replied coolly to Yi Chun rolled his eyes at him. "If you truly understand this game, why did you lose so miserably?" Qin Luoyan. "That was merely bad luck. I selected only inferior birds to fight against him." Of course, he refrained from voicing this, knowing that if he did, Yi Chun would undoubtedly retort that he was blind. "Are you really letting me choose first?" Chun Xiaoyu asked with a laugh. "Stop your chatter. I am pressed for time. Then I shall graciously accept your invitation, but I'll take this one." Chun Xiaoyu casually selected a fighting cock, fully aware that regardless of who chose first, victory would assuredly be his. He had remote control operations at play. Each of these fighting cocks was implanted with high-tech chips. With the press of a button, he could command them to attack or retreat at will. Thus, as long as he desired to win, he would never lose. "It is now your turn, Yi Boss," Chun Xiaoyu said with a smile, gesturing for Yi Chun to select. Instead of examining the batch of fighting cocks, Yi Chun scanned the arena and finally fixed his gaze on a recently hatched chick. This one, he pointed to the tiny chick, which was scarcely larger than a fist. "Are you kidding me? He actually chose a chick that has barely hatched to fight against Chun Xiaoyu's vibrant fighting cock. My heavens, is he a fool? It would be better to concede and simply hand over the poison to Chun Xiaoyu. What a ridiculous notion. With a single peck, Chun Xiaoyu's fighting cock could eviscerate the chick." Chun Xiaoyu was doubled over with laughter. "Yi Boss, are you certain?" The crowd erupted in laughter at the absurdity of the situation. Chun Xiaoyu was in stitches, declaring, "You can have it for free. That is unacceptable. I paid 200 for it." Yi Chun replied, slipping 200 yuan notes into Chun Xiaoyu's pocket before proceeding to catch the chick. Qin Luoxue and her siblings were expressions of despair. "His fighting cock is as large as a basin, while yours is merely the size of a fist. How can you possibly win?" Qin Luoxue implored. "Yi Chun, I know you do not care for money, but you cannot just give the poison away like that. Shall I assist you in selecting a better bird? Let me first play a round with the chick. Afterward, I will let you choose." Yi Chun smiled softly as he approached the fighting arena. Qin Luoxue. What on earth is he thinking? Upon reaching the arena, Yi Chun secretly infused a trace of true essence into the little chick before placing it on the fighting stage. My goodness, I am in stitches. This was undoubtedly the smallest fighting cock I had ever seen in a match. I can guarantee that with a single move, Chun Xiaoyu's fighting cock could utterly defeat this tiny chick. As the little chick stood adorably on the fighting stage, foraging for food, the spectators burst into laughter. Chun Xiaoyu, reveling in the absurdity, thought he had stumbled upon a complete buffoon, believing he need not even rely on his behind-the-scenes operators to control the outcome. "Yi Boss, the instant my fighting cock steps onto the stage, the match will commence, and you cannot back out." Chun Xiaoyu flashed a grin at Yi Chun while brandishing his vibrant fighting cock. "Not a problem. Feel free to commence." With a cackle, Chun Xiaoyu's vibrant fighting cock leaped onto the fighting stage as if under a spell, flapping its wings excitedly, its feathers standing on end. And with a powerful kick, it lunged toward the little chick. Look, the little chick is so frightened it dares not move. "At this rate, my cock will annihilate it," Chun Xiaoyu shouted with excitement. and the onlookers joined in the raucous cheer. Qin Luoxu shook her head in resignation, well aware that the poison was, without a doubt, Chen Xiaoyu's. That as for Qin Luoyun, tears streamed down her face. The brother-in-law is deliberately losing the elixir, denying me the opportunity to flaunt it. Brother-in-law, could you not be so ruthless? But just then, the little chick suddenly sprang into action. In the next moment, a resounding crack echoed as the vibrant fighting cock was flung backward, crashing heavily onto the fighting stage, letting out a mournful cry before it lay still, its legs stiffening. The crowd was left aghast, as if struck by lightning. Even Qin Luoxu and her siblings were rendered speechless. After a brief pause, the arena erupted as if a bomb had been dropped. Heavens, it was an instant kill. The little chick actually defeated the large fighting cock. Incredible. This little chick is astonishing. I am at a loss for words to describe its might and dominance. The number one chicken in the world. This is undoubtedly the number one chicken. Yay, we won. We actually won. At that moment, Qin Luoxu and her siblings finally reacted, leaping for joy. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoyu's expression darkened, resembling someone who had just encountered a rabid dog. This is utterly bizarre. How does it feel to have your face stung? I told you that when it comes to cockfighting, I am your ancestor. Did you not believe me? Now do you? Yi Chen mocked Chen Xiaoyu. Tell me, how did this happen? Chen Xiaoyu was in a frenzy, unable to fathom the impossibility of the situation. To why Yi Chen chuckled, concocting a lie. This little chick is of the phoenix breed. Do not let its size fool you. When it unleashes its fury, it could even topple a wall. Once it matures, it will be even more formidable. What? It can topple walls? Chen Xiaoyu was taken aback, thinking if I could acquire this phoenix breed, I could sweep through the Southeast Asian cockfighting scene and make a fortune. Regret washed over him. Had he known it was a phoenix breed, he would not have sold it so easily. Chen Xiaoyu's heart was bleeding. But soon, he plastered a smile on his face and proposed, how about I buy it for 1 million? 1 million? You insult the phoenix breed. Yi Chen scoffed. Then how much do you want? Name your price. Yi Chen raised 3 fingers. 3 million. Fine, I will. Not 3 million. It is 30 million, Yi Chen corrected him. What? 30 million? Are you jesting? Take it or leave it. If I find a good buyer, I could sell it for 3 billion. As Yi Chen spoke, he began to walk away. The transaction was swiftly concluded. However, just as Yi Chen and Qin Luoxu were preparing to depart, Chen Xiaoyu suddenly called out, You think you are so impressive? Do you dare to engage in a match with my phoenix breed? If you win, I will give you 1 billion. If you lose, the poison is mine. Tell me, do you possess the courage? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen abruptly turned around. It seems I must slap your face once more. Chapter 57. Do not force me to strike your face. Part 2. Haha, I welcome the opportunity to be slapped. With the phoenix breed in hand, I fear nothing. I do not believe you can find another phoenix breed to rival mine. Chen Xiaoyu laughed triumphantly, convinced that the poison would soon be his. He knew that all the remaining fighting cocks were embedded with chips. As soon as they began to fight, he could command Yi Chen's fighting cock to fall at a mere glance, which is why he felt so audacious and unafraid. What a fool he is, fully aware of the formidable prowess of the phoenix breed, yet still daring to accept Chen Xiao's wager. It is akin to handing poison directly to Chen Xiao. Indeed, I have nearly selected all these fighting cocks for battle. How could there be such terrifying skills that annihilate in one blow like the phoenix breed? I believe he seeks to impress Qin Luoxu, hoping to win her favor. It seems he is willing to go to great lengths for a beautiful woman. The young masters watching the spectacle chimed in. She perceived that Yi Chen's earlier victory was a stroke of luck. Selling a mere chick for 30 million is an unprecedented fortune at this juncture. It would be wise to cease, lest he succumb to wishful thinking. After speaking, she cast a lingering glance at Yi Chen, as if warning him that should he disregard her advice, he would find himself excluded from her affections. You'd simply inhumane. Qin Luoxu was infuriated and commanded Yi Chen. I want you to ensure he loses 100 million. She was furious, believing that only by making Chen Xiaoyu lose 100 million would her anger be assuaged. After all, 100 million is no trifling sum. Although the Chen family's assets are nearly 400 billion, their cash flow is limited, and losing 100 million would surely sting for quite some time. No problem. I will certainly avenge you. Yi Chen chuckled, thinking, this is truly my wife. She seeks retribution for grievances, ensuring that those who offend her pay the price. However, Chen Xiaoyu was delightfully smug, realizing that provoking Qin Luoxue would yield unexpected rewards. If Yi Chun were to leave, his winnings from Qin Luoyun would be in vain. He would not be satisfied without the poison that goes select a fighting cock. My phoenix breed can hardly be contained, haha. Chen Xiaoyu laughed heartily, carefully placing the chick onto the fighting arena, not forgetting to encourage it. Phoenix breed. Give it your all. I will feed you shark fins and bird's nest every day, making you the happiest chicken in the world. After saying this, he even kissed the chick's beak that Yi Chin felt a shiver run down his spine. Thinking this guy was as much of a fool as Wei Zifei, of course, his brother-in-law was no exception. Why are all the prominent families of Jiangzhou filled with fools? I don't know how to choose. Qin Luoxue had already realized her earlier impulsiveness. She shouldn't have said that, leaving her feeling somewhat flustered, and no worries. Just let me take the lead, that Yi Chin offered her a reassuring smile. Qin Luoxue pondered for a few seconds, finally biting her teeth and deciding to go all out. After observing for about a minute, she pointed to a vividly colored rooster and said, "What do you think of this one?" "Good eye. This is a vermilion bird. Using it in battle guarantees victory," Yi Chin praised, giving her a thumbs up. Really? Qin Luoxue was exceptionally surprised, having chosen a vermilion bird. Indeed, this is a vermilion bird that surpasses even the phoenix breed. Capable of crushing that phoenix breed with a single claw, Yi Chin almost believed the lie he had just fabricated. However, as soon as his words left his mouth, Chen Xiaoyu nearly burst into tears from laughter. The surrounding young masters erupted into raucous laughter. Each fighting cock in the club is numbered, and these young masters frequently come to play, understanding the combat capabilities of each numbered cock very well. This particular fighting cock is numbered 16, and many have chosen it for battle. If one had to express its combat prowess in one word, it would be weak, and in 2 words, garbage. Yet since Yi Chin claimed this cock was a vermilion bird, was that not simply ridiculous? Brother Chen, choose another. This cock just made me lose 10 million. Selecting it would surely lead to defeat, Qin Luoyun hurriedly interjected. Upon hearing this, Qin Luoxue realized that Yi Chun was intentionally flattering her. No matter what fighting cock she chose, he would elevate it to the status of a vermilion bird. This left Qin Luoxue feeling quite conflicted. She understood this was Yi Chin's way of showing affection. But one should not play with money. Thus, she was unsure whether to feel happy or angry. That do not doubt my and your sister's discernment. It's simply that you do not know how to control this vermilion bird. I will handle it ferociously. Yi Chin shot a glance at Qin Luoyun, then seized the number 16 fighting cock, delivering 2 sharp slaps and saying to the cock, "If you lose, I will slaughter you." With that, he strode toward the fighting arena. Qin Luoxue and her brother, but this is his idea of control. "Do not toy with me." "Ah." Chen Xiaoyu and the young masters present were in stitches. This fellow is truly a jester. Is there such a way to control a fighting cock? I am utterly amused. Amidst the overwhelming laughter, Yi Chin approached the fighting arena and addressed Chen Xiaoyu. "Is your phoenix breed ready? My vermilion bird is set to battle." Chen Xiaoyu suppressed his laughter, snapped his fingers, and replied, "My phoenix breed's claws are sharpened. It feels lonely in its invincibility. Look, it is nearly asleep. Hurry and let your vermilion bird take the stage to give it a lesson. Then keep your eyes wide open." Yi Chin said, tossing the fighting cock onto the stage. The phoenix breed immediately perked up, lunging at Yi Chin's vermilion bird, which took off running, chased around the arena by the phoenix breed. "Ha! I'm about to laugh myself to tears. If you can, let your vermilion bird stop running. My vermilion bird is rather kind-hearted and does not wish to harm the little chicken. But for heaven's sake, do let it stop running." Yi Chin sighed deeply, then called out softly, "Attack it." But unexpectedly, before Chen Xiaoyu's words had fully left his lips, Yi Chin's vermilion bird suddenly turned around and stomped down with its claw. Bang! The phoenix breed was crushed underfoot, its eyes bursting forth in a shower of gore. In an instant, it was as though the mute button had been pressed. The entire venue fell silent. After a long moment, a voice filled with ecstatic disbelief suddenly rang out. "Hooray! The vermilion bird wins." Qin Luoxue and her brother leapt up in excitement. How could this be? Chen Xiaoyu was utterly dumbfounded, questioning his very existence. Was this truly a vermilion bird? "Pay up 100 million." Yi Chin extended his hand toward Chen Xiaoyu. Chen Xiaoyu was speechless, his mind overwhelmed with shock, confusion, and regret. "Chen Xiaoyu, are you deaf? Hurry and pay up." Qin Luoyin shouted, seizing the opportunity to retaliate against Chen Xiaoyu. Go to hell. Chen Xiaoyu exploded, angrily pointing at Yi Chen. I ask you, did you cheat? Which of your eyes saw me cheat? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. Chen Xiaoyu was at a loss for words. He truly did not see any signs of Yi Chen cheating, yet he was unwilling to pay Yi Chen 100 million. So he feigned bravado. This is my territory. I call the shots that I say you cheated. So you cheated. Chen Xiaoyu, you have gone too far. I did not expect you to be someone who cannot handle a loss. Qin Luoxue retorted indignantly. This is none of your business. Get the hell out. Chen Xiaoyu pointed towards the door, then turned to Yi Chen and said, You, a stinking pauper from the slums, think you can act high and mighty just because you open a pharmacy? Who do you think you are? Who do I think I am? Yi Chen replied coldly, a smile creeping across his face. You have 3 seconds to consider. Either you pay up or you forfeit your life. Chapter 58. Meet Mr. Yi. Either pay up or forfeit your life. These 8 words, when uttered, resonated powerfully, leaving everyone stunned. He actually dared to speak to Chen Xiao in such a manner. 3. Yi Chen began the countdown. Haha, this is the funniest thing ever. He dares to threaten me. Does he think I was raised in fear? Chen Xiaoyu laughed maniacally, believing he had never been threatened before. Point 2. Go ahead, make a move against me. I guarantee you will suffer greatly. 1. You dare to hit me. Yi Chen decisively kicked out, his foot moving with the swiftness of a ghost, striking Chen Xiaoyu squarely in the chest. Bang! Chen Xiaoyu was sent flying, crashing against the wall, and as he landed, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The entire venue was in shock. He actually dared to lay hands on Chen Xiaoyu. However, Qin Luoxue and her brother were not overly surprised. With Du Yuehua and Wang Lao as his backing, either one was sufficient to intimidate the Chen family. The AS for Yi Chen's kick. Qin Luoxue and her brother had witnessed its power during the opening of Jishir Hall. After all, Yi Chen was a miraculous doctor who had concocted elixirs for himself, making him not someone an ordinary person could easily defeat. That a young master like Chen Xiaoyu, who spent every night in revelry, had long since deteriorated. Thus, any normal man could easily overpower him. Chen Xiao. At this moment, a group of Chen Xiaoyu's lackeys finally reacted, rushing over to help him up. You. Chen Xiaoyu pointed at Yi Chen, the fiery pain in his chest, making it difficult for him to speak. You have taken half my life. 100 million clears the score. Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. That kick would keep Chen Xiaoyu bedridden for some time, at least for a month or 2, during which he would struggle even to entertain women, unless he let the woman take the lead. You think you can just declare it cleared? I never agreed. Chen Xiaoyu managed to spit out a difficult response, then turned to a short-haired youth and said, Luo Yang, kill him, and I will give you 500,000. I will take responsibility for anything that happens. Sure, Chen Xiao. The young man named Luo Yang was elated. 500,000 was too good to pass up, and he swaggered over to Yi Chen. Seeing this, Qin Luoyin hurriedly warned, Brother Chen, run. This is Luo Donglai's son from the Donglai Martial Arts School, skilled in a technique called the Thunder Leg. You won't be able to defeat him. Before Yi Chen could respond, Luo Yang, fearing Yi Chen might escape, quickly ordered someone to close the doors, then approached Yi Chen with an air of arrogance. Kneel and kowtow 100 times to Chen Xiao, and maybe you can accept his judgment. Otherwise, I guarantee you will meet a tragic end. Yi Chen scoffed, saying, What is the relation between Luo Fulai and your father, Luo Donglai? Luo Yang furrowed his brow and inquired, How do you know my uncle's name? It turns out he is your uncle. Yi Chen chuckled, responding, Your uncle would respectfully address me as Mr. Yi, who gave you the audacity to act pretentious before me. The moment those words left his lips, Luo Yang was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into a hearty laugh. That I truly admire your audacity. Any martial arts enthusiast aware of my father knows he has an elder brother named Luo Fulai, a formidable figure who travels extensively to engage with fellow practitioners. You think I'd be fooled by your pretense of borrowing my uncle's reputation to intimidate me? Besides, you, a mere pauper for the common district. Do you really believe my uncle would treat you with deference? Yi Chen shook his head, sighing, Why do some fools always think so highly of themselves? Luo Yang's temper flared at this remark. Damn it! How dare you call me a fool? Watch as I kick you to death. With that, he leapt 2 meters high, delivering a downward kick aimed at Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen, watch out. Qin Luoxue aghast in horror. Having heard of Luo Yang's prowess as a martial artist at the peak of external strength, Such a kick to Yi Chen's head could undoubtedly be fatal that in an instant she sprang forward. Her long, slender legs clad in tight jeans aimed to intercept Luo Yang's lethal strike. Having practiced martial arts with her grandfather since childhood, she possessed a modest level of external strength. Although she couldn't overpower Luo Yang, she could certainly block his attack. Qin Luoxue, don't overestimate yourself. Luo Yang sneered coldly as she charged at him. Just then, her high-heeled shoe collided with the side of Luo Yang's knee. Simultaneously, Yi Chen unleashed a surge of energy that struck Luo Yang's knee. With a sickening crack, the sound of shattering bone echoed, and Luo Yang crashed to the ground, clutching his knee and howling in agony. On my leg. Qin Luoxue stood in shock, covering her mouth in disbelief as she beheld Luo Yang's anguished expression. Did I really just shatter his kneecap? My goodness, when did I become this powerful? Sister, you're amazing. You actually broke Luo Yang's thunderous leg. Incredible, unbelievable. Qin Luoyan exclaimed in delight. So impressive. Yi Chen also gave Qin Luoxue a thumbs up. Qin Luoxue replied awkwardly, perhaps my desire to save you unleashed my potential. How touching. I had no idea I held such significance in your heart, enough to evoke your latent abilities. Yi Chen feigned a tearful expression. Qin Luoxue, am I truly unleashing my potential because I care for him? This exchange of affection left those present thoroughly fed with a sense of envy and admiration for Yi Chen, as it was indeed a fortunate circumstance to be cherished by a beauty like Qin Luoxue. At that moment, Luo Yang roared. Qin Luoxue, how dare you break my kneecap for a worthless pauper? I will inform my father and have him come to deal with this wretch, and then confront your grandfather. Seething with rage, he pulled out his phone and dialed his father, Luo Donglai. Meanwhile, at Donglai Martial Arts School, two middle-aged men were engaged in deep conversation. Brother, is that M.Y you mentioned truly so formidable, capable of summoning lightning, controlling fire, and gathering energy into a blade to carve out hundreds of yards? Yet he is only around 25? Luo Donglai's face reflected disbelief after hearing his brother Luo Fulai's account. Indeed, it is remarkable at such a young age, he is a master of both martial arts and techniques. In the vast history of China, there are scarcely 100 individuals who have achieved such feats at this age. Though we cannot reach his heights, we can only aspire. Luo Fulai sighed. Does your brother know where Mr. Yi is? Shall we pay him a visit? Upon hearing this, Luo Donglai felt a surge of excitement that I do not know his whereabouts, but I am aware he was invited by Jin Tianhao to assist Boss Du. My purpose in Jiangzhou is to inquire about Mr. Ye's location that I wish to take him, R.Y.E. as my master. I would gladly sweep the floor or shine his shoes, whatever he commands. Luo Fulai's eyes sparkled with admiration. Shall we seek out Jin Tianhao then? I believe it would be easier for you to meet him. Just then Luo Donglai's phone rang at a yang. What is it? What? Luo Donglai was taken aback. Why did she break your kneecap? A worthless pauper was showing off in front of me, claiming that even your elder brother, my uncle, would treat him with respect. I was irritated and wanted to confront him, but then Qin Luoxue intervened and kicked my knee. It hurts so much, Dad. Damn it. Is that wretch still around? Yes, hurry over. Otherwise, Qin Luoxue might take him away. All right, have someone stop him, then I'm on my way. After hanging up, Luo Donglai briefly explained the situation to Luo Fulai, who immediately exploded with rage that I in Jiangzhou, aside from Mr. Yi, who dares to receive my respect. Brother, let us go take care of that brat. Agreed. The two promptly set off. That worthless pauper, this whole mess is your doing. Just wait until my father comes to deal with you. And you, Qin Luoxue, my father will surely seek your grandfather for compensation, and your family will owe me a hefty sum. Prepare to face the consequences. Luo Yang threatened. Qin Luoxue was unafraid of her grandfather's retribution, but worried that Luo Donglai would unleash his wrath upon Yi Chen. Thus, she pulled Yi Chen aside and whispered urgently, You need to call Jin Tianhao immediately and have him come quickly, or else you'll be in trouble when Luo Donglai arrives. That Yi Chen smiled slightly. Don't worry, I will be fine. Have you forgotten how I dealt with Lu Taizhou that day? Recalling that incident, Qin Luoxue's concerns dissipated. This guy truly had a knack for cunning tactics. However, you can't let him be completely eliminated. Just ensure he can't threaten you. When the time comes, the door will surely be wide open for us to make our escape. Qin Luoxue advised that Yi Chen signaled an okay with his hand. Had Luo Yang not threatened him, he would have been indifferent to remaining there. However, since he was being threatened with his father's arrival, Yi Chen was naturally curious to see who would prevail. "Quick, open the door. It must be my father," Luo Yang exclaimed excitedly. The door swung open, and Luo Donglai and his brother strode in confidently. Instantly, Luo Yang's expression brightened as he exclaimed, "Uncle, you've come too." Luo Yang immediately pointed at Yi Chen, declaring, "Uncle, it's this scoundrel flaunting himself before me, claiming that even you would respectfully call him Mr. Yi, isn't he just the epitome of arrogance?" However, before he could finish his sentence, Luo Fulai suddenly trembled, rushing to Yi Chen's side like a dog seeking its master, bowing deeply at 120 degrees, and uttering the 5 words with utmost reverence. "I pay my respects to Mr. Yi." At that moment, astonished gasps filled the air, and all eyes were wide with disbelief. Luo Yang, utterly petrified, fell to the ground with a thud, as if mourning a loss. Although Luo Donglai was not particularly wealthy in Jiangzhou, his name carried weight, as he was known as the strongest martial artist in the region, attracting many affluent heirs to seek him as a mentor. His elder brother, Luo Fulai, though less known due to his frequent absences from Jiangzhou, commanded respect from those familiar with him, for he was a fearsome half-step master. Yet such an incredibly powerful and terrifying figure as Luo Fulai was now acting subserviently to Yi Chen. Did this not imply that Yi Chen was even more formidable than Luo Fulai? Qin Luoxue was equally bewildered. Her grandfather had once remarked that only one person in Jiangzhou could rival him, and that was Luo Fulai. Yet here was Luo Fulai, seemingly intimidated by Yi Chen. It was only then that Luo Donglai regained his composure, that he first delivered a resounding slap to Luo Yang's face, then seized him by the collar as one might a small chick, forcefully dragging him before Yi Chen and slamming him to the ground, nearly reducing him to a pitiful state. That "Mr. Yi, my son has committed a grave offense by daring to disrespect your authority. Please, punish him as you see fit." Luo Donglai had no choice. After all, a master could not be insulted. This was his attempt to seek forgiveness through submission. He was certain that this Mr. was indeed the formidable individual his brother had spoken of. "Then let us break the other leg as well," Yi Chen said nonchalantly. "Very well." Luo Donglai did not hesitate, and with a swift motion, crushed the other kneecap of Luo Yang underfoot. Luo Yang let out a series of anguished cries before succumbing to unconsciousness. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, their nerves tingling at Luo Donglai's ruthlessness. Yet little did they know, Luo Donglai was acting to save his son. A broken leg could heal in a few months, but a lost life was irretrievable at that moment. Yi Chen pointed at Chen Xiaoyu and said, "Luo, here is your chance to shine. That he owes me 100 million. We were supposed to be even, but he insists on antagonizing me. So go collect that debt on my behalf. That if he refuses, deal with him as you see fit." "Understood, Mr. Yi. I am honored to assist you." Luo Fulai acknowledged Yi Chen's command and promptly approached Chen Xiaoyu. Suddenly, he halted, stomping down with a resounding crash. Boom! The wealthy young men were left terrified, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Luo Fulai. "Regardless of your background, return the money to Mr. immediately, or you will meet a fate as dire as these fighting cocks." Luo Fulai warned Chen Xiaoyu coldly. Chen Xiaoyu, trembling in fear, stammered, "I'll pay it back. I must return it. I will instruct my people to transfer the money to Mr. immediately." Soon, Qin Luoxue received a text message confirming the arrival of 100 million. "Chen Xiaoyu, is it? I have remembered you. That if you dare to deceive Luo Yun again, I will have Lao Luo take you down," Yi Chen declared, rising to leave with Qin Luoxue and her brother. "I wouldn't dare. I truly wouldn't." Chen Xiaoyu felt a deep-seated fear. He was oblivious to Yi Chen's true influence, but recognized that he was someone he could not provoke. "If you ever try to show off again, my brother Chen will have Lao Luo take you out." Qin Luoyan warned Chen Xiaoyu in a haughty manner, then strode confidently to catch up with Yi Chen. Damn it. Chen Xiaoyu felt like he might vomit blood. It was one thing for Yi Chen to warn him, but how could this nobody, who was merely a pawn, act so arrogantly? In a fit of anger, he spat out, "What happened today must not be leaked. If anyone dares to spread the word, don't blame me for being ruthless. Mr. Yi, can we have a word in private?" Luo Fulai inquired as they made their way to the parking lot. Qin Luoxue offered no resistance. She suddenly felt that her time spent with Yi Chen was both ample and exhilarating. "Wow, is this Mr. Ye's wife?" Luo Fulai exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, isn't she beautiful? Beautiful indeed, like a celestial being. Only such a stunning woman is worthy of Mr. Yi, he remarked. This seemed to please Qin Luoxue, as the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, resembling a ray of sunshine on a winter's day. Captivatingly enchanting, that on their way back, Qin Luoxue asked, "Why is Luo Fulai so afraid of you? I met him a few days ago in Huhai while visiting Duyuehua. Duyuehua and I are brothers. So, of course, he has to fear me," Yi Chen replied. Qin Luoxue was taken aback. She had considered many possibilities, but never imagined this one. However, a figure like Duyuehua commanded respect from martial artists below the master level, lest they find themselves unexpectedly on the receiving end of a deadly attack. Even her grandfather, who was a half-step master, had to show Duyuehua a measure of respect. Didn't he? Indeed, upon hearing this, Qin Jinqing regarded Yi Chun with newfound respect, thinking to himself, valuing family ties over wealth is commendable. At least I need not worry about him taking action against the Qin family after 100 years once he has gained power. His intention was to test Yi Chen's character through the handling of trivial matters. Once he was satisfied, he would not concern himself with small sums of money. Naturally, should the opportunity arise, he would continue to gauge Yi Chun until he felt completely at ease. In the afternoon, Yi Chen visited Jishitang and learned that Luo Fulai wished to become his disciple. Naturally, he declined, suggesting that Luo Fulai start by doing odd jobs at the medicine hall. After all, he could serve as a bodyguard for his parents, couldn't he? At worst, he could help refine some elixirs to enhance his martial arts prowess. With their marriage certificate in hand, Yi Chen and Qin Luoxue's relationship was now officially recognized. Qin Jinqing permitted them to share a room. After dinner with his parents, Yi Chen chatted for a while before heading to the Qin residence. Even someone like Yi Chen could not help but swallow hard. After consuming a vitality pill, her legs looked even more exquisite than they had in the office. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he caressed them, feeling an indescribable delight that I end the next moment. He seized her ankle. However, upon closer inspection, he was met with a staggering visual impact. She was indeed adorable. "You scoundrel. Don't look. Let go of my hand." Qin Luoxue's face flushed crimson as she quickly grabbed the blanket to cover herself and began to struggle. Yi Chen chuckled, releasing his grip, and remarked, "Before we were married, you invited me to the hotel to see you. Now that we are married, we ought to get down to business." With that, he lifted the blanket. "Get your head out of the clouds." Qin Luoxue shot him a glare and said, "Go wash the clothes I just changed out of it. If you want to be my husband, you must listen to me. Otherwise, I won't let you touch me." Humphed at Yi Chun. "That what a domineering wife." Find it he acquiesced, turning to enter the bathroom, thinking to himself, such laziness must be corrected. Soon, his voice echoed throughout the room. "Dear wife, should I wash the underwear separately? Yes, not by hand or in the washing machine. By hand, should I use laundry detergent? Yes. How much should I use? Just estimate. Should I scrub it? Yes. How many times? You idiot. I'll wash it myself. I don't need your help." Qin Luoxue fumed, tossing her book aside and dragging Yi Chen out of the bathroom. Is it really that difficult to wash something? She glared at him, then took over the washing. Yi Chen, in a cheerful mood, began to hum a tune and sprawled across Qin Luoxue's bed, leisurely munching on her potato chips. When Qin Luoxue emerged from washing, she found that Yi Chen had devoured all the chips, causing her to seethe with rage, her chest heaving. Grabbing a broom, she charged at him. "You wouldn't wash the clothes promptly, but you devoured all my chips. Are you itching for a fight?" "Oh no, it was just half a bag of chips. Is it necessary to be so stingy? If you hit me again, I might just eat dumplings," Yi Chen exclaimed, laughing as he fled around the room, even escaping outside as she continued to pursue him. "Hey sis, bro-in-law, what's going on here at this late hour?" Qin Luoyun, who had been looking for Yi Chen, couldn't help but chuckle at why Yi Chen quickly used Qin Luoyun as a shield, at which point Qin Luoxue halted her chase. "What are you doing here?" She glared, relieved that they were not engaged in more intimate activities. Otherwise, this fellow would surely have knocked on the door. With a mischievous grin, Qin Luoyun addressed Yi Chen. "Bro-in-law, Wei Zifei and Lu Xiaojie are gathering a group to bid for the queen's wine concocted by the mysterious owner of Yi Wei Wu Yuan. By Mun Nadio, you want to join me in driving up the price? Zhang Qianing will be there too." Upon hearing that Zhang Qianing would be present, Yi Chen's interest was immediately piqued. "All right, bro-in-law, I'll take you to show off and give them a taste of their own medicine." "I'm going to wait for me. I need to change." Qin Luoxue had grown fond of going out with Yi Chun, knowing it would be thrilling and entertaining. Moreover, she particularly enjoyed watching Yi Chun confront Zhang Qianting. 10 minutes later, a luxury vehicle departed from the Qin residence, heading straight for Yi Wei Wuyuan. Chapter 60. A battle of wits due to the stunning beauty of Bai Muden, the owner of Yi Wei Wuyuan, and the fame of her peony wine. Known as the Queen's Wine, countless wealthy heirs from Jiangzhou flocked to her establishment. The day as 10 o'clock struck, marking the peak of nightlife. The bar was already teeming with affluent patrons. Tonight's Queen's Wine is not for the faint-hearted. If you can't afford 3 million, don't even think about bidding, or I will make you cry, Wei Zifei boasted from his VIP booth. Humph, what a show-off. When Qin Xiao's financial lifeline wasn't severed, this fellow was nothing in comparison, someone remarked. Indeed, I used to find Qin Luoyan arrogant, but now I realize Wei Zifei can be even more insufferable, another added. Alas, what can we do? His family is wealthy, and no matter how large his ego grows, what can be done? Many wealthy heirs murmured their discontent beneath their breath. However, none dared to confront him directly, only fueling his arrogance further. Look at them, all hiding like turtles. None can compare with me in terms of financial power. Wei Zifei laughed heartily, seated confidently. Cousin, you are now the wealthiest heir in Jiangzhou. Who would dare to challenge you? Lu Xiaojie flattered that don't even mention the young masters. Even the big bosses wouldn't dare to compete with my cousin, Zhang Qianting added. Even if their pockets are deeper than Wei Xiao's. No one would dare to offend him, or they would find no place in Jiangzhou's elite society. The scion of one of the 4 great families, Hani, chimed in. The crowd echoed their agreement. Knowing that Wei Zifei's brazen remarks stemmed from the fact that his brother, Wei Ziping, had made a fortune of 3 billion by selling stocks just yesterday, gifting Wei Zifei 500 million to enjoy his lavish lifestyle. Look, Qin Luoyan has arrived, and it seems Qin Luoxue is with him. Suddenly a young master exclaimed. The crowd turned to see 2 men and a woman sitting at the 3-6 VIP booth. Damn, isn't that the poor loser? Wei Zifei exclaimed, his eyes narrowing at Yi Chun. It really is that useless. Zhang Qianting confirmed. Damn it, that guy's been getting close to Qin Luoxue lately. He can't possibly be trying to woo her. Can he? Lu Xiaojie said jealously, recalling his own unfulfilled desires for Qin Luoxue. Wei Zifei chuckled. A toad aspires to eat swan meat. Old Qin has already chosen a husband for Qin Luoxue. This pitiful pauper isn't even worthy to be her mistress. With that, he rose and called out to the booth number 6. Qin Adu, why have you brought your sister and this wretched beggar here? Are you looking for a confrontation with me? With Yi Chun present, he felt emboldened. Damn. Qin Luoyan is not one for verbal sparring, merely brooding in silence. She turned to Qin Luoxue and said, Sister, that bastard Wei Zifei called you a stingy old hag and insulted our brother-in-law as a smelly pauper. At that moment, Yi Chun raised his voice, addressing Wei Zifei from several meters away. You fool. Here we are again. Be careful tonight, or someone might slap you again on my behalf. The mere mention of that slap ignited Wei Zifei's fury, and he cursed back, You better play nice, or I'll have you drinking the Queen's wine and let the bodyguards of Bai Muden toss you onto the street to be run over by a car. Wei Zifei was instantly enraged. Who do you think you are, daring to call yourself grand in front of me? You, a mere pauper running a shabby apothecary, can't even afford a few coins, yet you want to buy the Queen's wine? Do you believe I would let you crush me with money? Don't end up crushed by my wealth. I have over 3.2 billion renminbi with me, Yi Chun retorted, actually bringing a substantial sum. However, Wei Zifei and his group burst into laughter, mocking you, a lowly pauper from the common district, claimed to have a fortune. Are you bringing a mountain of ghost money? Wei Zifei nearly laughed to tears. At this juncture, Zhang Qianting derisively remarked, You worthless wretch, coming to the bar with Qin Luoxue at night. Are you her kept man? Did she give you a bit of change, and now you think you're on top of the world? Posing in front of my husband as cousin. Upon hearing this, Qin Luoxue's expression turned icy. She felt this harlot was utterly shameless. Relying on the Wei family's influence, she dared to provoke me. Yi Chun, far from angered, chuckled. So going to the bar with her means you're kept. What about you? Coming to the bar with a group of men. Does that mean you're kept by them? I see. You must be quite thirsty, longing for a round-robin bombardment. Qin Luoxue burst into laughter. This guy's quick what was truly impressive. Zhang Qianting exploded. You fool. You're the one who has been bombarded. Your whole family has. Calm down, Qianting, that is your ex-husband. It's only natural for me to express concern for you. Are you not aware of the beasts surrounding you? If they get drunk, they might actually bombard you to death, Yichen said with a nonchalant demeanor. Indeed, a dozen wealthy young men were fuming. Who the hell are you calling beasts? How dare you say that about us? We won't hesitate to tear your mouth apart. Don't think that just because you have Qin Luoxue backing you, we won't dare to touch you. Try saying that again. Faced with the wrath of the young lords, Yichen remained unfazed, instead laughing. People play with people, dogs play with dogs. If you're playing with Wei Zifei, a mad dog, what does that make you? How dare you? Wei Zifei felt as if his lungs were about to explode. Why am I a mad dog? Oh my. Qin Luoxue was laughing so hard she nearly fell over. Realizing that Yi Chun was not only skilled in medicine, but also formidable in verbal dueling, that he stood his ground against over a dozen opponents and still held the upper hand. Qin Luoyin even gave Yi Chun a thumbs up. The young nobles present were dumbfounded that a mere pauper, bolstered by Qin Luoxue's influence, dared to offend the elite Wei Zifei. Was he not digging his own grave? At this moment, Zhang Qianting scoffed. You worthless wretch, get real. Qin Luoxue isn't a woman you can approach. Her grandfather has found her a top-tier heir. If he discovers you are close to her, he'll ensure your demise. That's none of your business. Qin Luoxue coldly replied, so what if I'm close to him? Will you bite me? After saying this, she shifted her body closer to Yi Chun, wanting to slap Zhang Qianting in the face. What if I'm close to him? Will you bite me? Yi Chun chimed in, wrapping an arm around Qin Luoxue's shoulder. You. Zhang Qianting was utterly bewildered. When Qin Luoxue gets married, we will inform her husband about this. Go ahead and tell. Qin Luoxue declared proudly, then planted a kiss on Yi Chun's cheek. Subsequently, Yi Chun reciprocated with a kiss on Qin Luoxue's cheek. Everyone was taken aback, unable to believe their eyes. The most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou, Qin Luoxue, was actually kissing a pauper. My goodness. This was simply astonishing. Qin Luoxue, you cold exterior hides a promiscuous heart. I have captured a photo of your intimate moment. On the day of your marriage, I'll show it to your husband, so he can see your ugly side. I guarantee he will slap you, Wei Zifei declared, raising his Apple X. Delete that. Qin Luoxue feigned anger. Delete it. Not a chance. I will ensure your reputation is ruined. Wei Zifei laughed maniacally. Just then a sudden voice rang out. Bai Mutant has arrived. A woman in a white OL outfit, flanked by several bodyguards, gracefully entered the bar. Instantly, countless admirers were in a frenzy. Wow, Bai Mutant looks stunning tonight. Wei Zifei's eyes widened. Then he turned to Yi Chun, bragging, the bidding for the queen's wine is about to start. I hope you won't let me down. Just wait. I guarantee I will wipe you out. The words rang out with confidence, drawing the attention of many, including Bai Mutant, who curiously turned her head. Who dares to speak so boldly against Jiangzhou's #1 playboy? Wei Zifei, a stranger dressed in a few thousand yuan worth of clothing, likely has a family fortune of merely a few million. Bai Mutant assessed upon glancing at Yi Chun. Having encountered many wealthy individuals, her discerning eye was sharp. She could almost immediately discern who was genuine and who was not. Thus, Yi Chun's first impression was merely that of a braggart, and she anticipated he would soon retreat like a turtle during the bidding. However, the woman beside him was quite beautiful. If she were his girlfriend, she would certainly be a master at attracting men. I await your move. If you don't dare to compete, you're just trash. Wei Zifei made a downward thumb motion that if you can't surpass me, then you are the real loser. Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. We'll know soon enough whether you're a horse or a donkey. Wei Zifei laughed boisterously before taking a seat. Just a glass of wine. Are you truly willing to go all out against him? Qin Luoxue inquired. That of course. If I don't challenge him, what is the point of being here? Yi Chun smiled. Qin Luoxue remarked, is it worth spending an exorbitant amount for a glass of wine? But since Yi Chun wants to play, I won't say much. After all, he earned $1 billion from Chen Xiaoyu today, which is enough for him to win this battle. At worst, he can pay for it himself. The brother-in-law, I admire your courage. Qin Luoyin once again gave Yi Chun a thumbs up, knowing there would be an exciting show soon. Before long, Bai Mutant, under the scrutiny of countless eager eyes, stepped up to the bar facing the crowd. Clad in a tight black low-cut t-shirt, she accentuated her ample figure, causing numerous affluent young men to drool, some even feeling an impulsive urge to crash into her. Wow, that's impressive, Qin Luoyin exclaimed, his eyes widening, unable to contain his thoughts. Qin Luoxue rolled her eyes, feeling an urge to reprimand him. Could he not spare the Qin family such embarrassment? Yet, she suddenly noticed that Yi Chun was also captivated, igniting a wave of jealousy within her. She pinched his thigh and grumbled, "If you keep staring tonight, don't expect to sleep in my room." Yi Chun chuckled. "Didn't T. Luoyun say by Muden is beautiful? I'm just seeing if she is more attractive than you. Nothing more." "Then who do you think is prettier?" Qin Luoshua pouted, eager to hear his answer. "Of course, you are more beautiful." Yi Chun grinned. "Aside from her larger chest, she pales in comparison to you, especially her legs." "Humph." Qin Luoshua huffed, her legs being her pride. Not just any woman could compete. However, she acknowledged that a 36D cup was quite impressive. Although she feigned annoyance, she was secretly delighted. Which woman wouldn't relish hearing her husband praise her beauty over another? Silence. Silence. Bai Muden raised her arms and called out that in an instant. Silence fell. Even the music ceased. She continued, "As per usual, those who raise prices without funds will face consequences. If anyone wins the bid for the Queen's wine but cannot pay, I, Bai Muden, will not be merciful and will ensure they are beaten until nightfall." 80,000, 100,000, 110,000. The bidding officially commenced with fervor. What was the highest price paid for the Queen's wine? Wei Zifei leaned back on the sofa, trying to appear aloof. 160,000 that you weren't there. It was during that time when the young master of Tiana Securities, Li Feng, and the young master of Jintai Group, Zhou Bing, clashed, and Zhou Bing ultimately secured it. Hani recounted knowledgeably. Wei Zifei lit a cigarette, feigning indifference. "Had I been there, they would have known the Queen's wine was solely meant for me, and there would have been no fighting." Indeed, indeed. Who in Jiangzhou's elite circles would dare to disrespect Wei Xiao? The entourage of sycophants eagerly chimed in. Wei Zifei felt immensely comfortable. "Wei Xiao, Zhou Bing is here tonight as well, and he is currently placing bids. Would you like to shout out a bit to intimidate him?" Shan Ji inquired. "Sure," Wei Zifei responded, intrigued as the price climbed to over 300,000. He extinguished his cigarette and stood up. 360,000, 370,000, 380,000. At this point, 80% of the crowd was unable to continue bidding. Very few were willing to spend such a sum merely for a drink. Just then, a particularly jarring voice rang out. 500,000. Everyone turned to see who had spoken, collectively exclaiming, "Wei Xiao has made his move." Instantly, many shrank back, for challenging Wei Xiao was akin to contesting with a bolt of lightning, an endeavor they could not hope to succeed in. Nevertheless, a few remained undeterred, such as Zhou Bing, who quickly countered 530,000, 550,000, 580,000. The atmosphere intensified as a handful of wealthy scions began to bid against Wei Zifei. "Damn it, since so many refuse to give me face, I'll let my strength do the talking." Wei Zifei fumed, shouting a price of 700,000. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. The true battle had begun. 75,000, 80,000, 90,000. Those who dared to defy Wei Zifei's presence raised their bids, even hired a brother-in-law, shout something to stir up the excitement. Qin Luoyun exclaimed, her blood pumping with adrenaline. Having already lost all the money in her pocket playing games, she would have shouted long ago, otherwise, in a rush. "I'll wait for the right moment to strike a heavy blow and knock Wei Zifei down a peg," Yi Chun replied, waving his hand dismissively. What a promising final strike. Qin Luoyun felt her excitement mount, eagerly anticipating how her brother-in-law would deliver such a blow. Qin Luoshua glanced at Yi Chun with curiosity, never expecting him to utter such imposing words. She too looked forward to witnessing Wei Zifei's reaction after Yi Chun dealt his blow. Wei Zifei treated money as if it were inconsequential, and Yi Chun was no different. What kind of sparks would fly when these two forces collided? 120,000, 122,000, 123,000. The bidding continued, but at this level, only 5 individuals remained in the running. These 5 appeared to be working in perfect harmony. When Wei Zifei refrained from bidding, they would increment their offers by 1 or 2,000, and when he did bid, they would leap by tens of thousands. "Damn it. These 5 are showing me no respect at all," Wei Zifei remarked. Hands on his hips, visibly irritated. He may have money, yet spending 1 or 2 million just for a drink was still painful. "Cousin, why don't you just shout at those 5 to scare them off? That waste of space is merely a loudmouth. What money can he possibly have to bid against you? Hasn't he been too scared to bid even once since the beginning?" Zhang Qining scoffed, glancing at Yi Chun. Hearing this, Wei Zifei remembered the pretentious fool acting like a subordinate and immediately shouted in Yi Chen's direction. Hey, you pathetic pauper, aren't you going to challenge me? I've already called out 5 prices. Why don't you try calling out just once for me to see? Did you think a few thousand could secure the Queen's wine? Are you scared now that the price has soared to over 100 million? You, a mere commoner from the lower classes, have no idea how wild the world of the wealthy truly is, something you could never begin to fathom. Do you know how much I once spent on a live stream? 8 million in 2 hours. 8 million. You probably have never even seen a number that large in your life, let alone 8 million. Before this pathetic drug den opened, my bank statements over several years didn't even reach 80,000. Can you imagine how poor that is? Zhang Qianting mocked. Huh. Lu Xiaojie and Han burst into laughter. What a show-off. Qin Luoxue rolled her eyes in displeasure. However, as soon as she finished speaking, her ear was fiercely tugged by Qin Luoxue. I didn't know until now. You've managed to donate 1 million to a female streamer in an hour. You've really outdone yourself. Have you ever bought me a gift worth even 1,000? Qin Luoxue seethed, her chest heaving with indignation. Sister, it hurts. Let go. Qin Luoyun yelped, drawing a chorus of laughter. Seeing this, Wei Zifei became even more arrogant. Qin Adu, this is where you fall short. Your sister would want to kill you for gifting 1 million, while I had my brother help me with that 8 million. This is the difference. Haha. Upon hearing this, Qin Luoxue released her grip on Qin Luoyun. That it wasn't that she was stingy. It was just that money didn't come easily. That if it were spent on something meaningful, she would gladly give Qin Luoyun even more, but spending it on tipping streamers made her feel pained. 135,000. 136,000. At this moment, Wei Zifei had reached his peak arrogance, shouting, 2 million. The bar fell silent instantly. Wei Zifei's joy was palpable as he turned to Qin Luoyun, bragging, Did you see that? I scared them all off with one shout. Why don't you give it a try? Qin Luoyun immediately cast a pleading glance at Yi Chen. Just then, Yi Chen stood up, shouting at Wei Zifei, Stop your incessant chatter. I'm about to deliver a heavy blow to your face. Are you ready? Chapter 62. Bundling you all together for a beating. What does this mean? In an instant, all eyes were on Yi Chen. What did he mean by delivering a heavy blow? Was he really going to challenge Wei Xiao? Confusion spread across the crowd that wasn't he the pathetic pauper Wei Xiao had mentioned? Did he have the financial capacity to contest Wei Xiao? Or was he merely intending to make Wei Xiao bleed and spend a few million? Wei Zifei, momentarily taken aback, then laughed. So you're really going to challenge me? Fine, but I have one condition you must accept. What condition? Yi Chen asked. Wei Zifei replied, I've already made a bold statement. Tonight, I will secure the Queen's wine. With my 2 million, I've scared everyone off. If you want to challenge me, that's fine, but the loser must pay 30% of the winning bid. In other words, if I win the Queen's wine for 5 million, you'll owe me 30% of that 5 million. Otherwise, if you keep shouting prices and drive it up to 7 or 8 million, I'll be the one losing out. Sure, since you're so generous as to offer me money, I certainly won't refuse. Yi Chen said, shrugging with a smile, that he was here to take down Wei Zifei and, in the process, slap Zhang Qianting and the others in the face, and no matter how much it cost, he was determined to secure the Queen's wine, crush Wei Zifei's arrogance, and ensure he would never again hold his head high in front of his wife and brother-in-law. Thus, even if it meant spending 100 million, or even 300 million, he was prepared to challenge Wei Zifei. After all, with over 30 billion lying around, he needed to spend some that he was confident in his victory. Wei Zifei's condition was clearly a ploy to hand Yi Chen money. Pathetic pauper, who is really giving money to whom remains to be seen. Wei Zifei sneered, then turned to Qin Luoxue, asking, Qin Luoxue, will you vouch for him? I'm worried this pathetic pauper won't be able to pay me when the time comes. If you vouch for him, I'll feel at ease. Wei Zifei said smugly, Did I end this way? If Yi Chen couldn't come up with the money, he could just ask Qin Luoxue for it. By the way, pathetic pauper, how about the loser kneels and slaps themselves? Wei Zifei suddenly proposed another condition. Sounds good. Yi Chen agreed without hesitation. Haha. Then just wait for me to have you kneel and slap yourself. Wei Zifei laughed heartily. You pathetic fool. Let us see how powerful your heavy blow really is. Zhang Qianting jeered, eager for the spectacle. Then clean out your ears and listen closely. Yi Chen scoffed, suddenly calling out an astronomical price. 10 million. Whoa! Everyone present, including Qin Luoxue, and by mutant, was taken aback. 10 million. They all shot. Yi Chun incredulous looks. 2 million was already shocking enough, but he just jumped the bid by 8 million in one go. Good heavens, did he have that much money? Many within the crowd were screaming internally. Wei Zifei's smile froze, his expression turning to stone. What kind of game was this? This price left him on the verge of tears. Caught in a dilemma, that if he won, the loss would be monumental. Spending the price of a supercar just for a drink that if he continued, who knew how much it could escalate? If he lost, he'd owe 30% of the money and have to kneel and slap himself. As a proud scion of the Wei family, he couldn't afford to lose face. Thus, gritting his teeth, he declared 1,100,000. However, before he could finish, Yi Chun swiftly followed up with an even higher astronomical bid, 20 million. The crowd erupted into an uproar. My heavens, this guy is ruthless. The audience gasped in astonishment, but he is bidding in increments of millions. How much wealth must he have to display such bidding ferocity? Incredible. He is intent on crushing Wei Xiao. Those who had attended numerous auctions were in awe. They had witnessed many fierce bidders, but never anyone quite this relentless. He treated money as if it were worthless. Impressive. What a beautiful heavy blow, my brother Chen. You've left Wei Zifei utterly dumbfounded. Ha. Qin Luoyan exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Yet, Qin Luoxua felt a tumult of emotions within her. While it was undeniably a moment of satisfying retribution, the cost was simply too high. However, recalling the 100 million she had earned from Chen Xiaoyu at noon, she felt a bit of relief, as it was, after all, someone else's money. What should we do? Wei Xiao? Should we go for it or not? Shanji asked, somewhat at a loss that to spend tens of millions for a drink would be a painful endeavor for anyone, except for Yi Chun, a being who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and had long since grown indifferent to wealth and power, seeking only freedom and happiness, irrespective of how much was spent. For he had the means to earn it back. Damn it. I'm all in. After much contemplation, Wei Zifei resolved to make a bold move, shouting 25 million. He believed this price would be sufficient to deter Yi Chun. To his astonishment, Yi Chun countered with a resounding 30 million. Wei Zifei slumped helplessly onto the sofa, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This guy wants me to bleed profusely. When he had spent 800,000 on a female streamer, he had arranged for her to entertain him for a month, so the expenditure felt trivial. But to spend tens of millions just for a drink, perhaps to glimpse a cleavage, felt utterly unworthy. He began to regret having boasted so grandly earlier. Had he not insisted that he must secure the Queen's drink for the night, he could have retreated. Yet, having made such grandiose claims, especially about offering 30% of the payment to the other party and even slapping himself as a form of humiliation, he found himself trapped with no means of retreat. He had initially thought that 7 or 8 million would suffice, only to find himself facing 30 million now, and it could easily escalate to 50 million. That amount could buy a Bugatti Veyron. Just then, Zhang Qining shouted, "You fool! Your parents are still living in a rundown place in the common district. And here you are squandering money recklessly. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" She aimed to dissuade Yi Chun. Zhang Qining scoffed, "Stop deceiving yourself. Your pharmacy has only just opened for a few days, and you've barely made a couple of 100,000. What do you intend to buy a house larger than mine with? Don't think I don't know that the money you're quoting comes from Qin Luoxua. Stop pretending to be something you're not. It doesn't change the fact that you're a pathetic pauper." Yi Chun sneered, "The one deceiving herself is you. You have no idea how much I possess. A woman like you, with a big chest and a small brain, cannot fathom it. If you dare, strip down right now, and I'll immediately transfer 50 million to you. That if you think that is insufficient, I can send you 100 million. Such is the whimsy of wealth. So, do you dare?" You. Zhang Qining was taken aback, her chest heaving violently as if it might burst. "Can't you just tone it down a bit?" Qin Luoxua burst into laughter, finding Yi Chun's bravado utterly endearing. "Wei Zifei, are you still contemplating? 30 million. Are you in or not? If not, then kneel and become my brother Chen's grandson, and let him slap you hard to teach you a lesson." Qin Luoyan declared triumphantly. "Damn it!" Wei Zifei sprang up in anger, shouting hysterically, 40 million! I'll ruin you." Little did he expect. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chun raised the stakes by another 10 million. 50 million? Wei Zifei was utterly bewildered, his expression one of desolation, for he realized he could not bid any higher. He had only 50 million in his account, which was merely a couple of months' allowance. The onlookers had long since fallen silent. Tio spent 50 million for a drink. Even Gate's son wouldn't dare to do that. Bai Mutin was equally shocked. She had thought Yi Chun was merely a loudmouth, only to discover he was the most formidable guest since the grand opening of Night Weiyang. She even believed she had momentarily lost her vision, mistaking a low-key tycoon for a mere rich second generation. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, and seeing Wei Zifei remain silent, Yi Chun impatiently urged, "Stop dragging your feet. Just name your price, and I'm in a hurry that if you can't make a bid, I'll just tie you and your pig teammates together and beat you all at once." Upon hearing this, Han Yi and Shan Ji exploded with rage. Chapter 63. The Thrill of Showboating and Slapping Faces. Part 1. You pathetic pauper. You've gone too far. Just wait, no one will have a good time tonight. Daring to provoke us means you will bleed profusely. Han Yi and his companions had initially been reluctant to engage in this quarrel, as it was merely a drink. Who would want to waste their money? If Wei Zifei hadn't acted so grandly, he wouldn't be in this predicament, nor would he have called for 40 million. Besides, their allowances didn't match Wei Zifei's. Even the least among them had a couple of million, while some had even 10 million, yet they saw no benefit in aiding Wei Zifei. After all, it was his face on the line, not theirs. However, the situation had changed. Yi Chun's remark about tying them up had clearly placed them all in a precarious position that if they could endure this, they would never be able to hold their heads up again in the future. To have a dozen top-tier wealthy heirs intimidated by a pathetic pauper would surely be a laughingstock. Thus, the group of wealthy young men, fueled by anger, gathered together to discuss their next move. Meanwhile, Yi Chun's words had seemingly ignited the entire bar. How audacious! One person challenging a dozen of Jiangzhou's top rich second generations. He must possess immense wealth to utter such threats. This man is undoubtedly the most arrogant and impressive person I have ever encountered. It seems that Wei Zifei and his crew have indeed run into formidable opponents today. Qin Luoxue was in a daze, staring at Yi Chun in disbelief, her dry, sensual lips parting as she murmured, "Yi Chun, this is too grand a play. The pocket money of these dozen people combined could easily exceed 100 million. No need to worry," Yi Chun reassured her with a smile. "They aren't fools. They want to fully support Wei Zifei. At most, they'll contribute a little to save face. But if each of them puts in 2 million, that's 30 million from just 15 people. You'll need to bleed heavily to win." Qin Luoxue began to feel anxious. That was a significant sum of money. Was it worth it for just a drink? She understood Yi Chun's intention to slap Zhang Qianting in the face while simultaneously suppressing Wei Zifei for Qin Luoyan's sake, and to preserve her own dignity. Given these 3 reasons, she refrained from anger. However, if it were solely for the sake of drinking a glass and getting a close look at another woman's cleavage, she was certain she could break Yi Chun's legs for that. She could not allow her husband to become enamored with another woman's talents, especially regarding something so intimate, as it felt like an affront to her that it's all right, I have money in my account. You keep that 100 million for snacks, and remember to buy more chips next time, so I want to have to eat half a bag and get scolded by you, Yi Chun whispered in Qin Luoxue's ear. Qin Luoxue, she was left speechless, wondering if this guy had a lot of pocket money. Moreover, it wasn't about being stingy, it was just that washing his underwear was such a chore. While he was quite generous when it came to food that if he washed the underwear, she wouldn't mind him eating chips at all. Only because he was her husband did she permit him to wash them. Had it been anyone else, she wouldn't let them touch her underwear. As she pondered this, a blush crept across Qin Luoxue's cheeks, reminiscent of the shyness of young love, making her all the more enchanting. "Brother-in-law, can you really handle all of them by yourself?" Qin Luoyan leaned in to ask quietly that if he could, she could then flaunt her superiority over Wei Zifei without restraint. That in my heyday, dealing with a dozen of those ants was but a snap of my fingers. Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. "Qin Luoxue, has this guy lost his mind?" Qin Luoyan raised her thumb, utterly in awe, saying, "Your performance is absolutely top-notch. I can hardly believe it." "Huh?" Yi Chun burst into hearty laughter. Zhang Qianting, witnessing this scene, immediately donned a resentful expression, angrily exclaiming, "You useless fool. Don't get too carried away. Just because Qin Luoxue is footing the bill doesn't mean you can act recklessly. If she doesn't pay, what are you worth? I advise you to know your limits, or let Wei Xiao slap you to settle things. Otherwise, by raising the price too high, you'll go bankrupt compensating Qin Luoxue." "You." Zhang Qianting was left speechless, her eyes filled with venom as they fixated on Yi Chun. Indeed, she had overheard Lu Xiaojie and the others discussing contributing 200,000 each to help Wei Zifei win this battle. How could she not feel pained at the thought of losing 200,000 for no reason? She could have at least bought herself some jewelry, and all of this was because of Yi Chun. If he hadn't stirred the pot, would her husband have lost 200,000 for nothing? Yi Chun seemed to have read her thoughts and provocatively suggested, "Why don't you come over and lick my dear Qin Luoshu's high heels clean? I'll pay you back whatever your useless husband spends. How about that?" You'd go to hell." Zhang Qining felt as though her chest might explode, grinding her teeth in fury as she spat. "I've seen disgusting people, but I've never seen anyone as vile as you. And what do you mean by my dear Qin Luoshu? You don't even deserve to call her that, regardless of whether she has a husband or not. You have no right to pursue her. I am pursuing her. What is it to you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Want to reconcile? Not a chance. You'd be lucky to even have me let you lick my dear Qin Luoshu's heels," Yi Chun said, wrapping an arm around Qin Luoshu's slender waist. Zhang Qining. But Qin Luoshu surprisingly did not resist his hand, leading Zhang Qining to believe they were merely putting on a show to provoke her. "Do you think you can get under my skin this way? If you could marry her, that would be impressive. Otherwise, you won't affect me at all." Yi Chun chuckled heartily. "I am indeed preparing to strive in this direction. I shall not disappoint you." "Huh." Zhang Qianting burst into laughter. "If you manage to marry her, I will kneel before you and call you father. Just look at yourself, a mere toad. Don't go disgusting Qin Luo Shui or the Qin family." "I shall indeed discuss Qin Luo Shui and the Qin family. I want you to kneel and call me daddy." "No, I am not the kind of gold-digging daughter you think that I want you to kneel and sing conquer. Don't even mention singing conquer. If you can marry Qin Luo Shui, you can have me do anything you wish," Zhang Qianting said without a hint of hesitation. She was aware that old Master Qin had already chosen a wealthy husband for Qin Luo Shui the previous day. And as for Yi Chun, he was not even qualified to be the best man. Marrying her, he could only hope to be reborn into a rich family in his next life. Qin Luo Shui could not help but laugh. She and Yi Chun had already obtained their marriage certificate, and their wedding was set for the 15th. She would have to send Zhang Qianting an invitation, just for the amusement of watching her kneel and sing conquer to Yi Chun. Meanwhile, Wei Zifei and his group, after much deliberation, finally reached a decision. They would deliver a devastating blow to Yi Chun, including the Qin siblings. There was no other choice. This was no longer merely a matter of a drink, but one of face. They had never anticipated it would come to this point. For the sake of their reputation, they had no choice but to go all out. After all, face was of utmost importance to them. It was crucial for their continued prominence in Jiangzhou's upper society, attracting more wealthy heirs to follow them, to play with them, and to offer tributes that if they lost face, no one would wish to associate with them. Thus, they all transferred funds to Wei Zifei, amassing a staggering sum of 100 million, 100 million, that they believed that once this price was revealed, Yi Chun would be utterly stunned, and they could also demand 30 million from Qin Luo Shui to settle their debts with Han Yi and the others. To put it plainly, Wei Zifei would personally contribute 40 million, while Han Yi and the others would only need to spend 2 million each. Although it was painful, they were willing to risk it for the sake of their reputation. "Listen well, you pathetic pauper. I have decided to end you." Countless people had been waiting eagerly, and finally, Wei Zifei spoke, instantly drawing everyone's attention, eager to see what this group of elite young men could conjure together. "Can you truly defeat me? Let us see the price you call out first." Yi Chun remained composed throughout. Defeat him? What a joke. He wouldn't even fear summoning their fathers. Old Wang alone could easily overpower all their fathers. At worst, he could concoct some pills for old Wang's family, ensuring their ascendance. "That I guarantee I will destroy you." Wei Zifei grinned savagely, gritting his teeth as he announced a price that had haunted him for months. 100 million. The crowd erupted. "My goodness, 100 million has been declared. That's ruthless. No one can possibly match that. If that so-called pathetic pauper can still compete, I will eat a bowl of dung." Qin Luo Shui's complexion turned pale, her beautiful eyes darting towards Yi Chun, as if asking him whether he intended to touch that 100 million. It was a lie to say she wasn't concerned, but she did not want to witness Yi Chun kneeling and being humiliated. Yi Chun gave her a reassuring glance and shouted to Wei Zifei, "Is this your capital for wanting to destroy me?" He himself felt a twinge of anxiety. 100 million was already his limit. To dissuade Yi Chun, primarily for Qin Luo Shui's sake, He felt compelled to amplify his bravado. It must be said, many were drenched in cold sweat at Wei Zifei's words. However, Yi Chen retorted, pretending to be impressive is fleeting. Let us see how you end up. With that, he emphatically declared 2 words. 200 million. Chapter 64. The Thrill of Pretentiousness and Face-Slapping. Part 2. 200 million. These 2 words fell like heavy bombs, leaving everyone in the bar utterly dumbfounded. This truly was treating money like dirt. Countless individuals roared within their hearts. Wei Zifei, struck by the blow, collapsed to the ground, utterly despondent. Why is this happening? His mind was flooded with questions that he had branded Yi Chen as a pathetic pauper. Why did this pauper possess wealth greater than his own? Was it because of Qin Luo Shui? Impossible. She had no reason to cover this exorbitant expense for that pauper. So what was the reason? Aside from Wei Zifei, Zhang Qianting and the others were equally bewildered. This useless individual had truly managed to subdue a dozen elite young men. Even Qin Luo Shui and her brother were left speechless, feeling that Yi Chen was an enigma. Hey, don't just sit there. Get up. I'm waiting for you to call out 300 or 500 million. Yi Chen taunted. What are you talking about? Wei Zifei was on the verge of tears. That SOU concede defeat. Upon hearing this, Wei Zifei sprang to his feet, screaming in a frenzy, I can accept losing to Qin Luo Shui. But how can I lose to a pathetic pauper like you? He needed to find a way to save face. Losing to Qin Luo Shui was not shameful, as everyone knew she controlled assets worth hundreds of billions. That was beyond what Wei Zifei could compete with, for the Wei family's assets were managed by his brother. However, as soon as his words left his mouth, Qin Luo Shui struck back. You didn't lose to me. You lost to the pathetic pauper in your eyes. Yi Chen. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Wei Zifei raged like a madman. You must be lying to me. This has to be a setup. Losing to Qin Luo Shui and losing to Yi Chen were both losses, but their implications were vastly different. First, everyone knew that Qin Luo Shui was powerful, just a bit stingy, unwilling to spend on frivolities. However, when she truly did spend, few in Jiangzhou could withstand it. But losing to Yi Chen was entirely another matter. He had always been the self-proclaimed pauper, and for a scion of a prominent family, to lose to a pauper was a disgrace that would tarnish their family's reputation for generations. Thus, he had to prove that the one who defeated him was Qin Luo Shui, not Yi Chen. Stop deluding yourself, you fool. Once I settle the bill, you will know who you truly lost to. Yi Chen sneered at Wei Zifei and walked towards the bar. Qin Luo Shui, fearing Yi Chen's balance might be insufficient, hurriedly followed him, ready to assist him with the payment if necessary. Regardless of who paid, Wei Zifei would inevitably confront the reality of kneeling and being slapped. Let us go take a look. Wei Zifei, skeptical of Yi Chen's wealth, believed he was surely using Qin Luo Shui's card. So he wanted to verify this and assert that he lost to Qin Luo Shui. Soon, a crowd gathered at the bar counter. Bring the POS machine. Swipe the card for 200 million. Yi Chen, instructed by Mu Dan regarded Yi Chen with curiosity, raising her elegant hand. After a series of operations, she astonishingly uttered 4 words. Card swipe successful. Then came the sound of a receipt printing. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Wei Zifei shook his head in disbelief. Once the receipt was completed, he eagerly tore it off and stared in disbelief. RMB, 200 million.00 cardholder. Wei Chen. Upon seeing these 2 pieces of information, Wei Zifei's legs buckled, and he staggered, nearly collapsing if not for the support he received. Zhang Qianting immediately picked up the receipt, her reaction no less intense than Wei Zifei's. Heavens, he actually succeeded in the payment, and the bank card truly belongs to him. Wei Zifei. But he was certain that this money was Yi Chen's and not Qin Luo Shui's. That stingy woman wouldn't even spare money for her brother, let alone give 200 million to an outsider. Thus, it was undoubtedly Yi Chen's own money. However, who cared about his so-called pauper status? The next moment, Wei Zifei's gaze fell on Zhang Qianting. Filled with resentment, didn't you say he was a broke loser from the common district? That his bank account barely had 80,000 in years of transactions? Why does he have so much money? Zhang Qianting was at a loss for words, that if it weren't for you calling him a pauper, would I have even engaged with him? Would I have lost to him? Would I have been humiliated? It's all your fault. You caused this, Wei Zifei howled in fury. But even after this, he was not satisfied. He slapped Zhang Qianting. Slap. Zhang Qianting's head snapped to the side, covering her face, tears quickly welling in her eyes. Liu Xiaojie was at a loss, caught between his wife and his more accomplished cousin, unsure of what to do. All he could do was pull Zhang Qianting into his arms, comforting her. Hang in there, it will be all right. Does it hurt? Wah! Zhang Qianting burst into tears, pushing Liu Xiaojie away, feeling dissatisfied and wrong that he couldn't even scold her at the very least. Scold me a bit. It would make me feel better that you're worthless, your wife gets hit, and you don't dare say a word. You still call yourself a man. If it were anyone else who laid a finger on my wife, I would guarantee to take them down. Yichen derided to don't get too cocky. Liu Xiaojie roared in a fit of rage. He dared not vent his anger on Wei Zifei and could only unleash it on Yichen. If he could, he would have taken a few swings at Yichen to relieve his anger, that I'm teaching you how to be a man, how to stand up for Ting Ting. Watch closely. Don't be a coward anymore, Yichen spoke. He turned toward Wei Zifei and bellowed, kneel. The moment these words left his mouth, it was as though a thunderclap struck Wei Zifei, filling him with an overwhelming sense of dread. His legs buckled involuntarily, and he found himself kneeling before Yichen. Thud. Wei Zifei knelt heavily before Yichen, leaving everyone in utter shock. The esteemed young master of the Wei family had genuinely knelt before an unknown individual. Liu Xiaojie's eyes widened like light bulbs, brimming with incredulity and shock. Zhang Qianting's beautiful eyes sparkled. When did this good-for-nothing become so imposing? He brought her arrogant cousin to his knees with just one shout. In that moment, he seemed 1,000,000 times more charming than Xiaojie. Her heart fluttered, and a wave of desire surged within her, igniting an impulse to offer her heart. Qin Luoxue, in disbelief, covered her mouth. When did Wei Zifei become so obedient? Wasn't he supposed to refuse to kneel and then hurl insults at Yichen? Wei Zifei was equally bewildered, inwardly lamenting, how unfortunate. I truly did not want to kneel. I was terrified by that shout. Aha! Qin Luoyan laughed heartily, stepping up to Wei Zifei and taunted, did you ever think you would kneel before me? Qin Luoyan, get lost. To me, you're nothing. Wei Zifei, flushed with anger and humiliation, roared back, you. Qin Luoyan, momentarily at a loss for words, turned to Yichen for help. Brother Chen, don't forget about the slap and the 30% of 200 million. Yichen immediately glanced at Qin Luoxue and said, how about you deliver that slap? After a few seconds of contemplation, Qin Luoxue nodded and uttered a single word. All right. She hadn't forgotten how Wei Zifei had insulted her on the opening day of Jishirtang, mentioning her menstrual irregularities and other humiliating remarks. Thus, she had longed to retaliate against Wei Zifei, and this golden opportunity was not to be missed. Slap. Qin Luoxue had delivered a resounding slap across Wei Zifei's face. He collapsed to the ground, feeling a fiery pain on his cheek. Sister, well done. Qin Luoyan cheered. Even many who had long harbored grievances against Wei Zifei now applauded. Qin Luoxue, your strike was fierce. I will remember you. Wei Zifei roared, rising from the ground with bloodshot eyes. You should thank her. If I had struck, I would have ensured you'd be picking your teeth off the floor, Yichen said coldly. By the way, 30% of 200 million is 60 million. Transfer the money. Wei Zifei's heart bled. He truly did not want to pay, but with over 1,000 witnesses present, how could he escape? Give me your card number, he said, pulling out his phone. Provide him with a card number. Yichen instructed Qin Luoxue. Overjoyed, she immediately recited the card number, feeling that Yichen was exceedingly generous, lavishing her with money. Soon, she received the notification of 60 million being deposited into her account. That moment, Bai Mutant had prepared a glass of the esteemed Queen-S wine and presented it at the bar, saying, the Queen-S wine is ready, please enjoy. Hearing this, Yichen turned to Qin Luoxue and said, here, drink this. Huh, you spent so much money to give it to me. She asked in surprise that, of course, you are the queen in my eyes. So it is only fitting that you enjoy the Queen-S wine. Yichen replied with a smile. The words struck envy into the hearts of all the women present. Turned out he spent 200 million because of a beautiful woman. Zhang Qianting felt a pang of envy, thinking, if only you had spent like this when we got married, perhaps I would have loved you, or at least wouldn't have divorced you. Qin Luoxue wrinkled her nose, thinking, it's easy to say this. Who doesn't know you want me to drink too much? then take advantage of me tonight. Despite this, she approached the bar, lifted the glass, and took a sip of the blood-red Queen S wine. Did I it good? Yi Chen asked with a smile. Tasteless, Qin Luoxue pouted. 200 million for a drink? I can't bear it. How could it taste good? Is that so? Let me try, Yi Chen said, taking the wine and sipping it before declaring emphatically, it's indeed quite trashy. Did I in that instant by Mutin's delicate face darkened, as if a storm was brewing, eventually reaching a point where she could almost squeeze out tears. How dare he call my Queen S wine trash? Chapter 65. Exhilarating show-off and slap in the face, Part 2. Indeed quite trashy? The crowd gasped, staring at Yi Chen as if they had seen a ghost. The Queen S wine was renowned throughout Jiangzhou, adored by countless dignitaries. Even the formidable Jin Yi praised it after tasting. Yet he dared to say it was trash. Good heavens, his audacity knew no bounds. Did he really say the Queen S wine is trash? I must have misheard. Wei Zifei, who had intended to leave, suddenly perked up upon hearing Yi Chen's words. Lu Xiaojie and the others nodded, confirming they had not misheard. Wei Zifei, as if energized, pointed at Yi Chen and exclaimed, You must be a hick. Have you never tasted mixed drinks? Do you know how the Queen S wine earned its name? If you don't know, allow me to enlighten you. Last year, when a British prince visited Jiangzhou, he ordered a glass at Yuanyin, and after tasting it, he couldn't stop praising it, declaring it the queen among wines. Since then, by Mutin's noble peony wine was officially renamed the Queen S wine, adored by countless dignitaries. Anyone who has tasted it has praised it. Even my father and a wealthy American were impressed after tasting it. Yet you dare to call it trash. You are insulting by Mutin, do you realize? Wei Zifei spoke truthfully, but his aim was not merely to enlighten Yi Chen about the Queen S wine's origin. Rather, he sought to sow discord between Yi Chen and Bai Mutin. He remembered his father's warning about Bai Mutin's formidable background and how one should never offend her at Yuanyin, or else face dire consequences. Thus, he aimed to pit Yi Chen against Bai Mutin, feeling a sense of satisfaction even if it meant Yi Chen's downfall. That as expected, Bai Mutin, already displeased, was further incited by Wei Zifei's words, her anger boiling over. Don't think that spending 200 million allows you to casually insult the wine I crafted. If you don't give Bai Mutin an explanation today, don't even think about leaving Yuanyin. With that, she waved her hand lightly, and several black-clad men surrounded Yi Chen and Qin Luoxue. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the men, Qin Luoxue's expression changed drastically. She was certain these men possessed martial arts skills above the inner strength level that a sense of foreboding enveloped her. It was all my fault. If I had just drunk it without commenting on its taste, Yi Chen wouldn't have tasted it, and he wouldn't have echoed my sentiments about the wine being trash. She began to blame herself. Just then, she lowered her usual aloof demeanor, slightly bowed to Bai Mutin, preparing to apologize that moment. However, Yi Chen's large hand wrapped around her delicate shoulder, straightening her up, and he smiled gently, saying, Silly girl, no need to apologize. She doesn't deserve it. The last three words Yi Chen spoke were particularly emphatic, resonating with conviction, and he didn't forget to cast a challenging glance at Bai Mutin, provoking her. That in an instant, the atmosphere exploded. Wild, absolutely the most audacious person I have ever seen. It is said that Bai Mutin is surrounded by powerful allies. Even the domineering Jin Yi respects her. He dares to speak to her like that. He must be courting death. I can guarantee he will be carried out of Yuanyin tonight. Zhang Qianting, feeling delighted, couldn't help but chuckle. I can understand wanting to win over Qin Luoxue. After all, she is so beautiful and has such a great figure. If I were a man, I would want to pursue her too. But you've gone too far to impress her, even offending Bai Mutin. It truly proves that saying, if you don't pretend, you won't die. Hearing the overwhelming voices around her, Qin Luoxue's face turned pale as she urged Yi Chen, You need to apologize quickly. Otherwise, I really can't save you. Several inner strength masters were present. If they decided to attack Yi Chen, she would be powerless to help. However, Yi Chen merely smiled, reassuring Qin Luoxue, then turned to Bai Mutin, stating, I spent 200 million on your crafted wine, expecting it to be exceptional, but after tasting, I found it completely underwhelming, far below my expectations. As a consumer, what's wrong with me saying your wine is trash? Another thunderous declaration struck the crowd like lightning, shocking everyone present. Qin Luoxue turned ashen. Yet at that moment, By mutinous lips curled into a slight smile as she said, "So, you understand wine, do you?" "Just average. I've only tasted no less than 10,000 varieties of wine. And that is all," Yichen replied nonchalantly. Everyone fell silent, thinking, can you not be so pretentious? Even if you've tasted wines from around the world, it couldn't be more than 1,000 varieties. Where do you get off saying you've tasted no less than 10,000? Little did they know, Yichen was an ancient being who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, traversing countless planets and sampling innumerable wines. Claiming to have tasted no less than 10,000 was already a significant understatement. By Mutin could only chuckle and said, "Since you've tasted so many wines, why don't you tell me what makes my Queen-S wine trash?" For example, Yichen pointed at Qin Luoxue, explaining to Bai Mutin, "Fine wine is like a fine woman. Just like her, she possesses a standard height, a well-proportioned figure, fair skin, exquisite features, and a gentle yet resilient character, capable of facing any challenge outside, while being a dutiful daughter and wife at home, that if she were a glass of wine, she would be the finest among them." The wine you refer to as the Queen's wine mirrors you in a peculiar way. Though your height is standard, your figure is excessively pronounced, creating a sense of incongruity. Your skin appears fair, yet your pores are rather prominent. Should you choose to remove your stockings, I can assure you that the skin on your thighs bears a resemblance to that of a serpent. As for your facial features, they are indeed refined, yet I shall refrain from commenting further. However, your personality is rigid rather than supple, and in the bedroom, it is genuinely challenging to evoke any interest. Taking all of this into account, your Queen's wine resembles you. Its flavor is intricate, and to label it as mere rubbish would be charitable. Were I to speak candidly, I would declare it a fighter jet among refuse. You. With delicate brows furrowed and phoenix-like eyes wide open, Bai Mutin pointed at Yi Chun, her hand trembling violently as if it were powered by a motor, radiating fury. How could she critique me so harshly yet be entirely accurate? The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, yet they felt her words held a certain validity. Qin Luoxue's heart soared with joy. It turned out she was deemed so perfect in his eyes. Was this fellow merely sweet-talking or speaking from the heart? At that moment, Wei Zifei leapt forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Chun, stoking the flames of conflict. "Do not, for heaven's sake, measure Bai Mutin's beauty with your narrow perspective. In my eyes, she is 10-fold, 100-fold more beautiful than Qin Luoxue. You claim she is overly pronounced. I would argue that Qin Luoxue lacks sufficient curvature. Moreover, you have never seen Bai Mutin's thighs. On what basis do you assert they resemble serpent skin? You have never shared her bed. How can you say she fails to pique interest? You are simply belittling Bai Mutin to elevate Qin Luoxue, and to call the Queen's wine a fighter jet among rubbish. I would say your tongue is the true fighter jet of garbage. Indeed, I too believe Bai Mutin surpasses Qin Luoxue in beauty tenfold, a sentiment echoed by Zhang Qining and others. Yet what followed from Bai Mutin left everyone speechless. He is correct. The Queen's wine possesses a complex flavor, indeed a fighter jet among refuse, lauded by a horde of beasts who relish watching me flirt. They truly know nothing of wine. What shock rippled through the crowd. Was the Queen's wine truly a fighter jet among refuse, praised by a band of beasts? Wei Zifei's expression darkened. Are you implying my father is one of those beasts? That defies logic. Did you hear that? It is precisely because of creatures like your father, who enjoy watching flirtation, that something originally deemed rubbish is elevated to the status of Queen's wine. Did I ask you, little beast, will you continue to dance? Yi Chen taunted Wei Zifei. You bastard. Wei Zifei wished to retaliate but found himself devoid of justification. Just then, Bai Mutin's words struck Wei Zifei like a thunderclap, rendering him utterly stunned. You are the most knowledgeable person I have encountered regarding wine. Spending 200 million on a glass of rubbish is indeed a loss. Provide me with your card number, and I shall return the 200 million to you. Everyone was astonished. Bai Mutin intended to refund him 200 million? Qin Luoxue gasped, unable to believe her eyes as she looked at Yi Chun. This fellow is truly remarkable. It seems he has spent not a penny, flaunted his prowess, slapped Wei Zifei in the face, and earned 60 million in the process. Indeed, being with him is thrilling and entertaining. I am utterly enamored with this charming individual. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, reminiscent of a girl in love gazing at her dashing boyfriend. Quickly, provide the card number. Yi Chen smiled at her. Oh. Qin Luoxu was momentarily taken aback before joyfully reciting the card number, and my husband is giving me money again. I am utterly thrilled. Zhang Qining looked on with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Earlier, he had given Qin Luoxu 60 million, and now he was bestowing 200 million upon her. Why did he not offer me such a sum when I was his wife? Why? She seethed inwardly, regretting her divorce from Yi Chun, pondering whether he had struck it rich from land compensation in the countryside. You also owe me 60 million, Wei Zifei lamented, extending his hand with a wretched expression. Get lost. Yi Chun swatted Wei Zifei's hand away and turned to Bai Mutin, saying, in light of your reasonable demeanor, I have decided to personally concoct a glass of exquisite wine akin to my goddess Qin Luoxu, allowing you to experience what true queen's wine entails. Chapter 66. The moment of miracles has arrived. Upon uttering these words, Yi Chun ignited another uproar. What? He can mix drinks too? Could it be that his bartending skills surpassed Bai Mutin's? I can't help but feel skeptical. Zhang Qining pointed at Yi Chun, laughing derisively. You pathetic waste, do you really think you can mix drinks? Stop pretending. Others may be unaware, but I know precisely what you're capable of. Before your senior year, you hadn't even seen what a bar looked like, that if not for the gathering organized just before graduation, this may very well be your first visit to a bar. In the years since you became part of my family, I've never seen you consume a drop of alcohol. Yet here you are boasting about having tasted countless varieties that I doubt the total amount you've drunk adds up to even 1,000 grams. Upon hearing this, Bai Mutin frowned. Could it be that he is merely speaking nonsense rather than possessing true knowledge of wine to deduce that the queen's wine is rubbish? Have I misjudged him? A profound sense of disappointment washed over Bai Mutin. You are truly despicable. Qin Luoxu fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Qining. She did not dismiss Zhang Qining's words lightly, for she was Yi Chen's university classmate and ex-wife, possessing knowledge of his past. However, she believed Zhang Qiting's comments would adversely affect Yi Chen. Despicable? Zhang Qining scoffed. Your grandfather has already chosen your husband, yet you are here canoodling with a filthy, impoverished waste, accepting his money to curry favor. Tell me, after accepting so much money from him, are you planning to let him have his way with you all night? If I am despicable, then you have reached an entirely new level of depravity. You are talking nonsense. Qin Luoxu screamed in a frenzy, on the verge of losing control, that moment. Yi Chen pointed at Zhang Qining, stating clearly, considering our past as a couple, I will tolerate whatever insults you hurl at me. But you must not provoke her, that be why doing so, you have successfully enraged me, and I will ensure you kneel before her, allowing her to unleash her wrath upon your loathsome mouth. With that, Yi Chen turned to Bai Mutin, saying, as per my instructions, I shall allow you to experience what true exquisite wine tastes like. You say, Bai Mutin replied, her skepticism evident. Very well. Yi Chen continued, follow your original recipe for the cocktail. Removing the watermelon juice, reducing the Hennessy by 5 ounces, adding 3 ounces of brandy, decreasing the Lafite by 3 ounces, increasing the whiskey by 2 ounces, adding 2 ounces of vodka, increasing the Matai by 3 ounces, and adding ice as needed. Once prepared, hand me the shaker. Bai Mutin stood momentarily stunned. How could he, having only tasted the queen's wine once, articulate all the ingredients of my concoction so precisely? This is not mere knowledge of wine. He is a true wine sage. To her astonishment, Wei Zifei burst into laughter, exclaiming, You impoverished fool! Are you concocting a hodgepodge, adding this and subtracting that? Why not suggest adding a spoonful of salt, reducing the MSG by half a spoon, and adding 2 spoons of vinegar? This provoked laughter from the entire crowd. Indeed, I detest pretentious fools who feign knowledge, Zhang Qining sneered. Just then, a sudden roar shattered the atmosphere. Silence, Bai Mutin commanded, her expression cold. The room fell silent. She continued, a bunch of ignorant, brainless simpletons. You have no idea of Mr. Ye's profound knowledge of wine, which has reached an unparalleled level, completely eclipsing my own and rendering you incapable of comparison. With that, she executed a graceful turn and began preparing the drink according to Yi Chen's instructions. The room was hushed, everyone casting incredulous glances at Yi Chen. Could he truly possess such knowledge of wine? Surpassing even Bai Mutin? Impossible. This cannot be. Zhang Qining shook her head in disbelief, unable to accept the reality of the situation that a filthy, impoverished fool, having drunk so little wine, achieving such mastery. It was sheer nonsense. Stop embarrassing yourself. Wei Zifei shot Zhang, Qinting a disdainful glance. Did you not just claim he has never consumed 1,000 grams? How could I mock him and be labeled a brainless simpleton? Yi Chen, anything is possible. Qin Luoxue smugly addressed Zhang Qinting, reveling in the prospect of witnessing Yi Chen's triumphant rebuttal to her vile words. Though she too felt astonished, Yi Chen had presented her with too many enigmas, leading her to choose belief. Convinced that he would indeed create an exquisite drink, Mr. Yi, here by Muden said, having prepared the drink according to Yi Chen's instructions, extending the shaker to him, he accepted the shaker. Yi Chen skillfully began to shake it, dazzling the onlookers with his 24-karat titanium alloy technique. Good heavens, what incredible skill! Who just claimed he has never even set foot in a bar? His technique obliterated all bartenders I have ever encountered. Without at least a decade of bartending experience, one could not attain such proficiency. The spectators expressed their astonishment. Zhang Qinting's eyes widened. Was this truly the same useless Yi Chen she remembered? He was clearly a top-tier bartender. However, she quickly rationalized. Perhaps he possessed a natural talent, having watched numerous videos of bartenders, hence his adeptness. Yet lacking genuine bartending skills, he would be incapable of crafting fine wine. Bang! At that moment, Yi Chen slammed the shaker onto the table, stating, "Bring me a bottle of milk." Milk? Bai Muden appeared puzzled, but complied with Yi Chen's request. Retrieving a bottle of milk for him, Yi Chen opened the milk carton and poured its contents into the cocktail shaker, instantly transforming the originally faintly rosy liquid into a pristine white. With a series of deft movements, he skillfully shook the shaker. After a brief moment, he paused, bringing his nose close to the shaker to take a sniff, and remarked, "It still lacks a certain flavor." As he spoke, he handed the shaker to Qin Luoxue, instructing, "Blow a breath into it." Blow a breath? Qin Luoxue was perplexed. Was this some sort of magic trick? Indeed. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. "It simply requires the essence of your beauty." Qin Luoxue rolled her eyes, realizing he was just trying to amuse her. Could a mere breath imbue the drink with the essence of a beauty? Despite her skepticism, she complied and blew a breath into the shaker. Mission accomplished. Yi Chen exclaimed with delight, sealing the shaker and giving it a few shakes before commanding, "Bring a glass. The moment of witnessing a miracle is upon us." Witnessing a miracle? Confusion spread across the faces of everyone present, yet they all widened their eyes in anticipation, eager to see what this so-called miracle would entail. Mixing a drink and calling it a miracle. Does he think he's a magician? Can he not be so ostentatious? Wei Zifei scoffed. "Indeed, I've seen arrogance before, but this is on another level," added Han Yi and Lu Xiaojie, chiming in with their ridicule. Soon, Bai Muden approached with a glass. That moment. Yi Chen opened the shaker and poured the liquid high above his head. And then a miracle occurred. The liquid, once fluid, transformed into countless exquisite snowflakes as it cascaded down, gently floating to the ground. The temperature in the bar plummeted, evoking the chill of a winter's day. Everyone stood in awe, gazing upward at the falling snowflakes, mouths agape as if an apple could fit inside. After a brief pause, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. "A miracle! This is truly miraculous," they exclaimed. That on a scorching summer day, turning spilled drink into snow was nothing short of extraordinary. This is indeed a breathtaking masterpiece. Bai Muden cried out, "Heavens! I can hardly believe my eyes." Qin Luoxue covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and astonishment. Zhang Qinting thought she was hallucinating, rubbing her eyes repeatedly, her face a canvas of disbelief. As the snowflakes floated just 2 meters above the ground, Yi Chen lifted the glass, and with a swift motion, a pristine white liquid filled the once empty cup to 8/10 full. The aroma wafted through the air, invigorating all who inhaled. It smells divine." At that moment, Yi Chen boldly extended a glass to Qin Luoxue, declaring, "With the snow falling, I ask only for this cup to drink." Upon hearing these words, Qin Luoxue's heart surged, swept away in a tide of emotions, a blush of youthful shyness gracing her cheeks. She gazed intently at Yi Chen, her beautiful eyes brimming with tender affection. At first glance, she exuded an enchanting allure. Falling snow, Luo Shui. Is he telling me that among the thousands named Luo Shui in the world were the countless women who surpass me in every way? He loves only me. In that moment, Qin Luoxue's heart bloomed like an ice mountain snow lotus, utterly beautiful. As for those present, each one was captivated, casting envious glances at Qin Luoxue. Sister, why are you still dazed? Don't squander Yi Qin's goodwill. Quickly taste it and see how it is, urged Qin Luoyun, shaking Qin Luoxue. This smile dimmed the radiance of countless women present. Even the most elaborate makeup could not compete with her allure at that moment. Truly, when autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers bloom while others wither. With her enchanting smile, who would dare compete with her? Even Bai Mutin lowered her head in modesty. How is it, sister? Is it delicious? Qin Luoyun asked eagerly as Qin Luoxue took a sip, her eyes wide with wonder. It's delightful. The flavor is extraordinary. I cannot find the words to express it, Qin Luoxue exclaimed in amazement. Really, let me have a taste. Qin Luoyun exclaimed, snatching the glass from her sister's hand and taking a huge gulp, nearly draining the glass. It's truly exquisite. The sensation upon entry is simply miraculous. Surpassing even the first time one deeply understands a girl. It's absolutely fantastic. Qin Luoyun seemed like a poet lost in reverie. Qin Luoxue felt an urge to smack him. Why did he have to twist everything into something ludicrous? Yet Bai Mutin was overwhelmingly curious, extending her delicate hand and exclaiming, "Give it to me. Let me taste MRYE's masterpiece." She feared that Qin Luoyun might finish the drink before she got a chance. Hearing this, Qin Luoyun pondered for a moment, then a mischievous grin spread across his face. What a fool not to look! He approached Bai Mutin, stealing a glance that nearly overwhelmed him with visual delight. I want to dive in and suffocate in there. Under normal circumstances, Qin Luoyun would never dare to gaze at Bai Mutin with such blatant desire. He would surely receive a slap. However, Bai Mutin was now too eager to taste the miraculous drink to care about such trivialities. This is the most miraculous, most delicious, and best wine I have ever tasted. She declared that if my noble peony is the queen of wines, then this creation by MRYE is the supreme ruler. I dare say it is the best wine in the world. As she spoke, her gaze towards Yi Qin transformed, filled with an insatiable heat, akin to two burning suns igniting the atmosphere. Heavens, the supreme ruler of wines, such a high praise, can it truly be that delightful? Even Bai Mutin was left speechless. It must indeed be the finest wine in existence. Just then, someone shouted, "There is some of the spilled wine on the floor. Hurry, let us lick it and taste the flavor." At this proclamation, chaos ensued, as numerous individuals rushed to the ground, eager to sample the taste of the supreme wine. Wei Xiao, wait for me. I must be the first to test this. Shanji, fearful of being too late, hurriedly knelt down like a dog and took a lick. How is it? Wei Zifei asked impatiently. Shanji exclaimed, Wei Xiao, it's delicious. A rare delicacy. Really? Wei Zifei's eyes brightened, tempted to join in, but he restrained himself due to his status. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He grabbed 2 napkins from the bar and handed them to Shanji, saying, moisten them with the wine. All right. Shanji eagerly complied, soaking the napkins in the spilled liquid until they were thoroughly saturated before handing them to Wei Zifei. Quick, taste this. Wei Zifei took them eagerly, crumpling the napkin and squeezing it against his mouth, allowing the white liquid to drip into his mouth. Afterward, he tossed the entire napkin in and chewed with delight, as if savoring exquisite gum, unable to stop. Seeing this, Zhang Qianting and the others could no longer contain themselves, yearning to taste the supreme wine. However, they were dismayed to discover that the wine had been entirely licked clean by a horde of eager individuals. In an instant, they were filled with regret. Had I known, I would have acted sooner and tasted the supreme wine myself. Ha! Wei Zifei, do you know your actions just now resembled that of a dog? Qin Luoyun mocked that I did it willingly. What business is it of yours? Wei Zifei retorted, convinced that tasting such exquisite wine was worth any insult. Your skin is too thick. Not even a power drill could pierce it. I admire you. Qin Luoyun could only concede that that moment, Bai Mutin approached Yi Qin, bending at the waist respectfully. Please, Mr. Yi, teach me how to concoct this wine, that I am willing to offer a reward of 200 million. What? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even Wei Zifei, a super-rich heir, was taken aback by the mention of 200 million as for Zhang Qianting. She felt a pang of regret. While Lu Xiaojie's family had over 5 billion in assets, The cash flow they could provide was only a few billion at most, that if she was correct, Yichen would likely give 200 million to Qin Luoxue, totaling 460 million. 460 million. That was nearly equal to what the Liu family could offer. If I hadn't divorced him, wouldn't that 460 million have been mine? The thought filled Zhang Qianting with a desire to smash her head against the bar. She felt as if she had driven a fortune out of her home. In that moment, she was overwhelmed with myriad emotions. Endless regret, frustration, helplessness, and disappointment. She felt like a complete fool for failing to recognize the treasure before her. Very well, Yichen agreed generously. However, I have one condition. You must make her kneel before my goddess and accept her punishment for her earlier insolence. That is entirely feasible, Bai Mutin replied without hesitation. Waving her hand, immediately, two men in black seized Zhang Qianting. Useless wretch. I am your ex-wife. You cannot treat me this way. You mustn't. Zhang Qianting screamed in terror. Silence. Yichen commanded, "It is only because we once held a certificate together that I have tolerated you time and again. Otherwise, you would already be a cold corpse." Zhang Qianting fell silent, intimidated by Yichen's bloodthirsty gaze. "Bring her over," Bai Mutin ordered. Soon, Zhang Qianting was brought before Qin Luoxue. Upon witnessing the scene, Liu Xiaojie, unable to unleash his fury upon Bai Mutin, turned his wrath towards Yi Chun, sneering, "You worthless fool! How dare you treat Qianting in such a manner? You shall pay a heavy price for this, mark my words." However, before he could finish his sentence, Yi Chun swiftly raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! Liu Xiaojie was sent flying 5 meters, crashing to the ground in disarray, spewing forth a pool of blood. "You bastard!" Wei Zifei, intending to come to Liu Xiaojie's aid, found himself seized by the collar by a burly man in black. Cough, that I won't say anything that I swear," Wei Zifei managed to squeeze out, his face turning crimson. Only then did the man in black gently push him away, sending him tumbling 3 meters back. Zhang Qianting, realizing her only lifeline had been severed, immediately felt her legs weaken, collapsing helplessly in front of Qin Luoxue. Qin Luoxue, already harboring a deep-seated hatred for Zhang Qianting, raised her jade hand and struck out. Slap. This slap is for Yi Chun. Slap. This slap is for myself. Slap. This slap is for both Yi Chun and me. After delivering 3 resounding slaps, Zhang Qianting felt her head spinning, her cheeks burning with pain, and her heart filled with an endless fury. Her eyes, glinting with resentment, fixated on Yi Chun, as if contemplating skinning him alive. Yi Chun shook his head, unable to suppress a derisive laugh. He then imparted his cocktail-making skills to Bai Mutin before departing alongside Qin Luoxue and her brother. Originally, Wei Zifei had gathered a group to ambush Yi Chun, but with Bai Mutin escorting them to their vehicle, he could only lament his misfortune. "As long as your sister is happy," Yi Chun remarked, pulling Qin Luoxue into his embrace. "I'm not happy at all. Don't think I didn't notice you ogling Bai Mutin's assets when she bowed to you." Qin Luoxue playfully chided, lightly punching Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chen replied, "I didn't mean to, all right. By the way, you should hurry up and get things sorted with my brother-in-law, so we can have a little nephew next year. 18 years from now, I'll take him around Jiangzhou to charm all the beauties, and I can finally pass on my title of Jiangzhou's #1 scoundrel to him." Yi Chun and Qin Luoxue exchanged glances, both speechless. Chapter 68. Delivering the betrothal gifts at midnight. When the world was enveloped in silence, the two stood mere inches apart, their warm breaths palpable, even sensing the rhythm of each other's heartbeats. Qin Luoxue's delicate face transitioned from pale to a gradual blush, ultimately resembling a perfectly ripe tomato. Utterly enchanting, Yi Chun, she suddenly murmured, her lips parting gently. "What do you mean by falling snow? 3,000 flakes. Yet only 1 cup for me?" She had already surmised the likely meaning, but desired to hear it directly from Yi Chen's lips. Yi Chun pressed his forehead against hers, his hands gently entwining hers, sending a tingling sensation cascading through Qin Luoxue's entire being, causing her to shudder involuntarily. The fervent emotions within her surged like wild grass, impossible to suppress. "You are so astute. Do you not comprehend its meaning?" As he spoke, Qin Luoxue's white shirt seemed to drift like autumn leaves in the wind. "I do not understand." Qin Luoxue's enchanting eyes were clouded with confusion, her heart racing like a tumultuous tide, overwhelming and irresistible. "Then, savor it slowly." Yi slightly tilted his head, their proximity diminishing further and further. Their breaths mingled, akin to countless ghostly hands fervently strumming the deepest chords of Qin Luoxue's heart. In the next instant, she could no longer contain herself, and leaned in that it was the same delightful scent she had always adored. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Why Yi-chun? I'm not mentally prepared yet. Perhaps we should wait until after the wedding. Qin Luoxue leaned against Yi-chen's chest, struggling to voice her thoughts. Although they had already obtained their marriage certificate and logically should share everything, she felt a twinge of fear due to her inexperience. You are my wife, and I respect your choices. Regardless, you are already mine, and no one can take you away. Whenever you truly wish to give yourself to me, it will never be too late. Yi-chen tenderly caressed Qin Luoxue's cheek, his voice laced with affection. Yi-chen, you are so wonderful. I won't keep you waiting too long. Qin Luoxue's eyes narrowed into slits of joy as she nodded vigorously. You must hurry. Yi-chen grinned mischievously. Qin Luoxue pouted, retorting, well, if it comes to that, I might just let you hold me while I sleep. And if you get hungry, you can have a taste. All right, I'm feeling hungry right now. You, meanwhile, in a luxurious private room of a high-end club. Bang, bang, bang. Wei Zifei was furiously smashing beer bottles, sending the room's hostesses and courtesans trembling in fear. This filthy pauper has utterly humiliated me tonight. He bellowed, I want him to vanish without a trace, and I shall ensure the ruin of the Qin family. He pounded his chest like a raging gorilla, consumed by rage. Old Qin had secured a wealthy husband for Qin Luoxue, and once the wedding took place, the Qin family would gain a powerful ally, making it exceedingly difficult to bring about their downfall. As for that filthy pauper, his wealth likely stemmed from the treatment he provided for Jin Tianhao's mother, and with Jin Tianhao backing him, it wouldn't be easy to eliminate him. Hani chimed in. Jin Tianhao? Wei Zifei scoffed, dismissing the room's hostesses and courtesans, then proclaimed, it won't be long before Jin Tianhao disappears from Jiangzhou entirely. Gasp! The revelation left everyone in the room stunned. Cousin, what do you mean by that? Lu Xiaoji asked. Wei Zifei beckoned everyone closer, speaking in hushed tones. Jin Tianhao has breached the agreement with my father by extending a hand of friendship to the Qin family, successfully provoking my father's wrath. His days are numbered. Your father intends to eliminate Jin Tianhao. Han Yi's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his face. Wei Zifei chuckled softly that of course my father alone lacks the strength. But there exists a force capable of removing Jin Tianhao, and my father has been secretly in contact with them. What force? The crowd was curious. Wei Zifei raised his thumb, uttering two words. Hongmen. Hongmen. Everyone was taken aback. That organization is one of the largest forces overseas, with a presence in nearly every country, and it is incredibly formidable, instilling fear in many. How did your father come into contact with this force? Han Yi inquired further. Wei Zifei explained. Hongmen has long sought to infiltrate Jiangzhou to establish their foothold, initially reaching out to Jin Tianhao, who refused their overtures. Consequently, they turned to my father, seeking collaboration to eliminate Jin Tianhao and secure his control over Jiangzhou. My father intended to conduct business quietly, avoiding any risks, but the circumstances have forced him into a corner, leaving him no choice but to take this gamble. Keep in mind, my father, in alliance with Jin Tianhao, your Han family, and numerous wealthy families, has pushed the Qin family to the brink of requiring a son-in-law to sustain their lineage. If the Qin family rises with the help of their son-in-law, they will undoubtedly retaliate against the Wei family. Thus, my father must seize this opportunity to stifle the Qin family's growth and prevent any backlash, necessitating cooperation with Hongmen. Hani listened, somewhat bewildered, and asked, if your father aims to collaborate with Hongmen against the Qin family, why also target Jin Tianhao? Are you foolish? Wei Zifei shot him a look. The purpose of Hongmen's collaboration with my father is to eliminate Jin Tianhao, allowing my father to govern Jiangzhou, facilitating Hongmen's expansion and profit. How can my father maintain control without first removing Jin Tianhao? Once Jin Tianhao is dead, my father will command Jiangzhou's underground forces, strengthening his own position. With Hongmen's covert assistance, destroying the Qin family will be a mere formality. You may not realize this, but Hongmen is teeming with skilled practitioners. The might of the Grandmaster overseeing the Southeast Asia branch alone could sweep through half of China's martial arts community. Truly terrifying. Engaging in conflict with Hongmen is akin to challenging a thunderstorm. Certain death. As these words left his lips, the room erupted in excitement. spirits soaring, that if Jin Tianhao were to perish, and Uncle Wei were to take control of Jiangzhou, then Wei Xiao would ascend to greatness. When that time comes, don't forget about your brothers. Indeed, sticking with Wei Xiao promises a bright future. That Chinadu can only flaunt his wealth and chase women. He is utterly devoid of worth. There's no thrill in associating with him. Zhang Qianing was particularly elated, exclaiming, if Jin Tianhao dies, that filthy pauper will lose his support, and we can trample him underfoot. Absolutely, Wei Zifei declared, brimming with enthusiasm, that we must crush him mercilessly. When I have him on the brink of death, I'll reward you with a kick to finish him off. Fantastic, Zhang Qianting exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, nearly ready to offer herself to Wei Zifei. Umph. At that moment, Wei Zifei snorted coldly, his face twisted with malice. That wretched Qin Luoxue dared to slap me. When the day comes that my Wei family annihilates the Qin family, I will bind her and ravage her mercilessly, crushing her spirit until she realizes that even I, Wei Zifei, can instill fear in myself. Wei Xiao, if that day ever arrives, don't forget to let me savor Qin Luoxue's exquisite flavor as well. Shan Ji remarked, drooling in anticipation. Ha! After I've had my fun, you can all indulge as you wish, that I intend to make her wish she had never been born. The group of young nobles voiced their agreement. Even Han Yi, a top-tier rich heir, showed no disdain for the prospect of a second-hand experience. Liu Xiaojie also wished to partake in the revelry. However, he was hindered by the fact that Zhang Qianting had yet to voice her opinion. Nevertheless, he mused to himself, when the time comes, I shall discreetly indulge a few times. How would she ever know? Well then, today, under the influence of alcohol, I have uttered these words, should any of you dare to disseminate them. I assure you that I shall sever all ties and ensure your demise. Wei Zifei warned that he feared that if this matter were to leak, his father would be the first to exact retribution. I trust you all, Wei Zifei declared, waving his hand dismissively. Summon the Yingyan girls. Let us drink and revel tonight. We must not allow trifles to dampen our spirits. Within 5 days, Jiangzhou will witness a transformation, and it shall be our moment to redeem our past humiliations. The following day, the midsummer sun blazed with intensity, casting its golden rays into the boudoir and adorning the 2 weary bodies upon the bed with a shimmering glow. Perhaps sensing the scorching warmth against her skin, Qin Luoxue lazily opened her beautiful eyes, instinctively reaching for the object pressing against her back. Here to assist me, Yeqing, who had awoken early, tightened his embrace around Qin Luoxue and asked with a mischievous grin. Umph. Qin Luoxue playfully punched Yeqing, pouting, who said I was helping you. Dream on. That's not happening. All set so soon? Yeqing inquired, impressive, he added, giving a thumbs up before cheekily grinning. Then I shall first grab a bun to fill my stomach before going to speak with my parents. After breakfast, Yeqing watched as Qin Luoxue was escorted to her workplace by a convoy of cars, while he made his way to the Qin family's garage, a member of the Qin family. He had been informed by Qin Jingqing that he could choose any vehicle from the garage. No more embarrassing himself by riding around on a 3,000 yuan motorcycle. Indeed, the garage was replete with opulent vehicles, each worth over $1 million, many of which were sports cars coated in dust. Without a moment's hesitation, Yeqing surmised that these dusty sports cars must belong to his extravagant little uncle, who had either neglected or simply stopped driving them. After a thorough inspection, Yeqing ultimately selected a motorcycle. The garage attendant informed him that this particular motorcycle was a cosmic spaceship Harley-Davidson, valued at $1 million, purchased by Qin Luoyun during his college years to impress girls. It was rumored that no fewer than 10 girls had lost their innocence on that motorcycle, thus its reputation was rather notorious. Nevertheless, Yeqing relished the thrill of riding, so he took it for a spin. Emerging from the commoner district, he was reminded of his humble beginnings. With so many vehicles at his disposal, he still opted for a motorcycle, an unchangeable trait of his character. Observing Yeqing's carefree departure, Qin Zhengqing shook his head in resignation. After leaving, Yeqing first visited the pharmacy, dedicating the morning to studying alchemical formulas before heading to the commoner district around noon. Upon his arrival, he noticed that the Tianjin fast food restaurant was unusually bustling. A BMW 760 was parked outside, and numerous neighbors had gathered around it, including Yeqing's mother, Yang Shuqing. This BMW is truly stunning. Must be worth over $1 million, right? One neighbor remarked. Just now, Lin Xiangjin claimed the total cost was nearly 260,000. Another chimed in. Seems Lin Xiangjian has attached himself to a wealthy son-in-law. As the neighbors continued their chatter, Yeqing honked his horn, revving the engine of the cosmic spaceship Harley-Davidson, startling the onlookers into retreat. Seizing the opportunity, he parked beside the BMW and approached Yang Shuqing, inquiring, "Mom, did a wealthy individual come to Lin Xiangjian's restaurant for fast food?" To his surprise, his mother shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "I told you to encourage Kiki to aim higher, yet you disregard my advice. Now a rich second-generation heir has come seeking Kiki's hand in marriage." Yeqing sighed, "You see, I am fated to be entangled with a white tiger. And Kiki's fate aligns with that of the white tiger. It simply cannot develop. Should they consummate their union, my life would be forfeit. Listen, Shuqing, Kiki is the most beautiful flower in our farming community. How could your son, riding a motorcycle, ever hope to win her?" A sharp-tongued woman interjected. When he glimpsed Kiki as a child, that was already a stroke of luck from his past life. Indeed, Shuqing, you should abandon any hopes for Kiki. Zhang Kai drives a BMW worth over 200,000, while your son rides a motorcycle barely worth 2,000, that the disparity is so great that he has left your son in the dust. Another neighbor added, Zhang Kai is said to be a business manager at a major corporation, earning over 3 million a year. 3 million. Your son could never earn that in 30 years. That if I were Lin Xiangjian, I would undoubtedly marry Kiki off to Zhang Kai. Marrying into the Yeqing family would be foolish. Listening to the scornful remarks of the neighbors, Yang Shuqing's expression darkened. What does a 3 million annual salary matter? My son, Xiao Chun, earned several million merely by treating Jinya's elderly mother. It's this good-for-nothing who idles away his time that if he were to obtain a medical license and open a clinic, he would surely earn a considerable sum each year, she thought, casting a disapproving glance at Yeqing. Yeqing, sensing his mother's thoughts, chuckled, "Mom, there's no need to envy Lin Xiangjian. This afternoon, your future daughter-in-law will visit with your in-laws to present a betrothal gift, plenty of gold, and an even more luxurious car than this old BMW. Really?" Yang Shuqing's expression brightened. Of course. There will also be a grand villa. Immense enough that you and Dad won't even know where to find a corner to settle in. Yeqing jested. Just trying to make Mom happy, he added. Yang Shuqing rolled her eyes. She believed the gold, but a grand villa was beyond comprehension. After all, they hailed from the commoner district. Even if Yeqing truly entered the Qin family, receiving a token amount of gold would be generous, much less a lavish villa, let alone one of considerable size. Given Jiangzhou's high property prices, that it would take at least 10 million to acquire a villa of that caliber. Who would buy such a high-end residence for their family? Yeqing, even your mother doesn't believe you. Do you think we would? Yeqing is just a man burdened by his pride, living in delusion. The neighbors scoffed. That moment, a sudden voice pierced through the air. Yeqing, save me. Lin Kiki emerged from the fast food restaurant, her eyes red and looking at Yeqing as if he were her last hope, grasping his arm with desperation. What happened? Yeqing inquired. That he offered a wry smile. He drives a BMW. His conditions should be satisfactory. Marrying him wouldn't be a bad idea. That he was aware that Lin Kiki harbored feelings for him, but he could not marry her and did not wish to complicate her life. I would never be happy marrying someone I do not love. Lin Kiki glared at Yeqing. Yeqing helplessly ruffled her hair. Then allow me, as your brother, to persuade your father. However, before he could finish, a furious voice erupted. Yeqing, remove your filthy hands. My Kiki is not someone you can touch. Lin Xiangjian approached, flanked by a young man in a suit, glaring at Yeqing as if he were an enemy. Fine, I won't touch her. Yeqing replied, but Kiki is my childhood sister. I will not permit you to marry her off to someone she does not love merely for money. What are you even? Lin Xiangjian spat angrily. The suited young man squinted, asking, Uncle Lin, who is he? We just compared notes. Yeqing is thick-skinned but not particularly formidable, the sharp-tongued woman remarked. Zhang Kai sneered, addressing Yeqing. Since you are not Kiki's biological brother, you have no right to meddle in her affairs. True, she currently dislikes me, but I will make her fall for me. Then let her fall for you first. Until she does, it would be best for you not to tempt her parents into forcing her into marriage with you. Yeqing replied calmly. Zhang Kai's expression darkened instantly. Who do you think you are speaking to me in such a commanding tone? I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. Yeqing refused to back down, narrowing his eyes defiantly. You, a mere motorcycle rider, dare to claim that you are someone I cannot provoke. Do you even know who I am? Speak it out loud. I promise it will frighten you. Gasp! The surrounding neighbors gasped in shock, realizing that Zhang Kai was affiliated with Jin Yi. How terrifying! Sensing that everyone was intimidated, Zhang Kai's vanity surged as he boasted. Do you know who Jin Yi is? I have a little brother who listens to me. If I tell him to go east, he wouldn't dare to go west. If I tell him to take someone out, he will surely do it. You bastard. Zhang Kai's anger flared as he raised his fist to strike Yeqing, but was restrained by a group of neighbors. Regardless of their jibes at Yeqing, they still viewed him as one of their own, unwilling to let an outsider harm him. A simple truth among the impoverished. You better watch yourself. Zhang Kai fumed, throwing a harsh warning at Yeqing, though he still felt unsatisfied that he kicked the cosmic spaceship Harley-Davidson. You've gotten yourself in a big trouble. Yeqing's expression turned cold as he remarked. With that kick, be prepared to pay 30 to 50,000, Zhang Kai sneered. A worthless motorcycle? I'll just smash it. What can you do about it? The worst I could do is pay you a few thousand, Yeqing chuckled. You should first scan the brand and price of this motorcycle with your phone. With a dismissive air, Zhang Kai scoffed. It's just a shabby motorcycle. What could it possibly be worth? He then proceeded to scan the vehicle with his phone. Ding, brand, cosmic spaceship Harley-Davidson, price, $1 million USD. Startled, Zhang Kai's hand trembled, causing his phone to clatter to the ground. A chill running down his spine as cold sweat drenched him instantly. Chapter 70. My wife has arrived. The neighbors looked on with expressions of bewilderment. What was Zhang Kai truly afraid of? Zhang Kai, is this motorcycle really that expensive? Lin Xiangjin inquired, frowning as he stepped forward. Zhang Kai forced a strained smile and replied, not expensive, just around 18,000. Did I simply slip that? Oh, I see. Lin Xiangjin relaxed, turning to Yi Chun. What can happen with a broken bike worth 18,000? Worst case, I'll reimburse you 500 that you probably don't even know how much Zhang Kai gifted me. 500,000. He could afford to smash your broken motorcycle. Yi Chun paid no heed to Lin Xiangjin, instead offering Zhang Kai a cold smile. Add 3 zeros to that 8,000. What? A gasp echoed through the crowd. Adding 3 zeros to 8,000 makes it 800,000. That's absurd. There's no way a motorcycle could be worth that much. Yi Chun, are you trying to swindle him? Another voice chimed in, that I've never heard of an 800,000 motorcycle. The neighbors were unconvinced of Yi Chun's claims. At that moment, a young man, intrigued by the commotion, downloaded a vehicle scanning app and rushed over to the Harley to scan it. The next instant he exclaimed, my goodness. This motorcycle is called Cosmic Spaceship Harley-Davidson. And it's worth $1 million. What? The crowd was dumbfounded. Is this motorcycle really worth $1 million? Xiaoming, is that for real? Lin Xiangjin dashed toward the young man for confirmation. Uncle Xiangjin, see for yourself. Xiaoming held up his phone screen for Lin Xiangjin to view. Upon seeing it, Lin Xiangjin staggered backward, nearly collapsing to the ground. It really is $1 million. He cried out in disbelief. Instantly, all eyes turned to Yi Chun with expressions of astonishment. This motorcycle was worth as much as 3 of Zhang Kai's BMWs. How could he still claim it was merely worth 18,000? Yi Chun cast a cold smirk at Zhang Kai. So what if it is? Zhang Kai stammered, looking utterly flustered as if his lies had been exposed. If I had known it was a Harley, I wouldn't have kicked it. Sure, I'll pay for the damages, but the bike belongs to someone else that I can't explain that to them. Hey, you think you could just throw money around? Yi Chun's expression turned. I see. Why do you think the business manager of Tianhao Group is impressive? Is he impressive? You think I wouldn't find out? Zhang Kai retorted, exuding arrogance, as if daring Yi Chun to act against him. Fine. Let me ask your boss if all his employees are as arrogant as you, Yi Chun said, having no intention to let Zhang Kai off the hook, that he dialed Jean Tianhao's number. Mr. Yi, you called? Is there something you need? I need to know if there's a business manager named Zhang Kai at Tianhao Group. Yes, why? Did he offend you, Mr. Yi? At that moment, Zhang Kai burst into laughter. You can pretend all you want, but you want to intimidate me. Mr. Jean is too distinguished to know someone like you from the common district. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chun switched his phone to speaker mode. Zhang Kai, how dare you speak to him, or why you like that? You better kneel down and apologize immediately, or I'll ensure you end up in the ocean as shark bait. Zhang Kai was left utterly dumbfounded. If that wasn't Ti Jin's voice, whose could it be? In the next moment, he sprinted toward Yi Chun, trembling like a leaf, stammering into the phone. Mr. Jean, have you knelt down yet? Thud. Terrified, Zhang Kai collapsed to his knees, his voice quaking as he pleaded, "I'm kneeling, Mr. Jean. Please don't be angry." "How could I not be angry? Mr. Yi saved my mother's life, and you dare call him a commoner? If I had been there, I would have ensured you met your end. I was wrong, Mr. Yi. I was wrong." Zhang Kai's spirit shattered as he bowed repeatedly, begging for forgiveness. The surrounding neighbors were left in shock that Yi Chun had saved Mr. Jin's mother. This was akin to securing a mighty ally. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangjin was the most bewildered, watching the man he considered a match for his daughter kneel like a dog before Yi Chun. Could it be that Yi Chun had truly ascended? "Mr. Jin, please enlighten me on how Zhang Kai offended you," Jin Tianhao inquired. "First, tell me what kind of person he is." Yi Chun replied that he is articulate and adept at business, which is why I promoted him to manager. However, his loose tongue has led to many girls being deceived. At least 5 have come to my company this year, claiming he left them after getting them pregnant. Just recently, a university student he abandoned committed suicide after he rejected her, for which I spent 500,000 to settle the matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangjin erupted in anger, storming into a nearby fast food restaurant to fetch a spatula, unleashing a barrage of blows upon Zhang Kai while cursing, "You heartless scoundrel! You promised to cherish Kiki and make her the happiest woman. I can't believe I fell for your beastly lies. Thank goodness Yi Chun exposed your facade. Otherwise, I would have forced my daughter to marry you, effectively pushing her into the crematorium. I'll kill you." After a flurry of strikes, the neighbors quickly intervened to prevent a fatality, while Zhang Kai was left battered and bloodied. Did he deceive him or Y's relatives? Jin Tianhao exclaimed upon hearing the commotion that he failed to swindle, and even kicked my cosmic spaceship Harley-Davidson. Yi Chun added, "With you as his backing, he grew quite arrogant and refused to compensate me." Indeed, Jin Tianhao's fury ignited. "Zhang Kai, you're tired of living. You dare kick Mr. Ye's Harley? You're fired on the spot. You will compensate him or Ye 1 million immediately, or I assure you, you will regret it. Compensate, compensate, compensate that I'll pay." Zhang Kai wailed, realizing the dire consequences. He had merely intended to flirt with a nurse, but ended up in a catastrophic predicament. Now, with his job gone, his very life hung in the balance. "Give me your bank account number. I'll transfer the million from now on. Do not pressure Kiki into marrying anyone," Yi Chun instructed before hanging up. Lin Xiangjin, grateful, relayed his bank account number to Zhang Kai, who soon sent over the million. After expelling Zhang Kai from the neighborhood, Lin Xiangjin turned to Yi Chun with a grin. "Xiao Chun, why didn't you tell me about securing Mr. Jin's favor? I could have benefited too." "Indeed, indeed," the neighbors echoed, all eager to curry favor to Yi Chun. But the shift in attitude was astonishing. Lin Kiki expressed her gratitude to Yi Chun before turning to her father. "Dad, Yi Chun's motorcycle was borrowed. Please return the million. Otherwise, he won't be able to explain when he returns it." Lin Xiangjin was reluctant, but suddenly had a bright idea. "Xiao Chun, how about I betroth Kiki to you? You saw her naked as a child. You must take responsibility. That was 1 million. Marrying Kiki could yield a fortune in dowry." Lin Xiangjin thought, why not let them continue their childhood relationship? "Yi Chun, didn't you just threaten me with a spatula, warning that you'd kill me if I dared to be with Kiki?" However, Lin Kiki was overjoyed. Just when her budding feelings ignited, Yi Chun doused them with cold water. "To be honest, Uncle Lin, I already have a wife that we've even obtained a marriage certificate, and she'll be here soon to present the betrothal gifts to my parents." "Nonsense," Lin Xiangjin retorted, "you a mere fraud. Think you can court Miss Qin? Let me tell you, my agreeing to marry Kiki was a momentary lapse. If you refuse, I'll change my mind, and you'll have no recourse but to come begging me to let you marry Kiki. I swear I'll burn your house down." Fuming, he was not keen on marrying off his daughter to a divorced man, yet the prospect of 1 million swayed him. This kid had the audacity to fabricate lies to reject his offer? Not a chance. "Yi Chun, since Uncle Lin is agreeable, you should seize this opportunity. Kiki is a wonderful girl, earning 5,000 to 6,000 monthly at the hospital. Don't miss out." "Yes, Yi Chun, Miss Qin's family is wealthy. There is no way she'd marry you. Don't deceive yourself. Having a girl like Kiki is already a blessing from your past life. Agree quickly, or Uncle Lin might change his mind and refuse to let you marry her. We'll advocate for you." The neighbors were bustling with excitement, urging, "Xiao Chun, have you truly obtained a marriage certificate with Qin Luoxue?" Yang Shuqing sought confirmation. If it were a ruse, she would persuade Yi Chun to marry Kuku. After all, she felt that the affluence of the Qin family made it seem dubious. Yes, Mom, it's true. Yi-Chen replied with a hint of resignation that if it's real, I will bow out. If not, I shall not relinquish this opportunity. Lin Kuo spoke earnestly, believing she had reached the age for marriage and could not afford to miss her chance that moment. A sudden exclamation pierced the air. Wow! Look over there, a wedding procession is arriving. The crowd turned their gaze to witness a convoy adorned with auspicious symbols slowly making its way down Farmer S. Road. The why Yi-Chen couldn't help but smile. It's my wife bringing my in-laws to deliver the betrothal gifts. Really? Is it truly that girl Qin Luoxue accompanied by her parents to bestow the betrothal gifts? Yang Shuqing asked incredulously. If so, this is quite the spectacle, with at least 20 vehicles. How many relatives did they bring along? Is my son truly that influential? Could it be that Yi-Chen and Qin Luoxue have genuinely become an item? Lin Kuo's brow furrowed deeply. Lin Xiangjin scoffed, who bestows betrothal gifts in such a grand manner. Yi-Chen is not from a prestigious family, that I end my view. This must be a wedding procession simply passing through. Indeed, it's certainly a wedding convoy that if they were delivering betrothal gifts, it would be outrageous. Hence, it's improbable they're here for the Yi family, another neighbor remarked. Look how Yi-Chen has deceived his mother. Shuqing is likely to be disappointed. Despite their words, the neighbors unanimously flocked toward the noodle shop. Yao Hua, it appears that Qin Luoxue has indeed come with her parents to present the betrothal gifts. Yang Shuqing eagerly informed Lin Yao Hua, who was busy preparing noodles for customers. What? Is it really happening? Lin Yao Hua, feeling a bit flustered, glanced at his attire unsatisfied and fearing he might embarrass his son. Why are you standing there in a daze? Quickly take off your apron. Yang Shuqing chattered as she deftly helped him remove the apron, tidying his clothes and wiping the sweat from his brow. Anxious to present a respectable image to their daughter-in-law and future in-laws that I say. Old Yi and his wife, you seem overly excited that it might just be someone else's wedding procession passing by. It's not necessarily for your family, a woman chuckled mockingly. Your family is hardly a prestigious household. It would be remarkable for a wealthy young lady like Qin Luoxue to bring her parents to bestow gifts, let alone a whole entourage of relatives. Yang Shuqing pondered this and considered the possibility. Perhaps it was indeed a wedding procession passing through. Meanwhile, Lin Yao Hua huffed discontentedly. How can our family not be regarded as prestigious? Had it not been for my father forbidding my union with Shuqing, I would have never left the Yi family in a fit of rage. Now, my little Chun is the renowned young master of the esteemed Yi family in the capital. Of course, he had no intention of revealing this to Yi-Chen, as he had grown accustomed to a tranquil life, far more comfortable than living amidst the treachery of the affluent. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Stop! The convoy has halted right in front of the Yi noodle shop. My heavens! Are they genuinely here to bestow betrothal gifts upon the Yi family? Lin Xiangjin exclaimed, bewildered as he approached a Rolls-Royce in the heart of the convoy. Just then, the passenger door swung open, and a stunning figure dazzled Lin Xiangjin like a 24K titanium alloy. Miss Qin? Uncle, it's good to see you again, Qin Luoxue greeted with a bright smile. Lin Xiangjin's face lit up with joy as he approached her, asking, Miss Qin, what brings you here? His smile turned rigid, frozen in place like a statue. They are genuinely here to bestow betrothal gifts upon the Yi family. Lin Kuo had been observing this scene and couldn't help but smile wryly that in the end, Yi-Chen and I are destined to be apart. Inside the noodle shop, a man burst in, exclaiming, Old Yi and his wife, your daughter-in-law has brought her family to present the betrothal gifts. Really truly here to bestow gifts. Yi Yaohua and his wife felt a mix of anxiety and joy. Soon, the crowd in the noodle shop parted to reveal Qin Luoxue, accompanied by her parents, younger siblings, and over 20 individuals carrying boxes. Entering the establishment, that girl Qin Luoxue, it's really her. Yi Yaohua and his wife instantly recognized her, their hearts swelling with elation. Just then, Qin Luoxue approached, linking arms with Yi-Chen, and bashfully addressed his parents, Dad, Mom. The crowd was stunned. She directly called them Mom and Dad? Yi Yaohua and his wife were momentarily speechless, overwhelmed with joy. What a lovely way to address us. She must be a wonderful daughter-in-law. Yi-Chen reminded them, In-laws, I'm Li Huijin, Snow's mother. And this is her father. Qin Yongyan I Huijin gracefully gestured to a refined gentleman beside her with a smile. Dear in-laws, Qin Yongyan extended his hand to parents. Yi Yaohua stammered, taken aback by the warm demeanor of his future in-laws. quickly wiping his palms on his trousers to remove the cold sweat before daring to shake hands. Uncle and Annie, I am Qin Luoyun, the younger brother of my sister's husband that we met at the seafood restaurant. And I even turned over your dining table. I trust you still remember? Indeed, quite memorable, they responded. Brat quickly apologized to your uncle and aunt. Li Huijin chided her son with a glare. Uncle and Auntie, I sincerely apologize for my past behavior. From now on, we are family. Qin Luoyun bowed slightly. No need. Yi Yaohua, flustered, helped him up. Uncle and Annie, I am Qin Luoshi, the younger sister of my sister's husband. Uncle and Annie, I am Qin Luofei, the younger sister of my sister's husband. Uncle and Annie, I am Qin Luoi, the younger sister of my sister's husband. Among the Qin family's younger generation, there was only Qin Luoyun as a male. However, 6 beautiful sisters accompanied him, with 3 studying abroad. Each sister, aged between 16 and 22, was stunning, captivating the entire gathering. The neighbors were left in awe, feeling as if Yi Chun had fallen into a realm of daughters. After pleasantries were exchanged, the Yi couple quickly became at ease, realizing that not only was their daughter-in-law wonderful, but so were the in-laws and their family. Initially concerned that Yi Chun might be mistreated, their worries evaporated when they noticed how respectfully his sisters treated him. It couldn't be an act. That was improbable. Luo Yun read the list of gifts. Qin Yongyan suddenly commanded. All right, Dad, Qin Luoyun replied, cheerfully retrieving the list and raising his voice in an exaggerated tone. 1 Bentley Mulsanne. Worth 8 million, a pair of imperial green jade bracelets. Valued at 60 million, a pair of imperial green jade earrings. Worth 6 million, a Patek Philippe watch. Worth 4,000,000 kilograms of gold, a bank card with a deposit of 10 billion. As Qin Luoyun finished reading the list, the neighbors transformed into statues, the noodle shop enveloped in silence, akin to the terracotta army. Some gifts were drawn from the betrothal offerings provided by Du Yuehua, such as the jade bracelets, earrings, and gold. Later, Qin Jingqing had the butler calculate that the total value of Du Yuehua and Jin Tianhao's betrothal gifts amounted to 10 billion. To save face. The list was arranged by Qin Jingqing, with a total value exceeding 10 billion, ensuring they repaid the gifts given to Yi Chun while the Qin family added a few billion to avoid ridicule, suggesting they had acquired a son-in-law without spending a penny. The Yi family was on the verge of leaving the common folk behind to embrace a life of luxury. Lin Xiangjian shouted in envy and jealousy. They understood that from this day forth, they would no longer enjoy the clear soup noodles made by the Yi couple, and the joke of Yi Chaman would fade into memory. Suddenly, each felt as though they had lost a part of themselves. Realizing how much the neighborhood bond meant, with casual bickering and playful jests now replaced by an emptiness in their hearts. Once this sentiment was voiced, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. The neighbors, like refugees waiting for alms, extended their hands eagerly. Consequently, Yi Chun distributed 1 kilogram gold bars to each, totaling over 100, which finally brought smiles to their faces. That it is worth noting that each gold bar could fetch nearly 278,000. Soon, the grand relocation commenced, and by 8 in the evening, Yi Chun's parents settled into their luxurious villa. Meanwhile, at a beach in Jiangzhou, 7 or 8 men stood beneath the night sky, gazing out at the sea, seemingly awaiting a vessel. According to the timeline, the experts dispatched by the Hong men to eliminate Jin Tianhao should have arrived by now. Strange, why haven't we even seen a hint of a boat? Could it be intercepted by the maritime police? The hunchbacked elder furrowed his brow deeply. Suddenly, someone shouted, Master, look! 3 figures are walking on the water over there. Wei Tai immediately followed the beam of the flashlight and beheld 3 figures gracefully traversing the vast, boundless sea, moving with the swiftness of swallows. My lord, those who have attained the transformation realm can walk upon water. These 3 are all masters of the transformation realm, the elder exclaimed in astonishment. Wei Tai was instantly filled with joy, bursting into hearty laughter. With these 3 masters coming to my aid, how can I fear that Jin Tianhao will not perish, or that the Qin family will remain unvanquished?